From the southern domain of Donghuang, the Tianqi Lu family stands revered. A divine island hovers in midair with a silver waterfall cascading like a flowing ribbon. Everywhere, elegant lanterns and festoons create a pervasive festive atmosphere, while opulent ceremonial carriages occasionally arrive, their radiant divine light streaking across the sky in an exuberant display. Among the guests are high-ranking figures from the Donghuang Dajiao and the immortal Holy Land, arriving with abundant gifts and warmly received by both the Gu and Lu families. The grandeur was unmistakable, a spectacle of a moment. That young man seated yonder must be the sacred body of the Lu family, Lu Yuan, correct? Several newly seated guests directed their gazes in unison toward him. There he stood, a youth of just over 20 with shoulder-length black hair and remarkably handsome features. Adorned in a luxurious red robe embroidered with golden trim, he naturally captivated every onlooker. He exuded the refined aura of a top-tier scion, yet although destined to be the centerpiece of today's celebration, he sat in solitary composure, calmly sipping his wine. His presence starkly contrasted with the surrounding merriment. His appearance is indeed extraordinary, someone remarked, but alas, born in the wrong era. Several elders of the Dajiao withdrew their gazes and sighed. The Huanggu Shinti in ancient times was an unparalleled physique endowed with the potential of an emperor. A body unrivaled and battle prowess unsurpassed, it once graced the chronicles of cultivation with countless legends. Yet for reasons unknown, fate turned its back, subjecting this physique to the envy of the heavens. Cursed with dozens of heavenly shackles, merely embarking on the path of cultivation becomes an ordeal of unimaginable hardship. The resources demanded for further advancement are so immense that even ancient families would find them unsustainable. Thus, this physique was relegated to a discarded state, left in utter dormancy. Though the sacred body may not cultivate, its intrinsic bloodline power remains remarkable, was observed. This marriage alliance, if successful, undoubtedly came at great expense from the Lu family. An elder of the Dajiao conveyed telepathically, his eyes shimmering with inner light. Naturally, another remarked, without enormous vested interest, the Gu family would never bestow a divine maiden upon a mere rejected form. However, for the Gu family, this is nothing short of a stupendous gamble. Should the union yield a divine progeny, both families would exult in joy, they declared. But if not, it will be a grievous loss, a loss of both bride and forces. Upon hearing this, the others nodded subtly. The Gu family's divine maiden Gu Qinghuang was renowned far and wide. Praised by onlookers as one of the most beautiful women of Donghuang, she attracted countless talented suitors like fish in a teeming river. Beyond her stunning beauty, Gu Qinghuang possessed an extraordinary innate aptitude for cultivation. Not only did she harbor a preordained Dao Embryo physique, naturally attuned to the Dao, but her comprehension was peerlessly profound. At merely 20, she had already ascended into the Dantian realm, marking her as the prime candidate for the contemporary sacred maiden of the Wanshu sacred land. The union of an innate Dao embryo with a Huanggu Shini held the potential to produce progeny of an innate sacred body fused with Dao essence. Such a physique was unparalleled in might. Ancient records recount that eons ago an emperor possessed exactly this formidable form. In merely 500 years he attained divine mastery and ascended as an emperor. Unstoppable in his conquests, he outshone the pride of myriad celestial clans and subdued an entire era. Ultimately, he soared to immortality, ascending into the celestial realm. Should the union of the two yield such progeny, it would elevate both the Gu and Lu families to unprecedented heights. Time passed, and the once exuberant wedding banquet drew to a close. At the silent queue of several senior Lu clan members, Lu Yuan slowly rose and proceeded toward the inner sanctum of the ancestral hall where the matrimonial chambers lay. Moments later, Lu Yuan paused, drew a deep breath, and pushed open the door. Before him unfolded an antique matrimonial chamber rich in charm and nostalgia. Deep red drapes hung low while the gentle flicker of candlelight danced softly, setting an atmosphere both hazy and intimate. At the front of the chamber, a woman sat poised on an elegant bed. She was adorned in a red satin wedding gown and crowned with a golden phoenix headdress. With breathtaking beauty, porcelain skin, and radiant allure, her entire presence exuded an ethereal elegance, the very embodiment of a union between heaven and man. Like a celestial maiden descended from the 9 heavens, she shone with pristine sanctity, evoking humble self-reflection in onlookers. At that moment, Gu Qinghuang lifted her gaze, and the two locked eyes. Lu Yuan appeared momentarily entranced. Having long heard that his bride possessed a beauty that could topple cities and reign supreme throughout Donghuang, witnessing her in person only deepened his astonishment. "It is getting late. Let us rest," she said softly. Gu Qinghuang's enchanting eyes flickered before she withdrew her gaze, then her crimson lips parted delicately as she spoke in a calm tone. Her ethereal voice resonated without a trace of emotion. Just then a cold mechanical tone abruptly echoed within Lu Yuan's mind, a startling intrusion. Ding! A notification declared that the host was undergoing a significant turning point in life and the awakening system was activating. System. Lu Yuan's eyes widened in sudden shock at the prompt. After all these years since his transmigration, had his system finally awakened? In his previous life, he was nothing more than an ordinary office worker, a model citizen in every regard. All because he attended a class reunion, and after partaking in a hasty escapade via an app, he inexplicably found himself transported into this fantastical realm. He was born into what is now the Tianqi Lu family, albeit only as a collateral branch of modest standing, further burdened by the curse of an untrainable Huanggushi. He had endured scorn and ridicule since childhood, starting his life much like any other failure. Yet on the eve of his wedding night, he never imagined that his system would awaken. Ding! The system has fully loaded. Congratulations to the host for awakening the life choice system. Simply follow the options provided to receive rewards. Option 1, refuse the bridal chamber and defy familial control to earn the Sun Dao Body. Option 2, proceed with the marriage to enjoy the beauty's grace and earn the chaos body. In his mind, the two options echoed clearly. This made Lu Yuan's gaze harden. Born into a family of cultivators, even if he himself could not properly cultivate, he had extensively perused ancient texts to understand these two physiques and was not unfamiliar with them. The Sun Dao Body, blazing and unyielding when perfected, commands overwhelming might and paves a direct path to the imperial realm. Equally illustrious is the chaos body. This is a physique favored by heaven and earth, unconstrained by celestial laws, capable of harmonizing with myriad energies, evolving innate techniques, and obliterating all in its path. By harnessing the dominant chaos essence to seize vital energies from all directions and unleash arcane Dao techniques, with terrifying immediacy, the chaos body revealed its fearsome potential. Chaos body. He mused, unfettered by celestial laws, perhaps it can shatter the shackles upon my sacred form in one fell swoop. Lu Yuan stood rooted in contemplation, while beside him Gu Qinghuang observed his hesitant expression, the corners of her brows drawing together in quiet concern. Since I have accepted the Lu family's proposal, I shall honor the way of a wife. Thus you need not worry, she declared. Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback by her words. It appeared that his bride had already come to terms with reality, dismissing any melodramatic notions of obstacles to intimacy or other cliched marital woes. Given the circumstances, he resolved to embrace the chaos body. But make no mistake, he added, whether I enter the bridal chamber or not matters little. Determined to harness the properties of the chaos body to shatter the shackles on his sacred form, Lu Yuan ceased further hesitation, slowly shedding his outer robe as he advanced toward the bedchamber. The next morning at dawn, when Lu Yuan woke, Gu Qinghuang's figure had already vanished without a trace, as if she had been nothing more than an illusory dream. Only a glaring blood-red stain upon the bedding silently spoke of the lingering tenderness of last night. Lu Yuan sat up, steadying his emotions. After confirming there was no one outside the door, he silently shouted within his heart, system claimed the reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing option 2 and obtaining the chaotic physique. In that instant, a sudden transformation erupted. Endless currents of chaotic qi spontaneously arose within Lu Yuan's body. Like spirit serpents, the streams of chaos raced swiftly through his limbs and bones, then in an inconceivable way began to rapidly scour his entire skeleton, blood and meridians, and all his internal organs. Ow! Pain twisted Lu Yuan's features, and a low cry escaped him. Clenching his fists and grinding his teeth, he endured with all his might. The agony was no less than having his bones dug out and blood replaced. It was as if countless insects were gnawing at him from head to toe, the pain unbearable. Yet Lu Yuan understood. This was the path he had to tread to transform into the chaotic physique. There was no method but to withstand it heat in. As time slipped by, Lu Yuan's entire body became shrouded in an eerie mantle of pitch-black, chaotic qi. The surrounding void collapsed and fractured, forming a vacuum around him. Faintly there came the roar of myriad Daos and the mournful wail of the laws of heaven and earth, incomparably terrifying. No one knew how long had passed. Suddenly, as he sat cross-legged upon the floor, Lu Yuan's eyes snapped open, shooting out a terrifying beam of chaotic light. In that moment, he felt better than he ever had before. He could clearly sense the free-flowing essence of heaven and earth in the surrounding void, as familiar and responsive as his own arm. With but a thought, he could devour it all, drawing the qi into his body and taking the very first step on the path of cultivation. Let me first try to break the heavenly shackles upon my sacred body. Impatience surged in Lu Yuan's heart. In the next instant, he mobilized all his power, driving it to converge 3 inches below his navel. The bitter sea. It was the first realm of cultivation and the very source of a cultivator's strength. As one born with a sacred body, he had attempted countless times to open this pure land, only to be constrained each time by the shackles of heaven. Those shackles had always been as unyielding as bedrock, immovable, his greatest obstacle. With a boom, countless strands of chaotic qi surged and tumbled like raging waves, crashing down madly. After a few breaths, a crisp crack sounded from within Lu Yuan's body. It was as though an invisible divine chain of order was being tyrannically ground to dust by the chaotic origins, splintering inch by inch. Immediately, a majestic surge of blood and vitality erupted forth, rushing to the surface of his body. Again, delight flashed across Lu Yuan's face as he continued his assault on the barrier. Another crack. The second shackle shattered. Then the third, the fourth, one after another, until the ninth shackle. Lu Yuan's bitter sea finally opened. 3 inches below his navel radiance burst forth a blazing expanse of gold, rising like a great golden sun. Within the bitter sea, myriad divine lights intertwined, thunder and lightning danced, furious waves surged, and tsunamis roared to the heavens, the spectacle so grand it could only be called world-shocking. At last, all the visions gradually subsided. Lu Yuan's entire bitter sea transformed into a boundless golden expanse brimming with exuberant vitality and an astonishingly surging power. So this is the power of the desolate ancient sacred body. Lu Yuan opened his palm, a look of exhilaration on his face. The old shackles of the past had been shed. Only today did he truly know himself. No words could be more fitting at this moment. All the heavenly suppressions of the past had vanished without a trace. It was as if he had been reborn. Every inch of his flesh brimmed with explosive divine strength, far surpassing tens of thousands of caddies. Just as Lu Yuan was immersed in this joy, however, footsteps soft and light suddenly sounded outside the door. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened, and a cloud of chaotic qi instantly rose in his palms, spilling forth to veil his bitter sea and prevent any aura from leaking out. Knock, knock, knock. A knocking sounded at the door. Son-in-law, are you awake? I am Mrs. Maid, here to attend you with your bath and change of clothes. Outside, a slightly youthful girl's voice drifted in. Come in, he said. As his words fell, the door was pushed open. A young girl in a dark green long dress with a delicately pretty face stepped inside. She looked to be around 16 or 17, brimming with youthful vitality. The moment she entered, her bright liquid eyes roamed over Lu Yuan again and again, unable to stop appraising him. What is it? Lu Yuan reached up to touch his own face, somewhat puzzled. Ah, it's nothing. Son-in-law, you are actually... It is truly different from the rumors outside. The girl stuck out her tongue playfully and giggled. Oh, and what does the outside world say about me? Lu Yuan raised his brows, his interest piqued. Just idle gossip. Not worth hearing. She did not elaborate further, and instead gracefully began to introduce. I grew up in the Gu family from childhood and have always served Miss. From now on, young master may simply call me Linger. Hearing this, Lu Yuan nodded silently. Gu Qinghuang's personal maid truly had a pleasant temperament. There was none of the arrogance or overbearing air of a haughty servant. Instead, she was a lively girl, pure and innocent at heart. Where is your young lady? Lu Yuan asked. Miss should have gone to pay respects to the 2 clan sacred lords. She will likely return after an hour or so. Mu Linger spoke as she straightened the rumpled bedding. When her gaze fell upon that blood-red mark on the sheets, her cheeks flushed at once as she quickly rolled the sheet up, put it away, and replaced it with a fresh one. Oh, Lu Yuan nodded thoughtfully. According to ancient custom, after a wedding, the younger generation should go to pay respects to their elders. Yet in the Lu family, he held a lowly status, merely a collateral descendant. Naturally, he had no qualification to meet the Lu family's sacred lord. In daily matters, it was always a few clan elders who came to relay instructions. That Gu Qinghuang had not called him along was likely out of consideration for this fact. Young master, please bathe. Mu Linger lifted her hand and points of spiritual light blossomed. A wooden tub, hot water towels, and other washing items appeared out of thin air. She was clearly also a cultivator of no trivial realm. Lu Yuan could not help but sigh inwardly that the Gu clan was indeed an ancient aristocratic family of the southern region. Even a maid possessed such solid cultivation. Without further pretense, Lu Yuan allowed Mu Linger to attend him as he began to bathe and wash up. Half an hour later, Lu Yuan changed into a brand new black robe. It accentuated his tall, slender frame, making him appear even more upright, his bearing heroic and unworldly. At the sight, Mu Linger's beautiful eyes lit up, and she could not help but offer a few words of praise. Next, Lu Yuan pushed open the door and stepped outside, taking a deep breath of the cold, crisp air. His mind cleared, and his whole body felt relaxed and at ease. Just then, a dazzling divine rainbow suddenly descended from the sky, landing directly in the courtyard. Lu Yuan recognized the newcomer. It was Lu Zhengming, a direct-line elder of the 3rd branch of the Lu clan. He not only held great authority, but also possessed a cultivation that was exceedingly terrifying. He was a true god. The realms of cultivation were bitter sea essence, nurturing divine palace, cave, heaven, dharma aspect, nirvana, communing with the divine, true god, heavenly god, king, saint king, great saint, quasi-emperor, and great emperor. Each realm was divided into 9 heavens. I have met the clan elder. Lu Yuan's expression was calm as he cupped his hands in greeting. On the other side, Mu Linger also slightly bowed, saying, I have met the elder of the Lu family. Lu Zhengming's expression remained blank as he nodded indifferently. Then his gaze fell upon Lu Yuan, lingering for a moment as he said, Follow me, I have something to discuss with you. As his words fell, a frail arm shot out like lightning. Without regard for Lu Yuan's consent, it grabbed him and swept him away into the distance. After a dizzying whirlwind, the two arrived at the summit of a mountain. How was last night? Did that girl from the Gu family cooperate? Lu Jingming said, hands behind his back in a casual tone. Lu Yuan seemed to have anticipated that the clan's higher-ups would send someone to inquire, and he felt no surprise in his heart, only responding calmly. It was okay. What do you mean by okay? Speak in detail. Lu Jingming turned to glance at him, his eyes narrowing gradually, a sharp glint flickering within. How detailed can I be about what happened in the room? Do you expect me to explain everything from beginning to end? Lu Yuan frowned and retorted. Lu Jingming was taken aback, seemingly not expecting this. A mere side-branch disciple still a waste dared to speak to him this way. It seemed that after the alliance with the Gu family, he had become quite bold. However, Lu Jingming knew that this matter was not something to pry into deeply, so he did not dwell on it. When Gu Qinghuang returns from her greeting, she will head back to the Wanshu sacred land. He added, when you see her, remember to express your desire to accompany her. Do you understand? I am to go to the Wanshu sacred land too. Lu Yuan said, surprised. Why has no one mentioned this to me before? What difference does it make whether you know or not? Lu Jingming replied coldly. The cost the family paid to align with the Gu family is beyond your imagination. Just the source stones alone amount to millions of pounds. Therefore you must spend time with Gu Qinghuang and strive to conceive a divine fetus as soon as possible. Do you understand? Lu Jingming said with a cold smile, without any courtesy. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's eyes flickered slightly. The higher-ups of the family truly regarded him as a breeding tool, showing no concern for his human rights or feelings. To marry a chicken, follow the chicken. To marry a dog, follow the dog. Yet in his case, it was reversed. If this were to spread, he would surely be ridiculed by the world. Clearly, the Lu family did not care about the reputation of this waste. Their only focus was whether Gu Qinghuang could give birth to an innate holy Buddhist offspring. However, this was also good. It meant he could break free from the Lu family's control. He possessed the chaos body and the ancient holy body, two immensely powerful physiques. With the system assisting in his cultivation, once he took this step, he would undoubtedly soar to great heights. Lu Yuan thought to himself, not making any response. Let's go. Gu Qinghuang is returning soon. With that, Lu Jingming waved his hand once again, lifting Lu Yuan as they ascended into the sky. Not long after, a graceful figure appeared outside the temple. Gu Qinghuang was dressed in a purple long gown, her exposed skin shining like jade. Under the sunlight it sparkled, resembling the most perfect work of art in the world, incredibly splendid. Ah, the young lady is back. Mu Linger's eyes brightened as she sensed this familiar aura and immediately welcomed her. The two chatted and laughed along the way, seemingly having a very good relationship. They did not seem like a master and servant, but rather like sisters. Gu Qinghuang chatted a few words with Mu Linger before walking into her chamber alone. You've returned. Lu Yuan touched his nose somewhat awkwardly, greeting her. I want to pay my respects. Gu Qinghuang nodded lightly. The two newlyweds had weathered the storm of the previous night. Meeting again, the scene inevitably felt somewhat awkward. After all, their marriage was arranged. They had not known each other before, and were not that familiar. After a brief silence, the atmosphere became even more awkward. Lu Yuan showed a hesitant expression, contemplating how to bring up the matter. At that moment, Gu Qinghuang took the initiative to speak. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and said calmly, the marriage has concluded, and I am preparing to return to the Wanshu sacred land. With your physique, your situation in the Lu family will not be great. Why not accompany me? Lu Yuan was startled, gazing deeply at her as he asked, is this the intention of the Lu family's holy master? The holy master of the Lu family mentioned it casually, but the meaning is more or less the same. After all, you have no cultivation, and if you want to go to the Wanshu sacred land, you will need someone to escort you, which can be quite troublesome. So it's better to directly join the Wanshu sacred land and stay there, avoiding any gossip from others. Gu Qinghuang said calmly, her beautiful eyes steady. All right, when do we depart? Lu Yuan no longer hesitated and asked straightforwardly. Today, Gu Qing. So soon? Lu Yuan was somewhat taken aback. He had been thinking about returning to the side branch family where he grew up and saying goodbye to a few relatives. It seemed that there was no time for that. He did not want to delay Gu Qinghuang's schedule because of this matter, so he said nothing. Half an hour later, a massive spirit ship appeared above the main divine island of the Lu family. Qinghuang, let us set sail. On the spirit ship, an old man in gray robes, smiling, spoke. Thank you, elder. Gu Qinghuang performed a graceful bow. She turned to Lu Yuan and Mu Linger and said, let us go. As her words fell, a soft, brilliant divine light enveloped Lu Yuan and Mu Linger. Suddenly their feet felt light as they ascended into the air, boarding the spirit ship under the gaze of countless onlookers. In a short while, the spirit ship set off, sailing towards the horizon. The exterior was adorned with many peculiar Dao patterns capable of isolating the external noise and howling cold winds, creating a very tranquil environment. Lu Yuan stood on the exterior was adorned with many peculiar Dao patterns capable of isolating the external noise and howling cold winds, creating a very tranquil environment. Lu Yuan stood on the deck, overlooking the rapidly retreating mountains and rivers below, his expression somewhat melancholic. After so many years, he was finally leaving this place. The accumulated gloom in his heart over the years seemed to be swept away. On the contrary, a surge of heroism emerged from the depths of Lu Yuan's heart. In the past, there were no choices. Now the shackles have faded, as if I am reborn. This path of cultivation to the heavens, let's see how far I can go. Lu Yuan whispered to himself, a terrifying chaotic light flickering in his eyes, sharp and imposing. The spiritual vessel traversed through the void, moving at a breathtaking speed. In just 2 days it had arrived at the Wanshu sacred land. Beneath majestic peaks stood proudly, forming a continuous chain. Mists enveloped the area with ethereal lights flowing, creating a hazy scene that obscured clear visibility. Amidst the mountains and valleys one could see towering clusters of palaces, grand and magnificent, exuding an imposing aura. Occasionally the calls of celestial birds and exotic beasts echoed out, their sounds ethereal and melodious, reverberating through the valley, painting a picture of a blessed land of immortals. Elder, let's stop here. Gu Qinghuang bowed gracefully to the old man in gray and spoke. Qinghuang, the selection of the saintess at the Wanshu sacred land is about to begin. Though you have just recently married, you must not neglect your cultivation, understand? The old man in gray reminded, sternly, stealing a glance at Lu Yuan from the corner of his eye. The implication was clear: he wanted Gu Qinghuang not to be overly immersed in matters of romance. Yet Gu Qinghuang nodded gently. Then the elder of the Gu family did not linger, steering the spiritual vessel and changing direction to depart swiftly. A moment later, Lu Yuan, Gu Qinghuang, and Mu Linger arrived at the outer hall. At this time there were not many disciples inside, only a few figures. In the center of the hall sat an elderly man with graying hair. He was none other than Su Rong, the elder of the outer hall of the Wanshu sacred land. Upon seeing Gu Qinghuang's arrival, he couldn't help but exclaim softly, "Oh, Qinghuang, didn't you just go home to marry? Why are you back so soon?" Gu Qinghuang smiled slightly and replied, "Thank you for your concern, Elder Su. The grand competition of the sacred land is approaching, so I needed to return early to prepare." "I see. That makes sense." Su Rong nodded thoughtfully. "The position of saintess is of great importance and requires adequate preparation. I came here today to ask Elder Su for a favor, to help him with the entry procedures. I wonder if it aligns with the sacred land's recommendation process." Gu Qinghuang's beautiful eyes glanced at Lu Yuan beside her as she softly inquired. "Oh." Su Rong's gaze also fell on Lu Yuan. This person, though possessing extraordinary demeanor, showed no signs of spiritual energy fluctuations. He seemed to be an ordinary mortal. However, Su Rong had heard of the marriage between the Gu and Lu families. In an instant, he guessed Lu Yuan's identity. The ancient sacred body of the Tianqi Lu family has arrived. Since you personally recommend him, then it is naturally acceptable. Young friend, come with me." Su Rong smiled and readily agreed. "Thank you, Elder Su, for your trouble." Gu Qinghuang expressed her gratitude and then gave Lu Yuan a meaningful glance. Lu Yuan nodded and immediately followed the elder into the outer hall. Before long, a token symbolizing the identity of an outer disciple of the Wanshu sacred land was crafted and handed into Lu Yuan's hands. In addition, he was given a corner formation plate and an entry guide. Thus, he had officially joined the Wanshu sacred land. Lu Yuan stepped out of the hall, examining the formation plate with a puzzled expression. This formation plate is used to open your cave dwelling. In the Wanshu sacred land, outer disciples all have their own independent residences. However, the internal facilities are quite simple. You might find it uncomfortable. So there's no need to worry, you just come with me to live at Qixia Peak. Gu Qinghuang, noticing his confusion, patiently explained. Just then, a prompt sound from the system suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding detected the current experience of the host, triggering option rewards, please choose. Want to accompany Gu Qinghuang to live at Qixia Peak, reward of 10,000 pounds of source 2, refuse to accompany and live alone in the outer hall, reward of ancient imperial scripture and a volume of Dao scripture. The system rewards have been triggered. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened. The value of 10,000 pounds of source and the imperial scripture, which is more important, needs no further explanation. Moreover, throughout this journey, he had gathered quite a bit of information about the Wanshu sacred land from Mu Linger. Gu Qinghuang is a disciple of a female elder at the Wanshu sacred land. Qixia Peak is the Dao ground of that prominent figure. In terms of cultivation, she might be even more formidable than Lu Zhengming of the True God realm. With his dual bodies of Chaos Body and Ancient Sacred Body, cultivating under such a powerful figure would undoubtedly bring numerous inconveniences. Therefore, living alone in the outer hall is undoubtedly the best choice at present. With this in mind, Lu Yuan looked at Gu Qinghuang and smiled as he said, "It's fine, I am accustomed to being carefree, so I'll live in the outer hall. Moreover, with the grand competition of the Wanshu sacred land approaching, if I were to disturb you, it might distract you from your cultivation." Upon hearing this, Gu Qinghuang and Mu Linger were both taken aback, seemingly quite surprised by his response. "Son-in-law, living in the outer hall means no one will attend to you. Have you thought about it?" Mu Linger blinked her eyes and persuaded him. "I am merely a collateral relative of the Lu family. I have always been self-reliant and am not a pampered young master. I do not need someone to take care of me." Lu Yuan shook his head, politely declining Mu Linger's kind offer. Miss this. Mu Linger looked toward Gu Qinghuang, hesitating to speak. All right, since you insist on this, I will honor your choice. Gu Qinghuang spoke. Although her beautiful face was calm, a strange feeling subtly arose in her heart, causing her perception of Lu Yuan to shift. Then, as if recalling something, Gu Qinghuang flipped her fair hand, revealing a delicate token that shimmered. After returning, I will likely enter seclusion for a while. With this token, you can freely enter and exit most places in the sacred land. If you need any assistance, just come to Qixia Peak to find Linger. All right. Lu Yuan nodded, accepting it without hesitation. Immediately afterward, Gu Qinghuang sensed the location recorded on the formation plate and directed a divine rainbow, carrying Lu Yuan to fly away. In no time, the three had arrived at the foot of a mountain. Infusing spiritual power, the formation plate glowed. The cave dwelling at the farthest edge slowly opened. The cave was not very large, roughly 50 to 60 square feet in size. However, it was equipped with stone tables, stone chairs, stone beds, and other essentials, making it a decent place to stay. Well, then we will be heading back. You. Take care. Gu Qinghuang looked at Lu Yuan, a complex expression flashing in her beautiful eyes as she spoke softly. Take care. Lu Yuan smiled lightly. As his words fell, Gu Qinghuang and Mu Linger no longer lingered, disappearing from the spot with a flash of divine light. System claimed the reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ancient imperial scripture and a volume of Dao scripture. Lu Yuan sat cross-legged on the stone bed. He took out a golden sheet of paper from the system space and focused his gaze. It was densely filled with ancient characters. Just a glance made him feel as if a grand Dao sound resonated in his mind like the tolling of a great bell, deafening and profound. Truly, it is the Imperial Sutra of the Heart. Indeed, its mysteries are extraordinary. Lu Yuan's face lit up with joy as he hurriedly focused his vision to carefully study the content of the golden paper. However, after just a few breaths, he felt a dryness and sharp pain in his eyes, unable to continue looking. It's quite difficult to comprehend. Lu Yuan, unwilling to give up, let a wisp of chaotic energy flow from his fingertips and brushed it over his eyes. Boom! The dazzling light emitted by the golden sheet of paper suddenly dimmed. Even the ancient Dao rhyme flowing above it gradually calmed down. Chaos body, able to merge with myriad paths and innately evolve all laws. This is certainly not an empty boast. The small, obscure ancient characters rapidly decomposed, arranged, and combined in Lu Yuan's eyes. They displayed a miraculous power that reversed the divine into decay. Immediately after, Lu Yuan entered a meditative state, fully immersing himself in his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. A tall figure remained steadfast and motionless, with the thunderous sounds of the Dao resonating constantly within his body. Like crashing waves against the shore, like tides striking the heavens, the sounds were unending and astonishing. After another hour, Lu Yuan finally awoke from his deep meditation. He suddenly opened his eyes, a piercing brilliance shooting forth akin to a golden lightning bolt streaking across the sky. Now I should truly be considered to have embarked on the path of cultivation. Lu Yuan exhaled a breath of turbid air, murmuring to himself. He had cultivated the entire night, sitting like a wooden statue. Not only did he feel no fatigue, but instead felt invigorated with powerful energy surging throughout his body, akin to a gushing spring, quite remarkable. Moreover, at this moment he had birthed a wisp of weak divine thought. He was able to conduct a preliminary introspection, observing the sea of suffering within and examining his internal organs, which was extremely wondrous. My sea of suffering is at least 10 times larger than that of an ordinary cultivator. Even if the shackles of the heavenly Dao are broken, the cultivation resources needed to advance will far exceed those of others. To rapidly enhance my cultivation, a source is indispensable, Lu Yuan thought to himself. He then opened the introductory guide obtained from the outer sect hall to review it. When he saw the introduction of Yunlong Gorge, his gaze involuntarily sharpened, instantly filled with interest. The Wanchu Holy Land is a renowned top-tier force in the Eastern Wilderness. Naturally, the benefits for disciples are substantial. This Yunlong Gorge is one of them. It is said that beneath it lies a dragon vein that winds for tens of thousands of miles. It was nurtured and formed over countless years. There, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is exceptionally rich, regarded as a sacred ground for cultivation by the disciples of the Wanchu Holy Land. It is a rare place of fortuitous encounters. However, the Yunlong Gorge is not a place one can enter at will. The Wanchu Holy Land has clear regulations. Outer sect disciples can only cultivate in the outermost layer and may only stay for 1 day each month. Inner sect disciples may enter the second underground layer. For a month they may stay for 3 days. Core disciples may enter the third underground layer. For a month they may stay for 5 days. The deeper one goes, the closer they are to the dragon vein, where the spiritual energy is denser, making cultivation much more effective. As for the true disciples, deacons, offerings, elders, and so on, there are no clear regulations recorded. However, it is easy to imagine. Once reaching such a level, there should be no time restrictions. I am now also considered an outer sect disciple of Wanchu Holy Land. Absorbing some dragon vein spiritual energy is not excessive. I will use what is allotted for this month. With that thought, Lu Yuan no longer hesitated, suddenly rising and walking toward the outside of his cave residence. The Wanchu Holy Land covers an extremely vast area, even larger than the entire Tianqi. Moreover, there are many disciples within the sect. Along the way, dazzling divine rainbows occasionally streaked across the sky, numerous as the stars, leaving one dazzled. Until an hour later, Lu Yuan finally arrived at the location of the Yunlong Gorge according to the directions recorded in the introductory guide. On both sides of Yunlong Gorge were towering mountains, almost piercing the clouds. From a distance, it truly resembled a deep mountain gorge. At this moment outside a clearing, a considerable number of disciples had already gathered. Each person held a token in hand, forming a long queue at the entrance like a dragon. Lu Yuan scanned the area and casually chose a line to stand at the back, waiting quietly. The long line slowly inched forward. Although there were many people present, few dared to cut in line or push, clearly respecting the rules. The few deacons at the front were evidently not ordinary individuals. Just then suddenly there was a commotion not far ahead. Sister Lu Hong. Sister Lu Hong has arrived. Many disciples of the Holy Land exclaimed in surprise, all eyes turning in unison to the same direction. A girl in blue riding a majestic celestial crane gracefully approached, stepping atop the clouds. The moment she appeared, she became the focus of the entire crowd. It seemed she held a significant status in the Wanchu Holy Land and was quite popular. Unlike other disciples who followed the rules, Lu Hong flew directly to the front, greeted the deacons, and effortlessly entered the gorge. Saw even the celestial crane that Sister Lu Hong rides can freely enter Yunlong Gorge for cultivation. She truly puts others to shame. If I could, I would love to be Sister Lu Hong's mount, to be her dog. Someone said, enviously, speaking with a hint of melancholy. Young brother, don't dream too beautifully. I'll look in the mirror before you leave. An outer sect disciple at the sea of suffering realm, struggling to even fly. What could you do? Moreover, she is one of the 7 true disciples, Lu Hong. Oh wait, perhaps in 3 months you will have to call her Holy Maiden instead. Someone scoffed, speaking derisively. Perhaps not. Sister Lu Hong is strong, but the other 2 are not to be underestimated. Sister Gu, with her innate Dao fetus, is close to the Dao, though just this point almost places her in an invincible position. The disciples had various opinions regarding the selection of the Holy Maiden. Soon someone retorted, Sister Gu. Isn't she just newly married and still at Tianqi? Alas, such a pity. How could a generation's proud girl marry a waste? Truly a flower planted in cow, unjust, so unjust. The topic sparked by Lu Hong quickly fermented and spread among the crowd. Lu Yuan listened, not caring, merely smiling in response. For he believed that one day his name would resonate throughout the Eastern wilderness, echoing across the 5 domains. With the Chaos Saint Body, he would achieve great heights, ruling over all. Half an hour passed once more. Finally, it was Lu Yuan's turn. He handed over the token, symbolizing his identity as an outer sect disciple, to the deacon of the sacred land. The deacon raised his eyelids, scanned with his divine sense, found no issues, and quickly let him pass. Subsequently, Lu Yuan put away the token and quickly joined the crowd, entering the ravine. As soon as he entered, an overwhelming amount of heavenly and earthly essence rushed toward him. It was so rich that it made one's pores open and invigorated the spirit. It felt as if he was immersed in an ocean of spiritual energy. No wonder it's called the Yulong Ravine. Cultivating here will surely yield twice the result with half the effort and progress swiftly. Lu Yuan looked around, silently marveling. Then he stopped wasting time. He immediately found an open spot, sat cross-legged, and began to cultivate his Dao techniques. Boom. In an instant, Lu Yuan's golden sea of bitterness no longer remained calm. It stirred up turbulent waves, the sound roared. At the same time, countless strands of heavenly and earthly essence, as if drawn by a mysterious force, rushed rapidly toward his location. As the energy entered his body, it flowed like a gentle stream through Lu Yuan's limbs and bones. It nourished his physical body, purifying every inch of flesh and blood and strengthening his physique. Half an hour later, Lu Yuan stopped and furrowed his brows. Although the heavenly and earthly essence here was rich, the methodical cultivation was still quite slow. After a day's time, he could barely improve by a minor realm. This result was not what Lu Yuan desired. Forget it, no need to think so much, I'll start devouring directly. In this world, there are countless domineering gathering techniques. Not many would think of the chaotic body. Lu Yuan cast aside all distractions, his thoughts sinking, and immediately activated the chaotic essence within him. In the sea of bitterness, a pitch-black void slowly rose, spinning rapidly, trembling violently. In an instant, a remarkable change occurred in the scene. Centered around Lu Yuan, streams of majestic heavenly and earthly essence began to rush toward him frantically. The originally pale, yellow essence energy visibly deepened in color. Finally, it transformed into golden torrents that seemed to almost solidify, sweeping away. What is this? At this moment, many outer sect disciples nearby sensed something unusual. They opened their eyes in unison, looking in the same direction. Hiss! Such a domineering spirit gathering technique. I've never seen such a rapid absorption speed. The grade is definitely not low, far beyond what ordinary outer sect disciples can practice. Someone gasped, a flicker of astonishment appearing in their eyes. Clearly just a reckless novice. Daring to plunder heavenly and earthly essence in Yulong Ravine, doesn't he fear bursting himself? Not far away, a young man in a green robe snorted disdainfully. Then he quickly returned his gaze, continuing to sit and cultivate, ignoring the situation. Among the outer sect disciples of the Wanchu sacred land, there were many who came from families of cultivators with notable backgrounds. Therefore, possessing a high-level spirit gathering technique was not unusual. However, the heavenly and earthly essence emitted from the underground dragon vein, though rich, was ultimately not the pure energy stored within spirit stones. It remained incredibly violent. For cultivators to absorb it, they needed to refine it through layers before it could be used. Yet that person whose cultivation seemed low dared to absorb such a vast amount of energy at once. It was uncertain whether it was skillful bravery or a rush for quick results that clouded his judgment. However, it was more likely the latter. After all, outer sect disciples could only cultivate in Yulong Ravine for 1 day a month. The time was incredibly precious. There had always been many who thought like this. Half an incense stick of time has passed, still absorbing. Is he trying to kill himself? Some outer sect disciples widened their eyes, completely captivated. Forget it, let's not care about him. Time is precious, let's focus on cultivation. By the way, better to stay away from that guy lest it blows up later and splatters blood all over me. Someone chuckled coldly, quickly rose and moved to a distant spot to sit. At this moment, Lu Yuan sat with closed eyes, as still as an old monk in meditation. The surging heavenly and earthly essence entered his body without even stirring up a single ripple, being forcefully suppressed by the chaotic essence. Countless strands of chaotic energy flowed past, instantly transforming into gentle and pure heavenly energy, which he rapidly absorbed. This was the immense advantage of the chaotic body in cultivation, refining the essence of the 10 directions for personal use, domineering beyond measure. Time continued to pass. A day was quickly coming to an end. Every minute, every second, Lu Yuan's cultivation was climbing. Sea of Bitterness Realm first layer. Sea of Bitterness Realm second layer. Sea of Bitterness Realm third layer. Waves roiling, thunder and lightning intertwining. Lu Yuan's Sea of Bitterness glowed golden, complex divine patterns coalescing. At the same time, his fleshly pores were being nourished from every direction. A surging divine radiance emerged from his blood and flesh, continually strengthening his physique. His internal organs, bones, and meridians underwent a qualitative leap, becoming incredibly resilient, immensely powerful. As Lu Yuan's frenzied devouring continued, the surrounding heavenly and earthly essence also thinned at a visible rate. At first, no one paid much attention, but later more and more people felt something was off. Suddenly, someone opened their eyes wide, realizing that the cultivator practicing the high-level spirit gathering technique had not yet stopped. It was as if there was a bottomless pit within him, continuously plundering the heavenly energy. Damn, what a madman. Freak. Many outer sect disciples cursed under their breath and hurriedly got up till they ran far away as if fleeing from a plague. However, this act also stirred anger in some. Malicious glances swept over Lu Yuan's face one after another, as if they wanted to remember him well, intending to settle the score with him when they left the Yulong Ravine. However, the young man in the green robe did not leave this area. It seemed he was unwilling to back down, engaging in a thorough contest with Lu Yuan. He too activated a respectable spirit gathering technique, frantically competing with Lu Yuan for the heavenly essence. But the outcome was predictable. Without mentioning a fair fight under Lu Yuan's domineering plunder, even getting a taste was extremely difficult. This is outrageous. The young man was furious, his expression as dark as water, and he suddenly stood up. His fingers quickly converged, radiating a brilliance as he slashed toward Lu Yuan not far away. Swish! A sharp beam of light, like lightning, shot forth with incredible speed and lethal force. Just then, Lu Yuan sensed it, suddenly opened his eyes, clenched his fist, and smashed down. Boom! That razor-sharp beam shattered instantly beneath Lu Yuan's fist, dissolving into shimmering motes of divine radiance that faded into the void. Who are you? Why disturb my cultivation? Lu Yuan rose to his feet, frowning coldly as he barked the question. Humph, so I misjudged you after all. You do possess a modicum of skill. A glance from the young man swept over him, arrogant and detached, before he spoke indifferently. Do you truly believe this dragon-embracing gorge exists solely for your use? Monopolizing an entire zone and forcibly seizing spiritual essence. Do you even understand the rules? Cultivation is a contest of ability. What rules are there to speak of? If you cannot contend with me, you may simply relocate, as others have done. Lu Yuan spoke calmly, his expression utterly impassive. I cannot contend with you. How laughable. Don't presume that mastering a high-tier spirit-gathering art grants you free reign across the outer sect. You're still vastly inferior. As your senior brother, allow me to discipline you properly. Enraged, the young man laughed bitterly, his eyes sharpening with icy malice as he advanced step by deliberate step. At that moment, within the outermost reaches of the dragon-embracing gorge, numerous disciples had already been drawn by the commotion, their gazes converging upon the scene. TSK. The fool has indeed provoked Lu Mu. All the better, spares us the trouble of intervening ourselves. Let's enjoy the spectacle. A chorus of mocking laughter followed, their faces twisted with cruel amusement. Having lost so much natural spiritual essence earlier, resentment simmered in every heart. If he were one of the outer sect's renowned hard cases, it might be understandable. Yet he was a complete stranger, utterly oblivious to the heavens above and the earth beneath. Meanwhile, the onlooking disciples cast pitying glances toward Lu Yuan. Lu Mu, ranked 7th level in the Sea of Bitterness, was already an exceptionally formidable figure among the outer sect. Rarely did anyone dare provoke him in daily life. To draw his attention meant inevitable suffering. So, you intend to fight here? Lu Yuan remained perfectly composed as the other drew near. After merely one day of cultivation, his realm had surged forward dramatically, his strength magnified beyond measure. There was nothing left to fear. And if I do, let me teach you a lesson. A chilling smirk flickered across Lu Mu's face. In the next instant, he erupted into action. His hands wove seals with blinding speed. Divine energy roiled forth from his sea of bitterness, surging outward to manifest dozens of condensed divine runes, transforming instantly into lethal razor-edged miniature swords that slashed forward in unison. Lu Yuan's gaze hardened. His blood and chi flared explosively. His feet shifted with astonishing agility. Triac. Golden radiance blazed around his form, his speed defying comprehension. He darted through the torrential sword rain like a phantom, moving with absolute mastery, as though traversing an empty, unguarded realm. In less than a single breath, he evaded every strike. Then, with a thunderous stomp, sheer force trembled the very earth. His body shot forward like a golden lightning bolt, closing the distance in a flash to strike Lu Mu at point-blank range. What a... Lu Mu's expression contorted, utterly unprepared for such overwhelming speed. This was no arcane body movement technique, merely raw, unadulterated physical power. It was simply staggering. Panicked, Lu Mu clenched his teeth and condensed several more divine runes to launch another barrage. Boom. Lu Yuan neither dodged nor retreated. He met them, heat and shattering every rune with 3 punches and 2 kicks, then lunged forward to close in. Then he cocked his right fist back and delivered a crushing blow straight to Lu Mu's chest. Brutal, unstoppable, and devastatingly powerful. The Primordial Saintly Body's physical might was beyond any ordinary cultivator's imagination. Once closed to melee range, survival itself was uncertain, let alone walking away unscathed. Pooh! Lu Mu spat torrents of blood hurled backward over 30 zhong, cracks snapping audibly through his ribs, before crashing violently onto the ground. Thighs, how is this possible? Lu Mu, 7th level in the Sea of Bitterness, defeated in a single exchange. Since when did the outer sect produce such a terrifying figure? The gathered disciples stood frozen mouths agape, as if witnessing something utterly inconceivable. Yugi. Clutching his chest, Lu Mu staggered upright, eyes blazing with incandescent fury. To be humiliated so thoroughly by an unknown nameless cultivator was utterly intolerable. You claimed you'd teach me the rules. With such feeble capability, how exactly do you intend to instruct me? A sardonic curve lifted the corner of Lu Yuan's mouth. Having tested his current strength, Lu Yuan's confidence deepened further. You dare defy me? Furious beyond restraint, Lu Mu raised his hand, and a sword-like artifact materialized instantly. Divine energy flooded its core. Blinding light erupted, unleashing an aura of piercing, razor-sharp lethality. Too slow, Lu Yuan murmured flatly, his expression unchanging. Even as he spoke, he activated his supreme velocity, blurring into a streak of light, reappearing before Lu Mu in the blink of an eye. Slap! Lu Yuan raised his hand and delivered a thunderous, stinging slap. Lu Mu was sent flying again, another dozen zhong backward. His head spun dizzily, his ears rang shrilly, his face swelled grotesquely, bruised purple and black, swollen beyond recognition. I'll kill you. Lu Mu felt searing pain across his cheek, humiliation burning hotter than fire. Humph. Seems you're quite resilient to punishment. Try again. I'll slap you once more, until you yield completely. Lu Yuan's countenance turned ice cold as he advanced step by deliberate step. Had he not reacted swiftly at first, that ambush would have gravely wounded even seasoned disciples. For such ruthless aggressors, he felt not the slightest mercy. Lu Mu's face paled with sudden terror at Lu Yuan's approach, as if trauma had already taken root. A terrifying aura surged in from beyond the gorge. Why aren't you cultivating? Why gather here? A sect steward stationed outside, alerted by the disturbance, descended upon the scene. The onlookers scattered instantly at the steward's arrival, fleeing like startled birds, refusing to linger any longer. What happened? The steward glanced sharply between the two, brow furrowed. Before Lu Yuan could utter a word, Lu Mu preemptively accused him, twisting the truth entirely, claiming Lu Yuan had seized his cultivation spot and assaulted him, leaving him battered and broken. Is that so? The steward turned to Lu Yuan, voice edged with frost. Lu Yuan frowned faintly, unanticipated that Lu Mu possessed so little backbone, resorting to tattling before a sect steward. Yet he saw no need to justify himself. Instead, he produced the token Gu Qinghuang had given him, and held the purple gold token. The steward's eyes snapped wide. This was the exclusive insignia of disciples of true transmission, bestowed upon an outer sect disciple. Their connection must run profoundly deep. Within Wanchu Holy Land, only 7 such disciples of true transmission existed. Not even a senior elder would treat them lightly, let alone a mere steward. After all, who could say which of these 7 might one day ascend as Holy Prince or Holy Princess, or even as the future sovereign of Wanchu? What is your name? The steward scrutinized Lu Mu, now swollen beyond recognition, and studied him closely, yet failed to identify him. Disciple Lu Mu. Lu Mu, apologize. What? Me apologize? Lu Mu, upon hearing this, was utterly stunned. He had just been beaten into a wretched state, yet now he was expected to apologize. Where was the logic in that? Yet before Lu Mu could protest with reason, a chilling gaze struck him like ice, its warning unmistakable. A bitter resentment churned deep within Lu Mu's heart, yet he dared not utter a word. After all, this was a disciplinary officer of a sacred land. Crushing him would be no more difficult than crushing an ant. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Bearing excruciating pain throughout his body, Lu Mu forced himself to bow deeply before Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's eyes flickered faintly. Unexpectedly, this purple gold token proved remarkably effective. Even a sacred land disciplinary officer granted it deference, permitting certain rules to be overlooked. Thereafter, Lu Yuan saw no further need to dwell on the matter. Turning sharply, he strode away without hesitation. A day's cultivation at the Yunlong Gorge had propelled him through several minor breakthroughs. His gains were profound. He now stood on the cusp of reaching the 4th realm of the Bitter Sea. The Emperor's scripture, the Heart Cultivation Manual, had laid an unshakable foundation for him. With his current physical prowess, battling across multiple minor realms felt as effortless as eating or drinking, utterly without strain. First, I must return and consolidate my cultivation. Lu Yuan mused inwardly, then set off directly toward his residence. Moments later, as he passed a peculiar mountain peak, his primordial chaos origin stirred spontaneously within, unbidden and irresistible. It was as though drawn by some mysterious, unseen force. Lu Yuan halted, his gaze lifting intently toward the summit. He could feel it clearly. The source of that power emanated precisely from the mountaintop. What could possibly reside there capable of resonating so profoundly with his chaos body? At that very instant, a system prompt rang sharply within Lu Yuan's mind. Ding! System detects a pivotal event in the host's journey. Reward options activated. Option 1, ascend the peak to investigate. Reward 500 gene of primordial source. Option 2, ignore it entirely and return. Reward a top-tier magical artifact. A reward has been triggered. 500 gene of primordial source, or a top-tier magical artifact. Lu Yuan's eyes gleamed faintly. In the cultivation world, weapons and artifacts were strictly ranked by tier. Magical artifacts, spirit-infused artifacts, divine weapons, saintly weapons, supreme, emperor-level weapons. A top-tier magical artifact possessed formidable power. Even ordinary inner disciple rank cultivators rarely possessed one. In terms of value, it far surpassed 500 gene of primordial source. Yet having triggered several system rewards already, Lu Yuan had begun to discern the underlying pattern. Only events capable of meaningfully altering his destiny would trigger such prompts. Thus, something extraordinary, undoubtedly significant, must lie atop that peak. Worth investigating without delay. Without further hesitation, Lu Yuan altered course and marched resolutely toward the nearby mountain. The mountain rose steep and jagged, its surface riddled with grotesque boulders. No coherent path existed. Even with Lu Yuan's extraordinary constitution, the prolonged ascent left him weary. Yet half an hour later, he finally reached the summit, and his primordial chaos origin surged with heightened vitality. Before him stood an ancient stone stele, jet black, shimmering with obsidian luster. Unassuming at first glance, yet radiating an overwhelming pressure, so potent that even the flow of blood within his veins seemed to slow. Beside the stele stood a white-robed man, tall and elegant. Appearing 25 or 26, his features were as refined as carved jade, ethereal, transcendent, and otherworldly in bearing. Oh, an outer disciple. The white-robed man turned, glancing at Lu Yuan with mild surprise. Since you have found your way here, you share karmic affinity with this object, perhaps destined for a great fortune. His smile was gentle, his voice soothing, as if warm spring breezes brushed the soul. May I ask, what is this? Lu Yuan stepped closer, studying the stele with furrowed brows. An inscription carved from chaos stone. The white-robed man explained calmly. Chaos stone. Lu Yuan's expression tightened instantly. No wonder he'd sensed such a profound ancestral resonance upon approaching the stele. Chaos stone ranked among the supreme treasures, peerless even beside celestial metals. Countless eons ago, a celestial emperor forged a supreme emperor-level weapon from it, shaking the cosmos with its might. Its rarity was thus self-evident. And this slab, so vast in scale, was beyond valuation. May I inquire, senior brother, what exactly do you mean by great fortune? Lu Yuan paused, then asked again. Such a colossal piece of chaos stone could hardly go unnoticed by the elders of Wanchu's sacred land. Something deeper must be at play. The inscription itself. Our Wanchu sacred land has flourished for hundreds of thousands of years. All our most profound secret techniques trace their origins back to these 9 chaos stone steels. Yet the scriptures inscribed upon them are profoundly abstruse. Only those with true karmic affinity can decipher them. Others waste time in futile contemplation. Thus the sect's elders sealed them away with peerless arts. Their appearances are neither fixed in time nor only disciples bound by karmic resonance may sense them and find their way here. Like you and me. The white-robed man spoke softly. I see. Thank you, senior brother, for the explanation. Understanding dawned upon Lu Yuan's face. Begin your cultivation swiftly. It may vanish at any moment. Yes. As the words faded, the two each claimed a corner and commenced their deep contemplation of the chaos stone steel. Lu Yuan focused his vision, unblinking, unwavering, upon its surface. In an instant the world around him blurred. The countless Dao symbols etched upon the steel seemed to awaken, flowing with ancient primordial Dao rhythms. Before Lu Yuan's eyes they intertwined, reconfigured, and danced. Boundless profundities and endless Dao melodies resonating within his heart, radiant with sacred mystery. So they sat, each immersed in profound Dao realization. How long had passed none could tell. A thunderous roar split the air. The chaos stone steel blazed with light, as if awakened to sentience, and soared skyward from the summit, vanishing into the void. A pity. The white-robed man stirred from meditation, a flicker of regret crossing his eyes. He had evidently failed to fully grasp the scripture's esoteric verses. By contrast, Lu Yuan's eyes shimmered with brilliant light, vibrant, luminous, clearly brimming with profound insight. Both rose and exchanged a silent, knowing glance. Lu Yuan sensed instinctively this white-robed man was no ordinary cultivator. His strength ran terrifyingly deep. Might I ask your name, senior brother? Lu Yuan inquired. The white-robed man smiled gently. Given your talent, we shall meet again soon. Then all shall be revealed. As his final words echoed, a streak of divine light flashed, and he departed, drifting away like a celestial, a person of unfathomable depth. Lu Yuan gazed in the direction he had departed, muttering to himself. He then ceased to linger and retraced his steps down the mountain. Before long, Lu Yuan returned to his cave dwelling. System claimed the reward. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing option 1, obtaining 500 pounds of source. The prompt sound followed. In the system space, a large pile of pure source stones resembling amber suddenly appeared. These stones contained the rich essence of heaven and earth, essential for cultivators. They also served as the basic currency for trade and commerce. This journey has yielded significant rewards. 500 pounds of source, if completely refined, should help me cultivate to the late stage of the bitter sea realm. Moreover, I have obtained a formidable method of refining the spirit. Lu Yuan's eyes flickered with a hint of excitement. This method is called the Chaos Divine Demon Visualization Technique. It was acquired from his observation of the scriptures on the Chaos Stone Tablet. Although he did not know its rank, just hearing its name was enough to indicate that this method was extraordinary. Furthermore, it was an extremely rare method of refining the spirit. Ordinary cultivators would only open their spiritual seas and give birth to their nascent souls upon reaching the divine palace realm. If he could cultivate his divine sense earlier, it would greatly benefit him in condensing his divine palace in the future. Subsequently, Lu Yuan chose not to dwell on it further. With a wave of his hand, a corner of an array plate appeared in his palm. He infused his magical power into it, and a simple protective array was instantly formed outside the cave, capable of blocking the prying eyes of outside cultivators. After completing everything, Lu Yuan took out over 100 pounds of source, spread it across the ground, and immediately activated the chaos chi to begin melting and absorbing it. Crack! Crack! As piece after piece of source stone shattered, the entire cave was immediately filled with rich and pure essence of heaven and earth. It swirled like mist, almost liquefying into water. Lu Yuan operated the Dao scripture and continued his cultivation. Time passed quietly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Lu Yuan awakened from his deep cultivation. He slowly stood up and stretched his joints. A series of crackling sounds erupted from his body, akin to popping beans. At this moment, Lu Yuan felt his vital energy was surging, filled with vigor, each inch of flesh containing explosive power. He was almost unrecognizable compared to before. He had officially stepped into the 7th layer of the bitter sea realm. However, while his advancement was rapid, the resources consumed in his cultivation were also astonishing. In total, he had refined over 400 pounds of source. If placed in the hands of other cultivators, they would likely have reached the great perfection of the Bitter Sea realm by now. No wonder it is said that the ancient sacred body is difficult to cultivate. Even ancient families cannot afford to support it. Just the initial promotion requires such an amount. If it were to reach the later stages, it would likely become an insatiable abyss. However, Lu Yuan did not care much about this. He had the system to assist in his cultivation. As long as he triggered several more choices, any resources would be at his fingertips without any need for worry. He then began to cultivate the Chaos Divine Demon visualization technique. Gradually his mind emptied and his consciousness withdrew. He recalled the ancient scriptures from the Chaos Stone tablet, rapidly reorganizing them in his mind. Lu Yuan's divine sense entered a void realm. There was no light, no time, nor any reference points. All around were surging chaos, chi, unpredictable and turbulent. Uncertain how long it had been, this void realm violently trembled, and the space began to collapse. A towering divine demon silhouette manifested here, exuding an ancient and wild, terrifying aura. This divine demon silhouette was enormous beyond imagination, almost filling the entire realm. Its body was covered with dense, mysterious runes, shining like stars, encompassing all. Lu Yuan focused intently, using his own divine thought to begin visualizing the various runes imprinted on the divine demon, refining his will. Here there was no concept of time. A moment felt like a century. A century could also be but a moment. Long and void. For those with weak wills, perhaps a short visualization would drive them insane and lead to total collapse. An hour later, Lu Yuan's divine sense became chaotic, forcibly withdrawing from the visualization. At this moment his eyes were already bloodshot, utterly exhausted. This method is indeed extraordinary. After only a short period of cultivation, my divine sense power has increased significantly. At this rate, opening up my spiritual sea doesn't seem like it will be a difficult task. Lu Yuan felt a surge of joy within him. After adjusting his state, he continued the visualization. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Mu, who had been severely injured by Lu Yuan, had fully recovered. Surprisingly, he found that this time had turned misfortune into a blessing. His cultivation had successfully broken through to the 8th layer of the Bitter Sea realm, significantly increasing his strength. However, the scene of apologizing to that guy in Yulong stream persisted in his mind. Like a nightmare, it constantly reminded him of his humiliating past. If this thorn was not pulled out, it might become his inner demon on the path of cultivation in the future. Thus Lu Mu spent considerable effort to finally gather information about Lu Yuan's name and dwelling cave from the outer sect hall. Yet even so, he was still uncertain if he could defeat Lu Yuan. This person was unknown for what body-refining technique he had cultivated. His physical strength was astonishingly powerful. Not only was he extremely fast, but he could also crush divine patterns with his bare hands, comparable to inferior magical artifacts. Moreover, it seemed he had some background within the sacred land. This made Lu Mu cautious. After much contemplation, Lu Mu ultimately decided to hire someone to kill him and resolutely headed to the inner and outer sect black market, known only to a few disciples. At this moment, in a simple wooden house, 3 people gathered. Sitting directly in front was a young, effeminate cultivator radiating a powerful aura with flashes of ruthless brilliance occasionally glinting in his eyes, making it hard to look directly at him. Another person was a charming woman. She was dressed provocatively, her figure voluptuous, exuding an alluring aura as she languidly lay in the young man's embrace, inadvertently revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin beneath her skirt, captivating. "Who does junior brother Lu want to kill?" "Lu Yuan." Lu Mu gritted his teeth and replied. "Lu Yuan. I've never heard of such a person in the outer sect. What is his cultivation level?" The effeminate man raised an eyebrow and inquired. "Approximately. The 5th layer of the Bitter Sea realm, I guess." Lu Mu thought for a moment, not entirely sure. 200 pounds of source. The effeminate man directly quoted a price. Lu Mu's expression changed immediately, exclaiming, "So expensive." "Senior brother, I was introduced by a familiar person." The effeminate man glanced at him coldly and said, "So what? I recognize the source, not the person. Give me the source, and I will help you with your business. However, since you sought me out, you must pay regardless of whether I take the job or not. Think carefully before answering me." Hearing this, Lu Mu's expression became even more grim. Fan Yun and Xin Ping were top figures in the outer sect, both at the great perfection of the Bitter Sea realm, ruthless in nature, and would stop at nothing to achieve their goals. If he offended them, he would have to sleep with one eye open. After pondering for a few moments, Lu Mu's thoughts sank, and he directly tossed his storage bag over, saying, "Inside is over 80 pounds of source plus a lower-grade magical artifact. This is all my savings." Fan Yun took it, opened it, and glanced at it, revealing a smile. He then walked over, patted Lu Mu on the shoulder, and said, "Junior brother Lu, with your 8th layer of the Bitter Sea realm cultivation, you should be able to take down a 5th layer of the Bitter Sea realm. This person is either incredibly powerful or has a decent background within the sect. I can't be fooled by that. Do you think your 200 pounds of source is worth it?" Lu Mu was taken aback, immediately breaking into a cold sweat, and hurriedly shook his head, saying, "Not a loss, not a loss. All right, tell me where he is." 5 days later, Lu Yuan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze shining brightly, a flicker of brilliance dancing within. After this period of cultivating his divine sense, he had successfully begun to emerge from his sea of consciousness. His various divine perceptions were incredibly sharp. Without the need for eyes or ears, he could sense everything nearby, as if all of heaven and earth had come alive, exhibiting extraordinary phenomena. Then Lu Yuan stood up and walked out of his cave, experiencing the myriad wonders of his potent divine sense. Just at that moment, his gaze suddenly sharpened. In a secluded area not far away, he detected the presence of 2 cultivators who seemed to have lingered here for quite some time. Among them, one person hastened towards him with great urgency upon seeing him emerge. Who could it be? Lu Yuan pondered, standing still, without any movement, quietly waiting. After a moment, a charming woman with a waist that swayed like a water snake appeared in Lu Yuan's line of sight. This junior brother seems quite unfamiliar. Have you just moved into this cave? Qingping approached Lu Yuan, her eyes sparkling, and laughed sweetly. Yes, I just joined the outer sect not long ago. Who are you? Lu Yuan nodded and asked in confusion. My name is Qingping. I entered the sect 2 years before you. I live on the nearby mountain peak, so we're neighbors. Qingping pointed with her hand. I see. Lu Yuan realized. Junior brother, you are quite handsome, may I know? Lu Yuan. Qingping's beautiful eyes flickered. Indeed, she had not mistaken her target. Following that, Qingping engaged in light conversation with Lu Yuan. Only after a while did she slowly reveal her intentions. Junior brother Lu, you are quite young, yet your cultivation is not weak. I wonder if you could help your senior sister with a small task. What task? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow, growing cautious. Well, it's not much. I discovered a rare spirit herb with over 100 years of age in an ancient forest outside the sect. But there is a powerful beast guarding the area around the herb, and I cannot manage it alone. So I was thinking of collaborating with Junior brother. I will lure the beast away and Junior brother can take the spirit herb. What do you think, Junior brother Lu? At this point, Qingping added, of course, I won't let Junior brother work for free. There will be a reward once the task. Oh, what kind of reward? Lu Yuan feigned great interest. Well, that can be discussed. Seeing that he had taken the bait, Qingping smiled charmingly, leaning in closely, her breath like orchids, almost pressing her voluptuous body against him. The implication was quite clear. Just then, a notification from the system suddenly echoed in Lu Yuan's sea of consciousness. Ding detected the current experience of the host, triggering option rewards. Option 1, agree to go, reward a profound technique, the 5 elements, great hand seal. Option 2, refuse to go, reward a spirit herb of 100 years. Hearing this, Lu Yuan finally confirmed in his heart. This woman had ill intentions towards him. She wanted to use the beauty trap to lure him out of the sect, and then strike. The other aura, hidden hundreds of feet away, was presumably her accomplice. Junior brother, what are you hesitating about? Are you afraid I will eat you or something? Qingping laughed charmingly, half-jokingly saying. The reward. Is it really negotiable? Lu Yuan pretended, smiling broadly, his bold gaze quickly scanning her figure. Of course. Qingping patted her ample bosom, promising. All right, when shall we go? Lu Yuan no longer hesitated and inquired. We must act now, or else there may be changes. Let's set off immediately. If someone else gets there first, it will not be good. Qingping's pretty face brightened as she urged. All right then, please lead the way, senior sister Qing. Junior brother Lu, is straightforward, please. As her voice fell, Qingping moved swiftly ahead. Lu Yuan followed closely behind, his powerful divine sense probing the surroundings. As expected, the hidden cultivator also moved. They maintained a deliberate distance from the two of them. However, this still could not escape Lu Yuan's divine sense perception. The two were roughly equal in cultivation, both at the peak of the Bitter Sea realm. Although they were 2 small realms higher than Lu Yuan, he felt no fear in his heart, confident he could overpower any adversary in the Bitter Sea realm. He might as well play along with their scheme. Let's see whom these two were serving and what they were plotting against him. The Wanchu Holy Land, hidden amidst myriad mountains and valleys. Surrounding it were ancient forests and vast fields home to many aged and rare spirit herbs. Numerous powerful beasts lay in wait. Gradually, it had become a training ground for many disciples of the Holy Land and wandering cultivators. Slaughter and death were commonplace here, but it was also filled with various opportunities that drew many. Several hours later, Qingping led Lu Yuan to a deep mountain range. Surrounded by empty valleys and dense ancient forests, it was rarely visited by people. Occasionally, a few high-pitched roars from beasts echoed from afar, sending chills down one's spine. Junior brother Lu, if you continue forward for a few hundred miles, we will reach the place I mentioned. For now, we are still on the outskirts of the mountain range, and no powerful beasts are prowling, so you need not be anxious. Qingping's pretty face was beaming with smiles, attempting to put Lu Yuan at ease. All right. Lu Yuan maintained a calm expression and nodded. Subsequently, the two slowed their pace, walking side by side. They chatted and laughed along the way with no sense of urgency. After a while longer, Qingping finally found an opportunity, deliberately slowing her pace, to fall behind Lu Yuan. A glint of cold light flickered in her eyes as she quickly formed a seal. In an instant, the divine power in the Bitter Sea surged. A violent and scorching aura emanated from her palm. This was a high-level fire-based profound technique that Qin Ping practiced with astonishing lethality, always achieving results. With this strike, the person before her had no chance of survival. Just as Qin Ping was about to strike with lethal intent, a long hand entwined with mysterious power unknown from where it came shot out like lightning and seized Qin Ping's hands that were forming the seal. What? Qin Ping was taken aback, unable to suppress a cry of alarm. When she lifted her head again, a handsome face wearing a teasing smile quietly appeared before her. As the words fell, Qin Ping was taken aback once more. At this moment, how could she not know that Lu Yuan had already been on guard and saw through her intentions? Thus Qin Ping no longer concealed her strength. With a tremor of her delicate body, a surge of blood energy belonging to the perfected realm of the bitter sea erupted, attempting to break free from Lu Yuan's grasp. However, no matter how she struggled, she could not escape the grip of that iron clamp-like hand. The divine power surging from the bitter sea was as futile as a cow sinking into the sea, all shattered by that dark, eerie force. What? What kind of power is this? Qin Ping's expression was horrified, appearing quite flustered. Senior Sister Qin, it seems you have yet to answer my question. Lu Yuan's eyes were filled with mockery as he sneered. Without another word, he suddenly tightened his grip. Crack! The crisp sound of bones fracturing rang out. Qin Ping's 10 slender fingers resembling white scallions were brutally snapped by a terrifying force, even the finger bones shattering. The strength was unimaginable. The intense pain made Qin Ping's body tremble uncontrollably, her delicate face turning pale in an instant. In her fright, she quickly looked towards the ancient forest nearby and shouted loudly, "Brother Yuan, save me." Swish, swish, swish. A rustling sound came rapidly through the trees. Soon after, a figure of a man appeared. "Kid, let go of Ping. May I can make your death a little more painless." Fan Yun's gaze was cold and fierce, his words chilling like a venomous snake fixating on the person before him. That line should be mine to say, right? Lu Yuan glanced at him and sneered. "Tell me who sent you. Perhaps I will make your deaths a bit more painless." Seeking death. Fan Yun's face darkened to the extreme as he stomped forward swiftly. This person's strength was significantly stronger than Qin Ping. Unbeknownst to what kind of body technique he had practiced, he moved with a speed akin to thunder, swift and fierce. Almost in the blink of an eye, he charged towards Lu Yuan. Then a hand as large as a grinding disc reached straight for the restrained Qin Ping. "He'll return her to you." Lu Yuan coldly smiled, swinging his arms, lifting Qin Ping's entire body off the ground, spinning her around before heavily smashing her towards Fan Yun. Bang, bang, bang. The terrifying force disturbed the surrounding air currents, causing a violent impact. Fan Yun, who caught Qin Ping, was uncontrollably sent flying backward. He crashed into several ancient trees before finally coming to a halt. This demonstrated just how formidable this power was. Even Fan Yun, at the perfected realm of the bitter sea, couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. "Brother Yun, this person is strange. We must not underestimate him." Qin Ping's delicate face was pale, feeling dizzy. She gritted her teeth and stood up, whispering a reminder. "It's fine, leave it to me." Fan Yun waved his hand, then turned to Lu Yuan with an icy expression, saying, "You didn't use a woman as leverage to bind my hands and feet. In light of that, I will give you a quick death. My casual strike is enough to subdue you, no need for such means." Lu Yuan spoke with a blank expression. Utterly arrogant. Fan Yun snorted with a growing intent to kill in his eyes. He waved his hand, and a crimson long knife suddenly appeared in his grip. Flames intertwined above it, exuding divine light, exceedingly fierce. It was evidently a powerful mid-grade magical artifact. "Fire departure Sunbloom." Fan Yun shouted violently, his body soaring into the air, the long knife suddenly slashing down. Boom. The dreadful blade light rampaged, sweeping in all directions. It contained an overwhelmingly scorching and fierce power, like a wave of fire burning fiercely and devouring everything. Lu Yuan's expression remained unchanged as he stood his ground, not evading at all. In the next instant, countless strands of chaotic energy overflowed from his fingertips, clapping down to meet the incoming attack. Boom. The two terrifying forces collided, erupting with a thunderous sound. In the void, waves of energy ripples spread out like water. However, it did not hold for long. The blazing blade light was completely shattered by the chaotic energy, dissipating into the void. What? Fan Yun's pupils constricted, a trace of disbelief flashing in his eyes. Even when hunting a rabbit, one must use their full strength. He was always cautious and never underestimated his opponents. Moreover, Lu Yuan had easily captured Qin Ping before revealing extraordinary combat power. Thus, he immediately employed a powerful move intending to finish the battle swiftly. Yet he never expected that the usually effective technique would be resolved so easily. And in that fleeting moment, Lu Yuan's figure shifted, transforming into a golden flash of lightning charging forth. The chaotic body was one of his greatest secrets. Once revealed, it had to be eradicated. "Brother Yun, be careful." Suddenly Qin Ping screamed from the side, but Lu Yuan's speed was simply too fast. By the time Fan Yun reacted, a pair of fists gleaming with brilliant golden light had already struck before him. Bang! The fist landed and a violent force instantly erupted, crashing heavily onto Fan Yun's chest. Fan Yun was struck hard, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. His entire body flew out like a cannonball, landing hundreds of meters away. He clutched his chest, his expression filled with fear, trembling as he stood up. A sweetness surged in his throat, and he coughed out another mouthful of blood, some even mixed with bits of internal organs. With just one punch, his internal organs were displaced. How terrifying must the physical strength be to achieve? At this moment, Fan Yun was completely panicked. Having roamed the outer sect for so long, he had never felt death. So will you not speak? Lu Yuan stepped forward, his tone cold, resembling a demon god, exuding a strong sense of oppression. It's Lu Mu. Fan Yun finally relented, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Lu Mu. So it was him. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's gaze flickered slightly. In the saint's domain of Wanchu, perhaps only Lu Mu had a grievance with him. However, even after getting the answer, Lu Yuan continued to advance, showing no intention of letting the two go. I have Lu Mu's communication jade slip here. If you let us go, I'm willing to summon him to help you capture and kill. While speaking, Fan Yun took out a communication jade slip and decisively threw it. Lu Yuan's expression tightened as he took the jade slip into his hand, pausing slightly. Just then, from behind, Qin Ping took advantage of his moment of inattention and swiftly charged forward. She unleashed the divine brilliance of the bitter sea, waves of divine patterns rippling towards Lu Yuan. Kill. At the same time, Fan Yun also attacked, activating that body technique again. He aimed to use this gap to sandwich Lu Yuan from both sides, intending to eliminate him completely. Small tricks. Lu Yuan's lips curled into a cold smile. Having cultivated a sea of consciousness, he could already cover a distance of 100 feet. Such minor maneuvers were utterly invisible under his powerful divine sense. Bang! Bang! After several muffled sounds, Qin Ping's neck was twisted by an overwhelming force. Fan Yun's brow was pierced through, blood gushing forth. Lu Yuan gazed at the two corpses and took a deep breath. To be honest, this was his first time taking a life. An unusual feeling surged within him. But it quickly dissipated. He hailed from the ancient family of Tianqi and had been exposed to such bloodshed since childhood. He was not a naive person. Since he chose to embark on the path of cultivation, he naturally had to be brave and relentless. Life and death were commonplace for cultivators and meant little. Afterward, Lu Yuan no longer dwelled on it. He picked up the two storage bags and began counting his spoils. Fan Yun and Qin Ping were indeed seasoned outer disciples with considerable wealth. Just the source stones alone amounted to over 1,000 pounds. Once taken out, the spiritual energy in the surrounding air flowed much more rapidly. Additionally, there were several spirit herbs, various magical artifacts, several volumes of mystic arts, and some strange items for entertainment, along with 2 gathering spirit pills. Quite extravagant. Lu Yuan scoffed disdainfully, tossing aside those chaotic items before shifting his gaze. Among the magical artifacts, aside from the red longsword recently used by Fan Yun, the rest were all low-grade artifacts. They were not of much use to him. After all, with Lu Yuan's current physical strength, he could shatter weapons of the same level with his bare hands, rendering these low-tier items unnecessary. However, those 2 gathering spirit pills were quite valuable. They were likely prepared by the two for breaking through to the spirit gathering realm. Unfortunately, they would never see that day. It was as if they had made a wedding dress for Lu Yuan. System claimed the reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing option 1, rewarding mystic art 5 elements, great hand seal. The prompt sound followed. Immediately a scroll appeared in the system space. Lu Yuan did not rush to cultivate, but took out a sound transmission jade slip and infused it with a thread of his divine sense. Then his figure flickered, and he swiftly left the location. In the outer sect within a cave. Buzz. The sound transmission jade slip lit up, flashing with a faint glow. Is there news? Lu Mu's face lit up with joy as he quickly picked up the jade slip and checked it. It said that the matter was resolved and asked him to identify the bodies at a location. As expected from seasoned outer disciples, their efficiency is impressive. Lu Yuan, now you know what fate awaits you for provoking me, Lu Mu, right? You reckless fool. Lu Mu chuckled coldly and immediately stood up, rushing towards the mountain gate. Not long after, Lu Mu arrived at the location recorded in the jade slip as promised. This place was quite remote, surrounded by mountains and dense ancient forests with not a trace of human presence. It was indeed a good spot for killing and burning bodies. Now this is called professionalism. Lu Mu silently marveled to himself and began to look around. However, after searching for a long time, he did not see the figures of Fan Yun and Qin Ping. Just then a sudden gust of wind broke the silence nearby. A tall figure leaped down from a small mountain and walked out. Fan. The moment Lu Mu spoke, he sensed something was amiss. Why was there only one person? It was said that Fan Yun and Qin Ping were inseparable. Lu Mu grew wary, narrowing his eyes. After several breaths, he finally saw the face of the incoming person, and his pupils involuntarily constricted. Lu Yuan. You're not dead. Lu Mu couldn't help but exclaim, his scalp instantly numb, as if he had seen a ghost. What? Are you surprised? Lu Yuan crossed his arms, looking at him with a seemingly mocking smile. How is this possible? Where are Fan Yun and Qin Ping? Lu Mu trembled as he opened his mouth, filled with terror. At this moment his first thought was that Lu Yuan must have offered a higher reward, causing Fan Yun and Qin Ping to turn against him. As for the other possibility, he never even considered it. After all, both were seasoned outer disciples at the peak of the Bitter Sea realm. Even when facing a newly emerged spirit-gathering realm cultivator, they should have the strength to fight back. There was no possibility of failure. They are naturally dead. But don't worry, you will soon reunite with them, Lu Yuan said coldly, his expression unyielding. As he spoke, he did not slow down, quickly closing the distance to Lu Mu. Lu Mu's scalp was tingling, and his whole body turned cold. In that instant, he could no longer care whether Lu Yuan's words were true or false, and directly turned around to flee. He possessed the cultivation of the 8th level of the Bitter Sea realm. With divine power constantly augmenting his legs, he moved swiftly like the wind, his speed incredible. Can you really escape? Lu Yuan's blood surged, and he transformed into a beam of light pursuing him. Rustle. Lu Mu's steps shifted as he sprinted through the mountains and forests, using all means to escape, terrified to the extreme. However, no matter how he fled, he could not shake off that nightmarish figure behind him. His heart sank to the bottom. Whoosh. At that moment, a sharp, golden divine light shot out from Lu Yuan's fingertip. After piercing through several ancient trees blocking its path, it directly struck Lu Mu's calf, causing blood to splatter. Lu Mu let out a scream of agony, but still endured the excruciating pain and continued to run. After several breaths, the two of them reached the edge of a cliff, one chasing and the other fleeing. Lu Mu looked around, and an expression of utter despair suddenly appeared on his face. Lu Yuan, are you really going to kill me? Lu Mu shouted in terror, dragging his battered body back again and again. Lu Yuan remained expressionless, giving no reply, stepping forward ready to end him. Seeing this, Lu Mu fell into complete despair. In the end, he gritted his teeth and jumped off the cliff. Saves me the trouble of doing it myself. As Lu Yuan stepped forward to take a look, he saw that the cliff was at least 1,000 zhang high, bottomless. A Bitter Sea realm cultivator who could not fly would surely die from such a fall. Just as he was about to leave, the system's prompt sounded in his sea of consciousness once more. Ding detected the current experience of the host, triggering option rewards. Option 1, go down. To track him, reward mystic art light shadow technique. Option 2, ignore, and leave reward 500 pounds of source stones. Moi. This can trigger system options. Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed at the sound. This prompt almost directly told him that Lu Mu was not dead. It seemed that the web novels he read in his past life did not deceive him. Surviving a cliff dive must lead to great treasures. He did not expect that this seemingly unremarkable Lu Mu possessed considerable fortune. Interesting, there are unexpected gains. Lu Yuan smiled, then quickly took down several ancient trees that were too thick for a few people to encircle. He took the branches, tightly bound them together, and threw them down toward the cliff. Splash. At the bottom of the cliff, a deep and cold pool erupted with a high spray of water. Lu Mu dragged his battered body out of the chilly waters, gasping for breath. Truly heaven does not leave one without a way out. It seems that even the heavens are unwilling to take my life. What can a mere Lu Yuan do to me? Lu Mu laughed madly, filled with a sense of exhilaration from surviving a calamity. He silently vowed that one day he would tear Lu Yuan into pieces to avenge the hatred of being pushed off the cliff. Not long after, Lu Mu's attention was caught by a cave that had been artificially excavated not far from the bottom of the cliff. The cave was deeply embedded in the mountain, overgrown with weeds, as if no one had visited for a long time. Is there someone who lived here? Lu Mu, skeptical but in pain, stood upright and limped towards the cave. Soon Lu Mu entered the cave without any hindrance from any formations. What lay before him was a space of moderate size. The walls around were embedded with hundreds of luminous stones that emitted a bright glow, dispelling any darkness. In the center of the cave sat a figure in meditation. The figure was emaciated, its flesh and essence nearly depleted, devoid of any trace of life. Senior. Lu Mu mustered his courage and tentatively called out. After finding no response, he cautiously approached. It was not hard to discern that the owner of this corpse must have been an exceedingly powerful cultivator in life. Otherwise, it would have long turned to bones and would not have preserved its body so intact. Lu Mu searched around and eventually found a storage ring on the corpse. As his divine sense immersed into it, he saw that it contained many bottles, artifacts, and some unknown ancient scrolls of arts and techniques. Lu Mu couldn't help but feel ecstatic. The saying that those who survive great calamities must have future blessings is indeed true. The techniques left behind by such a powerful being must not be ordinary items. They must be extremely high-level, top-notch skills. Lu Yuan, oh Lu Yuan, did you ever expect this? By forcing me off the cliff, you inadvertently delivered me a great fortune. When I return after my cultivation advancing to an inner disciple, crushing you will be as easy as squashing it. Lu Mu could hardly contain his joy, muttering excitedly to himself. Just then, outside the cave, a figure approached, following the sound. You actually didn't die. Lu Yuan peered in, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. What? Hearing the voice, Lu Mu was instantly terrified. He felt like a startled bird leaping up from the ground in alarm. His face turned pale. Panic reached its peak. He never expected Lu Yuan to be this cautious. Even after a 1,000-foot cliff, he had to come down to investigate. Looks like this is a strong person's cave. Thank you for leading the way. Lu Yuan smiled enigmatically. Without another word, he leapt forward to attack. Moments later, the cave returned to stillness. Even Fan Yun and Qin Ping, both at the peak of the Bitter Sea realm, were no match for Lu Yuan. Lu Mu, being at the 8th level of the Bitter Sea realm, was naturally doomed. In just a few moves, he was killed by Lu Yuan, dying with immense resentment. Lu Yuan picked up the storage ring and opened it to take a look. His gaze then fell upon the corpse, flickering slightly. The owner of this body must have been a Nirvana realm cultivator in life, choosing to sit here in seclusion until death. This level of cultivator, though only a step away from becoming a deity, became an obstacle for countless powerful beings seeking transcendence. Because at each level of the Nirvana realm, the physical body, divine sense, and magical power all require a transformation through 9 withering and 9 rejuvenations. A slight misstep could lead to death. Clearly, the owner of this cave met such a fate. In order to transform themselves, the resources in their storage ring had all but been exhausted. Yet they still could not escape the fate of falling. Subsequently, Lu Yuan opened the bottles and jars in the storage ring, and as expected, they were all empty. Even the most powerful spirit artifact was dull and colorless, its inner spirit having perished as well. It had likely been dead for more than several hundred years. However, the materials used to craft the spirit artifact were not ordinary. Despite the passage of time, they still possessed a terrible sharpness, making them a fine weapon. The Dragon Elephant Golden Body Technique. The Heavenly Thunderfinger. The Purple Cloud Sword Classic. Lu Yuan flipped through the few high-level techniques. Except for one that was unsuitable for him to cultivate, the others could indeed be of use. With his chaotic body, he could innately evolve all methods. Practicing them posed almost no difficulty. It could be considered a significant opportunity. As for the spoils of Lu Mu, there was nothing to speak of. He was a pauper. It was as if he had exhausted all his savings to hire someone to kill, leaving him with barely any source. Soon after, Lu Yuan exited the cave, sitting cross-legged beside the cold pool, preparing to cultivate. With a wave of his hand, over 1,000 pounds of source flew out and spread across the ground. Then he activated the chaotic law and began to devour and refine. In an instant, vast heavenly and earthly essence transformed into visible torrents of energy, wildly flowing into Lu Yuan's body. His body rumbled, powerful life force circulated vibrant as the sun, continuously nourishing and strengthening his physique. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. Lu Yuan logically reached the peak of the Bitter Sea realm. His physical body was formidable and his divine power was immense. Coupled with the solid foundation laid by the Dao Sutra techniques, he had nearly perfected this realm, becoming extraordinarily powerful. With a mere movement of his arms, he could wield hundreds of thousands of pounds of strength, far surpassing ordinary Bitter Sea cultivators. It's time to advance to the next realm. Lu Yuan's eyes glimmered as he muttered to himself. He then took out the 2 gathering spirit pills, and with chaotic energy manifesting, he quickly refined them. Time flowed, and Lu Yuan remained motionless, sitting like a withered tree. His Bitter Sea was gradually expanding, raging waves rolled, and lightning intertwined, as if it aimed to connect heaven and earth, fully transcending. Having the chaotic body, he faced almost no bottlenecks in cultivation. It was the same in the early stages as it was in the later stages. No myriad paths could weigh. Having the chaotic body, he faced almost no bottlenecks in cultivation. It was the same in the early stages as it was in the later stages. No myriad paths could weigh me down. It was not just talk. Even in the age of the end of laws, where great emperors achieved the Tao, he could still advance vigorously. Such a defiance of heaven, indeed, one of the most powerful physiques in the history of cultivation. Without a moment's rest, Lu Yuan took out the various arcane techniques and began to derive and comprehend them using the chaotic origin. Soon half a month passed. Lu Yuan awakened from his meditation, feeling invigorated with blood and energy flowing like a rainbow, and his magical power was abundant. His entire demeanor underwent a significant transformation. Clad in a shimmering dark robe with flowing black hair and deep-set eyes, he emanated a mysterious aura that seemed ethereal, embodying the Tao effortlessly. During this time, Lu Yuan devoted himself to honing various divine abilities and mystical arts, which had all reached a remarkable level of mastery. When displayed, their might was unfathomable, resulting in a revolutionary change in his combat prowess compared to before. In particular, the Dragon Elephant Golden Body art left behind by the master of the cave was exceptionally profound. He had meditated for 7 days at the bottom of the cold pond. By utilizing the cold energy to refine his body, he underwent an astonishing transformation, nearly approaching the level of an immaculate divine body. With a slight tremor of his blood and energy, his skin would exhibit a faint golden glow, making it difficult for ordinary weapons to inflict harm. Moreover, his physical strength soared dramatically. As he moved his arms, it seemed as if ancient dragon elephants roared and thundered, creating an immensely terrifying presence. My current strength has greatly increased. However, in terms of combat experience, I have accumulated very little. This is a perfect opportunity to train and hone my skills, Lu Yuan thought to himself. He then decided not to linger any longer in this place. With a flash of his figure, a divine rainbow appeared beneath his feet as he soared into the sky, the cold wind rushing into his nose. The ancient woods and vast mountains spread out beneath him. The feeling of soaring through the heavens was extraordinarily delightful, stirring a sense of grandeur and unparalleled ease within Lu Yuan. In the following month, Lu Yuan spent nearly all his time traversing the mountains and forests, honing his skills against the various beasts lurking therein to enrich his combat experience. Boom. Another powerful tiger-type beast fell heavily to the ground, its forehead pierced by a terrifying and fierce attack, leaving it charred beyond recognition, dead beyond any doubt. Lu Yuan expertly approached, collecting the valuable materials from the tiger demon's body, then stood in contemplation at the spot. In this region, there were hardly any powerful beasts left that could match him. Searching for one would consume considerable time. Therefore, continuing to train here held little significance. It's time to return, Lu Yuan murmured to himself, then leaped and dashed towards the Yuan Chu Holy Land. Upon returning to the Yuan Chu Holy Land, Lu Yuan did not head straight back to the cave, but instead visited the outer hall. With his current cultivation at the spiritual accumulation realm, he was eligible to be promoted to an inner disciple. Once he entered the inner sect, his treatment would rise significantly. Not to mention the benefits of training in the Longyan Gorge were far beyond what outer disciples could compare to. Soon Lu Yuan landed gracefully. In the hall, the elder on duty was still the same as before, Elder Su Rong. Elder Su, I am here to be promoted to an inner disciple. Lu Yuan stepped forward, clasped his hands, and spoke respectfully. Su Rong initially paid little heed, as there were countless outer disciples in the Yuan Chu Holy Land, numbering in the tens of thousands. Almost every day someone would break through to the spiritual accumulation realm and come for promotion, which was not unusual. However, when he looked up at the newcomer, his expression clearly showed shock for a moment. It's you. Su Rong was greatly astonished. He remembered clearly that this young man was Gu Qinghuang's partner, the Lu family's sacred body, who could not cultivate. Now he actually came to seek promotion to an inner disciple. Did he hear that correctly? Lu Yuan, to be promoted to an inner disciple, one must reach the spiritual accumulation realm. Are you aware of this? Su Rong's expression shifted repeatedly as he scrutinized Lu Yuan closely. But no matter how he examined him, he could not discern Lu Yuan's cultivation level. In his divine sense, it was like observing a mass of chaos, extremely peculiar, and he could not tell what kind of secret item Lu Yuan was wearing. Disciple is aware, I have broken through to the spiritual accumulation realm. As he spoke, Lu Yuan spread his palm, and a surge of majestic golden divine power immediately surged forth. It transformed into various forms resembling swords and blades, responding to his will, vivid and lifelike. Spiritual power manifesting as objects. Indeed, he is at the spiritual accumulation realm. You can actually cultivate. Su Rong's expression changed completely, revealing astonishment. Yes, I gained some opportunities and opened up the sea of suffering. Lu Yuan nodded calmly and said, I never expected to see a cultivable sacred body in my lifetime. This golden divine power is formidable and brimming with vibrant life, far surpassing those of the same realm. It truly lives up to its reputation. Su Rong silently marveled, instinctively believing that this was the handiwork of the Lu family or the high-ups of the Gu family to ensure Gu Qinghuang gives birth to a divine fetus as soon as possible. They even spared no expense to open up the sea of suffering for the sacred body, making it as solid as rock. Moreover, it seemed they had provided ample cultivation resources. He had already reached the spiritual accumulation realm. Elder Su, you flatter me. I wonder if I meet the requirements for promotion to an inner disciple. Lu Yuan smiled slightly, not elaborating too much on this matter. Of course you meet the requirements. Come here, I will replace your identity plaque. Su Rong nodded, showing no intention of making things difficult for Lu Yuan. Although the path for a sacred body and cultivation seemed bleak, unable to go far, he was after all Gu Qinghuang's partner, a significant figure from the Gu and Lu families. There was no need to create trouble over such a trivial matter. Soon the identity plaque of the inner disciple was engraved and handed to Lu Yuan. He was informed of some new benefits and treatments. Thank you, Elder Su. Lu Yuan accepted it and performed a Go ahead. Su Rong smiled, waving his hand as he watched him leave. Shortly after, Lu Yuan returned to his dwelling in the cave. Barely had he arrived when a graceful figure approached. Are you there, son-in-law? Mu Linger peeked her head around the entrance of the cave, looking around and calling out. I am here, come in. Lu Yuan's voice drifted out gently. Only then did Mu Linger move her steps and walk in. Linger, is there something you need? Lu Yuan held a favorable impression of this quirky little girl. He looked up at her wearing a calm smile and spoke, Nothing urgent, just came to see you. It's been almost 2 months and I haven't seen you visit the Qixia Peak at all. Mu Linger pouted, appearing somewhat displeased. After looking around, she noticed that the facilities in the cave remained unchanged and could not help but frown, asking, Is it comfortable for you to live in the Yuan Chu Holy Land? It's all right. Lu Yuan chuckled. What do you usually eat? Mu Linger asked curiously. I have opened my spiritual channels and no longer require food. Lu Yuan shrugged and stated frankly. Oh. Mu Linger was taken aback, unable to comprehend the meaning of his words for a moment. After a few breaths, she suddenly looked up, her pretty face revealing an expression of disbelief. Son-in-law, you. Can you cultivate? Indeed, and Lu Yuan nodded lightly. And this matter would inevitably come to light sooner or later. Concealment served no purpose, candor was far more fitting. Hearing his confirmation firsthand, Mu Linger trembled with greater astonishment. The Primordial Saint Body can actually cultivate, and she murmured absently, her gaze drifting into a daze. Finally, she leaned in so close that her entire figure pressed near him, scrutinizing Lu Yuan intently from head to toe. Young master, what cultivation realm have you attained? Why do I sense no fluctuation of divine energy upon you? A secret artifact that conceals one's aura. As for my cultivation level, it should be the second tier of the spirit awakening realm. Lu Yuan smiled faintly. He withheld only the truth about veiling his sea of suffering with chaotic chi. Everything else remained unreserved. Heavens above, the spirit awakening realm. Mu Linger instinctively covered her lips, uttering a soft gasp. In such a realm at such an age. Though he might not rival the prodigies born into ancient sects or venerable clansman, was certainly no longer the so-called waste body spoken of by common tongues. Young master, you truly deceived everyone. If young mistress learns of this, she'll be overjoyed. Mu Linger's luminous eyes shimmered with unrestrained excitement. Perhaps, Lu Yuan responded with a gentle, enigmatic smile, offering no further words. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Mu Linger hurried away. Moments later, Mu Linger returned to Qixia Peak and breathlessly relayed the news to Gu Qinghuang, who had just emerged from seclusion. Lu Yuan can truly cultivate, and has already reached the spirit awakening realm, and Gu Qinghuang stood frozen, disbelief etched across her features. Yes, he confirmed it himself. Mu Linger nodded vigorously, her tone unwavering. Did you witness him manifest any divine arts or arcane techniques? And Gu Qinghuang paused briefly, still deeply skeptical. And though her time with Lu Yuan had been, she had already discerned his fierce pride. From the moment he insisted on residing alone in an outer sect cave dwelling upon arriving at Wanchu Holy Land. He accepted no pity without cause, guided solely by his own convictions and principles. Divine arts, no, not exactly. Still, young master has no reason to fabricate such a claim to deceive me, Mu Linger reflected aloud. Enough, this matter bears grave significance. I must go myself. Without hesitation, Gu Qinghuang vanished in a shimmer of light. Swiftly Gu Qinghuang appeared within Lu Yuan's cave abode. The 2 months since their last meeting, her cultivation had evidently deepened further. With lotus-like grace, she glided forward, like a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm. Her presence ethereal, sacred, and untouchable. Lu Yuan, however, showed no trace of surprise at her arrival. He sat alone beside a stone table, waiting in serene stillness. Linger told me you shattered the heavenly Dao shackles upon the Primordial Saint Body and walked the path of cultivation. Is it true? After scanning him thoroughly with her divine sense and finding nothing, Gu Qinghuang settled gracefully before him, her gaze lingering upon his peerless, handsome countenance as she asked. Indeed. Lu Yuan offered a subtle smile. Then, without elaboration, simply let a ripple of divine energy flow across his palms, speaking louder than any explanation. Truly the spirit awakening realm. Gu Qinghuang's eyes flared with sudden delight. Before she swiftly pressed further, after opening your sea of suffering, has your cultivation progressed smoothly? Can you perceive other heavenly Dao shackles? Aside from the heavy consumption of cultivation resources, I've sensed nothing unusual. Lu Yuan shook his head gently. I see. Gu Qinghuang fell silent, lost in quiet contemplation. Her knowledge of the Primordial Saint Body remained limited. She could offer no guidance. Yet still, Lu Yuan's successful entry onto the cultivation path was undeniably auspicious. No longer bound by mortality, even if attaining supreme power remained uncertain. Rare spirit herbs and treasures could now be refined and ingested, and his lifespan ceiling would expand considerably. You need not fret over my cultivation matters. Wherever I ultimately tread is ordained by heaven itself. Lu Yuan spoke with serene composure, a calmness that settled the heart. Then gently countered, and you? How fares your cultivation these days? Well enough. I recently broke through to the 3rd tier of the cavity realm. A modest advancement perhaps. Gu Qinghuang's expression softened slightly, though her mind remained elsewhere. The 3rd tier of the cavity realm. Lu Yuan's gaze flickered subtly. Gu Qinghuang, scion of the Gu clan, bearer of the innate Dao Physique, was truly peerless. At barely 20, her attainment rivaled few across the entire southern domain. The title of Holy Land's Sacred Maiden seemed destined solely for her. How many days remain until the Holy Land Grand Competition? Lu Yuan raised a brow, curiosity kindling. 7 days. Gu Qinghuang brushed aside a strand of hair from her forehead as she replied, her eyes never leaving Lu Yuan's form. Nan instinct whispered that he had grown profoundly powerful. His vital energy surged like a crimson rainbow, his strength roared like a tidal wave, his flesh and blood body had been tempered nearly to perfection, endowing him with explosive might far surpassing ordinary cultivators. Perhaps this is the Primordial Saint Body's unique mystery. And, alas, his divine energy remains somewhat lacking. And to contend with seasoned inner sect disciples, he still faces an insurmountable gap in realm. Otherwise he might yet vie for supremacy. Nasai rose unbidden in Gu Qinghuang's heart. Yet after a moment's pause she found herself whispering almost involuntarily. The grand competition's rewards for outer and inner sect champions are extraordinarily rich. And, though your current realm makes entering the inner sect top 8 unlikely, it remains a rare opportunity for tempering your foundation. If you're inclined, consider participating. And, Lu Yuan's interest stirred. What reward awaits the inner sect champion? A slot within the creation divine pool. And what is the creation divine pool? In a wondrous realm forged by Holy Land's divine rank experts, using countless rare treasures and spirit herbs. Disciples at the peak of the spirit awakening realm may enter to purify their souls, clarify their spiritual platforms, and transform their very beings. And, so long as one's talent and insight aren't severely deficient, cultivating a spiritual sea and condensing a divine palace within the pool is virtually assured. Gu Qinghuang explained patiently. And, I see, truly a profound blessing. And Lu Yuan's eyes gleamed brighter, his fascination deepening. They exchanged a few more casual words. Then Gu Qinghuang prepared to depart. Just before leaving, her cheeks flushed faintly, her gaze darting shyly away as she murmured, voice barely audible, that matter must wait until after the grand competition. I cannot afford distraction now. And Lu Yuan cleared his throat, his expression turning subtly awkward. No rush, take your time. I'm off. Cultivate well. And with that she flicked her fingers, a streak of spiritual light alighting softly upon the stone table. When she glanced back, her graceful silhouette had already dissolved into emptiness. The ray of spiritual light that landed on the stone table was a storage ring. Lu Yuan opened it and found it filled with numerous source stones. There must be at least tens of thousands of pounds. Such wealth is undoubtedly not a small sum for the true inheritors of the Wanchu sacred land. The fact that Gu Qinghuang could so easily take it out shows her deep feelings. Alas, I have ultimately become dependent on this soft rice. Lu Yuan sighed lightly, feeling both amused and helpless. Although he did not want to rely on Gu Qinghuang's resources for cultivation, the situation left him no option but to accept it silently. He waited for the day when he could return the favor with a few profound ancient scriptures. As it turned out, he had several items to offer. Afterward, he no longer hesitated, put away the storage ring, and fell into deep thought. The Sacred Land Grand Competition was just around the corner. If he wanted to stand out in the intersect competition and earn a spot in the divine creation pond, he had to squeeze in, and the intersect disciples of the Wanchu sacred land were undoubtedly all at the peak of the spirit gathering realm, a full 7 minor realms above him. Such a gap lay before him. Even if he exhausted all his means, he might not be able to win. There are still 7 days left. Raising my cultivation level is urgent. Lu Yuan's expression turned grave as he murmured to himself. He then suddenly stood up, exited his cave dwelling, and rushed toward the direction of the Yunlong Gorge. According to the Sacred Land's regulations, intersect disciples could cultivate in Yunlong Gorge for 3 days each month, specifically in the underground second level. In terms of the richness of the world's spiritual energy, it was significantly better than the outermost layer. This was the fastest way Lu Yuan could think of to enhance his cultivation. Soon he arrived at Yunlong Gorge with the number of people was about the same as usual, still quite a lot. However, most were a large number of outer sect disciples, and the line of inner sect disciples was not very long. Lu Yuan walked straight to the back of a line, silently joining it. Hey, isn't that the guy who had a dispute with Lu Mu a while back? How did he end up lining up in the inner sect? In the crowd, a few outer sect disciples widened their eyes as if they had witnessed something unbelievable. He couldn't have broken through to the spirit gathering realm, could he? As someone trembled considering this possibility, and then revealed a horrified expression. How long had it been? About 2 months. He jumped directly from the midstage of the bitter sea realm to the spirit gathering realm. What a terrifying speed of cultivation. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He might just be lost. Someone shook his head vigorously. At the same time, Lu Yuan, with his keen divine sense developed from cultivating the sea of consciousness, immediately noticed many people in the outer sect peering at him. However, he was no longer the same person. In terms of strength, he could crush Lu Mu with a single finger and had no interest in whatever they thought. As time passed, Lu Yuan quickly reached the front of the line. After showing his inner sect disciple token, he smoothly entered the underground second level of Yunlong Gorge, disappearing from sight. He went in. He really has become an inner sect disciple. The earlier few people looked, even in their shock, they still silently prayed for Lu Mu. After all, offending such a potentially extraordinary inner sect disciple would make it difficult to move in the sacred land later. By the way, it seems like I haven't seen Lu move for a long time. Upon saying this, that person suddenly seemed to realize something, his scalp tingling, and he immediately fell silent. In the underground second level of Yunlong Gorge, this place was nearly 100 feet deep underground, resembling a mysterious and vast mine. However, the light was not dim, as the wandering dragon vein spiritual energy emitted a faint golden hue, illuminating the entire cave as bright as day. In the surrounding open spaces there sat several inner sect disciples. They each operated their cultivation techniques, their divine power, steaming rhythmically, inhaling and exhaling the spiritual energy, appearing exceptionally quiet. After entering, Lu Yuan glanced around and quickly withdrew his gaze, then kneeled down and sat cross-legged like everyone else, beginning his cultivation. Boom. As the chaotic primordial source within his body began to operate, the dragon vein spiritual energy in the underground second level immediately became agitated. Streams of nearly tangible energy rushed toward Lu Yuan's position, pouring in like a flood. The speed of absorption was astonishing, enveloping Lu Yuan in a vast ocean of spiritual energy, shrouded in mist, making it difficult to see clearly. This is such a domineering gathering spirit technique. It seems not to be from the sacred lands, and in an instant many inner sect disciples awakened from their cultivation, casting unusual glances at Lu Yuan. However, they did not pay much attention, quickly averting their gazes after a few moments. After all, at this stage of cultivation, everyone had their own opportunities. Such situations were not uncommon. Furthermore, the second level of Yunlong Gorge was rich in spiritual energy, vast in area, and did not have too many people. How much could a single spirit gathering realm cultivator absorb? It would hardly affect anyone else. Bang! Lu Yuan sat still, his entire body glowing, refining the endless dragon vein spiritual energy into his body. In the golden bitter sea, the light suddenly erupted and thunderclaps echoed, revealing a surge of vitality and various miraculous phenomena. At the same time, the dragon elephant golden body technique he was cultivating also began to operate in unison. A golden sheen appeared on his body as if cast from gold, exuding a magnificent quality. The overwhelming dragon vein spiritual energy continuously washed over his flesh and bones, occasionally producing deep resonant sounds akin to dragon roars. 2 days later, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Lu Yuan's body. Dense dragon energy spiraled around him in the void, making him appear like a deity. Spirit gathering realm third layer. Lu Yuan's face lit up with joy as he extended his palm and clenched his fist, feeling an overwhelming power surging within like a boundless river, unstoppable. At this moment, even Lu Yuan abruptly rose to his feet, his gaze lifting toward the void above, burning with fervent anticipation. It was the very moment he ascended from the outer sect to the inner sect. Senior Elder Su had once warned him, deep within the dragon-concealing gorge, primordial dragon chi occasionally coalesced, born from the purest essence of dragon veins accumulated over eons and brimming with immense power. To absorb and refine, it would be equivalent to 15 days of arduous cultivation within the gorge itself. As for who would ultimately claim it, that depended entirely on one's strength and skill. Disciples of the Holy Land were permitted to compete freely, its overseers would not intervene. Once I absorb this primordial dragon chi, I shall surely ascend, breaking through to the 7th heaven of the spirit-infused realm. Truly heaven favors me. Nearby, a young disciple clad in yellow robes let out a triumphant laugh. Dao patterns surged across his palm as he thrust forth an open hand, reaching across the void to seize the primordial dragon chi. Get lost. Dare you, a mere 5th heaven spirit-infused cultivator, lay claim to primordial dragon chi? Utterly presumptuous. From another direction, a youth in black robes bellowed coldly, raising his hand to summon a divine seal. Before the eyes of all, the seal swelled rapidly, massive as a mountain, radiant with dazzling divine light, as it descended to crush downward. Ugh! The yellow-robed youth spat blood and reeled backward, hurled violently through the air before crashing heavily onto the ground. Gu Qinghuang. You. He clutched his chest, his eyes flickering with shock and dread. What? Not satisfied. Gu Qinghuang stepped forward. A terrifying aura erupted, crushing, suffocating, bearing down upon him like a storm. The yellow-robed disciple gritted his teeth, hesitated for a breath, then dared utter no further word. Other inner sect disciples watching nearby likewise halted in place, their faces betraying flickers of fear. Gu Qinghuang, 7th heaven spirit-infused realm. He held no small renown within the inner sect. Though he could not rival the veteran disciples vying for the top rank, his cultivation prowess remained formidable. Ordinary spirit-infused cultivators would think twice before challenging him. After all, capturing primordial dragon chi in the dragon-concealing gorge relied heavily on fortune. Should any of the inner sect's apex experts happen to be present, even someone as mighty as Gu Qinghuang would be left trailing dust, daring not so much as a whisper of defiance. Since none dare oppose me, I shall accept this honor without hesitation. With those words, divine rainbow light flared beneath Gu Qinghuang's feet as he shot upward into the void, poised to seize the dragon chi. But at that very instant, 3 fierce assaults erupted simultaneously from distinct directions, so overwhelming in force that they hurled Gu Qinghuang's 7th heaven spirit infused backward by dozens of zhang. Brother Duan, no need to rush. This primordial dragon chi is hardly yours to claim. A refined, scholar-like man stood among the crowd holding a feather fan that he gently waved, towering above the rest like a crane among chickens, radiating supreme confidence. Meanwhile, from another sector of the void, a graceful young woman began ascending, her figure light, her gaze serene. She cast a quiet glance over the assembly, then parted her lips softly. Let us each rely on our own strength. Gu Qinghuang, Xin. A chorus of startled cries rose from the disciples below. Clearly those whose names resonated within the inner sect were no obscure novices. In terms of sheer power, they likely surpassed even Gu Qinghuang. Who is this person? I don't recall ever hearing of him. At that moment, many inner sect disciples turned their attention toward the final figure. Though his bearing was distinguished, his face was utterly unfamiliar. He could not possibly be a renowned expert of the inner sect. Who are you? Gu Qinghuang frowned, his voice sharp with cold disdain, as he too fixed his gaze upon the last challenger. Lu Yuan, the man replied with a faint smile. Never heard of him. An unknown nobody dares strike at me. Have you grown tired of living? Gu Qinghuang's brows knotted into sharp blades, his expression hardened further. Gu Qinghuang and Xin, he knew them well. Their strength rivaled his own, their challenge, though formidable, was still within reason. But for an utter stranger to dare raise a hand against him, that was intolerable. No matter. I'll make you remember me. Right now? Lu Yuan responded calmly. In the next instant, his robes billowed outward, and his body became a streak of golden light surging forward with unimaginable speed. Fool! You dare provoke me again. Enraged, Gu Qinghuang roared, weaving intricate hand seals to command his divine seal, hurling it down upon Lu Yuan with crushing force. Lu Yuan sensed the terrifying pressure descending from above, yet his expression remained unruffled. His sacred body blazed with brilliance, his entire form radiated light. Clenching his 5 fingers into a fist, he drove it straight into the descending seal. Clang! A thunderclap shattered the void. Though flesh met artifact, the impact rang with the metallic resonance of clashing steel, leaving many disciples visibly shaken. Simultaneously, the massive seal trembled violently, its luminous aura dimming markedly before recoiling backward, having gained no advantage whatsoever. What? Gu Qinghuang's face paled with disbelief. Never before had anyone, with bare flesh alone, shaken his Pantai seal. It defied all logic. Yet there was no time for thought. Hastily he invoked another arcane technique, divine light erupting from his palms, blazing with sacred radiance as it surged toward Lu Yuan. Boom! A colossal golden holy fist descended, weighty, unstoppable, shattering every stream of sacred light like dry twigs before slamming directly into Gu Qinghuang. Crunch! A cataclysmic force, volcanic in fury, blasted Gu Qinghuang from the sky, hurling him downward like a cannonball, slamming him deep into the earth and carving a vast crater. Countless stones exploded upward, then rained down in silence, burying his body completely, leaving only his legs protruding upside down from the ground. In that instant, every inner sect disciple drew a sharp collective breath. They stared at Lu Yuan, not as a peer but as a monster, and a single thought echoed unbidden in their minds: when had the inner sect produced such a fearsome figure? One who could effortlessly crush Gu Qinghuang using only his physical body. Had he cultivated some extraordinary body refining art? Yet even as astonishment rippled through the crowd, Lu Yuan's brow furrowed, as if sensing something amiss. 5 elemental energy erupted from his palm. With a swift reversal of his hand, he slammed a palm strike backward. Boom! A colossal hand seal radiant with 5-colored divine light descended, so terrifying it seemed to drain the vital essence of heaven and earth itself. The void quaked and moaned under its weight. Gu Qinghuang and Xin, both secretly drawing upon the primordial dragon chi, felt the lethal intent instantly. Their faces paled, and they leapt away in desperate retreat, narrowly evading the devastating blow. It seems, esteemed sirs, you have strayed somewhat from the rules. Lu Yuan's expression remained tranquil as he guided the great hand seal forward, seizing the primordial dragon chi in one decisive grasp. Gu Qinghuang and Xin stood in the void facing Lu Yuan from a distance, both wearing a grave expression. This person possesses extraordinary strength with a body refined to an impressive degree, far from being ordinary. You are Lu Yuan, right? From your divine power, it seems you only possess the fluctuations of an early-stage spiritual realm. Are you sure you want to wade into this murky water? Gu Qinghuang smiled, not angered, still maintaining the demeanor of a refined gentleman. How would I know without? Lu Yuan raised the corners of his mouth, slightly, speaking leisurely. Since that's the case, let's see the truth of the matter then. Gu Qinghuang retracted his feather fan, his aura changing dramatically, and his gaze became increasingly sharp. On the other side, Jizin's delicate face remained calm, not saying much. She merely waved her hand, causing a strange armor with an icy blue radiance to cover her body, indicating she was also prepared for battle. After a brief standoff among the three, the battle suddenly erupted. At this moment, the original Dragon Qi was seized by Lu Yuan from afar. Naturally, the targets of both were the same. Chu Xing's his robes fluttered and his hair danced as if he was executing a mysterious secret technique. The surrounding void instantly became hazy, shrouded in an aura of ethereal mist. His figure gradually became illusory, merging into the mist. Whooshed. When he moved, it was astonished. Countless sharp beams of sword light surged forth from the swirling mist, densely packed the divine light, almost overwhelming with a range that left one speechless. Mist Divine Sword Technique. This is a profound technique from the 10,000 Scriptures Pavilion. Gu Qinghuang has actually mastered this ultimate skill. Many inner disciples exclaimed in shock at the display of this divine sword technique. With such a multitude of divine sword assaults, it would be nearly impossible to withstand without a sufficiently powerful protective artifact. Facing the overwhelming sword light, Lu Yuan remained calm and composed. He swept his immense divine consciousness forward, grasping the general situation. With the power of a spiritual realm cultivator, it was impossible to sustain the consumption of such a technique. Therefore, 2/3 of it must be false feints intending to block his position and confuse his senses. The main body must be hidden in the mist, seeking an opportunity to launch an attack. Such a tactic might be tricky against others. But against Lu Yuan, who had already formed his divine consciousness, it was full of flaws. Boom. Lu Yuan mobilized the blood and energy within his body, the dragon and elephant roaring together, suddenly unleashing a terrifying aura, and then stepped forward, charging directly toward Gu Qinghuang. Clang. Along the way, Lu Yuan's golden fist swung repeatedly, meeting the onslaught of the divine sword's heat. Amidst the dense sword light, it was as if he entered an uninhabited realm, his body glowing brilliantly, and the immense force crushed all attacks, moving forward at an unbelievable speed. With hardly any obstruction, he charged to Gu Qinghuang in the blink of an eye, delivering a punch. What? Gu Qinghuang was taken aback, unable to believe that his position had been so easily pinpointed. However, he was also a battle-hardened individual. He opened his feather fan, and in an instant a radiant light burst forth, the dark crystalline fan ribs immediately blocking in front of his chest, forming a protective barrier. Boom. Lu Yuan's divine fist trembled as it struck powerfully, the terrifying force akin to a true dragon's tail, landing solidly on the protective barrier. Cracks immediately appeared on its surface, fracturing inch by inch, unable to withstand such a fierce attack. A dreadful gale surged forth, scattering the ethereal mist, and Gu Qinghuang also spat blood flying backwards. In just one exchange, he was wounded and coughed up blood. Such combat prowess was indeed shocking. At this moment, Gu Qinghuang also made her move. Her brow shone brightly, surrounded by divine light. As moonlight flowed, with a sweeping motion of her arm, a terrifying wave of energy surged into the sky, engulfing all directions. Thunderstorm Finger. Lu Yuan's divine consciousness was formidable, enveloping all directions, leaving almost no possibility of a sneak attack. He turned around, and purple electric arcs suddenly coiled around his finger, intertwining with the power of thunder and wind shooting forth. Boom. The void trembled, creating ripples of energy like water waves. Gu Qinghuang staggered back several dozen steps, the icy blue armor flashing with a strange light, resisting most of the impact, preventing her from being injured. However, at this moment, Jizin's heart could no longer remain calm. Her delicate face changed color, revealing a look of astonishment. This person not only possessed a body as strong as divine iron. The profound technique he practiced was also incredibly astonishing. Its lethality was likely comparable to that of some 9th-stage spiritual realm cultivators. Boom. In the next moment, Gu Qinghuang charged again, the feather fan in his hand shimmering with cold light, transforming from its usual elegance into a lethal weapon. Lu Yuan's gaze flickered slightly, and his figure suddenly shifted several zhang away. Then he formed his fingers into a blade, striking continuously with pure physical strength, clashing heat. Clang. Clang. The resonating sounds echoed through the void. After several exchanges, Gu Qinghuang also summoned a magical artifact to join the battle. However, Lu Yuan remained unfazed, his golden fists swinging relentlessly, their power terrifying. Every strike was heavy and forceful, standing firm against two opponents. What? Who exactly is Lu Yuan? Even when Gu Qinghuang and Gu Qinghuang teamed up, they cannot survive. With such combat prowess, is he trying to defy the heavens? The inner disciples watching were astonished, all surprised, shocked by the terrifying strength displayed by Lu Yuan, unsure where this dark horse had come from. The loud noises in the void continued to resound. In just a short while, the three had exchanged over 100 blows. Lu Yuan punched out, bringing thunder and lightning, shaking the mountains and rivers. The already precarious blackbone fan could no longer withstand such power and was directly shattered, exploding on the spot. Gu Qinghuang flew backwards, his blood and energy roiling his arm numb, and his face grew even uglier. For a moment, he dared not take another step forward. Gxn beside him was also suffering. Her magical artifact was riddled with cracks, its light dimmed, and it constantly emitted a buzzing sound indicating that after a few more exchanges it would be completely destroyed, ultimately unable to withstand. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan stood in the void glancing at the two, his momentum still like a rainbow, showing no sign of diminishing. Forget it, I no longer want this dragon chi. Chu Xing's his face turned pale, his divine power depleted, already unable to continue fighting. Without a word, he turned and left, not wanting others to witness his humiliation. Sigh. Gxin also sighed softly upon seeing this, retreating quietly. Although she still had some means left unexploited, the sect competition was approaching. It was truly not worth exposing all her trump cards for a chance at a dragon chi. Moreover, victory was not guaranteed. She could only give up. The battle for the primordial dragon chi has come to a close. The outcome surprised everyone as it was claimed by an unknown individual. Defeating 3 veteran inner disciples in succession with absolute strength is truly inconceivable. However, everyone present was aware. After today, the name Lu Yuan is bound to echo throughout the inner sect. Such achievements are enough to rival some of the great masters in the 9th layer of the spirit awakening realm. Perhaps during the great competition, he might shine brilliantly, causing others to underestimate him no more. The first to be defeated by Lu Yuan, Duan Qingfeng, left the Longqi Gorge quietly after watching the battles. He lacked the courage to seek revenge and left the small path dejectedly. After the dust settled, Lu Yuan calmed his mind, activated the chaos technique, and began to refine the primordial dragon chi. In an instant, he felt torrents of vibrant life energy surging towards him, creating tumultuous waves and dazzling divine light, an awe-inspiring sight. Lu Yuan sat cross-legged like a wooden statue, unmoving as brilliant light circulated throughout his body. The blood within him roared like the mighty Yangtze River, endlessly surging. The powerful life energy was rapidly refined by him, continuously cleansing his flesh and meridians, as if undergoing a profound transformation. Only after a day did Lu Yuan awaken from his deep cultivation, his eyes suddenly opening to release a flash of golden lightning brimming with vitality and a sense of comfort. Spirit Awakening Realm 5th Layer. Lu Yuan revealed a hint of joy on his face. Even he was astonished by such a cultivation speed. It is important to note that more than 2 months ago, he was a mere mortal who had not yet embarked on the path of cultivation. Now in such a short span, he had transformed into a mid-stage cultivator of the Spirit Awakening Realm. To say this is astonishing would be an understatement. Subsequently, Lu Yuan calculated the time. His cultivation period in the Longqi Gorge was nearing its end. Thus he rose and began to depart. On the way back to his cave dwelling, he noticed that the number of cultivators in the Holy Land had significantly increased. It seemed the great competition was approaching, prompting many to return early. Groups of people gathered together to chat, creating a lively atmosphere. Lu Yuan had no friends in the Wanshu Holy Land, so he did not stop. Riding the divine rainbow, he hurried back to his residence. 3 days remain until the great competition. He thought, with my current cultivation, I should not fall behind when facing cultivators in the 9th layer of the Spirit Awakening Realm. However, the specifics will only be known once I engage in battle. Lu Yuan pondered in silence, then withdrew his thoughts and focused on consolidating the arcane techniques he had learned. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The long-awaited grand competition of the Wanshu Holy Land had finally arrived. This time, due to the selection of the current Holy Sun and Holy Maiden, the scale was significantly larger. The entire martial arts arena was packed with people, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, a bustling throng of figures, truly a grand spectacle. Surrounding the massive martial arts arena, 8 square-high platforms were erected upon which sat the high-ranking officials of the Wanshu Holy Land. In addition to the renowned 7 true disciples and numerous elders, the current Holy Master of the Wanshu Holy Land and several elusive Supreme Elders would also be in attendance. Half an hour later, the clamorous voices suddenly fell silent. A multitude of gazes turned skyward, fixated on the heavens. Several figures stepped forth from the void, descending here. They were enveloped in an overwhelming aura of the great Tao, simply standing there exerted a suffocating pressure. The Holy Master has arrived. The Holy Master has arrived. The disciples below, with fervent eyes, unanimously focused on the leading figure. The individual appeared to be middle-aged, clad in a luxurious dark robe, tall and erect, with an air of inviolable authority emanating from his brow, exuding immense charisma. It was none other than the current Holy Master of the Wanshu Holy Land. Everyone, please take your seats, the Holy Master said with a slight smile and a calm voice. Several Supreme Elders nodded slightly in response, then with a flash each descended onto their respective high platforms and took their seats. With the arrival of the high-ranking officials of the Holy Land, the atmosphere of the grand event grew increasingly fervent. Many disciples were eager, looking forward to the upcoming battles. After all, aside from the sect's grand competition, opportunities to stand before the Holy Master and the Supreme Elders are quite rare. If one performed well, they might be favored and accepted as a disciple, thus reaching new heights. Such chances, although slim, still require one to hold on to dreams while living. Otherwise, what is the difference from being a salted fish? For this reason, one must strive for a chance. Amidst the crowd, Lu Yuan stood quietly, his gaze also fixed on the high platform, flickering with anticipation. The Holy Master of Wanshu and the several supreme elders of the Holy Land were on par with the patriarchs of major ancient families and sect leaders in terms of cultivation. All are supreme beings of the celestial realm. It is said that with just a drop of blood they can collapse mountains and seas, capable of devastating the world with a mere gesture, possessing unimaginable terrifying power. In this era where saints do not emerge and kings do not reveal themselves, they are virtually the strongest visible forces among all great traditions, revered by countless beings wherever they go. I wonder how long it will take me to reach this point. 10 years, 20 years, or even longer. Lu Yuan's gaze was intense, filled with anticipation within his heart. Meanwhile, on a high platform in the southwest direction, a captivating and graceful figure stood up, bowing respectfully to the palace-clad beauty before her, saying, "I greet you, master." No need for excessive formalities. The palace-clad beauty smiled, gently raising her hand to release a divine power, assisting her to rise. "Please sit, Qinghuang." "Yes, master." Gu Qinghuang nodded obediently and sat down. Third layer of the cave heaven realm. Very good. You have a great chance in this holy maiden selection. A satisfied expression appeared on Shangwan Ruing's fair face. "I will do my utmost." Gu Qinghuang's eyes were resolute as she spoke earnestly. Just do your best." Shangwan Ruing replied with a warm smile and a nod. Then, as if recalling something, her gaze suddenly lowered, resting on the crowd below. "By the way, you mentioned earlier that your little Dao companion can cultivate. Has he come for this great competition?" Gu Qinghuang heard the sound, and her stunningly beautiful face instantly turned red. She then swept her gaze across the crowd below. Even searching with divine sense for a single person felt like looking for a needle in a haystack, not an easy task. "He should be here by now. Perhaps he will stand out in the inter-sect battles," Gu Qinghuang murmured softly. "Oh, you have such confidence." Shangwan Ruoqian smiled lightly, giving Gu Qinghuang a deep glance, as if implying something. The ancient sacred body, although bound by the shackles of heaven's will, is ultimately not an ordinary body. When I last met him, I vaguely sensed the formidable qi and blood within him, far beyond what cultivators of the same realm could match. If he participates in the battle, he will certainly not fade into the crowd. Gu Qinghuang blinked her beautiful eyes and spoke truthfully. "Since that's the case, then I shall await the outcome with great anticipation." Shangwan Ruoqian smiled, and a look of interest flickered in her eyes as she murmured, "The ancient sacred body. This physique has been long forgotten, seemingly silent for hundreds of thousands of years. To rise again is no easy feat." On the ground, Lu Yuan had already spotted Gu Qinghuang on the high platform. However, he did not make a fuss, merely glanced at her from afar before shifting his gaze elsewhere. On another high platform, Lu Yuan surprisingly saw two familiar faces. One was the female true disciple he had encountered outside the Yunlong Gorge, Lu Hong. The other was the young man in white with whom he had comprehended the Tao in front of the Chaos Stone Tablet. From the beginning, Lu Yuan suspected that this person possessed unfathomable strength. Now seeing him again, it was as he had expected. To sit next to a supreme elder in such an important event as the Sacred Land competition was a clear indication of the latter's status. "This brother, do you recognize the young man in white sitting on that high platform?" Lu Yuan asked with a smile, engaging in conversation with a disciple of the Sacred Land beside him. "Huh, are you new here? You don't even know him." The Sacred Land disciple looked quite surprised. "I've seen him once, but I don't know his name." That one is the direct grandson of a supreme elder from the Wanshu Sacred Land, in Tindu, one of the 7 true disciples. He has grown up in the Sacred Land since childhood, and his talent in cultivation is extraordinarily terrifying. Among the younger generation in the entire southern domain, he is a standout figure. Perhaps after this competition, he will ascend to the position of Sacred Son. The Sacred Land disciple spoke with admiration, explaining, "I see, thank you for the information, brother." Lu Yuan nodded, lightly committing this name to memory. As time passed, another half an hour went by. Most of the disciples who were supposed to arrive had gathered. The Sacred Land competition finally commenced. Boom! A resonating sound echoed as thousands of intricate Tao patterns intertwined across the sky, forming a barrier around the massive martial platform. The aim was to prevent the aftermath of battles from spilling over and affecting the audience. On the other hand, it ensured fairness, preventing any ill-intentioned individuals from interfering with the competition's outcome. Immediately after, an elder of the Sacred Land, upon receiving the signal from the Wanshu Sacred Lord, flashed into the air above the platform. He began to announce the rules of the competition along with various rewards for the top contenders. His voice was high-pitched and powerful, interspersed with potent divine sense, allowing it to clearly reach the ears of every disciple present. After a few breaths, the rules were announced. The elder began to call names. The martial platform was divided into 4 battlefields by the barrier. pairing off with 8 individuals in each group. Soon the named disciples ascended the stage in succession, preparing for battle. Naturally, some of these were vacant spots. After the elder called a name 3 times, if no one ascended, it was equivalent to a forfeiture. Among these individuals, some were aware of their own low strength and preferred to forego the humiliation of competing. Others were missing, which was also quite common. After all, in the world of cultivators, parting and death, as well as bloody conflicts, were part of everyday life. Death's injuries, being trapped or captured, were all possibilities and could not all be traced back. Soon on the 4 platforms, 8 figures appeared, nervously confronting each other, standing ready. Begin. With a solemn shout, all 8 figures moved, instantly rushing into battle with their opponents. Boom, boom. In an instant, various divine lights shone and numerous techniques were unleashed. The sounds of fierce combat echoed, drawing many disciples to lean forward and watch. In the first match of the competition, all participants were outer disciples at the Bitter Sea realm. The clashes were primarily physical strength, and the techniques were not particularly exquisite, making it somewhat mediocre in terms of spectacle. Among the crowd, Yuan, after a cursory glance, withdrew his gaze and began to rest his eyes. With the vast number of outer disciples, it would take quite a while to complete the matches. There was still a long time before he would take the stage. Time flowed swiftly. After several hours, the outer disciples' duels finally reached their conclusion. Boom. Under a powerful strike, the Bitter Sea realm disciple on the platform coughed up blood and retreated. Though his face was filled with deep reluctance after fighting to this extent, his own divine power was already exhausted, leaving him unable to resist. He could only concede, walking off the platform with a pale face. The top outer disciple was determined, and a cheer erupted from the audience. Subsequently, the sacred land elder vanished into the air, expressionless, announcing the results of the first match. Next up was the second match, featuring the inner disciples. East platform Zheng Heng against Du Wenlong. South platform Yu Zishi against Hong Wendi. West platform Zhang Chao against Ning Lin. North platform Lu Wenjin against Lu Yuan. Disciples whose names are called come to the stage. As the words fell, streaks of divine rainbows shot out from the crowd in all directions. Oh, I'm up in the first match. Lu Yuan felt a bit surprised, but didn't hesitate, his foot shining with divine light, as he shot straight into the sky, lightly landing on the north corner of the platform. Lu Yuan. Is that Lu Yuan? The crowd below stirred, many gazes converging on the north platform. What's the matter? Is this person famous? Someone asked in confusion. Well, he has only recently gained fame. It is said that this person's strength is extremely formidable, having consecutively defeated Duan Chengfeng, who was at the 7th level of the Cloud Spirit Realm, and Jixian Chu Xingzhu at the 8th level in the Yunlong Gorge, and obtained the Source Dragon energy that day. Preliminary estimates place his battle power at around the 9th level of the Cloud Spirit Realm. A disciple of the Sacred Land who was privy to the inside information explained in a low voice. He's that strong. I know Lu Wenjin, but he's only at the 3rd level of the Cloud Spirit Realm. To face such a person in the first match, he really is out of luck. Meanwhile, on the high platform, Gu Qinghuang also noticed Lu Yuan's appearance. Her beautiful eyes flickered slightly, and her red lips parted to transmit a voice of encouragement through her divine sense. Hearing the voice, Lu Yuan glanced upward and nodded lightly. On the other high platform, Yin Tiandu, who usually appeared calm and collected, showed a rare hint of interest upon seeing Lu Yuan take the stage. The last time they met, this person was merely at the Bitter Sea realm. He had to rely on physical strength to climb the mountain peak to see the Chaos Stone Tablet. Now, over 2 months later, he had already become an inner disciple at the Spirit Gathering realm. Such a cultivation speed is truly astonishing. Indeed, those who can sense the existence of the Chaos Stone Tablet are no ordinary individuals. Sooner or later, he will rise. At this moment, Lu Yuan stood on the arena, standing tall and calmly gazing at his opponent. With a sweep of his divine sense, he could discern the opponent's cultivation level. It was merely the 3rd layer of the Spirit Gathering realm. Such a level of cultivation he could easily defeat with a casual strike, so there was no need to pay it any mind. In contrast, Lu Wenjin appeared to be facing a great enemy. His whole body was tense, and his gaze was unwavering, fully prepared for battle. After a few breaths, on the 4 arenas, all 8 participants were ready, and the atmosphere was tense. Begin. With the Elder of the Holy Lands' command, the battle erupted instantly. Boom. On the other 3 arenas, strong waves of divine power surged forth, and magical artifacts soared through the air with astonishing might. Cultivators who reached this level in the Spirit Gathering realm could be considered to have entered the threshold of mastery. The divine abilities and mystical methods they grasped were not few. In comparison, this was far more exciting than the battles of outer disciples. Meanwhile, Lu Wenjin also launched his offensive, summoning a long sword that suddenly appeared in his hand. At the sword's edge, cold light shimmered sharp and menacing, revealing itself as a mid-grade magical artifact. Whooshed! A thick and fierce beam of sword light erupted out of thin air, dazzling in brilliance, its divine energy surging forth, sweeping towards Lu Yuan at an astonishing speed. Seeing this, Lu Yuan's gaze remained as calm as a deep well. In the next instant, his robes billowed as he leaped forward, a strand of golden divine light spilling from his palm to meet the attack heat. Boom! The golden hand struck down horizontally. With just a single blow, it shattered the ferocious sword light, turning it into countless specks of light that dissipated into the void. What? Lu Wenjin's complexion drastically changed, revealing a look of shock. He knew his opponent should be quite strong, but he never expected him to be this powerful. He actually could easily crush his attack with just a mortal body. It far exceeded his expectations. Just as he prepared to strike again, he suddenly paused, frozen in place. Lu Yuan's figure had mysteriously vanished from his original spot. In the next instant, a slender finger surrounded by sharp beams of light silently pressed against Lu Wenjin's neck. You lost. The calm and indifferent voice echoed in his ears, making Lu Wenjin feel a chill run down his spine, filled with dread. If this were on a battlefield outside the Holy Land facing life and death, he might not even realize where his enemy was before his throat was pierced. The gap is simply too immense. Thank you, senior brother Lu, for your mercy. Lu Wenjin lowered his head, speaking with a heavy heart. I concede. Lu Yuan smiled slightly, dispersing the divine light from his finger. Immediately after, Lu Wenjin did not linger, flashing away towards the edge of the arena. North platform, Lu Yuan wins. The elder of the Holy Land glanced over and already knew the result of the match, announcing it loudly. That 3 other platforms just started, and this one is already over. It took no more than 2 or 3 breaths, right? This speed is just too fast. The crowd erupted in astonishment, with many disciples displaying incredulous expressions. With a single move, he defeated Lu Wenjin, who was at the 3rd layer of the spirit-gathering realm. Such strength is enough to rank among the upper echelon of inner disciples. In contrast, those who had heard of Lu Yuan's achievements at the Spirit Dragon Gorge were not very surprised. After all, with such solid strength, there was nothing to be overly astonished about. Upon hearing the elder of the Holy Land announce the result of the match, Lu Yuan quickly leaped down from the arena. Under the gazes of shock, admiration, and fear, he returned to the crowd. Such a swift speed and such explosive power. Since the last time we met, his strength seems to have advanced again. He should now be at the midpoint of the spirit gathering. Gu Qinghuang pondered slightly, and after some analysis, a hint of surprise appeared in her beautiful eyes. If it was truly as she suspected, then Lu Yuan's speed of advancement and cultivation was astonishing. In just a few days, he managed to leap across several minor realms, as if there were no bottlenecks at all. Although she had left behind over 10,000 pounds of origin for him to cultivate. However, ordinary cultivators would still need a certain amount of time to absorb and refine it. Without special means, it would be impossible to achieve. It seems he has many secrets. Gu Qinghuang's beautiful eyes stared blankly, murmuring to herself. After a while, the battle on the arena had completely concluded. The other 3 victors, like Lu Yuan, successfully advanced. However, the next round of battles would not be so quick, as they needed some time to recover their divine power. Although the inner disciples did not have as large a base as the outer disciples, their numbers were still considerable. Competing for the top 8 would take several hours. Soon another 8 disciples whose names were called took the stage to perform martial arts, facing off 2 by 2. The fierce battles erupted once more. Lu Yuan stood among the crowd, watching with crossed arms, glancing a bit longer at any interesting fights. After all, knowing oneself and the enemy leads to victory in 100 battles. As time passed, half an hour later, Lu Yuan welcomed his second battle. However, this time his opponent was actually a familiar face. It was none other than Gu Qinghuang, the female cultivator who competed with him for the primal dragon energy at the Spirit Dragon Gorge. When Gu Qinghuang heard the elder announce the battle list, her expression clearly showed a moment of shock, and she fell into hesitation. To be honest, she would rather face an old inner disciple at the 9th layer of the spirit gathering realm than battle Lu Yuan again. This person's physical strength was so formidable that it was hard to imagine. During their last battle, he had crushed one of her top-grade magical artifacts, leaving her heartbroken. However, at this moment, it was the grand competition of the sect. Not taking the stage meant forfeiting, leaving no chance whatsoever. Gu Qinghuang, the elder of the Holy Land, frowned, scanning the surroundings before calling again. Gu Qinghuang came back to her senses, no longer hesitating. Gritting her silver teeth, she swiftly jumped onto the arena, standing opposite Lu Yuan. On the arena, a man and a woman stood facing each other, drawing the attention of many disciples from the sacred grounds. Gu Qinghuang, a seasoned inner sect disciple, held considerable fame. Her cultivation was also quite formidable at the 8th level of the spiritual realm. As long as she didn't encounter those few people too early due to bad luck, she might still have a chance to squeeze into the top 8 and earn a spot in the divine creation pool. Moreover, with her lovely appearance and outstanding demeanor, she was highly praised among the disciples. Defeat him. Don't fight him, he didn't try to catch him off guard. Many male disciples shouted passionately from below the stage. A few even devised tactics for her. Jizin's face darkened, ignoring them. What a coincidence we meet. Lu Yuan smiled slightly and spoke calmly. Yes, since our last parting, I imagine your cultivation has improved quite a bit, hasn't it? Ji Xin's eyes sparkled, showing a smile in return. Not bad. Lu Yuan replied noncommittally. Is that so? Then I hope you'll show mercy later, and not let me lose too miserably. Ji Xian smiled charmingly, putting on an act of weakness. The beauty trap won't work on me. If you want to advance, you must show your true skills. Lu Yuan lifted the corners of his mouth, slightly speaking lightly. As his words fell, the voice of the elder from the sacred grounds echoed from above. Nearby arenas erupted into battle. Whooshed. Ji Xin's hair flew, her fair skin radiating dazzling brilliance, her momentum soaring. With her first move, she unleashed a powerful spell. The temperature of the surrounding air instantly dropped sharply. Razor-sharp ice spikes infused with astonishing coldness shot towards Lu Yuan. Boom. Lu Yuan remained unfazed, still facing the assault barehanded. With a few punches and kicks, he shattered the oncoming ice spikes, sending shards flying, as if a hailstorm had descended. Ji Xian was not surprised by this. She knew Lu Yuan's physical strength was astonishing. Unable to match him, she could only rely on long-range attacks to win. Taking advantage of a brief moment, Ji Xian rode the divine rainbow, soaring into the sky. She opened her mouth to unleash a beam of precious light, transforming into a net woven with the power of thunder, descending to trap her opponent. There are quite a few magical tools, but unfortunately they are useless. Lu Yuan smiled indifferently. Under his powerful divine sense, any movement was laid bare. Just as the thunderous net fell, Lu Yuan's figure vanished once more. Like the previous battle, it was almost a however, the speed he exhibited was several times faster. Even some seasoned inner sect disciples below could only catch a fleeting glimpse of a streak of light passing by. Spatial movement technique. So fast. Ji Xin's fair face changed, instinctively retreating. At that moment, a golden fist imprint was already crashing down towards her. Clang. Ji Xian remained composed in danger, quickly forming hand seals. The icy blue armor she wore suddenly glowed, sending out ripples of energy to resist the impact. However, her body was still heavily struck down, crashing into the ground. Lu Yuan's steps were swift as he followed closely, giving her no chance to catch her breath. Bang! Another terrifying fist imprint struck out. Ji Xian was sent flying, her figure swaying unsteadily, blood spilling from her mouth and cracks spreading across her armor, its brilliance dimmed considerably. If this continued, just a few more strikes would completely shatter her defenses. With such speed, how many times can you use it? Ji Xian gritted her silver teeth, filled with unwillingness, fighting while retreating, but still unable to shake off Lu Yuan's pursuit. Many times. Lu Yuan spoke, transforming once more into an elusive shadow, launching another punch. Bang! Bang! The sounds of impacts resonated across the arena. The battle between the two was completely one-sided. Ji Xian fought desperately to defend, occasionally managing to counterattack. But Lu Yuan's speed was simply too fast. Before the divine light of her attack could burst forth, he had already retreated to another direction, making it impossible to hit. After several exchanges, the icy blue armor could no longer withstand the fierce impacts and exploded completely. Ji Xian felt her blood surging, her internal organs jolted heavily. She knew that continuing to fight would only lead to further humiliation. I concede. Upon hearing this voice, it rang out. Lu Yuan halted his movements, no longer attacking, standing with his fists by his side. What is the name of your technique? Ji Xian asked with a somber expression. Floating light and shadow. Lu Yuan responded candidly without disguise. A good name. I am indeed inferior. Ji Xian sighed, shaking her head, completely extinguishing any hopes of entering the top 8, and resolutely flew down from the arena. In the southern arena, Lu Yuan wins. The elder of the sacred grounds announced slowly. A multitude of gazes converged from outside the arena. Among them, there were also several core disciples of the divine palace realm. They looked at Lu Yuan with a hint of grave expression in their eyes. Ji Xin's defeat is not unjustified. The technique he just displayed was such that even my divine sense could only capture a vague afterimage, let alone those in the spiritual realm who have not yet opened their sea of consciousness. Indeed, unless something unexpected happens, this person will secure a spot among the top 8 inner sect disciples. Several core disciples of the divine palace realm communicated with their divine senses. Even the 8th level of the spiritual realm, Sister Ji Xian has been defeated. Lu Yuan is so strong. He truly is a dark horse emerging in this competition. If he can win 2 more matches, he will almost certainly secure a top 8 position. On the other side, many inner and outer sect disciples were also discussing fervently. Among them were quite a few female cultivators gazing at Lu Yuan with sparkling eyes. Setting aside his strength, Lu Yuan's appearance was also quite captivating to some female disciples. With strikingly handsome features and an ethereal demeanor, he was a presence that could be noticed wherever he went. Not a bad technique. On the high platform, Yin Tiandu nodded slightly, rarely giving such an evaluation. However, he still wondered what kind of constitution Lu Yuan possessed that could evoke such strong sensations in him. After watching 2 matches, it seemed he could only discern an extraordinary physical strength. Merely relying on this point, he could not confirm anything. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan slowly descended from the arena under everyone's gaze, preparing for the next match. Without a doubt, he was still the one to win his match in the fastest time this time. The battle raged with unrestrained ferocity. Another hour had passed. Lu Yuan now faced his third match. Yet the moment he stepped onto the martial platform, his opponent surrendered outright, withdrawing from the contest. The man possessed keen self-awareness. Having reached this stage at the mere cultivation level of profound spirit realm 7th heaven was nothing short of miraculous fortune, beyond which he harbored no further ambition. So we're already in the top 8. Lu Yuan chuckled wryly, returning to his place with quiet resignation. At that moment, Gu Qinghuang, seated upon the elevated dais, brightened perceptibly, her beautiful eyes gleaming with silent delight for Lu Yuan. Advancing to the top 8 secured eligibility to enter the creation divine pool. Given his current cultivation level, even if he could not instantly ascend to the divine palace realm, immersion in the pool would undoubtedly yield profound and transformative benefits. Thereafter, Lu Yuan remained among the spectators, observing the remaining matches. Among the final contenders, several were widely regarded as top favorites to claim the inner sect's supreme title. All cultivated to the peak of the profound spirit realm, immensely powerful. One cold, aloof youth even shared Lu Yuan's distinction. He had earlier opened his spiritual sea, standing already halfway into the divine palace realm. Each of their matches concluded within 2 or 3 moves, clean, decisive, utterly devoid of hesitation, drawing repeated glances from the venerable elders seated high upon the dais. Apparently his status was no ordinary one. Half an hour later, the top 8 elimination round finally commenced. After the Holy Land Elder announced the pairings, 8 radiant divine beams descended simultaneously onto the martial platforms. The arena erupted in fervent excitement, commanding universal attention. Even the elders on the dais lifted their eyelids, slightly stirred by genuine interest. Undoubtedly, after such rigorous sifting, every inner sect disciple who had reached this stage was no longer a mere novice. Following purification within the creation divine pool, ascension to the divine palace realm was virtually assured. Upon emergence, they would instantly ascend to core disciple status, possessing formidable latent potential. Should any elder find resonance in a disciple's temperament or aptitude, taking him as a direct heir would indeed be a most auspicious affair. Standing opposite Lu Yuan now was a towering young man. His features were rugged, his body corded with dense muscle radiating overwhelming spiritual strength. A jagged scar seared across his left eye, a visceral testament to raw ferocity that commanded immediate respect. You are Lu Yuan, correct? Judging by your cultivation, you have yet to reach full maturity. Yet arriving here is no small feat. I am not one to temper my blows. Yield early and spare yourself grievous injury. Han Zhang cast a sidelong glance, licked his lips, and bared a feral, bloodthirsty grin. Oh, how fortuitous. I too possess little restraint in my strikes. I should very much like to test them against yours. Lu Yuan spoke calmly, a serene smile gracing his lips. Utterly deluded. Han Zhang sneered coldly. Seeing Lu Yuan's obstinacy, he abandoned further words. At that very moment, a discordant voice rang out from another martial platform. I yield. The speaker was none other than the inner sect disciple matched against the aloof youth. He bore himself with effortless composure. Recognizing his inferiority, he turned and departed without a trace of hesitation. Already yielding. Won't you press on just once more? Granted, securing a spot in the top 8 guarantees entry into the creation divine pool. But there are still other lavish rewards awaiting the victors. Among the disciples gathered below, some voiced confusion and regret. Press on. Nonsense. If I cannot win, I cannot win. Only fools invite humiliation upon themselves. Besides, do you know Mu Chang's true identity? There's more to this. What is his background? Rumors say he is a long-hidden scion of the Grand Elder's clan, a prodigy endowed with a rare, extraordinary constitution. He participates in the intersect contest merely as a formality, his youth demanding only a ceremonial appearance. He is all but preordained to become a true successor disciple. So he is of the Grand Elder's lineage. A hush fell as someone revealed this closely guarded secret, sparking waves of astonishment throughout the crowd. No wonder his strength is so overwhelming, yet we've never heard his name before. Many exchanged startled glances, their gazes toward the dais now steeped in deeper awe and reverence. Mu Chong paid no heed to the murmurs swirling around him. His face remained impassive, his eyes still as ancient wells, exuding an air of unassailable superiority, suffused with quiet arrogance. Then, without a word, he settled cross-legged upon the platform and closed his eyes in meditation, as though battles of this caliber held not the faintest spark of interest for him. A few heartbeats later, combat ignited. Across all 3 platforms, surging waves of divine power erupted instantaneously. Han Zhang shot forward like a thunderclap, blazing toward Lu Yuan. His speed was astonishing. each stride accompanied by roaring gales and crackling thunder, leaving behind shimmering afterimages. His cultivation at the apex of the profound spirit realm was unmistakable. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened. He pinpointed Han Zhang's position in an instant, then clenched his fingers and launched a devastating punch. Boom! Neither retreated nor evaded. Their fists met heated in brutal, unyielding contact, unleashing a cataclysmic detonation that seemed to make the surrounding void itself tremble. Now this is intriguing. Han Zhang registered the shocking force reverberating up his arm, surprise flickering across his expression, before blazing light erupted from his palm, channeling torrents of divine energy in a sweeping strike. Thud! Lu Yuan's sea of suffering resonated violently. His blood surged fiercely as he raised his fist again for another blow. This impact, colossal and crushing, forced both combatants momentarily apart. Then with a sharp stomp upon the platform, the ground shuddered, and both blurred into streaks of light, lunging back into furious combat. They clashed at close quarters, exchanging rapid, relentless blows, like tempestuous wind and lashing rain. Each strike carried the weight of 10,000 jin, deafening sonic booms erupting incessantly, violent shockwaves tearing through the air. Their speed surpassed the naked eye's capacity to follow. HSS, Lu Yuan truly is exceptional. He actually withstands Han Zhang's physical might. Numerous inner sect disciples watching the spectacle exchanged stunned, awestruck glances. Han Zhang hailed from no distinguished lineage. His ascent owed entirely to sheer unrelenting ferocity. Legends claim that in his youth he had obtained an exceptionally potent body-refining art, granting him mastery over the physical path far beyond ordinary cultivators. He was said to have torn apart a profound spirit realm beast with bare hands while still at the sea of suffering realm. Thud! Thud! Within seconds, Lu Yuan and Han Zhang had exchanged dozens of blows, neither gaining decisive advantage. Great Wilderness Palm. Han Zhang roared, unleashing a formidable arcane technique. His massive hand slammed downward, spreading desolation, severing vitality, its power surging like an unstoppable tide. Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed. He thrust forth a single finger, wind and thunder shrieking in its wake, piercing with lethal precision. Boom! The void quaked violently, unleashing a catastrophic wave of energy that rippled outward in all directions. Han Zhang staggered backward, 3 heavy steps, his expression shifting subtly, then twisting into a cold, mocking smile. No wonder you stood so defiant, refusing to yield. You truly do possess remarkable skill. But your realm remains too low. Ultimately, you cannot match me. Let me seize you now. 8 Waste Savage Chi, knock-hold command rang out. Nan Zhang unleashed his signature technique, the formidable secret art embedded within the body-refining cultivation manual he had obtained in his youth. Once revealed, its power was astonishing, slaying opponents across 2 or 3 minor cultivation realms posed no difficulty. And boom! A torrent of terrifying aura erupted from Han Zhang's body. Blood waves surged around him like a crimson tide, malevolent, overwhelming, and brimming with staggering force. Hardly impressive. And Lu Yuan snorted, his expression unaltered. The next instant, an equally horrifying torrent of vital energy burst forth from his corporeal acupoints. His tendons and bones resonated in unison, shimmering with golden radiance accompanied by thunderous roars, as though ancient dragon elephants were awakening within him. And these 2 youths possess extraordinary mastery in body refinement, and they are nearly surpassing the very limits of the spirit-infused realm, and truly promising talents. From the elevated dais, numerous elders of sacred lands turned their gaze, eyes gleaming with growing interest. And, since you 2 excel in this domain, let us settle supremacy here, on the battlefield of flesh and bone. Perceiving Lu Yuan's awe-inspiring vital energy, Han Zhang's face flickered with fleeting astonishment, then stilled once more. And exactly as I wished. So be it. Lu Yuan retorted without hesitation. As his words faded, both men stamped their feet and charged forward, clashing instantly in furious combat. In crack, fists collided, heat needle against weed on. Into utterly divergent tidal waves of energy detonated at the point of impact, rippling outward in concentric surges of raw force. Had the arena not been inscribed with countless Dao sigils, sealing the spatial fabric, this single blow would have unleashed devastation beyond measure. At that moment, Han Zhang fought with full might, ruthless, relentless, his onslaught descending like gales and tempests. Wherever he struck, howling gales erupted, not merely heavy and crushing, but laced with eerie hidden currents that made the void itself shriek in protest. Lu Yuan, by contrast, remained ferociously unyielding, his form like an immovable towering mountain, retreating not 1 inch before the razor-edged assault. Golden light blazed across his entire body, his arms swung wide and fierce like a celestial deity descending to earth, invincible, unstoppable. And, boom, after a dozen exchanges, a colossal golden palm cleaved through the air, shaking the heavens themselves, crackling with deafening fury. And the sheer magnitude of its destructive force defied mortal comprehension. Spurt. Nanjiang spat blood hurtling backward through the air. In cracks spiderwebbed across multiple bones, a searing agony convulsed his frame, draining all color from his face. You? Hanjiang's expression twisted in shock, utterly transformed. And though reluctant to admit it, and truth stood irrefutable, before him Lu Yuan's mastery of the physical path far surpassed his own. Each strike landed like a mountain range, crashing headlong into him. Inescapable, irresistible. And his ever-unbeatable eight wastes savage chi, utterly nullified. Every concealed current he launched sank into Lu Yuan's body like a clay ox vanishing into the sea, devoured by some unfathomable force profoundly uncanny. And well, shall you endure further bodily torment? And Lu Yuan stood rooted in place, serene and unruffled. And this outcome held no surprise for him. He bore the primordial holy body, a physique unmatched under heaven. And not even a spirit palace realm cultivator could hope to gain advantage over him in close combat, let alone one confined to the spirit-infused realm. Today I have truly witnessed your strength, and I yield. After long hesitation, Hanjiang finally uttered those words. And to fall before an adversary in his own domain left him speechless, drowned in bitter defeat. To persist would only invite humiliation. And Hanjiang has surrendered, and even one as fierce as he bows willingly. Truly unprecedented. And below the arena, disciples from countless sacred lands stared in stunned silence, hearts still racing. And viewed objectively, their duel had been strikingly austere. No flashy spells, no arcane artifacts, only brutal, visceral fist-to-flesh combat. Lu Yuan is victorious, and the elder's voice descended from above, declaring the contest concluded. And this is your newlywed Dao consort, is he not? Shangwan Ruo cast a sidelong glance at Gu Qinghuang, beside her, a faint smile playing upon her lips. An immense physical prowess. Nan intersect disciple. Nan bearing the surname Lu. Combined, these signs pointed unmistakably to Lu Yuan's identity. Master sees with profound clarity. Gu Qinghuang murmured softly, bowing her graceful head, her luminous eyes glinting with quiet brilliance. Not weak in strength, and comely in appearance. And were it not for that heaven-envied constitution, he would indeed suit Qinghuang well. Shangwan Ruo sighed inwardly. And though she was Gu Qinghuang's master and the affairs of the Gu family lay beyond her jurisdiction, now that the marriage had been sealed, further words would serve no purpose. Nanli deepened the silence of resignation. Master, do you think he might claim the inner sect's top rank? Gu Qinghuang tilted her delicate chin upward, whispering the question. Unlikely. Shangwan Ruo shook her head. Mu Chong possesses the divine king physique, nurtured since childhood by the Mu clan, and personally instructed by the senior elder himself. Among all cultivators below the spirit palace realm, he stands virtually invincible. Moreover, your young consort's true cultivation level likely hovers around the fifth heaven of the spirit-infused realm. And to defy a youth sovereign, nay a divine king, is no ordinary challenge. Gu Qinghuang nodded thoughtfully. In having secured this victory, Lu Yuan had already advanced into the inner sect's final four. Frankly, reaching this stage had exceeded even his own expectations. And originally merely qualifying for the creation divine pool had seemed a fortuitous blessing. Yet now inexplicably Gu Qinghuang felt a strange, unwavering confidence bloom within her. If defeating Mu Chong and claiming the inner sect's supreme title were not impossible after all. And time flowed onward. After defeating Hanjiang, Lu Yuan did not descend from the arena. He settled into silent meditation on the spot, awaiting his next opponent. Another incense stick burned away. At last the battles upon the other two arenas concluded. And the final four of the inner sect were now determined. They were Mu Chong, Lu Yuan, Zheng Wuxi, and Shinsu. And without delay, the Sacred Land Elder continued reciting the next match pairings. Mu Chong versus Shinsu, and Lu Yuan versus Zheng Wuxi. And upon hearing their names, the four silently moved to their designated positions. I yield. Shinsu ever direct chose surrender without hesitation. He harbored not a shred of confidence against this unfathomable youth. Mu Chong is victorious, declared the elder, then lowered his gaze toward the other arena, asking, and you? Shall you fight? Lu Yuan stood composed, his calm gaze fixed upon the woman across from him, his intent unmistakable. By now even the most casual observer could see Zheng Wuxi's dire state. Her previous battle had drained her spiritual energy and exhausted every trump card. Her fair, delicate face was deathly pale, and even forcing herself into combat, she would surely collapse within moments. Enough, I yield as well. Zheng Wuxi shook her head, then vanished in a streak of motion, leaping cleanly off the arena. Immediately, only two figures remained on the grand arena. Lu Yuan stood tall, gathering countless gazes upon himself, showing no intention of conceding. This caused numerous disciples from the sacred ground to turn their heads and murmur amongst themselves. It seems Lu Yuan does not plan to admit defeat. Is he aiming to compete with Mu Chong? Indeed, although Lu Yuan is not weak, he still falls short when vying for the position of the inner sect's number one against that individual. Since Mu Cheng took the stage, hardly anyone has managed to last more than 3 moves against him. Even the top 8 of the inner sect should know when to concede. Many disciples commented amongst themselves, most of them not having high hopes for Lu Yuan. After all, Mu Cheng's reputation was too formidable. He was undoubtedly a prodigy. With half a foot in the realm of the Divine Palace, he swept through the inner sect battle, his position unshakable. At this moment, the elder of the sacred ground, noticing Lu Yuan had not conceded and left, showed a hint of surprise on his face, then gestured with both hands towards the void. Boom! Countless runes engraved in the void shone brilliantly, continuously rearranging, transforming the surrounding arena, expanding the space for the two to engage several times over. The inner sect battle begins. As a loud voice echoed, Mu Cheng, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, slowly opened them, finally, facing his opponent directly. You think a mere 5th layer of the spirit-nourishing realm can challenge me? How amusing. Are you looking to make a name for yourself with this opportunity? Mu Cheng smirked with a hint of scorn, speaking indifferently. It's just a normal competition. Besides, the reputation you think you have is nothing in my eyes. Lu Yuan smiled faintly, remarkably calm, exuding an undeniable and overwhelming confidence. For a frog at the bottom of a well, your arrogance is quite something. As per the old rules, I will defeat you in 3 moves. Mu Cheng coldly laughed, his brows filled with pride, looking down upon the world, not considering any peers worthy of his attention. In that instant when the words fell, whoosh! A brilliant purple lightning bolt erupted from the center of Mu Cheng's forehead, sharp as a blade, dazzlingly slicing towards Lu Yuan with astonishing speed. A solidified divine sense. This is a sign of nearing the divine palace. Below the arena, several sharp-eyed disciples from the sacred ground exclaimed in surprise. At such a young age, he is on the verge of entering the divine palace. In terms of cultivation speed, he likely surpasses even the 7 great prodigies, and his future achievements are undoubtedly limitless. You think a single divine sense can defeat me? Boy, you are too arrogant. Lu Yuan retorted sharply as the sea of consciousness at his brow surged, erupting with a golden beam of light akin to a heavenly sword, unsheathing, resonating with power. Boom! The 2 powerful divine senses clashed violently. Sparks of lightning erupted, sending ripples spreading outward in all directions. Bang! Moments later, the divine senses of both dissipated, and this first strike ended in a stalemate. You at the 5th layer of the spirit-nourishing realm have actually developed a sea of consciousness. Mu Cheng's youthful face rarely displayed a hint of shock. What's so difficult about it? Lu Yuan smiled lightly, appearing unfazed. Upon this statement, an uproar erupted both in the arena and below. Half-step into the divine palace, having developed a sea of consciousness in advance. Though not easy, it was not entirely unheard of. If one were to open a sea of consciousness in the midstage of the spirit-nourishing realm, it would indeed be considered astonishing, as few cultivators could achieve such a feat. Moreover, the strength of this developed divine sense surprisingly matched that of Mu Cheng, truly unfathomable. It seems I underestimated you. But still, you are but a frog at the bottom of a well. Mu Cheng's entire being radiated with surging divine power, as if endless brilliance overflowed from his body. He then decisively attacked, unleashing a powerful arcane technique. Ancient Godfinger. With a sharp shout, a violent surge of divine power instantly condensed into an immensely thick finger. Various mysterious runes intertwined on its surface, densely packed, resembling a forbidden technique passed down from ancient times, exuding immense power. 5 elements, great hand seal. Lu Yuan's entire body radiated with intense light, appearing blurry as he flipped his hand downward. A colossal hand covered the sky, 5 elements, energy intertwining and erupting, releasing a vast array of dazzling divine radiance that illuminated the entire arena with brilliance. This was a powerful divine ability obtained from the system. Up to this point, it was the first time he displayed its full might. Boom! The 2 offensive forces clashed again, erupting with a thunderous sound. The void trembled, distorted, and waves of surging energy filled the air, causing numerous lower-tier cultivators below to feel a chill down their spines, utterly shocked. As the brilliance faded, Lu Yuan's figure still stood straight in place, dressed in a mystical robe, completely untainted. Mu Cheng's eyes revealed displeasure, his expression turning somewhat grim. He had initially thought his opponent was just an unremarkable inner sect disciple. To his surprise, Lu Yuan truly possessed some strength, managing to continuously withstand his assaults. Kill! Mu Cheng shouted loudly, extending his arms as boundless light surged forth. Hundreds of sharp divine spears emerged, breaking through the sky, enveloping the area. These were not mere feints, but solid attacks condensed with immense divine power. Each divine spear was wrapped in a terrifying, killing intent, piercing through the heavens and earth. Enough! Lu Yuan spoke firmly, his body glowing. The roar of dragon and elephant resounded in overwhelming power of blood, and chi suddenly erupted from within him. Even more vigorous than during his earlier confrontation with Han Jiang, it resembled a golden sun, rising dazzling to the point where one could hardly open their eyes. A massive hand like a grinding disc emitted golden light blocking the path and struck outward. Boom. All the divine spears shattered in response, suddenly exploding into a sky full of light dissipating into the void. Just a trivial technique. If you wish to defeat me, show me your true abilities. Lu Yuan coldly shouted. At this moment, all the disciples of the sacred ground present were moved by the astonishing power Lu Yuan displayed. It was hard to imagine that such strength could be possessed by a spirit-nourishing realm cultivator. It was truly remarkable. 3 moves. Lu Yuan has broken the limit of 3 moves. The previous battle was not even his full strength. Indeed, those who reach the finals of the inner sect are no easy opponents. At this time, even some of the elders on the high platform were astonished by the power Lu Yuan exhibited. The golden blood and chi power was as vigorous as a furnace containing a surging life force, evoking a familiar feeling. Good. Lu Yuan, right. You indeed have the qualifications to make me take you seriously. As a reward, let me show you my true power. Mu Chong laughed furiously, his eyes suddenly radiating a fierce light. At the same time, a terrifying aura like a volcanic eruption surged upwards, suddenly emerging. Boom. A myriad of divine lights soared into the sky, piercing through the heavens. A sacred and overwhelming aura emanated from Mu Chong. He was portrayed as a deity descending into the mortal realm, towering and majestic, evoking a sense of reverence that compelled people to worship him. Ancient God Body. The ancient God Body has left countless legends in the long history of cultivation in the Eastern Wilderness. Every individual who grew up with it could become The ancient God Body has left countless legends in the long history of cultivation in the Eastern Wilderness. Every individual who grew up with it could become a supreme powerhouse overlooking the world and possessing boundless potential. Elder, your family has indeed produced a fine talent. Perhaps in the future we will see a God King of the East. On the high platform, many elders of the Yuan Chu Holy Land spoke with smiles. Not at all. Mu Chong still has a long way to go. The Grand Elder's kind eyes sparkled as he stroked his beard. However, the pride on his face could not be concealed. Indeed, he is a remarkable young man. At this moment, even the Yuan Chu Holy Master nodded lightly, revealing a hint of approval. Being able to showcase the might of the ancient God Body among your peers is reason enough for pride. The battles to come will be without suspense. Mu Chong lifted his head, divine light shimmering, revealing endless halos as he advanced step by step. The terrifying sense of oppression caused the bluestone surface of the arena to crack and creak. Lu Yuan gazed ahead, his expression gradually becoming serious. He had previously suspected that this young man was extraordinary, receiving considerable attention from many prominent figures present. To his astonishment, he turned out to be an ancient God Body. With such a physique, in another year or two, he would undoubtedly become a direct disciple of the Holy Land, gaining fame far and wide. This is getting interesting. Lu Yuan's eyes sparkled. At this moment, he could distinctly feel the strong resonance between his chaos sacred body and Mu Chong's ancient God Body. In the golden sea of bitterness, furious waves surged and vital energy boiled, as if unable to contain itself, eager to break through obstacles and compete with the opponent. In the next instant, Lu Yuan simply released the seal on the sea of bitterness, fully showcasing the divine might of his ancient sacred body. Boom. A terrifying blood power reminiscent of an ancient true dragon awakening erupted from Lu Yuan's sea of bitterness, instantly scattering all the surrounding pressure. He appeared to be submerged in a golden ocean bathed in holy light, his imposing figure moving everyone. This power is... Mu Chong was surprised, revealing an unusual expression, but soon a cold smile crept onto his face. No matter what it is ultimately a futile struggle. Kill. A sharp command was issued. Mu Chong moved with lightning speed, transforming into a swift streak of light, attacking fiercely. After unsealing the ancient God Body, his combat power surged in all aspects. With a single strike, a violent force poured down, suppressing all directions and turning the void into a golden hue. Lu Yuan's hair flew wildly, his eyes like cold lightning. Without a second thought, he swung his glowing fist and charged forward. Boom, boom. The two clashed in close combat for the first time, resulting in a fierce struggle. Various mystical techniques were unleashed effortlessly, creating a dazzling spectacle in the center of the battle, moving so quickly that they were indistinguishable from each other. However, Mu Chong was ultimately a direct descendant of an ancient family, mastering countless mystical techniques that were ever-changing and diverse. With a wave of his hand, the power of the ancient gods swept across all directions, sharp and unparalleled, impossible for ordinary cultivators to withstand. Lu Yuan adjusted his footing, utilizing the mystical technique of floating light and shadow, constantly changing positions, his fingers summoning winds and thunder, the power of the 5 elements overwhelming, striking heavily. Boom. After battling for dozens of rounds, Mu Chong's eyes turned cold, his anger intensifying. He did not expect that even after showcasing the power of the ancient gods, he still could not easily defeat this person, which was indeed a blow to the reputation of his ancient God Body. Ancient God, 3 absolute steps. Mu Chong shouted loudly, soaring into the sky, an immense power, suddenly surging from beneath his feet, radiating brilliant light as he stomped heavily downwards. The strength of this force shook the surrounding void, causing the inscribed Dao patterns to sway violently, far exceeding the scope of the spirit-gathering realm. Lu Yuan's expression tightened, and he likewise leaped into the air, silently reciting the Dao Sutra. Buzz. In an instant, a deafening sound of the great Dao resonated through the heavens and earth, as if an ancient sage was manifesting in the world, reciting ethereal scriptures. Lu Yuan's brow blazed fiercely, with glowing ancient characters bursting forth, transforming into a golden celestial sword, piercing stone and splitting the sky, exuding a lethal aura. Boom. The golden celestial sword blazed fiercely. Wherever it passed, it crushed everything, directly shattering Mu Chong's accumulated momentum with overwhelming force. Bang! Mu Chong was struck hard, his figure flying backward, dozens of zhang in the air. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he looked at Lu Yuan with an expression of astonishment. What kind of technique is this that possesses such might? Each ancient character that surged forth seemed to embody the Dao manifesting the law. The celestial sword's attack formed from it had an unparalleled sharpness that could break through anything. What? With the cultivation of the spirit-gathering realm, he has evolved the essence of the great Dao. Is what Lu Yuan is displaying perhaps a volume of ancient imperial scriptures? On the high platform, several elders of the Holy Land rose abruptly, their faces displaying incredulous expressions, their eyes fixed intently on the unfolding battle below. Gu Qinghuang's stunningly beautiful face also changed several times, appearing particularly astonished. She wondered where Lu Yuan had obtained such profound ancient scriptures. I don't believe it. What if there is a volume of imperial scriptures? It still cannot defeat me. Mu Chong roared, his demeanor frenzied. Having been given high hopes since childhood, he absolutely could not believe he would be defeated by someone of a lower realm. Ancient God, shining the world. Mu Chong's words rang out powerfully, the sound piercing through metal and stone, jarring the eardrums and resonating with deafening clarity. Boom. In an instant, a colossal ancient God phantom materialized, towering above, surrounded by a dazzling divine light, shrouded in mist, its grandeur reaching its peak. This is the manifestation of the ancient God body. Mu Chong has actually achieved the manifestation of the ancient God body at this age. His talent is truly remarkable. Around the arena, countless disciples of the Holy Lands were astonished, exclaiming in disbelief. Ancient God, shining the world. This should be your final trump card, right? Very well, let us determine the victor with this manifestation. Lu Yuan's gaze was piercing as he urged the Dao Sutra to its zenith. In an instant, the sea of bitterness trembled, resonating with the sound of the heavens. A blue lotus appeared beside Lu Yuan with 3 leaves embodying the essence of Dao, illustrating the profound truth of the great Dao. Then the blue lotus swayed, its petals danced lightly, and the chaotic aura enveloped the surroundings, manifesting the ancient sacred body, the Chaos Sea Blue Lotus. As the vision of Lu Yuan revealed itself, all present, including the master of the Wanchu sacred ground and the esteemed elders, were deeply moved. The Chaos Seed Azure Lotus. This is the unique vision of the ancestral sacred body. It has been dormant for hundreds of thousands of years, never appearing. Who would have thought that today it would manifest during their sacred competition? The ancestral sacred body. Lu Yuan is indeed the ancestral sacred body. Wait, Lu Yuan. Lu family. Could it be that he is the one from the Tianqi Lu family who became Dao companions with senior sister Gu Qinghuang? At this moment, many disciples of the sacred ground recalled this possibility, their faces displaying shock. Instantly, the entire venue erupted in excitement. Such coincidences cannot exist in this world. This Lu Yuan must be the sacred body from the Tianqi Lu family. Who would have thought he quietly joined the Wanchu sacred ground? Only today did he choose to reveal himself in this manner. Wait, wasn't it said that the ancestral sacred body was shackled by the heavenly Dao and could not cultivate? How could he open the sea of suffering, cultivate to the spirit-gathering realm, and successfully manifest the sacred Bodhist vision with such astounding strengths? Many were filled with doubt, their gazes roving over the arena, seemingly wanting to see the truth. Even the elders who had reached the divine realm were puzzled and unable to comprehend. So you are of this cultivate? No wonder I felt such a strong resonance. One of the 7 true disciples, Yin Tiandu, murmured to himself, an unusual expression appearing on his handsome face. At this moment, above the arena, 2 vastly different magnificent visions occupied their respective spaces, standing in mutual opposition. Mu Chong's eyes flickered with sharp brilliance. What of the ancestral sacred body? Such a physique has long been abandoned by the heavenly Dao, fading into obscurity for several eras. How can it stir up any waves now? Initially, Mu Chong was shocked, but he soon calmed down, regaining his composure. In his view, this so-called waste physique could only shine briefly in the early stages, and in the later stages it posed no threat and could not overshadow the brilliance of a divine body. I have only cultivated for a short time at the 5th level of the spirit-gathering realm. In a battle of the same rank, I could easily suppress you with a mere flick of my hand. A divine body truly means nothing. Lu Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, his tone calm, yet incredibly forceful, exuding an overwhelming confidence of invincibility within the same realm. You think you can suppress me with a mere flick of your hand? Haha, what a grand joke. Mu Chong laughed in anger, his first time hearing such audacious words instantly filled with killing intent. He coldly shouted, "Come, let us fight. Let me see what extraordinary qualities your Chaos Azure Lotus possesses." "As you wish." Lu Yuan replied indifferently. The moment the words fell, a great battle erupted once more. Whooshed, whooshed. In the void, the massive ancient god's phantom merged with Mu Chong, bursting forth with boundless divine brilliance. It was as if thick mighty dragons were raising their heads and swishing their tails, issuing a resounding roar showcasing unparalleled offensive prowess. Sharp beams of light filled the surroundings, piercing through everything. Boom. The Azure Lotus beside Lu Yuan gently trembled, stabilizing the void in all directions. The ancient god's phantom quaked, its speed suddenly slowing, as if it had sunk like a cow into the sea, its might diminished. Surrounded by entwining chaos energy, Lu Yuan walked leisurely among the massive dragons, his feet treading upon divine rainbows. Wherever he passed, various mysterious arts and methods all retreated. Within a radius of several tens of feet, all laws were repelled, creating a vacuum zone. This was a chaos law evolved from the manifestation of the sacred body, not true chaotic power. Of course, if Lu Yuan wished, he could also activate the chaos body to display even more astonishing strength. What? My ancient god's vision is being restrained. Mu Chong was horrified, momentarily stunned in place. At this moment, no matter how he commanded the power of the ancient god, he was utterly unable to move. In the next instant, Lu Yuan had already arrived before him. Looking down from above, he pointed with a finger. Boom. The Azure Lotus blossomed, an endless green divine radiance surged forth like a vigorous waterfall rushing down. The overwhelming might of heaven was unstoppable. It directly suppressed the ancient god's phantom, causing it to shatter into fragments after a few moments, light exploding and divine rain cascading down. Mu Chong was struck hard, coughing up blood, his body falling from the sky. Chonger, the Grand Elder suddenly stood up, exclaiming in shock. Despite his worries, this was still the sacred ground's grand competition. The esteemed elders and master were watching, so he barely restrained himself from rushing to the arena. At this moment, the entire venue fell silent, not a sound to be heard. Countless disciples of the sacred ground were left in indescribable shock. How powerful was Mu Chong, who was half a step into the divine palace realm? It could be said that in this domain, even the 7 true disciples suppressing their cultivation would likely not be able to prevail. Yet now he was forcefully defeated by the ancestral sacred body at the 5th level of the spirit gathering realm. It was truly astonishing. That kind of physique is indeed as powerful as rumored, said to be invincible among the same rank, and at full growth could challenge the ancient emperors. If it grows, its combat power will surely be extraordinary. Someone exclaimed, their gaze fervent. Meanwhile, others remained silent, believing it to be a fleeting moment. The subsequent cultivation of the sacred body ultimately leads to a dead end, unable to continue the former glory. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been such a long span of time without a single sacred body rising again. Lu Yuan's robe fluttered as he stood effortlessly in the void, completely ignoring the discussions around him. He simply turned his gaze towards the sacred ground elder not far away, calmly asking, "Elder, may I announce the results of the competition?" The elder, hearing this, regained his senses and scanned down with his divine sense, finding Mu Chong already unconscious. The outcome of this battle was naturally self-evident. In the intersect duel, Lu Yuan wins. The words slowly emerged. Many disciples of the sacred ground fell into silence. The figures on the high platform also remained silent, lost in thought. Only Gu Qinghuang wore a gentle smile on her delicate face, radiant and captivating. The extraordinary combat strength Lu Yuan exhibited was enough to prove that he was far from an ordinary person. Even with the shackles of the heavenly Tao, he still advanced bravely, refusing to succumb to fate, and shone with dazzling brilliance. Such a person, even if their ultimate achievements are limited, she would still cherish him, supporting him through thick and thin. Subsequently, the Tao patterns spread out, and the Grand Elder entered the arena, taking away the unconscious Mu Chong. After checking, he found no significant injuries, letting out a long sigh of relief. Lu Yuan did not linger either, his figure flashing as he calmly departed. After returning to the audience seats, many gazes still lingered on Lu Yuan. Besides the ancient sacred body, his other identity was equally eye-catching. It seemed that wherever he went, he would become the focus of discussion. Lu Yuan stood quietly, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement of Gu Qinghuang's gaze, then he turned his attention away. At this point in the grand competition, it had little to do with him. Fortunately, his purpose had already been achieved, as he had secured the qualification to enter the divine pool of creation. Moreover, he had claimed the top spot among the inner disciples. The reward for being first was significantly more generous than that of the top 8 inner disciples, consisting of a 7-aperture Linglong pill. This pill could greatly stimulate a person's potential, refining the essence and marrow. In terms of value, it was not inferior to a half-divine herb, showcasing the generosity of the Wanchu sacred land. Yuan believed that when he emerged from the divine pool of creation, he would surely undergo a transformation. Perhaps he might even break into the divine palace realm in one fell swoop. The grand competition continued shortly after. Next up were the duels between the core disciples, all of whom were cultivators of the divine palace realm. Disciples of the sacred land at this level were no longer nameless figures. Although they did not compare to the fame of the 7 true inheritors, they were certainly emerging talents with some renown. Few among them could be considered ordinary. Soon the battles commenced, with core disciples called to the stage, unleashing fierce combat. In an instant, divine power surged, overwhelming might resonated, shaking the void in all directions. Yuan intently observed the battles on the platform, enriching his combat experience and validating his own Dao. As time flowed quietly by, the number of core disciples was far fewer than that of the inner and outer disciples. Thus, within 2 hours, the top spot was determined. It was a cold and graceful female cultivator whose appearance, though not striking, belied her formidable strength. Her mastery of the divine palace was exceedingly powerful, seemingly cultivated through an ancient secret technique with a divine sense that was frighteningly strong and immense potential. She was likely not far from the cave heaven realm. Next came the much-anticipated battle of the true inheritors. This was not merely a contest for ranking. It would also determine the current Holy Son and Holy Maiden of the Wanchu sacred land. This was the true highlight of the grand competition, prompting the elders of the sacred land to be on high alert. There were 4 male true inheritors and 3 female true inheritors. Among these 7, Yuan recognized only Gu Qinghuang, Yin Tiandu, and Lu Hong, whom he had previously met at the Yunlong Gorge. Undoubtedly, the other few were also incredibly powerful. Across the entire southern region, they were among the elites, with few able to match them. The innate Dao Embryo. Yuan thought, this physique of Qinghuang's is remarkably similar to my chaotic body. Both are innately close to the Dao, with unparalleled Dao skills. Surely she will stand out among the other 2 without difficulty, Yuan thought to himself, feeling confident in his. Before long, the true inheritor battles commenced. The first to take the stage were 2 male true inheritors, and the cheers from below were thunderous, creating a tidal wave of sound. Quickly, a fierce battle erupted. The 2 showcased the terrifying combat power of the cave heaven realm. With their first moves, the heavens shook, fairy lights spread, and waves of terrifying energy threatened to collapse the void, intensely fierce. Those who had reached this level of talent had mastered unparalleled arcane techniques, and each move was imbued with immense power not to be underestimated. Boom, boom. After exchanging blows for 300 rounds, the evenly matched battle finally saw a reversal. One of them turned pale, coughed up blood, and was sent flying, suffering heavy injuries, clearly without the strength to continue fighting. An elder of the sacred land called for a halt to the match, declaring the other as the victor. In the audience, some lamented, while others celebrated, each voicing their opinions. Soon after, the second match began, featuring Lu Hong against another female true inheritor. Go Lu Shiji, Go Chen Shiji. The crowd erupted with waves of shouts that elevated the atmosphere to a climax. Yuan also focused intently, watching carefully. Both female true inheritors were exceptional in appearance and demeanor, with tall, graceful figures. As they engaged, their movements were captivating and elegant. Compared to bloody and fierce battles, their combat was much more aesthetically pleasing. Yet amidst the gentle rain, there were also sharp, killing intent and terrifying offensives. Boom, boom. The deafening sounds of battle echoed continuously. The 2 wielded their cave heaven powers, constantly circulating, each bursting forth with dazzling brilliance. The spectacle was grand, rumbling loudly, creating a shower of divine light that made it hard to open one's eyes. Lu Hong wielded a purple bell artifact, unleashing a powerful secret technique. The terrifying fluctuations of divine power dimmed the Dao patterns imprinted in the surrounding void, like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Meanwhile, the Chen surnamed true inheritor also possessed a remarkable spiritual treasure, able to conjure forms of divine beasts such as the vermilion bird Qilin and black tortoise, amidst the infusion of magical power, roaring into battle with immense might. This battle lasted a long time. Both were deeply entrenched in a fierce struggle. In the end, Lu Hong triumphed with a powerful secret technique, narrowly defeating her opponent. Lu Hong wins. With the elder's declaration, Lu Hong's master, a supreme elder, also let out a long breath. Immediately, she channeled her immense power to summon Lu Hong to the high platform, unhesitatingly handing her a precious divine herb to restore her divine power in preparation for the upcoming duel with Gu Qinghuang. As time passed, the decisive battle drew near, capturing everyone's attention. The next 2 matches would directly determine the candidates for the current Holy Son and Holy Maiden of the Wanchu sacred land. First up was Yin Tiandu against Li Yizhou, followed by Lu Hong against Gu Qinghuang. Soon a figure in white floating like a celestial being calmly approached the stage. A faint smile was always present on his face, his demeanor amiable, giving a refreshing feeling. Yin Xixiang is on stage. Yin Xixiang is on stage. This battle will be without suspense. The position of Holy Sun is rightly deserved. The audience erupted in excitement, filled with strong confidence in the abilities of the man in white. In a sense, Yin Tiandu was the true number one of the younger generation in the Wanshu sacred land. After several explorations in the world, he had overwhelmed countless talented individuals in the southern region, earning great renown. His cultivation had reached the 5th level of the cave heaven realm, with extraordinary aptitude in Dao cultivation, greatly feared, and many high-ranking members of the sacred land had high hopes for him. Lu Yuan shared the same thoughts as everyone else. When he first met Yin Tiandu at the chaotic stone tablet, he knew this person was unfathomable and certainly not an ordinary figure. Senior brother Yin, I beg your instruction, I entreat you to teach me. Li Yizhou stood on the platform, the pressure of facing such a figure weighing heavily upon him. Yet the bow was drawn, and the arrow could no longer be held. It would come to a decisive combat to determine the seat of the sacred sun. Junior brotherly, make your move, Yin Tiandu said, with a faint smile, his tone calm and even. In an instant the battle erupted. Li Yizhou had come this far by merit of undeniable strength, his cultivation at the 3rd tier of the Dantian realm now revealed in full. At the first strike he unleashed his deadliest move. The void trembled and thunder rolled. A secret treasure manifested, scattering boundless starlight, and at last took the shape of a towering mountain that thundered down. Yin Tiandu stood with hands folded behind his back, expression indifferent. Faced with the terrifying onslaught, he merely raised his hand and flicked a finger. The mountain detonated into flying rubble, yet failed to stir even the faintest ripple. Juri Ju's sun-chasing technique, Li Yizhou uttered without change of countenance, as if he had foreseen it. He waved his hand, and a resplendent great bow shimmered into being. Majestic divine power surged through him and condensed into a brilliant arrow. With bow drawn and arrow fixed in one fluid motion, it blasted forth with explosive force. Arrow after arrow cleaved the air like sudden celestial rainbows. Wherever they passed, winds and thunder howled, and portentous phenomena sprang up, imparting the terrifying sense that even the sun itself might be pierced. Not bad, Yin Tiandu murmured, nodding slightly. He spread his arms, and torrents of divine radiance poured from his spirit palace, forming splendid celestial veils whose ripples dissolved everything around them and calmed the field. Hissed those watching nothing but senior brother Yin. His was the praise on every lip. Such formidable arcane power, and he dispelled it with such effortless grace. This level of strength few in his generation could even come close to matching. Countless disciples in the stands drew breath in astonishment. Even many elders of the sacred ground could not help but nod in approval. Li Yizhou's arrow was by no means weak. It boasted the power to fell an ordinary mid-stage Dantian practitioner. Yet regrettably he faced Yin Tiandu, and his forceful strike failed to take effect, forfeiting a crucial opportunity. Gritting his teeth, Li Yizhou would not accept defeat. He unleashed wave after wave of brutal secret arts, attacking with desperate ferocity. Thunderous blasts rolled out one after another. Earth-shattering roars sounded in succession. The terrible onslaught upon the arena surged like tides, each wave following the last with relentless pressure. Yet none of it could unsettle Yin Tiandu. His defenses dissolved every assault, with ease yielding little result. The struggle wore on through more than a dozen exchanges. Li Yizhou's face went ashen. He finally abandoned all hope of the sacred sun's seat. Senior brother, your methods, I am ashamed to be inferior, he admitted. I concede. Li Yizhou drew a deep breath and with no other choice cupped his hands in concession. You have bested me, he said. Yin Tiandu smiled faintly and answered with composed courtesy. The way the duel ended astonished many of the disciples present. They felt sincere admiration for Yin Tiandu's strength and bearing. From beginning to end, he had never launched an offensive, only met each attack passively, yet he had reduced his opponent to impotence. Such terrifying combat ability made one reluctant to even contemplate standing against him. Yin Tiandu victor, proclaimed the elders of the sacred ground. With that declaration, the selection of Yin Tiandu as the sacred sun was settled as fact, sparking heated commentary. As one contest closed, another began. The competition for the sacred maiden's seat arrived swiftly. Gu Qinghuang flashed across the void and alighted lightly upon the arena. Clad in a sumptuous purple gown that traced her graceful form, her hair dancing like silk, and her beauty unparalleled, she seemed in harmony with heaven and earth, her Tao fused with nature, and her aura supremely sanctified. Many disciples below could not help but murmur in admiration. Gu Qinghuang was truly one of the most beautiful women of Donghuang. Her appearance, talent, and family background were all impeccable. Even the equally outstanding senior sister Lu Hong would pale beside her. Sadly, Lu Hong had married young, extinguishing the hopes of numerous prodigies. At this thought, many eyes turned instinctively toward Lu Yuan, emotions unreadable. The two women faced each other on the stage without much speech, immediately commencing the contest for the sacred maiden. Lu Hong flicked her pale hand and displayed extraordinary might. A Tian-2 heavenly diagram flew from her palm, illuminating the world and sealing the void. Surging auroras and fearsome divine ripples sent chills through all who watched. Gu Qinghuang met her calmly, 10 slender fingers tracing the air like clear stream songs, releasing wondrous harmonies of heaven and earth. The surrounding void trembled in an instant, breaking every constraint. An inexplicable Dao resonance descended with a roar, crushing every assault. You merge the Dao with heaven and earth, came the astonished exclamation. Your constitution has truly been cultivated to such a realm. Lu Hong's face altered in surprise. Lu Hong pressed her attack. The Tian-2 unfolded, releasing boundless beams, as if to melt this corner of the world and leave her opponent with nowhere to hide. Gu Qinghuang's eyes narrowed, a fierce light kindling at her brow as a mortal radiance danced. Her form grew almost ethereal, verging on Dao itself, her true shape becoming unfathomable. Then she struck downward with 5 fingers, rolling Dao intent rushed like a river to the east, a silver waterfall, descending to crush all beneath it. The two fearsome assaults collided with a staggering thunderous roar. The void quivered without cease, surrounding Dao patterns wavering until everything blurred. The Tian-2 was flung back, its light instantly dimmed. In the haze, 2 graceful figures burst forth and clashed. Mystic arts flared and world-shocking techniques were unleashed, multicolored divine splendors blooming in dazzling succession. It was a terrifying duel that drew the gaze even of the older generation. Gu Qinghuang's 3,000 silken locks streamed and shimmered with an ancient Dao resonance, like a 9 heavens mystic maiden, almost impossible to look upon directly. With every blow she struck, she could channel inexhaustible heaven and earth power for her own use and launch merciless assaults. Various mystic arts burst into existence in an instant, heaven and human becoming one, Dao manifesting naturally, terrifying in its perfection. After several dozen rounds, Lu Hong was hurled backward and reappeared before the crowd. She was pale, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, clearly grievously wounded. The innate Dao Embryo is indeed formidable, she conceded. I have lost, Lu Hong said with a weary sigh, voice tinged with melancholy. While exerting her Dantian realm power, Gu Qinghuang could also commune with the Dao of heaven and earth body, and Dao made one. If one cannot swiftly overwhelm with absolute dominance, any resistance is merely futile. She stood almost invincible by virtue of innate advantage, so she employed her strongest measures from the outset. When the first battle and victory follows, I lose the first clash, and there is no need to prolong a hopeless struggle. Senior sister Lu Hong, I concede, Gu Qinghuang said with a gentle smile as she stepped from the void, radiant and resplendent. On the high platform and in the arena, the crowd erupted into clamor. By now everyone understood the seat of the sacred maiden had been settled. Such an outcome was inevitable as expected, yet it still evoked a sense of lamentation among many. The elders of the sacred ground began to distribute rewards to the top-ranking disciples. Lu Yuan too received the coveted 7-portal Linglong pill and a spot in the creation divine pool. However, the opening of the divine pool would not happen so soon and required several days of preparation. Thus, the grand competition of the sacred ground came to a complete end. The surroundings gradually returned to tranquility, with countless disciples of the sacred ground exiting one after another, while other deacons and elders resumed their duties. Just as Lu Yuan raised his foot to leave, a fragrant breeze wafted towards him. Are you leaving without even saying good? Gu Qinghuang, with her beautiful eyes glancing over, stepped forward gracefully, completely unfazed by the gazes of those around her. As the newly appointed saintess of the Wanchu sacred ground, I imagine you must have many trivial matters to attend to, and I wouldn't want to disturb you. Lu Yuan smiled and replied, there's nothing that can't be interrupted. He added, but your rapid progress has truly taken me by surprise. Gu Qinghuang couldn't help but voice her admiration. Originally, she merely thought that Lu Yuan participating in the competition would allow him to hone his skills. She never expected him to not only secure a spot in the creation divine pool, but also to claim the title of the inner sect's top disciple. He even defeated that young ancient god body, which was indeed astonishing in terms of combat prowess and cultivation speed. It was merely luck, Lu Yuan humbly smiled without elaborating further. There should still be a few days until the creation divine pool opens. Since there's nothing pressing at the moment, why not accompany me to Qixia Peak? He added, you've been in the sacred ground for so long and have yet to visit. Coincidentally, my master wishes to meet you as well. Gu Qinghuang said, her red lips parting as she extended the invitation. Lu Yuan pondered for a moment and then gently nodded, all right. Subsequently, the two of them, under the gaze of the onlookers, each rode a divine rainbow and departed together. Soon Lu Yuan arrived at Qixia Peak with Gu Qinghuang. The terrain here was exceptionally high, not merely featuring a solitary peak, but rather several towering peaks standing tall among the clouds, as if they connected with the colorful clouds at the horizon, so close that one could almost touch them, perfectly reflecting its name. The mountains were adorned with ancient trees, vibrant flowers, and lush grasses, with flowing springs beside the lakes enveloped in ethereal mist, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. There were also a few mysterious herb gardens with fertile soil overflowing with vitality and fragrant aromas. Upon closer inspection, one could even see numerous rare divine herbs, some of which had grown legs and were joyfully frolicking in the fields, an astonishing sight. Truly a grand venue befitting the figures of the sacred ground. Yuan marveled as he took in the surroundings, silently praising in his heart. Before long the two entered a deep palace. "Master, I have returned," Gu Qinghuang said, slightly bowing to the elegantly dressed woman before her, showing respect. Upon hearing this, Yuan immediately recognized her identity and cupped his hands, saying, "I am Yuan, paying my respects to the Supreme Elder." "No need for such formalities," Shangwanrua turned to smile, revealing her true appearance. She appeared to be a woman in her 30s. Her skin was radiant, her features exquisite, and her figure tall, enveloped in a mysterious glow, as if standing in the palace of the moon, pure and distant. Were it not for their meeting here, one would hardly believe that she was a celestial being who had lived for 1,000 or 2,000 years. The ancient sacred body is indeed extraordinary. Each inch of flesh and blood contains surging vitality, as vigorous as a young true dragon, which is truly astonishing. Shangwanrua's gaze sparkled with interest as she appraised the young man before her, unable to help but express her admiration. "You flatter me, senior." Yuan responded, neither humble nor arrogant. At the same time, he became even more certain of one thing: as long as he did not actively utilize his origin power, even a celestial being would find it difficult to see through his chaotic body constitution. "Since you have become Dao companions with Qinghuang, you can be considered half a disciple of mine. In the future, whenever you have leisure time, feel free to come to Qixia Peak. As for the higher-ups of the sacred ground, I will also try to negotiate with them to see if some resources can be allocated to nurture an ancient sacred body capable of cultivation." Shangwanrua said with a calm smile, her tone gentle and kind. Upon hearing this, Gu Qinghuang immediately displayed a look of delight, tugging at Yuan's sleeve as a sign. To cultivate an ancient sacred body was something many understood the significance of. It would require at least 100,000 pounds of source energy to see any notable results. Such consumption was undeniably staggering. Although this matter might not necessarily succeed with her master leading the charge, Wan Chu's master and the other elders would certainly give it some consideration. Even if it doesn't succeed, they would still provide some preferential treatment. Overall, this was a good thing. Meanwhile, after hearing this, Yuan felt quite surprised. He never expected that Gu Qinghuang's master would hold him in such high regard. At their first meeting, she promised him such a heavy gift, which made Yuan, who had always faced disdain at the heavenly pool, feel an incredible sense of contrast. "Thank you, Supreme Elder." Yuan took a deep breath and expressed his gratitude sincerely. "It's nothing," Shangwanrua smiled lightly, then waved her hand, saying, "The grand competition has just concluded, and you two have not spent much time together, so I shall not keep you any longer. Go on." "Yes, disciple takes my leave," Gu Qinghuang and Yuan nodded lightly and quickly exited the palace. Before long, Yuan arrived at Gu Qinghuang's residence, which was an opulent palace covering a vast area. Here Yuan met Linger again. Upon hearing that Gu Qinghuang had successfully become the Wan Chu saintess, she cheered with excitement, her little face beaming with a smile. The next words left Linger utterly shocked. "Cousin, did you really defeat the young ancient god body and become the top disciple of the inner sect?" Linger stared at Yuan, her face filled with disbelief as she repeatedly sought confirmation. "Yes, don't you believe it?" Yuan raised an eyebrow and smiled. "I believe. Cousin, this is the result of long-term preparation, a sudden flourish." Linger nodded vigorously. Her adorably silly demeanor caused both Yuan and Gu Qinghuang to chuckle lightly. The atmosphere in the palace instantly became festive and joyful. In the following days, Yuan spent his time at Qixia Peak. He and Gu Qinghuang would often discuss Dao chat idly and enjoy the beautiful sunset together, spending their days side by side, which made their bond grow significantly closer. Time passed quietly. On this day, the creation divine pool was set to open. In the morning, Yuan woke up early, while Gu Qinghuang remained asleep on the bed. Ever since his cultivation increased, his physical strength had become increasingly formidable. Even a saintess at the cave heaven realm could hardly bear it, as she would always exhaust herself and fall into a deep sleep. After quietly dressing, Yuan waved his hand, and 2 pages of sheepskin scrolls appeared in his grasp. One scroll contained the Dao scripture, while the other held the chaos divine demon visualization method. Both were unparalleled methods rarely seen in the world. They would greatly benefit Gu Qinghuang's cultivation. After placing the 2 scrolls by the bedside, Yuan pushed open the door and rode a divine rainbow, soaring into the sky. After a short while, Yuan arrived as promised at an ancient seldom-trod spot. At this moment, nearly all of the inner gate's 8 strongest had gathered. Chong, the young ancient divine physique who had been gravely wounded and knocked unconscious by Yuan earlier, had also arrived early. He appeared brimming with spiritual energy. His injuries seemed more than half healed. He cast a glance toward Lu Yuan's direction, his cold gaze flickering faintly. In the end, he said nothing deliberately, keeping a measured distance. Elsewhere besides Han Jiang and other inner gate disciples, 4 sanctuary elders stood waiting. Lu Yuan swept his eyes around, casually chose a place, and sat in quiet meditation. Half an incense stick passed. The last person arrived belated. Everyone has arrived. Begin. One sanctuary elder slowly opened his eyes and spoke with a calm voice. Very well. The other elders nodded in assent. In the next instant, the 4 sanctuary elders, each above the divine realm, suddenly rose, surged into the sky, each taking a quarter of the void as their station while forming intricate hand seals. With a thunderous roar, tens of thousands of profound Dao patterns braided across the sky, erupting in a sonorous boom. They sealed the ancient ground, utterly gathering spirits from all directions, as if to remake heaven and earth. Then the sanctuary elders waved their great hands. Countless cultivation resources and heavenly treasures were cast forth. Under the crushing pressure of those terrifying forces, they shattered in an instant, quickly illuminating an ancient, unadorned divine pool not far away. There the spiritual energy surged, chi overflowing in a mist so dense it seemed on the verge of liquefying. Sometimes a vast daoic resonance thundered forth, at other times brilliant auspicious clouds rolled and steamed, dazzling in myriad colors wondrous beyond imagining. The divine pool has opened. How much it can refine depends on your own fortune, one sanctuary elder announced in a deep voice. At once the 8 inner gate disciples named on the roster understood, and each became a beam of light that shot into the divine pool. The pool's expanse was vast, large enough to hold thousands without crowding. Lu Yuan selected a southeastern corner, sat cross-legged, and began to cultivate. Inside the fate divine pool, spiritual energies from all directions converged, endless mists surged. The 4 sanctuary elders, each performing hand seals, continuously poured vast cultivation resources in to maintain the internal balance. Such expenditure was staggering. If not for the intent to grant favors to the inner gate disciples who topped the sanctuary contest, one would rarely see such a lavish method of cultivation. Naturally, Mu Chong, Han Jiang, and the others knew this opportunity was hard-won. Without a word, they calmed their minds and plunged into deep cultivation. Boom. At that moment, an astonishing anomaly erupted above the pool's southeastern quadrant. Dozens of spiritual whirlpools formed without warning, then in a nearly tyrannical fashion ravenously absorbed every nearby stream of energy. The rate at which spirit was being gathered made even the sanctuary elders' expressions change. Such a method of collecting chi is truly formidable. Is it that brat Mu Chong? One elder asked in surprise, peering intently into the pool. After all, Mu Chong's background was known to all. With the Mu family's backing and support from a grand elder of the sanctuary, acquiring a high-tier spirit-gathering secret might not be impossible. Not Mu Chong. It is the sacred physique Lu Yuan, another elder declared, sending forth a powerful spiritual sense that pierced the dense mists and revealed the seated figure's true appearance. At that revelation, the other elders were visibly moved and astonished. It seems Her Highness the Sacred Maiden's partner is not as simple as he appears. Someone sighed softly, laden with meaning. He is devouring at an ever-accelerating speed. Do not be distracted. Be ready to dispatch a second batch of resources at any moment to maintain the formation's balance. Understood. Meanwhile, the chaotic origin within Lu Yuan began to roar and spin. Ribbons of the densest heaven and earth spiritual energy poured through his pores, wandering through his flesh and bones before gathering in his sea of suffering. With a tremor of chaotic chi, the 10 directional spiritual energies were instantly smelted and became the wellspring of his own power, flowing without the slightest delay. Such a terrifying speed of cultivation. Across the world, save for those of the chaotic physique, none could achieve such a degree. It was overwhelmingly astonishing. Time rushed onward. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. At this point, someone finally could not remain silent and blurted out, "My resources are almost used up. How about yours?" "Mine are nearly gone as well." "YD, guess less than a day remains." Hiss. The 4 sanctuary elders all inhaled sharply at the news. At first, they thought someone had been lax and failed to contribute the proper allotment, causing uneven consumption. In truth, it was that brat Lu Yuan, absorbing far too much far too quickly. The resources meant to keep the pool open for a month have been consumed in 7 days. What are we to do? Must we dig into our own coffers? An elder asked with a troubled expression via divine sense. Spirit stones are manageable. We can provide some in an emergency. But those heaven-born treasures capable of cleansing the soul, where would we keep such things on our persons? In the end, we must requisition them from the sanctuary treasury. Soon after some consultation, one elder excused himself and hurried to the sacred lord's hall to report this. "Oh, already exhausted so quickly." Wan Chu Shangzhu sounded mildly surprised and smiled. It seems the archaic sacred physique lives up to its name. The consumption is indeed astonishing. Very well. It was our oversight. Take my edict and fetch a supply from the treasury to ensure the pool can be maintained for a month. Yes. The elder replied respectfully and hurried away. Before long, he returned with a fresh batch of resources, distributed them, and the ancient grounds formation was resumed. Time continued to flow. Yuan sat as if carved from wood. Golden spiritual energy coursed across his body, a brilliant radiance that rendered him almost sacred in appearance. On the 25th day, a fearsome aura suddenly erupted from Yuan's body. Yunling realm, a trace of joy appeared on Yuan's face as he felt the surge of power within him. Seize this chance, press forward and condense the divine palace. He murmured to himself, then reached out, produced the Qiqiao, Linglong, Dan 7 orifice exquisite pill, swallowed it swiftly, and continued his cultivation. The moment the pill went down, a powerful medicinal force erupted instantly. At this moment, Yuan felt as if his 7 orifices were illuminated and his thoughts were crystal clear. Every inch of his flesh and blood, bones and meridians was being baptized by the power of the Qi Ling Dan, as if he were undergoing a profound transformation. At the same time, Yuan's sea of consciousness began to expand rapidly. Strands of golden energy converged at his brow, gradually forming a deep golden lake. Above the lake, a magnificent form of a divine palace emerged, hazy, yet imposing, ready to materialize. Soon several days passed. As of now, it had been exactly 1 month since the opening of the divine transformation pool. It's about time. Stop. A calm voice echoed. For elders of the Holy Land joined forces to dispel the vast formation that enveloped the ancient site. The various energies within the pool receded like a tide, their brilliance dimming and settling. Jiang and other inner disciples gradually emerged from within. Each one wore a joyful expression brimming with vitality. It seemed they had gained a lot. Indeed, these individuals have all broken through to the divine palace realm and can be promoted to core disciples. Now an elder of the Holy Land nodded approvingly after scanning with divine sense. This Chong, having just entered the divine palace realm, can refine his divine sense to such a formidable level. It seems he is nearing the 3rd layer of the divine palace realm. Another elder exclaimed softly, his gaze flickering as he sensed some clues. The 3rd layer of the divine palace realm. Hearing this, Jiang and the other inner disciples couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The joy of just having condensed their divine palace was instantly diminished. They couldn't help but lament internally, as expected of the ancient divine physique. In every aspect, it was unmatched by ordinary cultivators. As for Chong, he seemed indifferent to the awe and admiration directed towards him. He merely glanced in Yuan's direction, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. You are Yuan, right? The previous competition was a result of my carelessness, allowing you to win by luck. Now that we both have stepped into the divine palace realm, do you dare to compete again? Chong frowned and coldly questioned. As he spoke, Yuan slowly stood up and walked out. After breaking through to the divine palace realm, his entire aura underwent a significant transformation. His body shone brilliantly flawless, like a peerless treasure gleaming under the sunlight. Amidst the original calmness, a few striking edges appeared, making it hard for others to look directly at him. You are not my opponent. Yuan glanced at him and spoke lightly. He felt an unprecedented strength now. Both his physical body and divine sense had undergone earth-shattering changes. In a battle of the same realm, no one could hold him back. This was the confidence of a strong person with an unblemished Dao heart. If you are nothing but a useless body, what do you have to be proud of? Are you perhaps afraid? Chong blocked his path, retorting sharply. Before everyone's eyes, he had been defeated by the ancient divine body. This was a disgrace for him and the ancient divine body. He had to find an opportunity to wash it away. Shut up. Yuan frowned and coldly shouted. A blazing divine light suddenly burst forth from his brow, faster than lightning, dazzling and striking forward. Chong was taken aback and used his divine sense to counter. However, to his surprise, his divine sense, which was not inferior to the 3rd layer of the divine palace realm, collapsed in an instant, being crushed comprehensively. Chong's face turned pale, cold sweat streaming down, and a deep fear flashed in his eyes. The power of the other party's divine sense was far beyond his imagination. In the moment of confrontation, it felt as if he was facing an exceptionally sharp divine sword, sending chills down his back. At this moment, the several elders of the Holy Land also sensed Yuan's strength, which was far beyond what Chong could contend with now. Amidst their astonishment, they did not forget to mediate, saying, Yuan, both of you are outstanding disciples of conflicts among the young, are trivial matters. Do not let it escalate into a divine sense confrontation. Otherwise, injuring the sea of consciousness could lead to endless repercussions. Understood. Disciples acknowledged. Yuan nodded upon hearing this and withdrew his power. Then he suddenly asked, Elder, earlier the energy in the divine pool was somewhat insufficient, but it quickly recovered. Upon his question, the other disciples present suddenly recalled that there indeed had been a small interruption. Your cultivation has consumed a considerable amount. We were unprepared for the resources for the month of the divine pool's opening, so we requested a batch from the Holy Master, which caused a slight delay. An elder smiled slightly and replied truthfully. I see, thank you for your efforts, elders. Lu Yuan's gaze flicked. He had developed quite a fondness for the Holy Master Wan Chu's style of handling matters. After all, without the higher-ups of the Holy Land temporarily increasing the resource input several times, he probably wouldn't have broken through to the Divine Palace realm so quickly. It's a small matter. Once you all break through to the Divine Palace realm, you can go to the inner hall and be promoted to— Now the ancient site is about to close, so hurry and leave. An elder waved his hand nonchalantly. Yes, everyone replied, taking to the air and scattering like birds and beasts. Mu Cheng was taken directly away by several elders to the residence of the Grand Elder. In midair, Lu Yuan rode the divine rainbow, looking down at the mountains and rivers beneath him with the wind and thunder swirling, moving at great speed. After achieving the divine palace, his divine sense became incredibly sharp, capable of perceiving everything in all directions. That feeling was exceptionally wonderful. After hesitating for a few breaths, Lu Yuan did not immediately head to the inner hall, but first went to Qixia Peak. Soon his figure appeared in Gu Qinghuang's palace. Son-in-law, you are back. Mu Linger stepped forward to welcome him. Linger, where is Qinghuang? Lu Yuan asked. Miss is not on the peak. She left for the northern region over half a month ago, Mu Linger replied. Oh, what did she go to the northern region for? Lu Yuan asked in surprise. I don't know, but she seemed to leave in quite a hurry. Mu Linger shook her head. All right, Lu Yuan said, not probing further. After all, Gu Qinghuang, as the holy maiden of Wan Chu, must be busy with many matters that require her presence. Then Lu Yuan lifted his foot, prepared to leave. By the way, son-in-law, your family sent someone a few days ago. Mu Linger suddenly recalled and reminded him. Is that so? Lu Yuan's gaze flickered slightly after hearing this. He held no fondness for the direct descendants of the Lu family. The purpose of sending someone over was naturally unnecessary to elaborate. It was merely to inquire about the progress of his and Gu Qinghuang's reproduction. All right, I understand. Lu Yuan nodded, lightly chatted a few more words with Mu Linger, then withdrew from Qixia. With his current cultivation, he had entered the first level of the Divine Palace realm, qualifying him to be promoted to a core disciple of the Sacred Land. However, becoming a core disciple was not merely about reaching the required cultivation level. He also needed to complete a specific trial task to advance. These details were clearly documented in the entry guide. Basically, every inner sect disciple was aware of this. Let's head back to the cave dwelling and prepare. This trial will likely require a long journey. Lu Yuan thought to himself. Soon he had returned to his residence and was about to step inside. Suddenly, a deep voice called out from not far away. Lu Yuan. A young man dressed in an ornate robe with an impressive appearance appeared and accurately called out Lu Yuan's name. Lu Yuan turned around, glanced at him, and asked, who are you? From the direct line of the three veins, Lu Yuan Long. According to the family hierarchy, you should address me as cousin. Lu Yuan Long walked over with large strides, a haughty demeanor evident in his brow as he casually surveyed Lu Yuan, speaking. Oh, so the people from the Lu family have come. Lu Yuan frowned, not showing much surprise, then expressionlessly asked, what is it? It's nothing much, just as entrusted by the family elder, I came by to check on you. Lu Yuanlong's eyes narrowed, a smirk playing on his lips as he continued, but it seems you are doing quite well in the Wan Chu sacred land. While speaking, threads of mental power continuously assessed Lu Yuan. Although he couldn't see through his current cultivation, one thing was certain. That is, Lu Yuan truly was capable of cultivation, just as the disciples of the Wan Chu sacred land had said, which surprised him somewhat. Looking at me. Lu Yuan sneered coldly, bluntly stating, speak your mind directly, no need to beat around the bush. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuanlong's expression gradually turned cold, mocking. After all, you are the top of the inner sect of the Wan Chu sacred land. Your tone has certainly become more assertive. But is this the attitude you should have toward your cousin? The heavenly pool is vast with many branches. It would be best for you not to recklessly claim kin. As for my attitude, it remains the same regardless of who comes. Lu Yuan replied calmly and indifferently. It seems that ever since you married Gu Qinghuang, you have gradually forgotten your identity and mission. The family invested a tremendous amount to ally with the Gu family, not for you to engage in these meaningless pursuits. You, a mere ancient waste body, what can you achieve in the spiritual realm, and what can you achieve in the divine palace realm? It is all a dead and merely wasting time. What you should do now is to help the family propagate the divine fetus. Lu Yuanlong spoke coldly with an While speaking, he took a few steps forward and extended his hand, saying, I heard that you obtained a 7-opening Linglong pill during the great competition of the sacred land. Hand that pill over to me, and I will not pursue today's matter any further. Additionally, I can say a few good words for you in front of the family elders. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan could no longer contain the anger within him and suddenly shouted in fury, his voice booming like thunder, startling the ground. 9th level of the spiritual realm, a dog-like thing dares to flaunt its power in front of me. In an instant, Lu Yuan struck out, like lightning, grasping Lu Yuanlong's hand and squeezing it tightly. Crack! A terrifying force pressed down, directly deforming Lu Yuanlong's entire right hand, even causing his bones to shatter with a series of cracks. Oh! In excruciating pain, Lu Yuanlong couldn't help but let out a cry of despair. He never expected Lu Yuan to be so rebellious and daring to strike at him. Lu Yuan, you are seeking death. Lu Yuanlong's face twisted in rage. He had no time to care for the excruciating pain in his hand, and suddenly raised his right leg, kicking out viciously. This force was immense and fast, creating a piercing sonic boom. However, under the coverage of Lu Yuan's powerful divine, since it moved at a snail's pace akin to a child taking its first steps. Crack! Another crisp sound of bones breaking echoed. Lu Yuanlong's right leg bone was also shattered, blood instantly splattering out. Lu Yuan, you dare to injure me. Once I report this to the family. Lu Yuanlong's face turned pale, forcing himself to steady his body, his eyes filled with hatred as he shouted fiercely. However, before he could finish his threatening words, Lu Yuan raised his leg again and kicked his left leg bone, shattering it. At this point, he was left with no support. Lu Yuanlong's figure sank, and he knelt on the ground. Cold sweat poured down his face, filled with fear, unable to utter another word. Are you quiet now? Lu Yuan looked down, responding coldly. He stood there calmly like a towering mountain, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Lu Yuanlong's face was grim, gritting his teeth and remaining silent. Kneeling before a waste body was an ultimate humiliation, far more unbearable than being killed. However, at this moment, he had no way out. Lu Yuan's strength was far beyond what he had imagined. Winning the top spot in the inner sect of the Wanshu sacred land with mid-level spiritual realm cultivation was truly not a baseless rumor. His physical body was comparable to steel and iron, more terrifying than any magical artifact, and he was absolutely not someone he could contend with now, whether from the collateral line or the direct line. In my eyes, they are all nothing. The important thing is, do not provoke me. Today I will lightly punish you and spare. In the future, when you see me in the southern region, keep your head down and act low-key. Lu Yuan's expression was cold, speaking forcefully. The sharp light flickering in his eyes was soul-stirring, making it hard to look directly at him. Lu Yuanlong was filled with immense fear, continuously bowing his head, grinding his teeth in silence. Afterward, Lu Yuan did not linger in the place, turned around and left. After this incident, he no longer had the intention of going to the cave dwelling to collect his belongings, but instead headed straight to the inner sect hall. After all, Lu Yuanlong did not come alone. An elder from the Lu family was following behind. If he got entangled, trouble would undoubtedly follow. It was better to go directly to receive the trial task to become a core disciple, traveling outside, out of sight and out of mind. Moments later, Lu Yuan arrived at the main hall of the inner sect. This place was far more magnificent than the outer sect hall he had visited earlier, with its grand structure, intricately carved beams, and various rare gemstones embedded throughout, glistening with a radiant sheen. Inside the hall, numerous desks were scattered about, and one could faintly see many disciples of the Holy Land busily organizing various items. In the center sat an elderly man with white hair and beard, his eyes half open and half closed, seated alone. Despite his frail appearance, he commanded respect. Disciple Lu Yuan, here to advance to a core disciple. Lu Yuan paused and cupped his hands towards the elderly man before him. The elderly elder, hearing this name, rarely lifted his gaze. The top of the inner sect competition, the holy body Lu Yuan. Has he truly broken through to the divine palace realm so quickly? Such a cultivation speed is quite inconsistent with the rumors. A glint of sharp light flashed in the elder's eyes, revealing a hint of surprise. After a moment of contemplation, he said lightly, "Release your divine sense, so I can verify." Lu Yuan understood and immediately communicated with his sea of consciousness, releasing the power of the divine palace. Indeed, a divine palace realm. Moreover, the strength of your divine thought is impressively refined. The inner sect elder praised him. However, as if recalling something, he looked somewhat troubled and said, "You must surely know the conditions for advancing to core disciple. You need to complete a trial task, only then can you advance. However, you have arrived a bit late. The divine transformation pond has closed, and several inner sect disciples have simultaneously broken through to the divine palace. Not long ago, they had nearly exhausted the existing trial tasks. Perhaps in 10 days or half a month there will be new trial tasks issued." Hearing this, Lu Yuan pondered for a moment before asking, Perhaps in 10 days or half a month there will be new trial tasks issued." Hearing this, Lu Yuan pondered for a moment before asking, "What exactly is that remaining high difficulty task?" "Assassination," the inner sect elder replied. "What is the opponent's cultivation level?" "5th layer of the divine palace." Lu Yuan listened deep in thought. This person is a notorious bandit from the southern regions, Yin Kingdom, living by killing and plundering. Over the years, he has killed several excellent disciples of our holy land and has rapidly increased in strength. However, the latest intelligence has only just come in, and there has been no time to adjust. After being stagnant for a while, it will ascend to the core disciple task list. The inner sect elder patiently explained. Just then, a long-forgotten system voice suddenly resonated in Lu Yuan's sea of consciousness. Ding, detecting the current experience of the host, triggering optional rewards. Option 1, accept this task, reward a spiritual artifact. Option 2, refuse to take risks, proceed cautiously, reward 10 pounds of frost iron. Please choose. Lu Yuan's expression hardened upon hearing the voice. This trial task had unexpectedly triggered a system reward. It seemed quite unusual. Moreover, the optional rewards were quite generous. The value of a spiritual artifact was immeasurable. Among all the disciples of the entire Wanshu Holy Land, only a few true disciples would possess such items. Furthermore, most were granted by family elders or high-ranking members of the Holy Land. It could be said to be the strongest artifact below the divine realm. Acquiring it would be like adding wings to a tiger. I accept this task, Lu Yuan said calmly. Upon hearing this, the inner sect elder was greatly surprised and solemnly reminded him, Lu Yuan, once the trial task is accepted, it cannot be relinquished in a short time. With your newly entered Divine Palace cultivation, capturing a 5th-layer Divine Palace cultivator will be quite challenging. Lu Yuan smiled indifferently, saying, Thank you for the reminder, but my mind is made up. Seeing his determined expression, the inner sect elder sighed lightly and ceased further persuasion. He then waved his hand, handing over the latest intelligence regarding the bandit. In that case, I wish you good luck. Oh, by the way, this task also has additional rewards. After killing this person and bringing back his head, you can receive a reward of 2,000 pounds of source. Good. Lu Yuan nodded, taking the jade slip and striding away. Not long after, he had already flown out of the sect's territory. He took out the jade slip and opened it to examine. It recorded the map of the Yin Kingdom, the appearance of the bandit Ni Ping, and his recent specific location. The details were quite thorough. Lu Yuan did not pay much attention to the bandit's cultivation level. With his current methods, even without revealing the power of his chaos body, crossing several small realms to defeat the enemy was not a difficult task. Once he found Ni Ping, he would basically have only one way to die. System claimed the reward, Lu Yuan whispered in his heart. In the system's space, an object suddenly appeared. It was an irregular artifact exuding a shimmering black light, resembling a black mountain in appearance. Although it was only palm-sized, it emanated an overwhelming sense of heavy pressure. Jinyu Peak. Lu Yuan silently recited the name of the artifact. Without hesitation, he forced a drop of essence blood from his fingertip and began to refine it. Buzz. In an instant, Jinyu Peak began to tremble and hum, its body radiating with black light, exuding terrifying power. Half an incense stick later, the refining was complete. A mysterious sensation surged in his heart, creating a subtle connection between him and Jinyu Peak. Moreover, the latter could transmit some mental fluctuations back, which was quite marvelous. Lu Yuan was not surprised by this, for artifacts of this level were already spiritual and possessed considerable intelligence. Even without infusing mana, it could autonomously kill enemies with formidable power. Soon after familiarizing himself with it, Lu Yuan was able to control Jinyu Peak with ease. He arrived above an uninhabited mountain range and waved his hand. The small black peak in his palm flew into the sky, instantly enlarging to cover the entire horizon, massive enough to block out the sun, its surface flowing with a metallic black sheen weighing like 1,000 tons. Go! Lu Yuan shouted firmly, snapping his fingers. Upon receiving the command, Jinyu Peak immediately blazed with light and descended. At the same time, strange black light swirled around the peak's summit, seemingly imprisoning the surrounding void, causing even the winds to fall silent. It was easy to imagine that if used in combat, the opponent would have no escape, truly a formidable weapon of slaughter. Boom. With a resounding crash, the ground below cracked, ancient trees were destroyed and massive fissures were created. The devastation was terrifying. Immediately, Lu Yuan retrieved Jinyu Peak, smiling with satisfaction as he swiftly departed from the area. The East Wilderness is vast, its territory boundless. For an ordinary cultivator, it would take a lifetime to traverse it. The Southern Domain is merely one part of the East Wilderness. In the Southern Domain, a secular dynasty like the Yin Kingdom is but a drop in the ocean, insignificant and unable to reveal its entirety. Soon, a few days later, Lu Yuan's figure appeared within the borders of the Yin Kingdom. Following the coordinates recorded on the map, he explored his way and finally arrived at a deep valley. There are many fierce beasts in the vicinity. Most of them lurked in the ancient forests of the deep mountains and the vast wilderness. Occasionally, the sound of high-pitched beast roars echoes, sending chills down one's spine. At the same time, there are also numerous cultivators wandering in this valley. Some hail from the Yin Kingdom's cultivation families and local sects. Grouped in pairs or small teams wearing matching attire, they are easily identifiable. Lu Yuan paused here for a moment, scanning with his divine sense, but unable to detect Ni Ping's aura, and then continued deeper. After a series of twists and turns, having traveled several hundred miles, Lu Yuan finally detected Ni Ping's trace in a certain area. Although the man's appearance differed slightly from the records in the jade slip, however, the aura was unmistakable. Lu Yuan was nearly certain that this person was indeed the Ni Ping he was looking for. At this moment, it seemed that the man had also sensed someone deliberately following him, causing him to quicken his pace, swiftly navigating through the ancient forest and ravine, trying to shake off his pursuer. Half an incense stick later, the two had arrived at a rarely trodden area, one in front of the other. Ni Ping suddenly stopped, gazing into the silent mountain forest behind him, and sneered. You've been following me for so long, why not show yourself? With his words, Lu Yuan's figure slowly emerged. A faint smile graced his face as he calmly said, "You're quite alert. Who are you?" N.I. Ping's eyes narrowed, a piercing light flashing. "I am from the Wanchu sacred land." Lu Yuan did not conceal his identity, directly stating it. "I see," N.I. Ping replied, his expression suddenly enlightened. Over the past few years, he had killed numerous disciples of the sacred land. Those who came to hunt him down were unending. It seems his name had already appeared on their so-called mission list. However, at this moment, there was not a trace of panic on N.I. Ping's face. Instead, a mocking curve appeared as he scoffed. "Is there no one left in your Wanchu sacred land? Why send a mere initial stage cultivator to deliver death? Though my cultivation is not high, it is sufficient." Lu Yuan spoke indifferently. Before coming, he had deliberately spread the chaotic energy that concealed his true power, revealing his actual cultivation level. The purpose was to let his opponent lower their guard. It seemed to have been effective. He disciples of the sacred land have always held themselves in high regard, and you are no exception. I vaguely remember half a year ago, a beautiful intersect female cultivator traveled thousands of miles to hunt me down. In the end, I turned the tables and toyed with her for 7 days and nights before she perished in resentment. Thinking back, it still leaves me somewhat unsatisfied. N.I. Ping licked his lips, a bloodthirsty smile spreading across his face, his robust figure gradually advancing forward as he cruelly remarked, "Those who overestimate themselves must pay a price. Thus I shall gladly accept the storage bag on you." In an instant, as his words fell, N.I. Ping suddenly erupted with ferocity, his figure vanishing like a ghost. In the next moment, an arm shot out like lightning, reaching for Lu Yuan's crown. Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed, blood and energy surged within him, and with 5 fingers extended, he struck out a punch. Boom! A dull, powerful sound resonated. A terrifying force erupted. Caught off guard, N.I. Ping took the full brunt of it, his entire figure flying backward, shattering numerous ancient trees, before finally coming to a stop. What a powerful physical strength! Comparable to a treasured body. After stabilizing himself, a hint of surprise appeared on N.I. Ping's face. "No wonder you dared to hunt me down alone. You indeed possess some ability. But unfortunately, you still have to die." Enough of this chatter. Lu Yuan's expression turned cold, unwilling to waste words as his robe flared, transforming him into a streak of swift light charging forward. Overwhelming blood energy surged forth, golden light soaring to the heavens, akin to an ancient ferocious beast pressing down. Seeing this, N.I. Ping immediately retreated. Having already suffered significant losses in their first encounter, he would not continue to engage in close combat. In the next instant, N.I. Ping's divine power surged as he waved his hand, unleashing a terrifying killing. Boom! A torrent of blood gushed forth, crimson light engulfing the sky, and a storm raged. It exuded a nauseating stench while containing an extremely corrosive force. Wherever it passed, vegetation withered instantly, losing all vitality. It is not hard to imagine that if an ordinary cultivator were to come into contact with it, they would not die, but would certainly shed a layer of skin. A mere parlor trick. Lu Yuan disdainfully snorted, his hands holding up an ethereal chaotic sky. Within a radius of several tens of feet, chaotic energy surged, impervious to all methods. Then he directly plunged into the blood river, charging through as if entering an unguarded realm. What? N.I. Ping was greatly shocked, his eyes filled with disbelief and astonishment. Such a method, unheard of and unseen, could actually isolate all techniques, bizarre beyond measure. And just in that fleeting moment, Lu Yuan burst forth from the blood river, his right hand swinging like a golden grinding wheel, striking fierce. N.I. Ping spat out a mouthful of blood, being sent crashing into the ground, not knowing how many bones had broken, continuously vomiting internal organ fragments. At this moment, he was utterly shocked, instantly realizing that the person before him was no ordinary disciple of the sacred land. His combat power was terrifying, possessing the qualification to challenge beyond his level. Buzz! In an instant, a beam of light shone from the center of N.I. Ping's brow, transforming into a sharp, heavenly blade, blocking Lu Yuan's advance. This was a powerful divine sense condensed by a 5th-stage cultivator of the divine palace realm, radiating sharpness, also a formidable killing technique. Invisible and elusive, it was difficult to grasp. Yet Lu Yuan remained unconcerned, his body enveloped in boundless sacred light, resembling a deity, descending, making it difficult to gaze upon. In the blink of an eye, he closed in 3 punches and 2 kicks, crushed all divine sense attacks, his palms shining, transforming into a giant hand that blotted out the sky, striking down. Boom! This valley shook violently, the earth cracked, and the rocks collapsed, destroying everything around, the aftermath terrifying. As the dust settled, N.I. Ping's corpse was nowhere to be seen. The ability to shrink the earth to an inch, you possess quite a few tricks, Lu Yuan calmly observed, gazing at an open area hundreds of feet away. Kid, with your initial stage cultivation being able to push me to this extent, you have every right to be proud. As a reward, I will refine your corpse into a puppet, making sure it lasts through the ages. The life-saving technique just executed had indeed consumed a considerable amount of energy from N.I. Ping. Delaying further would be detrimental to the battle situation. thus a swift resolution was imperative. With a hum, Ni Ping waved his hand, summoning his magical artifact. A sweeping silver brilliance arced across the sky, manifesting as a silver bell, which resonated thunderously, its dazzling light exuding an extraordinary might. This was a treasure he had acquired through years of killing, looting, and raiding, finally purchasing it in an ancient city. It was sufficient to rank among the mid-grade magical artifacts. In the duels of cultivators at the Divine Palace realm, it could undoubtedly be considered a formidable weapon. A magical artifact. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened as he discerned the situation, yet his expression remained unchanged, calm and composed. Suppress. Ni Ping silently recited the incantation commanding the magical artifact with a sharp admonition. The silver bell blazed with light, instantly magnifying several times, obscuring half the sky, and bearing down with intense pressure towards Lu Yuan. Seeing this, Lu Yuan did not evade or retreat. His mystical robe billowed as he stepped into the air, striking with a punch. Clang! The golden fist collided against the ancient bell, emitting a metallic resonance. Simultaneously, a series of silver ripples ignited, transforming into killing attacks that swept towards him. Lu Yuan was pushed back, stumbling several dozen steps. Aside from a slight numbness in his arm, he suffered no significant harm. This was merely a test. With his current physical strength, he aimed to gauge the level of magical artifacts he could shake. Humph, although your physical body is well-tempered, attempting to shake my magical artifact is a fool's dream. Ni Ping sneered, his fingertips altering the seal. The silver bell glowed again, soaring into the air to suppress him once more. It's merely a mid-grade magical artifact. What does it amount to? If I wish to strike, I can shatter it. Lu Yuan declared forcefully, his blood surging as he struck forward. Clang! 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 The silver bell continued to ring, trembling violently as cracks appeared. Ni Ping's expression turned astonished, utterly shocked. A cultivator at the first level of the Divine Palace realm could truly withstand his magical artifact with sheer physical strength. Moreover, he had produced visible cracks. What terrifying power was required to achieve this? If this news were to spread, no one would dare believe it. In his fright, Ni Ping realized that he could not continue like this, otherwise he might very well find himself in deep trouble. In the next moment, Ni Ping focused his mind, controlling the magical artifact to attack. With his other hands, he swiftly formed seals, unleashing a barrage of profound spells to obliterate Lu Yuan. Boom! Boom! Divine energy surged, and magical power cascaded forth. Lu Yuan activated his elusive movement technique, twisting and turning in the void, evading the onslaught of attacks. It seems you have run out of options. Enough, I won't play with you anymore. Oh, I shall send you on your way. Lu Yuan, losing interest, waved his hand, and a palm-sized petite mountain appeared in his palm. The void trembled, instantly darkening. A pitch-black, demonic mountain under Ni Ping's horrified gaze grew larger, eventually obscuring half the sky, immense beyond measure. Its might was like comparing heaven to earth, a firefly against the sun. Impossible. What level of magical artifact is this? Ni Ping stood frozen, crying out in shock. However, he received no response. The demonic suppression peaked, descended winds and thunder howling like Mount Tai, crashing down, drowning out all sound. In desperation, Ni Ping bit his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of essence blood to summon back the silver ancient bell, shielding it above his head. Boom! The demonic suppression peak pressed down violently, colliding with Ni Ping's magical artifact, shaking the heavens and earth. The energy ripple unleashed obliterated the surrounding ancient forest and mountains, creating a vacuum zone. The silver ancient bell, after enduring for just a moment, also exploded. Fragments of the magical artifact flew in all directions, dim and lifeless, completely reduced to scrap. Ni Ping screamed in agony, clutching his forehead. Although the silver bell had protected his body, the terrifying shock still caused blood to flow from his 7 orifices and his internal organs to rupture. If another strike were to come, he would undoubtedly be facing death. Don't kill me. I know a secret. A fragmented small world will open containing the legacy of a sage. Ni Ping shouted in panic, suddenly revealing such words under the overwhelming shadow of death. Moi. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's eyes lit up as he raised his hand to retract the descending demonic. This piece of information was undeniably precious. One must understand that in the world of cultivators, only those at the sage level could open up a realm, turning it into their own Dao platform. And now in this age of broken laws where emperors still existed, the living sages were simply unattainable. Thus, the nearly broken small world was likely left behind by figures from tens of thousands of years ago, or even further back, and it could very well harbor astonishing inheritances. If this news were to leak, it would undoubtedly drive countless sects in the southern region into a frenzy. Where is it? Lu Yuan asked, his gaze downcast, speaking indifferently. If I tell you, will you let me go? Ni Ping cautiously probed. If the information is true, I can spare your life. Lu Yuan replied expressionlessly. Upon hearing this, Ni Ping's heart soared with joy. However, as his gaze shifted, he thought of various possibilities. Having spent years in the southern region, he lived a life atop the blade's edge. Naturally, he wouldn't easily trust anyone. After a moment of thought, he gritted his teeth and spoke. You must swear a heavenly oath not to kill me. Otherwise, I would rather die than divulge this news to you. Do you think you have the right to negotiate with me? Lu Yuan's gaze turned cold as he stepped forward to threaten him. Don't come closer. Don't even think about probing my soul. One more step, and I will self-destruct the divine palace. Ping shouted fiercely, an expression of determination on his face. Lu Yuan paused, his gaze flickering slightly before he raised 2 fingers to the sky, swearing the heavenly oath. However, he added a condition if Ping did not take the initiative to strike against him. Now can I speak? Lu Yuan showed impatience on his face. Ping, upon hearing this, felt there was no issue, and thus revealed the secret 3,000 miles beyond the northern border of the Yin Kingdom in the Lianyun mountain range. 7 days later. After speaking, Ping let out a long sigh of relief just as he was about to rise and leave. Lu Yuan suddenly flashed and blocked his path. Then the golden lake of his consciousness at the center of his brow erupted with radiant light, unleashing a terrifying wave of divine sense that invaded Ping's consciousness, erasing all memories of himself. Ping stood there with vacant eyes, stunned. It took him a while to gather his senses. When he focused, he saw a handsome, tall stranger standing before him. Who are you? Ping shouted. A passerby, Lu Yuan casually replied. What are you holding? A spirit communication magical artifact. Upon hearing this, Ping's heart trembled, and a look of intense greed surfaced on his face as he lunged forward. How could a mere ant at the first level of the Divine Palace realm possess such a treasure? Hand it over. How dare you make a move against me? Lu Yuan's brow furrowed as he raised his hand and slapped him dead. Then he took Ping's head and left. Days later, Lu Yuan arrived at the Lianyun mountain range mentioned by Ping. This place was quite remote, with no city in sight for 1,000 miles. Moreover, it was shrouded in mist all year round, hazy and indistinct. After half an hour of travel, Lu Yuan ventured deep into the mountains for over 1,000 miles and finally sensed some unusual fluctuations. Dense Dao patterns sealed the void. It appeared to be a massive forbidden formation. Lu Yuan approached, and a stream of chaotic energy silently flowed from his fingertips as he reached out. With a shill, the subtle Dao patterns imprinted in the void immediately dimmed, and a gap was torn open. Lu Yuan sidestepped and swiftly entered. Upon arriving here, the surrounding situation changed dramatically. A sweep of divine sense revealed the presence of numerous cultivators. Lu Yuan remained vigilant and proceeded slowly, eventually arriving at an open area. As soon as his figure appeared, powerful waves of divine sense swept over. Among them were several individuals who were above the divine palace realm. The depth of their cultivation was such that even Lu Yuan could not see through it. A loose cultivator at the first level of the divine palace. To find this place is quite a stroke of fortune. An old man glanced over in this direction before quickly retracting his gaze. Loose cultivators like Lu Yuan who came alone were rare, but not entirely unheard of. Other than looking quite young, there was nothing particularly noteworthy about him. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan was also discreetly observing the crowd around him. At this moment, many cultivators had gathered in this open area, totaling over 100. Most of them were cultivators from local sects within the Yin Kingdom. Their uniforms were easily recognizable, suggesting they had received advance notice about the impending opening of that shattered small world and had come to wait early. These local sects of the Yin Kingdom must have intentionally kept the news under wraps. Otherwise, if a small world opened by an ancient saint was to appear, there wouldn't be just this few people gathered. Lu Yuan thought to himself. The Yin Kingdom was merely a drop in the ocean within the entire southern region, a tiny land. Naturally, the number of strong cultivators it possessed was far inferior to those of major sects, ancient families, and sacred forces. If the news were to leak, even a casual dispatch of a strong cultivator above the divine realm would be enough to leave this group with nothing. Then Lu Yuan withdrew his thoughts and casually found an inconspicuous place to sit down and wait silently. Time continued to pass. 2 days later, a sudden violent commotion erupted outside. Dozens of capable cultivators broke through the forbidden formation with brute force and charged in. Everyone present was startled, suddenly rising to look in that direction. Upon recognizing the newcomers, the heads of 2 local sects in the Yin Kingdom and several elders couldn't help but turn pale. Old son, you are indeed here. In the Yin Kingdom, a place of such fortune opens, and you didn't even bother, and you set up some damn formation to cover your tracks. Do you intend to monopolize it? A rough-looking middle-aged man shouted as he entered. Humph, with your brash character, wouldn't telling you be equivalent to informing all the forces in the southern region? The head of the Qian sect coldly snorted, speaking rudely. Shut your mouth. Am I that stupid? The rough man retorted. If you weren't foolish, you wouldn't have brought a disciple who has only been in the Bitter Sea realm for a few months. Another head of a sect sarcastically remarked. The 3 major local forces of the Yin Kingdom, Qian sect, Hongwu Hall, and Lingxiao sect, were in a 3-way stalemate. The heads of each sect were cultivators of the cave heaven realm, always at odds with one another, their strengths being comparable. This shattered small world might contain astonishing inheritances and fortunes, but it could also be fraught with endless dangers. Exploring together with familiar sects would be harmless. However, Hongwu Hall was known for their brash actions and lack of foresight, purely a rough martial artist, making collaboration difficult. If he had known in advance, it would surely have startled the snake. The people from both their sects who came to the Lianyun mountain range were carefully chosen and trusted individuals who would not leak any information. But Hongwu Hall even brought along disciples who had just joined and lacked experience. The difference in intelligence. Hongwu's anger caused his face to flush and his neck to thicken. After yelling for a while, he gradually quieted down. Lu Yuan sat alone, observing coldly, not paying much attention to it. As time passed, several more hours went by. Suddenly in the distance, there was a rumbling sound. Dozens of ancient beasts with scales and sharp horns strode through the clouds. Each ancient beast had a cultivator seated on its back, all exuding impressive auras. Their presence, that is, the Meng family of the ancient families. Many cultivators present turned pale upon seeing the newcomers, their expressions becoming grim. Undoubtedly, the news had leaked, attracting a horde of ancient families vying for it. At this moment, a rare look of seriousness appeared in Lu Yuan's eyes. The Meng family was also one of the ancient families in the southern region, nearly on par with the Lu family and the Gu family in strength. With numerous experts within their ranks, many strong cultivators above the divine realm, they were capable of matching some major sects and powerful forces of the immortal sanctuaries. Their appearance at this critical moment was certainly not coincidental. They must have received some wind of news. However, the source of the leaked information was hard to ascertain. After all, there were many cultivators here, and some were loose cultivators. Selling this information for a hefty price to the ancient families for benefits was not impossible. Just as the Ming family arrived, another powerful force descended upon this place. A massive ancient ship gradually landed, and dozens of figures flew down. Among them were many young faces accompanied by older figures. Huamigang, your movements are not slow. A master from the Meng family stepped forward, their divine sense sweeping out like a tide, discerning the identities of the newcomers as they spoke indifferently. It turns out to be my friend Meng Ren. Long time no see. A light laugh emerged from the Huamigang entourage. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly grew tense. As for the local forces of Yin Kingdom and the loose cultivators below, they were completely ignored, not even a glance cast in their direction. Huamigang has also arrived. Things just got complicated. The cultivators from the Yin Kingdom felt bitter. Huamigang was also a major sect in the southern region with formidable strength. Since both our families have gathered here, let us compete based on our own abilities. A powerful expert from the Meng family spoke up. That is exactly what I mean. This idea coincided with the thoughts of several strong figures from the illusionary extinction palace. Due to the urgency of the situation, they did not have any divine realm experts accompanying them. If the news continues to spread, it is inevitable that ancient families and major sects like the Meng family will send people to compete. Such a scene is one that many would prefer to avoid. Consequently, the two major powers quickly reached an agreement. They directly dispatched powerful experts to take action, each occupying a section of the void, casting hundreds of intricate and profound Dao patterns to completely seal off the area of the Lianyun mountain range. Unless someone above the divine realm personally investigates, it would be difficult to detect the abnormal spatial fluctuations here. Soon all the cultivators present gradually quieted down, awaiting the opening of the small world. 2 days later, boom, an extraordinary spatial fluctuation rippled through this area. The void trembled, revealing countless dark fissures, the laws of the Dao modeled and faintly visible, forming an entrance. It's opened. The shattered little world has been activated. Many cultivators present suddenly rose, their eyes filled with excitement. If it weren't for the presence of powerful experts from the two major forces, someone might have already rushed out. Wait a moment. Something is strange. An elder from the illusionary extinction palace in the Nirvana realm narrowed his eyes slightly. He then waved his hand, unleashing a surge of immense divine power towards the void fissure. In the next instant, the void fissure violently twisted open, collapsing with a thunderous roar before the eyes of the crowd, completely engulfing that divine power. How could this happen? Many people were horrified, their expressions filled with confusion. It seems this little world has existed for far too long. The laws are incomplete, and the spiritual energy is dissipating. It is on the verge of collapse. The experts from the Meng family also discerned a few clues and spoke gravely. Let's try again. Subsequently, several others took action, continuously suppressing the divine power fluctuations they emitted. After half a stick of incense, they finally reached a conclusion. This small world is too severely shattered to support cultivators above the cave heaven realm. If they forced their way in, it would likely collapse immediately, resulting in everyone inside meeting a disastrous end. In that case, we can only send disciples from the divine palace realm to explore it. An elder from the illusionary extinction palace spoke. The experts from the Meng family also nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the members of these two major forces took their first proper look at the group of cultivators from the Yin Kingdom below. This small world is too severely shattered. Only cultivators below the cave heaven realm can enter. Naturally, those who accompany our disciples will not miss out on the benefits. If you want to join, bring people over. The elder from the illusionary extinction palace spoke kindly. Meanwhile, the experts from the Meng family also began to win over the hearts of the people. After all, in that small world, having one more person means one more share of strength. If they encounter danger, they can use these people as cannon fodder to probe the way what's not to like. As for the treasures they obtain, once they are brought out, they will no longer be within the control of these small places. Once these words were spoken, all the cultivators present displayed bitter expressions, grasping the intentions of these two major forces. If those who do not comply are not allowed in, then no one will have a chance, not even a sliver. Moreover, the entire Lianyun mountain range is sealed off. Trying to leave is also a difficult task. This domineering approach leaves people without any right to choose. The three heads of the local sects in the Yin kingdom sighed softly. They could only silently select individuals below the cave heaven realm and form separate lines. Even the usually flamboyant Hong Wu obediently backed down, not daring to act recklessly. Though he was somewhat reckless, he was certainly not a fool. With his cultivation at the cave heaven realm, he could still claim dominance in the Yin kingdom. However, among the two major forces of the Meng family and illusionary extinction palace, he was not much different from an ant. A single disagreement could lead to a fatal outcome. Soon, all 100 cultivators present began to move. However, these individuals varied greatly in cultivation levels. After careful selection, there were only over 40 from the Divine Palace realm divided between the two major forces. As for those from the Spirit Gathering realm and the Bitter Sea realm, they were directly overlooked. Such individuals were too weak. Not even their numbers could make up for it. After pondering for a moment, Lu Yuan silently followed the crowd towards the ranks of the Meng family. The restrictions on the cultivators entering the small world are beneficial for him. It is far better than eating dust behind the strong in the Nirvana realm. Uncle Rin, what use is it to bring these weaklings here? If the illusionary extinction palace does not know their place, I can send them on their way all by myself. At that moment, a young man around 17 or 18 leaped down from a strange beast. His gaze was sharp and commanding, striding through the crowd like a young divine king, exuding an arrogant demeanor. Once these words were uttered, the expressions of the cultivators standing in the Meng family line all changed. Several elders from the Divine Palace realm were especially unable to maintain their composure. They, after all, were elders of the Yin Kingdom's faction, holding significant power. Yet now they were referred to as weak and worthless by a younger generation. It was truly a loss of face. However, given the current situation, no one dared to act out and could only endure silently. Lu Yuan couldn't help but chuckle, casting a deeply meaningful glance at the Meng family youth. Zhao, do not underestimate the enemy. Meng Ren helplessly shook his head, still earnestly warning him. Meng Zhao remained indifferent, continuing on his way. Soon both major forces selected candidates to enter the small world. This time the illusionary extinction palace brought over a dozen disciples from the Divine Palace realm, all very young and with extraordinary demeanor unmatched by cultivators from small places like the Yin Kingdom. Standing with those individuals, they immediately stood out like cranes among chickens. The Meng family also had a similar number of participants. 11 disciples from the Meng family stepped forward, led by the arrogant youth Meng Zhao. Although this child was proud, his talent for cultivation was indeed astonishing. At this age, he possessed a cultivation level of the 6th layer of the Divine Palace realm. Even among the younger generation of various sacred lands, he was considered one of the best. All right, everyone is here. Time is of the essence. Let's set off. Yes. As the words fell, dozens of figures rode their divine rainbows, soaring into the void fissure above. Upon entering, the scenery before him changed drastically. A gray and hazy sky was filled with an ancient and wild atmosphere. The laws appeared modeled, evoking a sense of oppression. Like the other cultivators who entered, Lu Yuan swept his divine sense around, observing the surrounding terrain. This small world was quite expansive, stretching endlessly out of sight. However, it was indeed shattered beyond recognition. The grayish-brown rocks sprawled over a vast expanse, lacking vitality and greenery. Even without activation, it wouldn't be long before it completely collapsed and dissipated into the chaotic void. This place is vast, and we are but a few dozen people. To gain anything, we should split up and act separately. At this moment, a young disciple from the Meng family proposed. As soon as he spoke, numerous gazes turned towards Meng Zhao, their inquiries unmistakable. Sure, each of you can choose 2 companions and explore separately. Meng Zhao nodded and said indifferently to each. What about you? Another person asked. No need, it's just Meng Zhao waved his hand, exuding confidence. Without waiting for others to say more, he summoned a brilliant divine rainbow and shot off into the distance. Very well. Several disciples from the Meng family sighed, softly, clearly understanding Meng Zhao's personality. Apart from his brother and those respected clan elders, he wouldn't give face to anyone else. You come with me. A young disciple from the Meng family pointed to 2 individuals and said coldly. Subsequently, the others hurriedly began to select companions as well. In the end, Lu Yuan and an elder from the Lingxiao sect were selected by a person named Meng Yifan. Let's go. Meng Yifan glanced at the two, his expression neutral as he spoke. Lu Yuan's gaze flickered slightly. With a powerful sweep of his divine, since he assessed the cultivation of this person, he was at the third layer of the divine palace realm. He was 2 minor realms weaker than innate ping. A character like this could be easily disposed of with a single movement, not worth his concern. However, there were too many eyes around, making it unwise to act. Once the forces of the two sides completely separated, he would be unrestrained. Immediately after, the three of them each summoned a divine rainbow and shot off into the distance. They traversed swiftly and delved deeper. Most of the terrain they passed through was barren yellow earth. There wasn't much to explore. Until half an hour later, the three arrived at a valley. As soon as they stepped into the valley's entrance, an incredibly sharp aura of slaughter rushed towards them. The intensity of it was terrifying. Just getting close felt like a heavenly sword was unleashing its unparalleled sharpness upon them. This place is extraordinary. There must be treasures here. Meng Yifan's eyes lit up, displaying a hint of excitement. He then took out a secret treasure that emanated a gentle light, shielding his body within it, and said, "Let's go in and take a look." Seeing this, Lu Yuan also became somewhat interested. With a thought, the chaotic essence within him circulated instantly, dispelling the fierce aura of slaughter that invaded his body. However, the elder from the Lingxiao sect lacked such means. Under this formidable pressure, he struggled to move and blood began to seep from his withered arms, making him appear extremely awkward. Meng, young friend, with my cultivation level, I fear I cannot approach this valley. Meng Yifan glanced back at him and scolded inwardly, what a waste. Come here, follow me. Thank you. The old man smiled awkwardly and hurried forward, stepping into the gentle light, where the pressure around him significantly lessened, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. What about you? Meng Yifan looked at Lu Yuan. No need, Lu Yuan replied indifferently. Upon hearing this, Meng Yifan's eyes flickered slightly, and he couldn't help but regard him more highly. With merely a first layer of the divine palace realm, he could withstand the valley's pressure without any secret treasure. It seemed this person had some secrets. However, at present he had no time to ponder too much. Exploring the valley quickly was the priority. Thus the three gradually ventured deeper. Inside the valley, it was desolate, devoid of any life. But soon a patch of lowlying black-brown soil attracted the attention of the three. Above that soil grew dozens of peculiar little grasses. The grass had 3 leaves, all golden with irregular shapes resembling dragon scales, unfurling, coiling like a dragon, exuding an astonishing sharpness. These were the originators of the valley's aura. Dragon scale grass. Meng Yifan's eyes narrowed and he couldn't help but exclaim. To his surprise, such a rare treasure of heaven and earth truly existed. It was said that this grass only took root in ancient bitter cold lands, capable of naturally absorbing the essence of heaven and earth to nurture itself. Moreover, if consumed, there was a certain probability that it would allow the eater to cultivate imperial dragon qi within their body, unleashing a devastating slaughter comparable to practicing a supreme ancient scripture. This was undoubtedly an astounding fortune. Thinking of this, Meng Yifan's breath became noticeably heavier. Just as he was about to step forward, he suddenly halted. I recall that ancient texts recorded this dragon scale grass as extremely violent, affecting the surrounding environment and capable of autonomous slaughter. If this is true, the aura condensed over these thousands of years must be terrifying. Meng Yifan stood still, pondering inwardly while glancing at the two behind him. At this moment, Lu Yuan also recognized the dragon scale grass. Although he couldn't cultivate back at the Lu family, he had read numerous ancient texts. In terms of knowledge, he was not inferior to disciples from some ancient families. You go over and take a look. Meng Yifan pointed at the elder from the Lingxiao sect and said, this. The elder was taken aback, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. How could he not see that this young disciple from the Meng family wanted him to go scout ahead? The aura of slaughter here was so intense. If he were to stray from the protection of this secret treasure, it would be extremely dangerous. Oh, what? If I tell you to go, then go. He'll count to 3, and if you don't move, you will undoubtedly die. Meng Yifan's eyes glinted with killing intent as he spoke coldly. Upon hearing this, the elder felt despair in his heart. After a long sigh, he resolutely dashed towards the location where the dragon scale grass took root. As soon as the elder approached, nearly half of the dragon scale grass suddenly glowed, unleashing numerous thick and sharp sword auras, as if a great dragon had emerged, rearing its head and tail, rushing towards him. The elder let out a scream, and his entire body burst apart, transforming into a mist of blood. Just as expected. Once the aura cultivated atop the dragon scale grass is depleted, it can be safely harvested. Meng Yifan was overjoyed, completely unconcerned about the death of the elder from the Lingxiao sect. He immediately turned around and instructed Lu Yuan, you go over. You go over, Lu Yuan nodded. I told you to go. Meng Yifan was momentarily taken aback. That's right, it's you who should go, Lu Yuan smiled slightly. In the next instant, Meng Yifan's eyes were filled with killing intent. You, a mere lowly loose cultivator, dare to defy the Meng family. Meng Yifun's gaze was sharp and filled with a terrifying killing intent as he spoke coldly. It seemed that any disagreement would lead to the immediate execution of the person before him. Just based on you. Lu Yuan's expression was indifferent, unperturbed, and extremely calm. Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. It seems I must break every bone in your body and personally throw you over there. As he finished speaking, Meng Yifun suddenly erupted with fury, his fingers shimmering with divine light, intertwining silver brilliance like a mountain pressing down. Lu Yuan did not dodge or evade, operating at high speed, transforming into a golden stream of light, charging forward in a single step, swinging his golden fist down with ferocity. Boom! The terrifying force collided, shaking the very void. Meng Yifun's figure was sent flying backward as if struck by a violent impact. He revealed a look of astonishment, incredulous to the extreme. This person, clearly only possessing the cultivation of the first level of the divine palace realm, could actually refine his physical body to such a level, which was truly astonishing. In the next moment, before Meng Yifun could react, Lu Yuan accelerated again, charging forward. His golden hand wove across the sky, radiating brilliance like a golden grinding wheel blocking out the sun. Buzz! Meng Yifun was horrified, using all his strength to activate the protective treasure. In an instant, the soft light screen became much more agile, blocking all the killing intent outside. Useless. Lu Yuan sneered as if he had anticipated this. As the golden hand pressed down, dark and eerie chaotic energy swirled between his fingers. Within it was a terrifying demonic power seemingly capable of obliterating all things and laws, unstoppable. Boom. The soft light screen was torn open the moment it came into contact with the chaotic energy. Then the golden hand pressed down without any obstruction, crashing heavily onto Meng Yifun's body. Crack! The crisp sound of bones shattering echoed. Meng Yifun's figure shrank, instantly turning into a bloodied mess. With just one strike, all the bones in his body were broken, fulfilling the earlier words. Meng Yifun let out a painful scream. However, before that scream could travel far, Lu Yuan's hand fell, directly grabbing him by the neck and casually tossing him to the other side, where the dragon scale grass took root. Whoosh! A series of thick, sharp beams of light rang out, piercing through. Meng Yifun's body exploded on the spot like that of an elder of the Lingxiao sect, dying an untimely death. After completing everything, Lu Yuan reached out to collect the storage bags of both individuals and then looked towards the lowlying area ahead. Now it seemed that the dragon scale grass, having accumulated the killing power of countless years, should have dispersed, making it time to harvest. However, just to be safe, he still needed to take some protective measures. Following that, Lu Yuan summoned the power of the chaotic body, opening up a dark sky curtain and slowly stepping forward, until he reached within a few feet of the dozens of dragon scale grass, and still no abnormalities occurred. He gradually relaxed his guard and bent down to pick them. Not long after, dozens of dragon scale grass had been harvested by Lu Yuan. Having such a great haul upon entering was indeed a good omen. However, at this moment, Lu Yuan was not in a hurry to consume the dragon scale grass. Instead, he stood quietly in place, sensing the changes in the surrounding space. He suddenly realized that while manipulating the chaotic energy, this void had become extremely unstable. Perhaps if he could hold on a bit longer, he could cause a space within this small world to shatter in advance, evolving into a new spatial passage. With this thought, Lu Yuan's eyes brightened, and he intensified the operation of the chaotic power, beginning to experiment. After all, at the entrance of the small world, the experts from the two major forces, the illusionary Demise Palace and the Ming family, were waiting there. Moreover, the entire Lianyun mountain range was sealed off by a massive formation. To escape unnoticed from here was indeed somewhat troublesome. However, if he could verify his earlier guess, then all problems would be easily resolved. Whooshed! Whooshed! Threads of chaotic energy emerged from Lu Yuan's palm. The myriad laws wailed. The void twisted violently. After a stick of incense, this small piece of void completely collapsed, fissures appearing, forming another passage connected to the outside world. Indeed feasible. Upon seeing this, Lu Yuan's expression immediately brightened. With this, he no longer, even if he killed the core figures of these two major forces during the conflict, he could still retreat unscathed and seek another path. Then Lu Yuan retracted his thoughts and stopped contemplating further. With a wave of his hand, he took out a dragon scale grass and swallowed it on the spot, beginning to refine it. As the leaf entered, a bitter taste spread. Immediately after, a tremendous force of vitality surged within his limbs and bones. Lu Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground, embracing the source and maintaining unity, systematically guiding this vitality to refine his physical body. 1, 2, 3, 4. One by one, the dragon scale grass was rapidly consumed by Lu Yuan. His vitality surged at an astonishing speed. This was thanks to his already powerful sacred body and the cultivation of the bitter sea, far surpassing ordinary cultivators. Otherwise, others might have exploded from such consumption. Time passed. Until he reached the 13th dragon scale grass, Lu Yuan's aura surged even more, his entire being shining with golden light, his vitality like a rainbow. On his skin, which gleamed like jade, terrifying dragon energy began to swirl, embodying a regal aura that proclaimed his supremacy over heaven and earth. Divine Palace Realm, 2nd level. Lu Yuan abruptly opened his eyes, shooting out a sharp radiance that pierced through a nearby giant rock. Although the dragon scale grass is precious, consuming too much will lead to resistance. In terms of effect, it is far inferior to the earlier few stocks. However, it seems I have some insight into the legendary royal dragon energy. Perhaps I should seize this moment and strive to cultivate it. 3 days later, a high-pitched dragon's roar suddenly erupted from the valley, causing this red earth to Lu Yuan stood tall, his gaze blazing, and his entire presence was terrifying. Golden dragon energy coiled around him in clusters, making him appear like a royal powerhouse. The terrifying aura pierced the heavens, making it impossible to gaze directly at him. Divine Palace Realm, his cultivation had ascended to a new level, successfully manifesting the imperial dragon aura that empowered him. Such gains could hardly be deemed insignificant. At this moment, Lu Yuan felt unprecedentedly well. His entire being was surging with blood vitality and remarkable strength. In terms of physical prowess, he might even rival a young true dragon, achieving a qualitative leap in combat power. Subsequently, Lu Yuan did not linger in the valley any longer. With a flash of his figure, he darted off into the distance, continuing his journey. It was unclear how many miles he had traveled when Lu Yuan passed through a desolate area. Suddenly, he heard the sounds of fierce fighting not far away. Boom, boom. In the void, divine light shimmered as blazing lightning intertwined, shaking the heavens. Clearly, many were engaged in battle, creating a chaotic scene. Moi. Lu Yuan halted his steps, his gaze flickering slightly. In this small realm, where there was conflict, there would certainly be treasures emerging. Since he had encountered it, he naturally wouldn't stand idly by. With a flutter of his robes, Lu Yuan quickened his pace, moving closer to the center of the battle. Before long, an ancient palace standing in the desert came into his view. This ancient palace was not grand, yet it exuded an unmistakable aura of the extraordinary. It seemed to be constructed from some rare divine iron. Even after enduring the passage of several millennia, it still gleamed with a metallic luster, imparting a sense of overwhelming pressure. At the very center of the ancient palace hung a plaque inscribed with the 3 characters, Shinbing Pavilion. This ancient palace is actually the weapon forging place of that saint. Lu Yuan murmured to himself, his eyes suddenly brightening. Such a place for forging weapons is an important location in any sect. Moreover, it was left behind by a saint. Even if there were no completed weapons or rough blanks, any remnants of forging materials would be invaluable treasures. No wonder it had attracted the disciples of the Yuanmi's palace and the Meng family, who were fighting desperately. Currently, there were 6 individuals engaged in a chaotic battle outside the palace. A young woman from the Meng family was locked in a fierce fight with a cultivator from the Yuanmi's palace, while the battles of the other participants seemed rather dull. The techniques they employed were unremarkable, and their divine power and physical prowess were quite lacking. It was obvious they were cultivators from local sects of the Yan Kingdom. Forced into this turmoil, one of them shouted, "1,000 illusions, shadow kill." The young man from Yuanmi's palace moved with agility, appearing both real and illusory, as he conjured numerous phantom manifestations in the void, moving in sync with his main body. With his arms sweeping, he formed sword fingers, unleashing astonishing sword light. Boom. A torrential wave of attacks surged forth, overwhelming in number. The ground below cracked, shaking the heavens with an impressive might. Go! The responding woman from the Meng family did not appear to be an ordinary person either. She let out a light shout, and a crimson cauldron flew out from her forehead, radiating thousands of rays of brilliance, weaving through the air and suppressing the sky. Boom! The void trembled, resonating with a chilling sound as a wave of terrifying energy erupted. Both combatants were forced back several steps, unable to gain the upper hand. Meng Qianyu and I are both at the 5th level of the Divine Palace realm, making it difficult to determine a victor at this time. Why not split the forging materials in this ancient palace and retreat a step? After steadying himself, the young man from Yuanmi's palace proposed. Upon hearing this, Meng Qian's captivating eyes flickered with a hint of hesitation. Although Feng Xiu was not one of the 10 core disciples of Yuanmi's palace, his combat strength was indeed formidable. He commanded several powerful divine abilities, leaving her uncertain if she could defeat him. As for the battle on the other side, there was little hope. They were all opportunists who would not fight to the death, making it impossible to determine a winner. Just as Meng Qian was lost in thought, her divine sense suddenly detected the presence of another person. She turned around and focused her gaze, recognizing Lu Yuan. "It's you. You are the rogue cultivator who was following Meng Yifan. Where is he?" Meng Qian exclaimed with delight, hurriedly inquiring. Upon hearing this, Feng Xiu's expression changed drastically. Following that, a powerful divine sense belonging to the 5th level of the Divine Palace realm spread outwards. However, after searching for a long time, he could not locate Meng Yifan's hiding place. It seemed only one person had come. Lu Yuan, in response to Meng Qian's inquiry, merely cast her a faint glance and remained silent. He then leaped and darted directly into the ancient palace. Such a scene left the several cultivators present stunned, feeling particularly shocked. What does this kid want to do? Ignoring the questions from the Meng family members and proactively moving into the palace. He wouldn't dare to seize the treasure right under the noses of these two, would he? Several local cultivators from the Yin kingdom couldn't help but swallow hard. Although many had thought of such a possibility, the strong members of Wanmiex's palace and the Meng family were stationed just outside the entrance. Even if he could desperately seize one or two treasures, he would be powerless to keep them. It would be a meaningless endeavor. I'm talking to you, didn't you hear me? Meng Qian's face turned sour as a rogue cultivator from a small place ignored her. Angered, she ground her silver teeth, her beautiful eyes flickering with a cold, murderous intent as she coldly questioned. At this moment, Lu Yuan had lightly landed at the entrance of the ancient palace. With a sweep of his divine sense, he detected numerous rare materials stacked within. Even the materials for forging divine weapons were not in short supply, their value immeasurable and extremely precious. Not bad, not bad. Another great harvest. Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Then turning his body, he looked at the menacing Meng Qian outside the palace and casually said, regarding Meng Yifan, he's dead. What? Dead? Upon hearing this, Meng Qian was instantly taken aback. Who killed him? I did, Lu Yuan replied calmly. How with you? Meng Qian scoffed coldly. Upon hearing this, she realized that he was trying to deceive her. Although Meng Yifan's strength was not that formidable, he was after all a direct descendant of an ancient family, and the techniques he possessed were far beyond what these crude rogue cultivators could compare to. As a fellow at the third level of the Divine Palace realm, their combat strength was worlds apart. How could he possibly meet his demise in such a manner? Moreover, there were elders from her Meng family guarding outside. Which rogue cultivator would have such audacity? Could it be that he had defected to Wanmiex's palace, breaking free from Meng Yifan's control? Meng Qian's gaze flickered as she secretly analyzed. Believe it or not, that's up to you. Lu Yuan merely chuckled, saying no more. He then moved to stretch his muscles, producing a series of popping sounds like frying beans. Oh right, I forgot to mention just now. Everything in this ancient palace is mine. Who is in favor and who? The calm words fell like a storm, stirring up great waves. All the cultivators present were momentarily stunned, as if they had heard something utterly unbelievable. No way, he really dares. A few local cultivators from the Yin kingdom felt their heads spinning. They had never seen such a daring rogue cultivator. He actually dared to openly challenge the two young powerhouses of the illusionary destruction palace and the Meng family. If it were them, it would be a calamity that could lead to the destruction of their clan. At this moment, Meng Qian's fair face was covered in frost, her gaze fixed on Lu Yuan with increasing killing intent. On the other side, Feng Xiu from the illusionary destruction palace was also furious, laughing in anger. Good. A reckless one has come. I want to see how you can snatch food from the tiger's mouth. You consider yourself a tiger? Lu Yuan cast a sideways glance. Seeking death. Feng Xiu's expression darkened, and he let out a deep shout, his figure flickering as he charged forward. His fingers curled into claws enveloped by a howling wind bearing down upon Lu Yuan. This attack, though appearing simple and direct, contained astonishing power. With a single blow, he could easily obliterate a cultivator at the third level of the Divine Palace realm. You are overestimating yourself. Lu Yuan's expression remained unchanged as he swung his golden fists, swirling with strands of imperial dragon chi, striking out fiercely, without retreating or evading. A terrifying force erupted like a flood beast. The void itself trembled, and several relatively weak spots were pierced by the imperial dragon chi, revealing dark, chaotic void turbulence. Boom! Feng Xiu was struck and sent flying. Such terrifying power was beyond his capacity to withstand. In just one exchange, he suffered a great loss. What? The young powerhouse of the illusionary destruction palace was sent flying with a single hit. Someone exclaimed, their face showing disbelief. It wasn't just them. Even Meng Qian was taken aback, her eyes narrowing at the formidable combat power of this reckless rogue cultivator. Such immense brute strength. You are certainly not an unknown. State your name. Feng Xiu's heart sank, and he questioned with a fierce yet. As he spoke, blood dripped from his right hand behind his back, trembling uncontrollably with half of his hand's bones. With your strength, you are not qualified to know. Lu Yuan spoke indifferently, his gaze dismissive, showing no regard for him. So arrogant. No matter who you are, I will ensure you do not leave the Lianyun mountain range. Feng Xiu, feeling belittled, could hardly contain his anger. He then turned to Meng Qian, conveying through divine sense. This person has an extraordinarily strong physical body, not inferior to the top young experts of this generation. If you watch from the sidelines, you will return empty-handed. It would be better to join forces to kill him first, then discuss the spoils. All right. Meng Qian readily agreed, nodding. In the next moment, the two turned against each other and simultaneously attacked Lu Yuan, having witnessed his terrifying physical prowess. No one would be foolish enough to engage him in close combat. Feng Xiu's mind moved, and a formidable magical treasure sword suddenly appeared in his hand. As powerful mana surged into it, the sword radiated a chilling light, freezing the surroundings as the air dropped to freezing point. Following this, a vivid and ferocious ice dragon emerged, roaring as it charged towards Lu Yuan. On the other side, Meng Qian formed hand seals, manipulating the large cauldron above her head, countless rays of colorful light cascading down, transforming into a dazzling torrent that pierced through. Both of them hailed from top forces in the southern region. In the Divine Palace realm, possessing magical treasures was not unusual. Their first strike was the most ferocious assault, determined to eliminate this unexpected variable. Magical treasures. Lu Yuan sneered, his gaze flashing as the Jinyu peak flew out from his sea of suffering, instantly soaring into the sky. The great peak soared like the heavens, descending with an unmatched force, crushing down. Boom! The colorful light dimmed, and the ice dragon exploded. The offensive power unleashed by the two magical treasures was completely crushed, a level entirely beyond comparison. What? A spirit-linking magical treasure? You, a mere Divine Palace realm cultivator, actually possess a spirit-linking magical treasure? Meng Qian and Feng Xiu were shocked, scrambling to use all means to resist the fierce impact of the Jinyu peak. After a breath's time, both of them coughed, blood flying backward, their auras significantly weakened. With his cultivation level, he cannot activate the spirit-linking magical treasure many times. Do not give him a chance. Feng Xiu shouted loudly. Just as he steadied himself, a powerful divine ability came crashing down. Meng Qian understood the logic here, raising her delicate hand shimmering with divine light, unleashing a secret technique of the Meng family. In an instant, the assault resumed. The divine light surged, enveloping the heavens and the earth, containing boundless killing intent, aiming to completely eliminate Lu Yuan. The light of a firefly cannot compete with the bright moon. Lu Yuan murmured softly, a radiant light shining from his brow, and grand Dao sounds suddenly flowed. He flipped his left hand, the powers of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth flowing, emitting brilliant five-colored divine light, forming the five elements great seal, enhanced by dozens of ancient characters of the Dao, rumbling down upon Feng Xiu. His right hand was raised high, and with a flick of his finger, wind and thunder roared, carrying sharp and unparalleled imperial dragon chi piercing through. Boom! In the center of the battle group, the light was dazzling. The wind, thunder, finger, and the five elements great seal, these two techniques had already been honed by Lu Yuan to perfection. Now, having reached the third level of the Divine Palace realm, their power was incomparable. Moreover, with the backing of the Dao scripture and imperial dragon chi, they were destined to crush everything. No! After several breaths of stalemate, Feng Xiu suddenly let out a wail, all his means collapsing. His entire body was heavily crushed by the five elements great seal, exploding into a cloud of blood mist, leaving no trace of his remains. Meanwhile, Meng Qian stood frozen in place, her eyes filled with terror. A blood hole suddenly appeared on her fair forehead, flowing with fresh blood. This strike was unstoppable. It had completely pierced through her divine palace. Anyone who came would find it hopeless to save her. Bang! Meng Qian's body fell straight to the ground, accompanied by a heart-rending rain of blood, a sight that was chilling and shocking. Gulp! The remaining local cultivators from the Yan Kingdom all felt their scalps tingle, their eyes filled with dread, not daring to breathe. Now they finally understood what kind of ruthless individual had infiltrated the Lianyun mountain range. The young powerhouses of the two great forces had been cleanly slain in just a few exchanges. His battle power was simply overwhelming, to the point of suffocation. As the dust settled, Lu Yuan swept his gaze to the side, hesitating for a moment before ultimately deciding not to continue the attack. He was not a person who relished killing. There were still battles ahead. The killings of the illusionary Destruction Palace and the Meng family would eventually be exposed. Murdering to silence and hiding traces held little significance. Then Lu Yuan waved his hand, collecting all the refining materials in the ancient palace along with the storage bags of the two, and left amidst a crowd of horrified gazes. This journey has been incredibly fruitful. The ancient temple is piled high with a dazzling array of refining materials, many of which are precious treasures capable of forging divine weapons. Even if they cannot be used, they can be sold for a considerable amount of resources. Additionally, the wealth contained in the storage bags of the disciples from the two major factions is likely quite valuable as well. However, Lu Yuan currently lacks the time to inspect these treasures. This small world is on the verge of collapse and has been open for several days. The most precious of all is undoubtedly the potential existence of the sage inheritance. As of now, the elusive illusion palace has yet to appear, and the core figures of the Meng family have most likely already entered the deepest part. To gain anything, one must act swiftly. Immediately, Lu Yuan's feet shimmered with divine light, accelerating further as he rushed towards the depths. On the other side, at the end of the vast world, stands a magnificent, yet shattered temple. Surrounding the temple are 8 towering ancient altars. Above them, divine radiance swirls, and the essence of Dao flows. Even after so many years, they still exude an awe-inspiring and majestic aura. A mere glance reveals their extraordinary nature. At this moment, many figures have already gathered in this area. Members of the Ming family and disciples of the Illusion Palace have arrived here. Is this the 8 trigrams inheritance array? A knowledgeable cultivator exclaimed in shock, having observed for quite some time before finally recognizing the significance of these 8 altars. It is said that in ancient times some beings who reached the level of sages would forge such 8 altars in their later years, intending to leave behind a legacy and prevent its extinction. However, those who are destined to enter this small world in later generations cannot be clearly defined. If a murderer were to obtain the entirety of a sage's creation, it would likely result in catastrophic bloodshed. Thus, some ancient sages would divide their inheritance into several parts. The 6 palace inheritance array and the 8 trigrams inheritance array are among the more common types. Now the 8 altars stand here. The name of this formation is self-evident. It seems I have encountered someone knowledgeable. You can even recognize the 8 trigrams inheritance platform. At this moment, a youth of around 17 or 18 years old swooped down from the distant sky, slowly landing. Meng Zhao. He has arrived too. The disciples of the Illusion Palace suddenly stiffened and involuntarily took a few steps back. Meng Zhao is likely the strongest member of the younger generation of the Meng family on this expedition. It is rumored that he has a record of slaying a first-layer cultivator of the Cave Heaven realm. In the southern region, he holds considerable renown. Moreover, his biological brother, the current divine son of the Meng family, is famous throughout the eastern wilderness. With such a multitude of identities, few dare to provoke him easily. At this moment, another young expert from the Illusion Palace arrives here. Senior Brother Xiao. Senior Brother Xiao. The disciples of the Illusion Palace bow and greet, clearing a path for a young man to walk to the forefront. The young man is in his early 20s, dressed in a blue robe with sword-like brows and starry eyes. He has a handsome face and an ethereal, otherworldly aura that draws attention. Xiao Qing, long time no see. Meng Zhao glanced over and made a rare greeting. Indeed, it has been a long time. Xiao Qing smiled slightly, his tone friendly, without any hint of confrontation. Upon sensing Meng Zhao's current cultivation level, he couldn't help but exclaim, "It seems you've gained considerable fortune in this sage's relic." The 7th layer of the Divine Palace realm, just a minor breakthrough, nothing to speak of. Meng Zhao arrogantly smiled, then narrowed his eyes and said, "With the 8 trigrams inheritance platform appearing, are you interested in competing with me?" Inheritances have their own destined methods. If we were to select a place together, conflict would be inevitable. If not, then there's no need for a confrontation. Xiao Qing responded calmly. "Humph, boring." Meng Zhao snorted. He also understood that on the 8 trigrams inheritance platform, only one person can obtain a single inheritance. 8 individuals are needed to activate it. As for the strength of the inheritance obtained, it all relies on one's intuition and selection. The chances of encountering Xiao Qing are not high. Now we have 8 individuals, that's enough. Let's begin. Meng Zhao casually scanned the surroundings and spoke lightly. Upon hearing this, some in the crowd displayed joyful expressions. However, before they could rejoice for long, Xiao Qing immediately doused them with cold water, saying, "The combined number of the Illusion Palace and the Ming family does not reach 8. These local cultivators from the Yan Kingdom and loose cultivators do not need to accept the inheritance. If they obtain it, they will be soul-searched upon exiting, which is meaningless. Why not leave some opportunities for the members of your own faction? What a hassle." Meng Zhao's expression showed impatience, but he did not argue further. He gradually closed his eyes, beginning to sense the essence of the Tao flowing from the 8 altars before him, contemplating which one resonated with him the most. The 8 trigrams altars correspond to Qian Kuan Sun, Kinli Jin, and Dui. After a few breaths, Meng Zhao suddenly opened his eyes, leaping into the air and flying towards the Li altar. The Li altar. Xiao Qing's eyes flickered slightly, then he also extended his divine sense, sensing the essence of the Tao on the 8 ancient altars. After a moment, Xiao Qing also soared into the air, landing on the Qian altar. As for the remaining 6 seats, you all rely on your own abilities. Of course, if anyone wishes to challenge me, they are welcome to take the stage. Xiao Qing looked at the crowd below and spoke. As his words fell, the disciples of the Illusion Palace and the members of the Meng family all understood the unspoken rules. After sensing for a moment, they flew towards different high altars. However, with the current small number of participants, no one engaged in combat for the time being. But as time passed, more individuals from the 2 major factions gradually arrived at the deepest area. After understanding the rules, a fierce competition immediately erupted. Members of the Illusion Palace fought against each other, the Illusion Palace against the Meng family, and the Meng family against each other. There were no distinctions between factions, all were fighting fiercely for the inheritance of the sages. In an instant, various divine lights flickered and numerous techniques were unleashed, with violent energy ripples continuously spreading. It was not until several hours later that the 6 seats were gradually determined. The individuals standing on them are undoubtedly powerful figures among the 2 factions. No one dared to challenge them again. As for the last Kuan altar and Dui altar, the battle of the Divine Palace realm was still ongoing. Once it completely settled, the ultimate sage inheritance would be opened. Just as the battle reached a critical point, a tall figure rushed in from the distant sky. The 8 trigrams inheritance platform. Lu Yuan descended, gazing ahead, instantly recognizing the altar's name, and couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Currently, only the last 2 seats were vacant. Several cultivators from the illusory palace and the Ming family were on the platform, fiercely competing and unwilling to back down. Fellow Taoist, you actually came alone. At that moment, a cultivator in dark robes nearby looked at Lu Yuan, speaking in surprise. Lu Yuan glanced at him, lightly nodded without offering any explanation. He had a vague impression of this person who, like Inai Ping, was a casual cultivator from the Yin Kingdom who had learned of the news by chance. With a cultivation at the 2nd level of the Divine Palace realm, he was unremarkable and inconspicuous. Since you're here, you might as well sit down and watch the show. The inheritance of the saints is destined to have no connection with us casual cultivators. The dark-robed cultivator, seeing him gazing at the platform, couldn't help but shake his head and smile, sighing softly. Oh, why no connection? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. The cultivator Xiaoqing from the illusory palace just mentioned that if you're not from the 2 major forces stepping onto the platform, even if you obtain one of the inheritances, you will be targeted and have your soul searched once you exit. Instead of taking such a risk, it's better to honestly stay here and cut off any thoughts. Otherwise, you will surely invite bloodshed upon yourself. The dark-robed cultivator whispered a reminder. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's gaze flickered slightly. Then, without further ado, he extended his divine sense to sweep across the 8 altars ahead, beginning to feel the unusual Tao rhythms permeating above. Just then, a cold system prompt echoed in his sea of consciousness. Ding, the host's current experience detected, triggering option rewards. 1. Occupy the Li platform, reward one of the 9 secrets of Taoism, the Dou character secret. 2. Occupy the Qian platform, reward the ancient imperial secret technique / the heavenly Tao. 3. Occupy the Kuan platform, reward the ancient divine poultry, 8 treasures chicken. For do not ascend, reward 5,000 pounds of source. This series of system prompts resonated continuously, causing Lu Yuan's heart to tremble. The 9 secrets of Taoism were long-lost supreme secret arts from the Eastern Wasteland. Each represents the pinnacle of a particular domain, immensely powerful. The Dou character secret, also known as the sacred combat method, is the supreme divine technique among the 9 secrets, mastering the art of killing. Once cultivated, it could undoubtedly double his combat power, adding wings to his strength. The second option / the heavenly Tao is also an astonishing divine ability, allowing the practitioner to seize the essence of heaven through defiance. Its offensive power, control power, and divine power will all be comprehensively enhanced, entering an extremely terrifying state. As for the last 2 options, they were directly ignored by Lu Yuan. They couldn't compare to imperial secret techniques. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yuan made his choice. His figure flashed, transforming into a swift stream of light, directly flying to the Li platform. What? The dark-robed cultivator was instantly startled. He had completely not anticipated Lu Yuan's sudden action. Not only did he ascend the platform, but he also stood on the altar where Meng Zhao was. This, in the eyes of outsiders, was practically no different from seeking death. At this moment, Meng Zhao, who was seated on the Li platform, also sensed someone approaching, and a glint of sharp light flashed across his eyes as he sneered. A mere casual cultivator from the 3rd level of the Divine Palace dares to stand alongside me, truly seeking death. In an instant, a brilliant divine light surged from Meng Zhao's brow, transforming into a 7-colored heavenly blade, ringing sharply as it struck towards Lu Yuan. Whoosh! Lu Yuan's sea of consciousness roiled, erupting with a wave of golden light that swept forward. Boom! The 2 distinctly different divine consciousness powers collided, exploding with a thunderous sound, causing ripples like waterways to splash in the void, rapidly spreading out. This blow actually resulted in a stalemate, failing to block Lu Yuan's figure, allowing him to land steadily on the Li platform. What? Someone has ascended the Li platform to challenge Meng Zhao. The battle over here was immediately noticed by those around, all displaying expressions of shock. When they saw another figure, a peculiar expression appeared on their faces. Not from the 2 major forces, seems to be a casual cultivator. Has he eaten the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard, seeking death? Many were greatly surprised. Even Xiaoqing, who had been meditating on the Qian platform, opened his eyes and gazed over, looking quite astonished. Interesting. The divine sense refined at the 3rd level of the Divine Palace can actually withstand my blow. It seems you have quite a secret about you. Meng Zhao licked his lips, eyeing the person before him with great interest. I want this Li platform inheritance. If you don't want to die, then seek elsewhere. Lu Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, his expression unfazed. Haha, it's been a long time since anyone in the southern region has dared to speak to me like this. You better not be too weak. Otherwise, it would be too boring to kill you with just a few punches and kicks. Meng Zhao couldn't help but laugh wildly, then a fierce and bloodthirsty look appeared on his face. As you wish. Lu Yuan smiled indifferently. In the next moment, he stomped with his toes, unleashing an astonishing speed as he charged forward. Like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Meng Zhao sneered, his body swaying as he met the charge. In an instant, the two collided, fists and feet flying in a fierce assault. Boom, boom. A series of thunderous sounds erupted from the Li platform as the battle ignited completely. Lu Yuan's blood surged, swinging his golden fists incessantly. The terrifying power stirred the heavens and earth, causing the entire altar to shake. Each punch was like a stampede of 10,000 horses, like a dragon emerging from the sea, emanating immense force. On the other side, Meng Zhao was no ordinary opponent. Hailing from a top ancient family, he had consumed countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, refining his body with various true blood, making his physical form exceptional. His body glistened divine light radiant. With a punch, he stirred the heavens and shook the universe. Their clash was truly a confrontation of titans. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the two had engaged in close combat for dozens of rounds, causing many surrounding cultivators to gasp in shock. Such terrifying physical strength, if a punch were to land on them, there would be no chance of survival. Their bodies would shatter and explode into blood mist. Meng Zhao was well known as a young expert in the southern region, once achieving victories over practitioners of the cave heaven realm. Yet that other individual who could briefly contend with Meng Zhao truly drew people's admiration. Enough. At this moment, Meng Zhao suddenly roared, his eyes cold and sharp. It was a disgrace to battle for so long against an unknown person without subduing him. He'll finish you in one move. Shatter the mountains. Meng Zhao's aura intensified, throwing a punch imbued with the might of collapsing mountains and rivers, sweeping toward Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's gaze was calm and unfazed, his arms trembling as countless strands of imperial dragon chi entwined around him. Then, carrying a sense of unparalleled imperial dignity, he unleashed a blazing punch light that swept everything away. Boom. The mighty fist light struck towards the yellow dragon, directly shattering the imposing mountain-like force and penetrating forward. Meng Zhao's body was sent flying dozens of meters away, and blood involuntarily trickled from the corner of his mouth. How is this possible? Meng Zhao is actually at a disadvantage. At this moment, everyone present was in shock. Meng Zhao's strength was well known, his reputation widespread. Even the cultivators of the illusionary palace had to admit this. Aside from the top 10 experts of their young generation, no one could suppress Meng Zhao. Even senior brother Xiaohou may not be able to win. Yet now he was injured by an unknown person, which was truly hard to believe. You cultivate an imperial scripture. Meng Zhao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, coldly staring at the young man before him, and shouted. It must be said, this person is very powerful. His physical body is comparable to a pure-blooded beast in its youth, capable of crossing 4 small realms and opposing him. He is no ordinary individual. What do you think? Lu Yuan remained non-committal, maintaining an air of calm indifference. Very well, I was just worried about not having a powerful method of killing to cultivate. In your hands, it would only be wasted. I shall gladly accept it. A fiery glint flashed in Meng Zhao's eyes, revealing his undisguised intent. In the next moment, with a single hand, a 7-colored divine light, glimmering, glazed pagoda appeared. The pagoda autonomously dodged into the void, radiating brilliance as waves of invisible heavy pressure descended, like countless mountains ready to suppress all. Spirit treasure. Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed, and without a word, he summoned the town prison peak to confront it. The town prison peak erupted with an astonishing might, rippling and locking down the entire void, blocking the power of the pagoda. You two possess a spirit treasure. Meng Zhao's expression slightly changed, his heart confirming that this person was not an ordinary Lu's cultivator. Then let's see whose treasure is superior. As soon as he spoke, the two issued commands to their respective treasures. The glazed pagoda and the town prison peak rose into the air, engaging in a fierce battle, colliding violently. Clang, clang. The resonating sounds continuously echoed from above the heavens. The two spirit treasures unleashed their terrifying divine might. The void trembled, becoming blurred, only visible with surging glows of rosy and dark energies. Meng Zhao saw that the battle of treasures could not be resolved in a short time, and thus he charged in to attack. Lu Yuan's robes billowed, his black hair floated as he stepped forward to the center of the platform, launching a fist strike downwards. His entire body radiated golden light, his offensive open and powerful, like a celestial being descending, unstoppable. Boom. After a dozen exchanges, Meng Zhao was once again struck and coughed out blood, utterly enraged. Great Finger of Heaven. A cold shout filled with deadly intent resonated. All the cultivators present changed their expressions. The Great Finger of Heaven. The Meng family's secret supreme divine ability. It is said to be created by the 3rd-generation ancestor of the Meng family, a great sage with great effort. When cultivated to the extreme, it can sever the heavens, extinguishing all life, making it incredibly terrifying. Has Meng Zhao been pushed to such an extent? He even unleashed the clan's ultimate technique. Xiahou Qing could no longer remain calm, standing on the platform with a serious expression. This move, it is said, was the trump card of Meng Zhao, capable of killing cultivators across 5 or 6 small realms. Even he now had no confidence in withstanding it, most likely ending up severely injured. Die. Meng Zhao's gaze was cold, his fingertips glimmering, emitting boundless divine light, and then he flicked his finger. That finger rapidly enlarged, emanating a terrifying aura, its divine light, as robust as a mountain crashing down, as if to sever the heavens themselves. Great Finger of Heaven. The name is quite good. Unfortunately, you have yet to master it. A glimmer of chaotic light fleetingly passed through Lu Yuan's eyes. At this moment, he invoked the Dao scriptures to their utmost limit. Waves of grand Dao sounds reverberated within him, like the tolling of great bells shaking the heavens and earth. Countless ancient Dao characters surged forth from Lu Yuan's brow, densely packed. Each one expounded upon the profound truths of the world and the essence of cultivation, approaching the realm of the law, approaching the Dao. Finally, they coiled around his golden sacred fist, and he struck out. Boom. The golden fist light merged with the heavenly sound of the Dao, exhibiting unparalleled might, colliding with Meng Zhao's great finger of heaven. The void above the platform collapsed in segments, revealing bizarre spatial turbulence. The latter's offensive was explosively shattered with overwhelming force. Bang! Meng Zhao was heavily injured, blood gushing wildly. This blow directly shattered his bones and torn his body apart. He fell like a kite with a broken string from the high platform. Meng Zhao. At this moment, all the Meng family disciples present shrank their pupils and shouted in fear of him dying right here. Other cultivators surrounding the altar also had their expressions solidified. Even those engaged in battle cough. Meng Zhao curled up, coughing up several mouthfuls of blood. He suddenly raised his head, looking towards the figure above the platform. No. My Meng family's ultimate divine technique is not inferior to anyone. You also cultivate an ancient imperial scripture. The moment these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in uproar. Gazes from all directions converged on Lu Yuan. A single person cultivating 2 ancient imperial scriptures. What kind of fortune is this? Even those from top-tier families found it hard to imagine. Kill him. Kill him for me. All of you attacked together. After realizing the situation, Meng Zhao suddenly pointed a finger and shouted fiercely. After his words fell, the expressions of those few Meng family disciples changed several times before they suddenly shouted kill. 7 or 8 figures leapt out together. Some moved laterally from the high platform, while others soared from below, all unleashing astonishing power, rushing towards Lu Yuan. Heaven has a path you do not take, hell has no door, and you break in. Lu Yuan snorted coldly, stepping forward and soaring into the sky. A murky blue lotus appeared beside him. Chaotic energy surged, obscuring the sky, an astonishing phenomenon. The 3 leaves gently swayed, a terrifying aura spreading in all directions, directly immobilizing everyone's forms. What is this? The Meng family members were all terrified, utterly shocked. No matter how they struggled, they could not break free from the restraints. What is this? The legendary holy body phenomenon, the chaotic seed blue lotus. Meng Zhao was equally shocked, horrified beyond measure, speaking in a daze. Correct. But there is no prize. Only a path to death. Lu Yuan's expression was cold as he crossed his hands in a cross shape and gently swiped. The azure lotus swayed, releasing a terrifying chaos aura that swept through all things. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 disciples of the Meng family, unable to even let out a scream, were instantly shattered into a mist of blood, all perishing on the spot. Such a bloody scene left all the cultivators present trembling with fear. Impossible. The holy body cannot cultivate, everyone knows it. How could you cultivate to the divine palace realm? Meng Zhao's voice trembled, still feeling disbelief. Shut up. Lu Yuan snorted, not asking or answering, and directly stepped closer to him. I am a direct descendant of the Meng family. If you dare to kill me, you will face bloody retribution. Meng Zhao felt fear for the first time, sensing death, and kept retreating, still uttering threats. But Lu Yuan paid no mind, simply raising his hand and snapping his fingers. Zhik. A sharp divine light burst forth, piercing through Meng Zhao's brow, causing the divine palace to explode, resulting in his complete demise. Glialu. At that moment, everyone present could not help but swallow hard, their faces showing unmistakable fear. The once great young prodigy Meng Zhao had just died like that. With the divine palace collapsed, there was absolutely no chance of revival. They could almost foresee the rage of the Meng family experts waiting outside the Lianyun Mountains upon hearing this dreadful news. Ji. Meanwhile, with Meng Zhao's death, his glazed pagoda also dimmed in an instant. The magical treasure had a spirit and sought to escape into thin air. However, it was captured by a large hand formed by Lu Yuan. Along with the storage bags of all the Meng family disciples present, it was taken into his possession. After finishing everything, Lu Yuan's figure flickered, and he returned to the platform. He glanced over at the disciples of the illusory destruction palace nearby. Wherever he passed, everyone lowered their heads. No one dared to meet his gaze, fearing it would invite death upon themselves. Even Xiahou Qing, at the 8th level of the divine palace realm, felt a chill run down his spine and remained silent. At this moment, he had likely guessed Lu Yuan's identity. Although the ancient holy body had become a useless body, there had still been one in 10,000 years that had not manifested. Looking across the entire eastern wilderness south region, it seemed that only the Tianqi Lu family had a holy body. Moreover, not long ago the marriage with the goddess of the Gu family, Gu Qinghuang, had caused quite a stir, and few among the major powers were unaware. From this, it could be seen that this person was most likely from the Tianqi Lu family, not some loose cultivator. There were also powers behind him intricately intertwined. Just as Xiahou Qing was lost in thought, a gaze was cast toward him. Illusory Destruction Palace, are you in charge? Lu Yuan asked. Xiahou Qing pondered for a moment before gently nodding, sort of. The inheritance platform now has 4 vacant spots. You may select individuals to participate. After it's over, I want 2 of the inheritances. What do you think? Lu Yuan spoke calmly. Upon hearing this, several disciples of the Illusory Destruction Palace below immediately showed ecstatic expressions. With the Meng family members completely wiped out, the spots naturally became vacant. Those who could not compete before now had an opportunity. This was a great opportunity for them. Of course, that's fine. Xiahou Qing did not hesitate and immediately agreed. Loose cultivators and native cultivators from the Yan Kingdom would be unable to take the inheritance outside. Even if the Meng family did not search their souls, the elders of the Illusory Destruction Palace would not be able to contain themselves. Thus, this was the best solution at the moment. Han Jun, you go to the Sun platform. Chu Fu Gu, you go to the Zhen platform. Li Wenxin, you go to the Dui platform. Wu Yinshan, you to the Kuan platform. Yes. The 4 Illusory Destruction Palace cultivators called by name were all delighted. They quickly leaped and flew toward their respective high platforms. Let's begin. As these words fell, the 8 ancient ritual platforms began to glow, connecting to a long-sealed, mysterious formation. Rumble. The void trembled as the world seemed to be collapsing, frantically pouring energy into the formation, erupting with incomparably brilliant light. The 8 individuals sat cross-legged, beginning to accept the saint's inheritance. The crowd of cultivators below could not help but show envious expressions. Unfortunately, they had no chance to participate in such a great fate, relegated to being mere spectators. It was unclear how much time passed. The light gradually faded, returning to tranquility. Lu Yuan, seated in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp gleam flashing by. No wonder the system had given such a prompt option. The inheritance contained within must be the greatest fortune in this small world. It was actually another form of one of the 9 secrets. The walking character secret. This secret technique is said to be the fastest in the world, unparalleled under heaven. It can ignore any formation and traverse through the air. Cultivating to the ultimate realm can even break the rules of time, disregarding space and distance, which is extremely terrifying. It seems I came at the right time. Lu Yuan couldn't help but silently marvel in his heart. The supreme 9 secrets. He had obtained 2 kinds at once, truly a peerless great fortune. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Illusory Destruction Palace on the platform had also completed receiving their inheritances, each showing expressions of joy, clearly having benefited greatly. Esteemed guest, please. Xiahou Qing did not dare to go back on his word, cupping his hands toward Lu Yuan. Kuan Dui. Lu Yuan spoke. Good. Upon hearing this, Xiahou Qing glanced at the 2 Illusory Destruction Palace cultivators. The 2 immediately understood, and each took out a blank jade slip, imprinting the inheritance techniques within, then threw them towards Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan received them, immersing his divine sense into them, carefully inspecting. The techniques were profound and obscure indeed, crafted by a saint. Just then, rumble, rumble. In the distance, the heavens shook, and the ritual platform beneath their feet began to collapse rapidly with a thunderous sound. The energy of the laws has been exhausted. This small world is going to collapse. Run! Xiahou Qing shouted loudly. Instantly, everyone present was alarmed, quickly standing up and riding the divine rainbow, rushing toward the entrance they had come from. At the same time, Lu Yuan also moved quickly, soaring away. However, the direction he went was completely opposite to everyone else's, heading to the other side. Moments later, Lu Yuan arrived at an uninhabited area, raised his arm, and the chaotic essence within him began to circulate wildly. Threads of chaotic energy dispersed, shattering the surrounding void with overwhelming power. Before long, the void twisted, tearing open a gap wide enough for one person. Lu Yuan did not hesitate for a moment, darting in and quickly disappearing. Outside the Lianyun mountain range, the spatial fluctuations intensified, resembling a vast ocean that engulfed the surrounding void. This small world is about to collapse. They are about to emerge. Numerous powerful members of the Meng family sensed this disturbance, and a glimmer of expectation appeared on their faces. On the other side, the personnel of the illusionary palace were equally restless, their gazes fixated on the void's crevice, ready to act at a moment's notice. Half an hour later, there was finally some movement inside. Upon focusing, it was the young disciples of the illusionary palace who charged out. Among them, Xiahou Qing led the way. As soon as they emerged, they took defensive positions and swiftly rushed toward the direction of their own faction. How did it go? What did you obtain? A few elder powerhouses of the illusionary palace, seeing the smiles on their faces, were taken aback and quickly approached, eagerly inquiring. There is an 8 trigrams inheritance platform inside. Our illusionary palace disciples obtained 7 pieces. Xiahou Qing's lips moved as he conveyed this with his divine sense. Upon hearing this, the strong members of the illusionary palace were instantly overjoyed. With their experience, they naturally knew what the 8 trigrams inheritance platform was. They had not expected Xiahou Qing and the others to be so impressive. 8 pieces of inheritance, they secured 7. It could be termed a tremendous victory. Something's not right. Where are the Meng family members? I remember there was a formidable junior from the Meng family named Meng Zhao. Did only he obtain a piece of inheritance? Xiahou Qing said solemnly. What? The elders of the illusionary palace displayed shocked expressions, instantly becoming tense. Xiahou Qing said solemnly. What? The elders of the illusionary palace displayed shocked expressions, instantly becoming tense. Xiahou Qing, did you make a move? No, Xiahou Qing shook his head with a wry smile conveying. There were other variables in the small world. However, it's not something that can be explained in a few words right now. The urgent matter is to leave quickly lest the Meng family goes mad and brings disaster upon us. Indeed, that makes sense. Let's return first. Immediately, the elder powerhouses of the illusionary palace took action, beginning to break the sealing runes of the Lianyun mountain range. Not far away, the Meng family's warriors grew increasingly restless, a vague sense of foreboding rising within them. Even local cultivators and loose practitioners from the Yan kingdom had come out in numbers. Yet not a single disciple of the Meng family had emerged. This situation was indeed too strange. Bang! In the next moment, a Nirvana realm powerhouse from the Meng family could no longer hold back. He reached out with a large hand, directly grabbing a nervous-looking cultivator, coldly questioning, "Where are my Meng family members?" The cultivator turned pale with fright, glancing towards the illusionary palace's direction before stuttering, "They're all dead." What? As soon as those words fell, it was like a bolt from the blue, striking the crowd of Meng family members. This is impossible. An elder from the Meng family lost composure, veins bulging on his forehead, divine light dazzling between his fingers. He swiftly reached out and placed his hand on the cultivator's crown, beginning to search his soul. The latter immediately let out a shrill scream. Merely hearing it was enough to send chills down one's spine. Hurry up. Seeing this, the strong members of the illusionary palace exchanged glances and quickened their pace in breaking the restrictions. Moments later, boom. The extensive runes covering half the Lianyun mountain range shattered with a loud crash, transforming into countless divine lights that scattered throughout the heavens and earth. At the same time, the head of the soul-searched cultivator also cracked open with a loud sound, bursting apart like a watermelon, blood and brains splattering everywhere, creating a gruesome scene. What happened? Many powerful members of the Meng family gathered around. Meng Zhao and the others are all dead. The elder spoke in a chilling tone, his expression extremely sinister. Who killed them? The ancient holy body. What? The ancient holy body. The one from the Tianqi Lu family. Isn't that Physique incapable of cultivation? The Meng family's experts were greatly alarmed, all visibly moved. You ask me, who should I ask? The elder of the Meng family coldly replied, then said with a surge of killing intent, no matter who he is, daring to kill my Meng family's direct descendants must ensure he has no burial place. The people of the illusionary palace secured 7 pieces. Stop them. In an instant, divine light surged, soaring into the sky. Several Nirvana realm cultivators and over 10 cave heaven realm cultivators. The people of the illusionary palace secured 7 pieces. Stop them. In an instant, divine light surged, soaring into the sky. Several Nirvana realm cultivators and over 10 cave heaven realm cultivators simultaneously acted to intercept the personnel of the illusionary palace. Clang. The 3 Nirvana realm powerhouses of the illusionary palace had long been prepared, working together to activate the protective formations on the ancient ship, which suddenly lit up. A massive holy light barrier appeared, sweeping in all directions, intercepting all attacking forces, preventing the disciples from being ambushed upon boarding. Mengren, what do you mean? After soul-searching, you should be clear that your Meng family has been completely annihilated, and it has nothing to do with my illusionary palace. Why pursue and provoke us again? A strong member of the illusionary palace stepped forward, his face filled with anger, coldly questioning. Who says it has nothing to do with us? You illusionary palace are clearly colluding with that person, deliberately causing the demise of my Meng family disciples. Otherwise, how could he have given you the inheritance platform? Mengren stepped into the void, emanating an extremely terrifying wave of power, his expression extremely unfriendly. Shut your mouth. If you fail to master your own skills, don't blame others. Is this the demeanor of the ancient families of the southern region? A member of the illusionary palace sneered, unceremoniously mocking. Stop wasting words. Leave half of the inheritance, or no one gets to leave. Mengren declared forcefully. In your dreams. The members of the illusionary palace naturally would not easily yield the inheritance they had just acquired, immediately creating space and preparing for battle. If you don't want to drink the wine offered, but instead choose the wine of punishment. Meng Rin snorted coldly, his killing intent intensifying, commanding. You few keep a close watch on the exit, do not let that brat escape. The rest follow me, kill them all. Yes. The members of the Meng family responded in unison. In the next moment, a fierce battle erupted. The two sides clashed together in an instant, resulting in utter chaos. The Lianyun mountain range trembled as birds and beasts flew in panic, collapsing in large sections. Divine light blazed pressure, suffusing the heavens. The Nirvana realm represented the strongest beings beneath the divine realm. Once conflict broke out, their might was unimaginable. On the other side, Lu Yuan had successfully emerged from the rift in the void. He took out a map of the Yin kingdom and surveyed his surroundings, quickly realizing that he had traveled hundreds of miles away from the Lianyun mountain range. However, despite the great distance, the residual waves of battle from that direction could still be sensed by him. It seemed that the forces of the illusory Extinction Palace had clashed with the Meng family and were engaged in fierce combat. Lu Yuan was not surprised by this. He had intended for the people of the illusory Extinction Palace to divert the attention of the Meng family, preventing them from pursuing him relentlessly. As for how many of the disciples of the illusory Extinction Palace who had received the inheritance would survive, that would depend on their own fortune. Subsequently, Lu Yuan did not linger any longer, and with a flash of divine rainbow beneath his feet, he dashed away into the distance. An hour passed. Lu Yuan had flown over 1,000 miles and finally arrived at a safe area. He bent down and quickly descended. Boom! A punch was thrown and rocks flew in all directions. Lu Yuan carved out a simple cave dwelling within the mountain, and then sat down to begin tallying the spoils of his journey. Right? System claimed the reward. Lu Yuan pondered for a moment, and suddenly spoke to himself. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing option 1 and obtaining one of the 9 mysteries, the secret of the character duo. In the system space, a golden page suddenly appeared similar to the imperial scripture he had obtained before. Both were such carriers. The page was densely filled with obscure small characters. Secret of the character duo, secret of the character Xing. If I can master these 2 supreme secret arts, I could roam the vast world at will. Unafraid of arrays or obstructions, even if a Nirvana realm cultivator were to come, they might not be able to hold me back. With this thought, Lu Yuan's heart ignited with fervor as he activated the chaos origin and began to comprehend. The secret of the character duo is a supreme killing secret art. It is not limited to punches or kicks. There are no specific techniques, just a return to simplicity. Once mastered, every part of the body, even a single hair, can unleash astonishing combat power. It can also be used to wield and evolve the offensive methods of others, employing 100 thoughts to execute 100 techniques, terrifying beyond compare. Time flowed on with arcane, ancient characters. Obscure incantations. In Lu Yuan's eyes, they were dissected, arranged, combined, and alternately evolved as he continuously comprehended. Until 3 days later, Lu Yuan opened his eyes, suddenly enlightened with a wealth of understanding. Then he continued his cultivation, starting to comprehend the secret of the character Xing. Compared to the golden page, this was much easier to practice. Within the inheritance of the saint, a sphere of consciousness was left in his sea of consciousness. A slight touch of divine thought revealed a mysterious shadow above the golden lake in his sea of consciousness. He began to practice the essence of the secret of the character Xing. Shrinking the earth to an inch, treading upon time, with intertwining laws, the mysteries became apparent. Lu Yuan was captivated. His understanding of the secret of the character Xing deepened further. 2 days later, Lu Yuan awakened from his cultivation. His whole being radiated vitality and was quite invigorated. In just 5 short days, he had mastered these 2 great secret arts. To reach deeper levels of cultivation was merely a matter of time in the future. Next, Lu Yuan turned his attention to the spoils of his recent battle. First, he retrieved a large pile of refining materials he had collected from the ancient palace. Among them were Yuan Magnetite Essence, 1000 Illusion Star, Sandfire Godstone, Silver Moon Divine Jade, and Withered Dragon Wood, among others. There were also a few items whose names he could not recall. However, it was likely that these were not ordinary objects. They were at least divine-grade refining materials, and possibly even saint-level materials. Yuan Magnetite Essence, known to be about the size of a soybean, weighs thousands of pounds and contains imperishable iron essence, its quality astonishing. If I could refine it into my Jinyu Peak, it might yield extraordinary effects. Lu Yuan pondered silently. Although he was not well-versed in refining, he could still manage simple artifact refining, which was not difficult. Soon Lu Yuan took out Jinyu Peak and Yuan Magnetite Essence, and a blazing flame surged in his palm as he began to refine the artifact. Hiss! The Yuan Magnetite Essence gradually melted, transforming into a shiny silver liquid. Under Lu Yuan's guidance, it quickly fused with Jinyu Peak. This petite peak, shimmering with black light, emanated a mysterious metallic sheen. A heavy texture surged forth. The achievement is complete. Lu Yuan felt delighted in his heart as he tried to wield it, and indeed its power was greater than before, with significantly increased lethality. It was likely not far from being classified as a divine artifact. At this stage, it was a major killing weapon. Immediately after, Lu Yuan waved his hand, and a large pile of storage bags came into view. Among them, most were the storage bags of the Meng family disciples he had slain, with only one belonging to a disciple of the illusory extinction palace. He first picked up Meng Zhao's storage bag and began to examine it carefully. Aside from a spirit treasure-level Yili pagoda, there were also many treasures. Just the source alone was nearly 20,000 pounds, making for quite a fortune. Additionally, Lu Yuan found a tome of divine power within his storage bag wrapped in jade with gilded characters looking extremely extraordinary. It was none other than the Meng family's supreme skill, the Great Heaven Finger. This technique is quite good. I shall gladly accept it. Lu Yuan smiled with understanding and tucked it away. He then proceeded to open the remaining storage bags one by one and categorize their contents. In total, he had over 28,000 pounds of source, as well as several spirit herbs, pills, and artifacts. As for the useless items, he stuffed them all into one storage bag and casually tossed it aside. After tallying all the spoils, Lu Yuan roughly calculated that he had about 60,000 pounds of source on him. Even with his enormous consumption, it was enough for him to cultivate for a while. Then he waved his hand and set up several layers of simple restrictive formations outside the cave dwelling to isolate external energies, preparing to begin his cultivation. Tens of thousands of pounds of source were spread on the ground, piled into a small mountain radiating a bright spiritual light, with dense heavenly and earthly essence almost liquefying into water. A misty, ethereal fog enveloped the area, resembling a true immortal's cave dwelling. Subsequently, Lu Yuan wasted no time and directly activated the chaos energy to domineeringly refine the essence of the 10 directions. Boom, boom. Streams of pure heavenly and earthly essence were wildly absorbed by him. His body felt like a bottomless pit, with waves of spiritual force rolling, flashes of lightning and thunder resonating, presenting an astonishing spectacle. Time quietly passed. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had gone by. Lu Yuan, who had sat motionless like a wooden statue, slowly opened his eyes, feeling the surging divine power within him. A satisfied smile appeared on his face as he murmured to himself, "I have reached the 5th level of the divine." During this period, Lu Yuan also practiced 2 other profound techniques. The first was the Meng family's Great Heavenly Finger. The second was the Kuan Tai Inheritance, the Phoenix Calamity Rebirth technique. This is an extremely mysterious divine ability. As long as one's own magical power is not exhausted, they can quickly recover from their injuries. It serves as a powerful trump card for prolonged battles, capable of turning the tide of war, and is incredibly extraordinary. As for the other Dui Tai Inheritance, it is a holy level cultivation method, the Tai Ching Xuandi. It emphasizes a state of being desireless and unattached, sealing the heart and locking thoughts, forgetting emotions completely. Although it is also quite remarkable, it is not suitable for Lu Yuan's cultivation and has been set aside. That leaves over 20,000 gene of source. Lu Yuan murmured to himself, then rose and walked out of the cave dwelling. His feet flashed with divine light and vanished into the sky. A day later, Lu Yuan's figure appeared in a large city of the Yin Kingdom. The streets were bustling with traffic, and people came and went, creating a lively atmosphere. The figures of cultivators were not few either. Lu Yuan casually found a tavern, ordered some food and a pot of wine, and sat down. At his level of cultivation, he had long since ceased to eat grains. Although his appetite was faint, he could still indulge. "Hey, have you heard?" A voice came from a nearby table. Not long ago, a shocking event occurred in the Lianyun mountain range of the northern border. "Oh, what happened?" someone asked in confusion. "It is said that a broken small realm has opened, containing the opportunity of a saint. All the experts from the 3 major sects of the Yin Kingdom went there, led by the head of the Cave Heaven realm, and they didn't even get a sip of soup. A few people died, and then they returned in shame." One of the scattered cultivators said, taking pleasure in their What? In such a desolate place, there was actually an opportunity for a saint to emerge. Everyone was shocked and quickly asked, "But is there any powerful force that got the news? Did even the heads of the 3 major sects get the short end of the stick?" What are the 3 heads worth? The Meng family and the Illusory Palace both sent people. There were 7 or 8 powerful beings in the Nirvana realm. They gasped in astonishment. In the southern region, the names of the Illusory Palace and the Meng family were quite renowned. They could almost stand shoulder to shoulder with the major holy lands considered among the top forces. What happened next? Were any great treasures found? Someone continued to inquire. "I don't know about any treasures," they replied, "but they must not be ordinary items. Otherwise, the experts from the Meng family and the Illusory Palace wouldn't fight to the death." That battle leveled the Lianyun mountain range, turning the surrounding 100 miles into scorched earth with extremely fierce combat. Later, it was heard that only one expert in the Nirvana realm from the Illusory Palace survived, along with a young disciple named Xia Hoqing, while the rest perished in battle. The Meng family's people were almost wiped out as well, with hardly anyone returning alive. The person spoke with a look of horror. "The world of cultivators is indeed so cruel. Such opportunities are beyond our reach as scattered cultivators. Even if we obtained it, we wouldn't last long, so it's best to cultivate steadily and lead a peaceful life. Someone took a big gulp of wine and silently lamented. Such whispers naturally did not escape the notice of Yuan, whose divine sense was powerful. Hearing this news, he could not help but shake his head and smile. It seemed that he was indeed the greatest beneficiary of the opening of that small realm. Aside from Xia Hoqing, almost all those who received the inheritance had perished. The Tai Ching Xuandi and the Phoenix Calamity Rebirth technique had ultimately become unique treasures. However, one thing Yuan could confirm in his heart was that the illusory palace and the Ming family must have already discovered his identity. Otherwise, the Yin kingdom would have long been plastered with his portrait, offering a bounty for countless cultivators to hunt him down. Although he was not influential in the Lu family. On the surface, after all, he was the bargaining chip that the Lu family had invested massive resources into marrying into the Gu family. Before the divine fetus was seen, no one among the upper echelons of the Gu and Lu families wanted to see his corpse. Thus, even the powerful Ming family did not dare to openly place a bounty while challenging the two ancient families of the southern region. However, in the shadows, it was hard to say. With this in mind, Yuan did not care and took another 2 cups of fine wine, settled the bill, and headed out of the city. As he stepped on the mountains and rivers, they rapidly retreated beneath him. Yuan sped towards the direction of the Wanchu Holy Land. Just half an hour later, he suddenly came to a stop. His powerful divine sense, cultivated through the chaos divine demon visualization method, told him that someone seemed to be following him. Is it someone from the Ming family? Yuan's gaze flickered a few times, becoming wary. He then activated the movement technique, and in an instant his speed surged, transforming into a flash of golden light, disappearing into the heavens. Quickly, the feeling of being followed completely vanished. However, before Yuan could continue on for long, that sensation returned. Can he sense my location? Yuan frowned, and after pondering for a moment, activated the movement technique again, vanishing from this region. After a few breaths, a middle-aged cultivator in a black robe appeared at this location. He glanced around, sensing the surroundings, and revealed an even more astonished expression. A cultivator in the Divine Palace realm actually possesses such terrifying speed. It seems that Meng Zhao's death at his hands was not unjust. Then the middle-aged cultivator swiftly formed a seal with his hands, preparing to continue the pursuit. Just then a cold voice suddenly rang out from not far away. How did you find me? Yuan stepped out, carefully scrutinizing the person before him. Hearing this, the middle-aged cultivator's expression changed drastically, and without a word, he rode the divine light and fled into the distance. Stop! Yuan had long been prepared, letting out a sharp shout. The Yuan magnetic prison peak shot into the sky, gently shaking, sealing this space. Then amidst the terrified gaze of the middle-aged cultivator, it instantly enlarged and suppressed down. Bang! The middle-aged cultivator's body exploded on the spot, crushed into a mist of blood, without any power to resist. Indeed, he is from the Meng family. Yuan rummaged through his storage bag and finally confirmed his identity. He had just concealed himself in the dark when he noticed some movement in the glazed pagoda within Meng Zhao's storage bag, which was communicating through a special secret technique. This was why he could track his position all along. However, this person only had the cultivation of the first layer of the cave heaven realm. It seems he had no certainty of capturing and killing him. The journey was uneventful. Days later, Yuan returned to the Wanchu sacred ground. Without lingering, he headed directly to the inner gate hall. At this moment, the same elder of the inner gate was stationed here. When he saw Yuan approaching, his gaze involuntarily sharpened. Elder, I have completed the trial mission. As he spoke, Yuan waved his hand, and a round severed head appeared on the ground. The inner gate elder swept his divine sense over it, checking it, and exclaimed, indeed, it's Ni Ping. Good lad, well done. The inner gate elder couldn't help but praise. Having just stepped into the Divine Palace realm, he was able to kill a cultivator at the 5th level of the Divine Palace realm. Truly, he was the legendary type of physique with combat power that defied the heavens, challenging opponents of higher levels as easily as eating and drinking. Based on his current progress, even if Yuan's cultivation in the future were to halt at the Cave Heaven realm or the Dharma Image realm, he could still secure a decent position within the sacred ground, not considered a waste of talent. Elder, you flatter me. May I ask if I can be promoted to a core disciple? Yuan cupped his hands in respect. Of course you can. The inner gate elder nodded with a smile, waving his hand to store away Ni Ping's head. He then rose to inscribe the identity plaque of a core disciple and record the corresponding files. Half an incense stick later, all matters were settled. The inner gate elder handed over a storage bag, saying, as a core disciple, you are the backbone of our Wanchu sacred ground, and the benefits you receive are different from before. In addition to the increased limits for the Yun Dragon Gorge and the Scripture Pavilion, there are also independent spirit peaks for residents with the location and arrays all included in this storage bag. Moreover, the additional reward of 3,000 pounds of source energy for completing the trial mission is also within. Thank you, Elder. Yuan's eyes brightened as he expressed his gratitude and quickly took it. However, becoming a core disciple at this juncture means you probably won't stay in the sect for long. There has been unusual activity in the mining area of the North region, and all major forces are continuously sending people there. Our Wanshu sacred ground is also in need of manpower right now, and I believe some disciples will be summoned in the coming days. The Inner Gate elder pondered for a moment and reminded. Oh, unusual activity in the North region mining area. Hearing this, Lu Yuan's eyes flickered slightly. There is a great forbidden zone in the North region known as the Taichu ancient mine, famous throughout the world. The outskirts of the forbidden zone are littered with source mines, countless in number. Even divine source veins are not rare. This is a tremendous wealth that no top force in the eastern wilderness can afford to ignore. Thus, the outskirts of the Taichu ancient mine had long been divided and claimed by various major forces in the eastern wilderness. Conflicts and bloody battles for resources are commonplace. Gu Qinghuang hurried to the North region earlier, presumably for this matter. However, I wonder what the unusual activity actually refers to. I'm not very clear on the specifics either. It's probably due to something deep within the forbidden zone. The Inner Gate elder shook his head. As he said this, he seemed to remember something and continued, by the way, this trip to the North region is led by Elder Shangwan personally, who is the master of the Saintess. With your status, if you wish to know in advance, you can directly ask Elder Shangwan. I see. Lu Yuan nodded thoughtfully, then said no more and turned to take his leave. Not long after Lu Yuan arrived at Qixia Peak. It wasn't that he genuinely wanted to inquire for clarity, but rather to look for Mu Linger on the way. After all, he was about to move into a new spirit peak to live. Out of consideration and reason, he had to inform that girl. Soon the two met in a certain palace. Son-in-law, did you say? You have broken through to the divine palace realm and been promoted to a core disciple. Mu Linger's big eyes blinked, covering her small mouth, looking quite surprised. Indeed. Among the 8 who entered the creation divine pool for cultivation, all have now broken through to the divine palace realm. What's so strange about that? You're different from them. Mu Linger exclaimed as she began to count on her fingers. 7 months. It's been less than 7 months since we got married at the heavenly pool. You have gone from an ordinary person to the current divine palace realm. Such a speed of cultivation, I fear even the young lady would fall far behind. Mu Linger grew more and more excited as a jubilant expression spread across her delicate face. All right, enough flattery. Come, let me show you my new cave dwelling. Lu Yuan smiled, not explaining too much. He then waved his hand, directly sweeping up Mu Linger, and flew towards the outside of Qixia Peak. Moments later, the two arrived at a scenic spirit peak. Whoosh! Infusing his spiritual power, a dazzling light flickered on the array. The barrier covering the entire spirit peak instantly dissipated, revealing its full appearance. Wow, so beautiful! Mu Linger's beautiful eyes sparkled as she cheered joyfully. Beneath their feet, the spirit peak was elegant, shrouded in mist, and atop the summit stood several exquisite pavilions. Pavilions, waterside pavilions, rockeries, and pools were all present, and the scenery was pleasant. It was like heaven compared to the simple cave dwelling Lu Yuan had lived in before. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This is the benefit that strength brings. Shortly after, they tidied up the spirit peak a bit and arranged quite a few things, finally making it a decent place to settle. Lu Yuan sat beneath a stone pavilion chatting with Mu Linger for a while and eventually brought up the trip to the north. Son-in-law, you're also going to the North region? Mu Linger asked, surprised. Also, Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Indeed, the young lady will not be returning from the North region in a so I must go as well. Mu Linger nodded. Well, then it's just right that we can go together. Since the sect is summoning core disciples, I have no reason to refuse, so I'll take it as a training opportunity. Lu Yuan said casually. Ahem. Son-in-law, don't blame Linger for not reminding you. You might face quite a bit of trouble when you go. Mu Linger coughed lightly, appearing somewhat unnatural. What trouble? Lu Yuan became somewhat interested. The young talents of various major forces in the eastern wilderness have basically gathered there. Among them, quite a few are former suitors of the young lady. If you show up, some may deliberately target you. A calm voice fell, exuding an aura of immense power, causing Mu Linger's gaze to brighten a little. The current son-in-law is now incomparable to the past. The shackles of the primordial sacred body seem to be non-existent on him, allowing him to ignore constraints and progress fiercely. I believe that in the near future he will shine brightly, not inferior to those extraordinary talents. Time flies. Several days passed. Lu Yuan sat cross-legged at the peak of the spiritual mountain, golden energy swirling at his brow, radiant and shimmering. Usually, while enhancing his cultivation, he had never neglected the training of his divine sense. The Chaos Divine Demon Visualization Technique. This method of refining the divine is incredibly powerful. Now that he has cultivated to this point, it allows his divine sense to be several times stronger than that of practitioners at the same level. In battle, it has boundless uses. Just then, ripples suddenly appeared in the nearby void. Following that, a beautiful woman in palace attire gracefully stepped onto the waves of clouds. I have met Elder Shangwan. Lu Yuan sensed something and quickly stood up, cupping his hands in greeting. No need for such formalities. Shangwan Ruo smiled slightly and descended slowly. She felt the fluctuations of divine consciousness drifting in the surrounding void and couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. First, she was astonished by Lu Yuan's cultivation, which had progressed so rapidly. Secondly, she was amazed by his divine sense, which was so refined and powerful that it was already on par with ordinary practitioners at the cave heaven stage. It seems you have a significant affinity with our sect's Chaos Stone Tablet. Not only can you comprehend the cultivation methods inscribed upon it by yourself, but your attainments are also remarkable, truly astonishing. Shangguan Ruo wore a gentle smile, her voice calm, possessing a peculiar charm that could cleanse the heart. Elder Shangguan has overpraised me. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan immediately understood. The matters regarding the Dao scriptures and the chaos divine demon visualization technique he had transmitted to Gu Qinghuang had been reported to Elder Shangguan. You need not be modest. Almost half of the cultivation methods in the highest level of the Sacred Land Scripture Pavilion come from the Chaos Stone Tablet, yet few disciples can successfully cultivate them. This goes to show that your comprehension is truly remarkable. Elder Shangguan nodded in approval, then seemed to remember something, and said, As for the cultivation resources I mentioned last time, I have not yet obtained permission from the higher-ups, and am considering it from various aspects. However, if you can perform outstandingly during this trip to the northern region, I can take the liberty to gather 9 Chaos Stone Tablets for you to comprehend. With your level of comprehension, you are sure to gain significant insights. Remember, the scriptures you comprehend on your own will far surpass those transcribed by others. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's eyes involuntarily flickered a few times. Even before joining the Wanchu Sacred Land, he had heard of it. This sacred land delves deeply into the path of chaos and likely possesses a volume of such ancient scriptures. Now it seems the rumors were true. If he could comprehend 9 Chaos Stone Tablets simultaneously and gather all the scriptures, he would most likely succeed in his cultivation. At that time, showcasing the power of the Chaos Body in front of others would not be so concerning, allowing him to obscure his tracks. It truly is a great opportunity. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan sincerely bowed and expressed his gratitude. This time the core disciples summoned to the northern region have almost gathered. We should set off. Shangguan Ruo waved her hand and then reached towards a nearby pavilion. The void cracked open and Dao patterns swayed. It directly enveloped Lu Yuan and Mu Linger and headed towards the mountain gate. After a whirlwind, the 3 figures had already appeared on a massive ancient ship. I have met the Supreme Elder. I have met the Supreme Elder. Several elders and stewards waiting on the deck along with numerous core disciples quickly bowed and paid their respects upon seeing the newcomers. Is everyone here? Shangguan Ruo scanned the surroundings and asked. Replying to the Supreme Elder, everyone is here. An elder responded. Good, let's depart. As soon as the words fell, the ancient ship set sail, traversing the void and heading forward with great momentum. Lu Yuan and Mu Linger casually found a spot and sat down. At this moment, there were quite a number of core disciples on the deck. There were a few familiar faces for Lu Yuan, such as the ancient divine body youth Mu Chong and several disciples among the top 8 of the inner sect, including Han Jiang. They were similar to Lu Yuan, having just been promoted to core disciples and summoned by the sect to the northern region in just a few months of absence. Mu Chong's cultivation had also greatly advanced, having reached the 3rd level of the Divine Palace stage. He still maintained his arrogant demeanor, sitting alone in a secluded area. However, when he looked at Lu Yuan, his gaze would restrain somewhat, as if sensing something and being quite wary. As for the others, apart from Han Jiang, who was at the 2nd level of the Divine Palace stage, the rest were all at the 1st level, standing at the bottom among the other veteran core disciples. Regarding this, Lu Yuan didn't pay much attention, occasionally chatting with Mu Linger or sitting cross-legged to cultivate. 2 days later, the ancient ship arrived at a large famous city in the southern region. As soon as they arrived, many people from the Sacred Land stationed here came out to welcome them. The eastern wilderness is vast with countless nations. The distance between the southern and northern regions is also immeasurable. For ordinary practitioners relying solely on flight, it could take years to reach. Thus, at this time, one needs to utilize a super-large spatial formation that can span an entire region. However, constructing, stabilizing, and maintaining such a super-large spatial formation is extremely costly. Typically, such formations are not established within sects, but in certain large cities inhabited by cultivators. Apart from serving their own use, they also provide convenience to some medium and small forces or wandering cultivators. For a considerable fee, they help them traverse the void. Of course, such formations may only be activated once a month, requiring a sufficient number of people to operate. However, with the Supreme Elder of the Wanchu Sacred Land present, there are naturally not so many restrictions. The cross-regional formation soon activated. The ancient ship traversed in and vanished in an instant. Suddenly, the surroundings darkened and light and shadow danced. It felt as if time and space had come to a standstill in absolute silence with no reference points. After an unknown period, Lu Yuan's vision gradually brightened and his spirit was uplifted. An ancient ship traversed the void, arriving over an ancient city in the northern region. In an instant, countless gazes and divine senses converged, creating quite a stir. It's people from the Wanchu Sacred Land. Last time during the tide they already reaped quite a harvest. Now they have summoned many young masters from the southern region as well. It seems that this time the stakes are even higher. It's not just the Wanchu sacred land. Other major sects and ancient families are also sending people over one after another. With such a massive fortune laid out before them, who wouldn't be tempted? Many local cultivators in the northern region gathered together whispering among themselves. On the other side, the ancient ship vanished, transforming into a streak of light that merged into Shangguan Rua's palm. Then a group of people quickly descended to a corner of the city. This ancient city is known as the Divine City of the northern region. It is the closest gathering place for cultivators to the Taichu ancient mine, jointly guarded by various top-tier powers. The area within the city is no less than a small continent. Restaurants, inns, entertainment venues, cultivator trading associations, auction houses, and bustling markets are all present, creating a vibrant scene. Nearly all the figures moving about are cultivators, with very few ordinary people visible. Especially at this critical juncture, major forces are restless. The crowd within the city is a hidden dragon and crouching tiger. Who knows which seemingly ordinary old man might actually be an elder of a powerful sect? A stomp of their foot could shake the northern region. Thus, many people have become cautious in their actions, refraining from provoking conflicts arbitrarily. On the other side, Lu Yuan and the others following Shangguan Rua quickly arrived at the headquarters of the Wanchu sacred land in the Divine City. A number of elders came out to greet them. Gu Qinghuang, Yin Tiandu, and several other true disciples were also among. How was the harvest during the last tide? Shangguan Rua asked the elder responsible for the northern region mining area. Reporting to the esteemed elder, during the last tide we obtained over 230,000 pounds of ordinary source and 15 pounds of divine source. An elder dressed in a Dao robe reported honestly. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Rua nodded thoughtfully and continued to ask, when will the next tide begin? About 7 days from now. Alright, I understand. Let's first settle these disciples. Tomorrow we'll send some people to explain the ancient mine tide to them. Understood. The Dao-robed elder replied, then immediately instructed several disciples to settle the newcomers. Soon the core disciples scattered like birds and beasts, departing one after another. Miss, over here. Mu Linger tiptoed and waved her hand. Gu Qinghuang glanced in that direction, and upon seeing the two, her beautiful eyes instantly lit up, and she hurried over. After a few months apart, her cultivation seemed to have improved once again. Her steps were light and free of dust, and with every gesture she exuded a mysterious aura of natural grace and ethereal elegance. You're here. Gu Qinghuang smiled brightly. Lu Yuan took a few steps forward, a smile on his face as he softly asked, how have you been here? Not bad. Aside from guarding the mining area, there aren't too many trivial matters, Gu Qinghuang replied with a gentle smile. After spending some time together at Qixia Peak, their relationship had rapidly deepened, no longer as distant as before, but rather akin to other couples in harmony. Beside them, Mu Linger, who hadn't seen Gu Qinghuang for months, was also holding her hand, chattering nonstop. The atmosphere among the three was very harmonious. Just as they were discussing the promotion to core disciples, Gu Qinghuang finally noticed Lu Yuan's current cultivation level. She lightly covered her red lips, a hint of surprise flashing in her beautiful eyes as she exclaimed, "You've broken through to the 5th layer of the Divine Palace realm so quickly. I remember before I came to the northern region, you were still at the 6th layer of the Spirit Nurturing realm." Lu Yuan smiled upon hearing this and truthfully replied, "The Divine Transformation Pond has greatly benefited me, allowing me to directly break through to the Divine Palace. While completing the core disciple trial tasks, I also encountered some fortuitous opportunities. Hence this is the result." Gu Qinghuang nodded thoughtfully after hearing this. However, on her stunningly beautiful face, joy was still hard to hide. At this rate of cultivation, it wouldn't be long before Lu Yuan could catch up to her. In his 20s, stepping into the cave heaven realm. No matter where he goes, he will not be overlooked. The title of waste will also dissipate, overshadowed by the halo of a genius. After chatting for a while, a young man with a graceful demeanor approached them from not far away. Am I interrupting you? Yin Tiandu smiled brightly like a gentle breeze. Senior brother Yin, do you have important matters to discuss with the sect? Gu Qinghuang asked earnestly. Not particularly, I just came to see this sacred body, junior brother. Junior brother Lu, it's good to see you again. Yin Tiandu looked at Lu Yuan beside him, smiling, without any airs of a holy son, very approachable. It's good to see you, senior brother Yin. Previously when we met on that mountaintop, I must thank you for your guidance, Lu Yuan said, cupping his hands. It's no trouble, just a small matter. Yin Tiandu shook his head. Oh, you two know each other. Gu Qinghuang was very surprised. We met briefly at the Chaos Stone Tablet. At that time I could tell that junior brother Lu was no ordinary person. Later during the grand competition, I realized he was Gu junior sister's Dao partner. Now it seems you two are quite a match, a talented man paired with a beautiful woman. Yin Tiandu remarked with admiration, clearly having noticed Lu Yuan's current cultivation level. Such a terrifying speed of cultivation even caught his attention. I see now, Gu Qinghuang said, her expression suddenly dawning as she recalled the divine refinement technique that Yuan had left for her. Alright, I just came to greet you and won't disturb your reunion any longer. In a few days the ancient mind tide will begin and we might have the chance to fight side by side. After saying this, Tiandu smiled and did not linger, bowing to bid farewell. Yuan looked at his departing figure, his gaze flickering slightly. He could sense that this saint son from the Wanchu sacred land was quite mysterious and powerful. Moreover, it seemed he intended to befriend him with no ill intentions. Senior brother Yin has grown up in the Wanchu sacred land since childhood, and many of the past sacred masters have come from his family. Therefore, he takes the development of the sect as his personal responsibility and is particularly attentive. His deliberate approach to befriend you seems to be due to recognizing your potential, Gu Qinghuang quietly reminded him. Upon hearing this, Yuan gradually understood and then stopped thinking too much. Oh, by the way, what exactly is the ancient mind tide that he just mentioned? I'm not very clear on the specifics. I only know that after a long period the ancient mind tide will appear. During that time, powerful beings within the ancient mind will converge toward its depths, ranging from a few thousand to tens of thousands of miles. And on the land where they retreat, that distance, countless source minds will be formed, becoming the key resource contended by major forces. However, those of too high cultivation who step into that land will still provoke the hostility of the beings in the forbidden zone. Thus, major forces will allow the younger generation of disciples to enter. As for the sources, it's about bringing out as much as possible before the beings in the forbidden zone return. This is the true purpose of our journey to the northern region, Gu Qinghuang patiently explained. I see now. After listening to Gu Qinghuang's explanation, Yuan's expression grew a bit more serious. The forbidden area of life is shrouded in mystery. Across the 5 domains of the world, such places exist in more than one location, each with an ancient origin traceable back to the primordial era. It is said that terrifying beings lurk within, feared by all. However, at this moment, the ancient mind's tide is approaching. Entering within 1,000 miles of the Taichu ancient mind does not seem to pose much risk. Competing for the source mind with the major powers might be the main event, Yuan thought to himself. The divine city is vast and incredibly prosperous, filled with rare spiritual materials unseen in the southern domain. Now that we have nothing to do, why don't we go out for a walk? Gu Qinghuang suggested with a charming smile, glancing at the— Sure. I've been cooped up here in the Wanchu Holy Land for the past few months. Having just arrived in the northern domain, I want to take a good look around this divine city. Upon hearing this, Mu Linger's eyes lit up, and she couldn't sit still any longer, quickly voicing her agreement. Yuan couldn't help but chuckle at her enthusiasm. It seems that no matter the world, the love for shopping is an inherent trait of women. This holds true even for cultivate. Alright, let's go. Soon the 3 of them exited their quarters and headed toward the main street of the divine city. The ancient street was wide and bustling with people. Cultivators from various major powers as well as disciples of ancient families could be seen here. There were also quite a few recognizable demon clan cultivators walking about. They had strange appearances, displaying some racial characteristics. As they passed by, their demonic aura filled the air, startling many passersby. Demon cultivators are not the same as demon beasts. In the world of the demon clan, bloodline reigns supreme. Powerful demon species have evolved through countless years of bloodline evolution. They possess innate intelligence not inferior to humans. When they reach the 2nd or 3rd great realm of cultivation, they can freely transform into human form. Those demon beasts that feed on raw flesh and hide in the mountains are not considered their kind. The hierarchy among them is strict and cannot be equated. Looking at the entire eastern wilderness, there are a few powerful factions primarily composed of demon cultivators. Thus, their presence in the northern domain's divine city is not particularly surprising. As Yuan and Mu Linger arrived, they curiously looked around, taking in the sights. On either side of the street, grand palaces stood tall, various places for cultivators, all extremely luxurious. Some top-tier powers have even built celestial palaces in the sky to showcase their status. From the ground, they appear as rows of sacred realms that never fall, breathtaking and magnificent. Isn't that Gu Qinghuang, the current saintess of the Wanchu Holy Land? She is said to be one of the most beautiful women in the eastern wilderness, indifferent towards any male prodigy, cold and aloof. Now she is walking closely beside a young man on the street, appearing quite intimate. Heavens! Not far away, a sharp-eyed cultivator quickly recognized Gu Qinghuang's identity, and disbelief flashed across his face as he exclaimed. This exclamation immediately attracted the attention of many around. Eyes turned toward Yuan and the— Yes, indeed. It is truly the saintess of the Wanchu. That unique aura belonging to the innate Dao Body is something that few other women can possess. If the saintess has truly descended upon the divine city, how could she be so close to a young man in front of everyone? Who exactly is that young man? Many young cultivators pounded their chests in frustration, their eyes almost blazing with fire as they shouted in dissatisfaction. If looks could kill, Yuan would have perished 1,000 times over. Dear friends, please calm down. It is clear you are local cultivators from the northern domain, and your news is rather outdated. If looks could kill, Lu Yuan would have perished 1,000 times over. Dear friends, please calm down. It is clear you are local cultivators from the northern domain, and your news— What? She got married. In an instant, many were incredulous and rushed to gather more information. However, this is not too hard to understand. The Gu family and the Lu family have formed an alliance, their statuses are uneven, and the intention is too obvious, which doesn't sound good when spoken of. Thus, the wedding banquet at the Heavenly Pool was not overly publicized. Only a few major sects that were close to both families sent representatives. As a result, this news has not yet spread throughout the northern domain. Moreover, at that time, Gu Qinghuang was not yet the saintess of the Wanshu Holy Land. She did not receive the same attention as now. But soon, with the information revealed by some insiders, Lu Yuan's identity became clear and widely known. The sacred body Lu Yuan has come to the divine city. Moreover, he is a cultivatable ancient sacred body. Before long, this news spread like a whirlwind across various places in the northern domain. Many were astonished, including elders from the older generation. An ancient sacred body that can cultivate. This is indeed earth-shattering news. It is said that his cultivation is not low, just over 20 years old, with a mid-stage realm in the divine palace. Compared to some top-tier sects' outstanding disciples, he is not at all inferior. Could it be that, after several eras, the power of the heavenly Tao shackles has diminished? Is this invincible physique about to rise again? Many powerful figures from various factions fell into contemplation, secretly astonished. The three of them strolled within the divine city, attracting much attention. Young Master Miss. Many people are looking at us. Mu Linger puffed her cheeks and murmured quietly. Gu Qinghuang seemed accustomed to it. Then she glanced at Lu Yuan beside her and said softly, "If you don't like it, we can find a less crowded place to stroll, or we can return directly to our quarters." Lu Yuan, hearing this, smiled nonchalantly. "It's nothing." In the midst of their conversation, the three had unknowingly arrived at a magnificent pavilion. "Qinghuang, what is this place? It looks quite impressive." Lu Yuan raised his eyes and asked after surveying, "Oh, this is the Tianqing Merchant Association. It is also the only top-tier force in the divine city that does not belong to a holy land, a major sect, or an ancient family. They have never participated in any conflicts, focusing solely on business. Their influence is vast, spanning the 5 domains, almost encompassing all major cities. In terms of wealth, there is probably no other sect that can be compared to it." Speaking of the Tianqing Merchant Association, a serious expression inevitably appeared on Gu Qinghuang's stunningly beautiful face. The Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. Lu Yuan pondered, secretly noting down this name. Just then, the three of them paused in place for a moment. A young woman, followed by several servants, walked out from the pavilion. "Saintess Wanshu, the fairy of the Gu family, graces us with her presence. Indeed, it is quite a lack of courtesy to receive you this way." The young woman spoke with a gentle smile, slightly bowing, her breath fragrant like orchids. This woman was truly beautiful. Her skin was whiter than snow, resembling finely carved sheep fat jade. Her brows were like distant ink with red lips and pearly teeth, her spirit captivating and radiant. Dressed in a snow-white flowing cloud fairy dress, her curvaceous figure was mesmerizing. Such stunning beauty was enough to rival Gu Qinghuang, drawing everyone's gaze. "Wow, what a beautiful woman!" exclaimed Mu Linger beside her, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Oh, Miss Yi, you have also come to the divine city." Gu Qinghuang's expression changed slightly, showing some surprise. "Yes, I just arrived yesterday." Yi Qingli smiled softly, exuding a warmth that felt like a spring breeze. Then she glanced at Lu Yuan beside her, her beautiful eyes flickering slightly, saying, "If I am not mistaken, this must be the Tao partner of Fairy Gu." "Exactly." Gu Qinghuang nodded lightly, then introduced Lu Yuan. "This is Miss Yi Qingli, who manages everything regarding the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce in the East Wasteland." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's gaze couldn't help but sharpen. This woman appeared to be in her early 20s, yet was capable of overseeing all business for the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce in a large domain. Her background must be incredibly impressive, certainly not an ordinary woman. Legend has it that the ancient sacred body is invincible in the same realm, with a physique unmatched, comparable to a true dragon. Seeing her today, she truly is extraordinary. Even when intentionally holding back, the vitality and blood energy emanating from her are startling. A flash of purple light flickered in Yi Qingli's beautiful eyes, as if she possessed a certain supreme eye technique that could see through illusions and directly point to the essence. This woman is formidable. Lu Yuan's divine awareness was equally sharp, and he sensed something immediately. Fortunately, she was quite restrained, merely casting a quick glance before withdrawing her gaze without prying further. "Miss Yi, you flatter me." Lu Yuan cupped his hands and spoke calmly. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Yi Qingli invited, "The auction hosted by the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce will begin in a few hours. There are many heavenly and earthly treasures unearthed during the last ancient mine tide. I wonder if you two are interested in attending." Upon hearing this, Gu Qinghuang's charming face showed a hint of hesitation, then she looked at Lu Yuan, seeking his opinion. Better to arrive early than to arrive late. Since we are already here, let's go in and take a look. Lu Yuan nodded gently. All right then, I must trouble Miss Yi. Gu Qinghuang smiled slightly. Fairy Gu need not be so polite. Fu Bo arrange a top-tier room. Yi Qingli instructed as she turned. Yes, miss. An elder nearby respectfully replied, then led Lu Yuan and the others into the auction. Soon the three were brought to a lavishly decorated private room. The location was excellent, directly facing the center of the auction venue, allowing them to overlook all corners. As soon as they sat down, several maidservants entered with spirit fruits and spirit tea, bowing gracefully before turning to leave, providing excellent service. Lu Yuan picked up the teacup and took a sip. It was warm and clear with a sweet aftertaste. After swallowing, he felt a trickle of divine power flowing through his limbs. Clearly, it was not an ordinary item. Qinghuang, are you quite familiar with the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce? Lu Yuan casually asked. Not very familiar, just a few encounters. However, both the Wanchu Sacred Land and the Gu family have numerous ties with the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce, maintaining close relations. Perhaps that is what they are looking at. Gu Qinghuang pondered for a moment and replied. I see. Lu Yuan nodded in understanding. Time passed, and the auction was about to begin. One by one, cultivators began to enter the hall from out. However, very few could enter the top-tier room on the third floor. The majority were treated equally seated in the main hall. Among them were not a few elders from major sects and powerful loose cultivators. Even those in the Nirvana and Divine Connection realms had no special privileges. This clearly demonstrated the immense power and confidence of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce, which was absolutely not inferior to any ancient family or sacred ground. Before long, a surge of demonic energy filled the venue. A remarkably handsome silver-haired man exuding a devilish aura stepped in. Behind him were two burly demon race cultivators. Both looked fierce, radiating demonic energy and exuding an impressive aura. People from the Demon God Palace have arrived. That is the young lord of the Demon God Palace, Tian Yao. The two behind him are also the top young experts of the next generation, Mo1 and Bailuan. Many cultivators changed their expressions upon seeing the newcomers, their eyes reflecting a hint of fear. The Demon God Palace is a local force in the northern region. The upper echelons of the sect are all from the demon race. They have always acted flamboyantly arrogant and overbearing. Few human cultivators dare to provoke them. The current young lord of the Demon God Palace is especially renowned in the northern region. Possessing the supreme physique of the demon race, the Tian Yao Physique, he is named after it. He is greatly esteemed by the old lord of the Demon God Palace and many elders. His strength is so formidable it is shocking. He has been referred to by many as the future ruler of the East Wasteland. And now it is an era of the end of the law, with great emperors still existing. The imperial path suppresses everything. How difficult it is to sever the Tao. It may take 500 years for a ruler to arise. This shows just how terrifying the name Tian Yao is. Ladies and gentlemen, please proceed to the third floor. A steward from the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce politely guided. Tian Yao nodded indifferently. As he walked, his cold gaze swept above, lingering for a brief moment on a top-tier room with an inscrutable meaning. This scene was immediately captured by many keen observers present, causing them to recall a certain secret regarding the current situation of the Demon God Palace. The Tian Yao Physique is the supreme physique of the demon race. Cultivated to perfection, it is said to rival the flawless holy body from ancient times. Its physical strength is comparable to that of the legendary true dragon, impeccable and extremely fearsome. However, it has some shortcomings in the aspect of the Tao. At that time, the old lord of the Demon God Palace heard that the Gu family in the southern region had a congenital Dao Embryo emerging. He wanted to combine the advantages of these two physiques to continue the strongest Tian Yao bloodline. However, he did not expect to be declined by the Gu family's sacred master on the grounds of race. This caused the Demon God Palace to lose quite a bit of face. Not long ago, the Tianqi Lu family, with the same intent as the old lord of the Demon God Palace, successfully formed an alliance with the Gu family using an ancient sacred body that had long exited the stage of cultivation. Is that kid the so-called ancient holy body? With merely the cultivation of the fifth layer of the Divine Palace realm, I could crush him with a single slap. It seems that the old man of the Gu family isn't as discerning as one might think. Mo1 stood in a top-tier private room, arms crossed, gazing into the distance. A fierce glint flashed through his cold, beast-like eyes. His true form seemed to be of a powerful tiger bloodline. He was robust, muscles bulging, and his physique appeared as if forged from steel, exuding a tremendous sense of power. He gazed into the distance. Mo1 sensed a gaze directed at him from across the room and couldn't help but let out a scoff, making a gesture across his throat, brimming with arrogance. Who is that person? Lu Yuan furrowed his brow, observing the provocation from across the way. His name is Mo1. He is a figure among the younger generation of the Monster God Palace, second only to the Celestial Demon. This lineage has its grievances with my Gu family. They have always acted arrogantly, so there's no need to pay them any mind. Gu Qinghuang lightly parted her red lips, sitting gracefully, exuding an ethereal aura, as if unfazed by the heavens collapsing. Interesting. Lu Yuan's eyes flickered, showing some interest. Up until now, he had yet to spar with a monster clan cult. If given the chance, he would certainly like to see what made this tiger so unique. As the time for the auction approached, news began to spread throughout the Divine City. More and more cultivators flooded into the auction venue, nearly filling the seats in the hall. At the same time, representatives from various top-tier forces began to arrive. For instance, several ancient families from the southern region, the Lu family, the Gu family, the Meng family, and so on. Along with the Kanglin's Sacred Place, Odian's Sacred Place, Odaoi's Sacred Place, and the Illusory Palace, all settling into the top-tier private rooms. Greetings, Sister Qinghuang. Greetings, Goddess. A group from the Gu family approached Gu Qinghuang after spotting her, making their way to the third floor to exchange pleasantries. At the forefront was a young man in his 20s. With sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, he bore an extraordinary demeanor. He had the cultivation of the second layer of the cave heaven realm. Even if he wasn't the leading figure of the younger generation of the Gu family, he was not far off. He clasped his hands in greeting along with several elders behind him. As for Lu Yuan, he merely nodded in acknowledgement. His attitude was neither overly warm nor cold. Xinghe elders, there's no need for excessive formalities. The auction is about to start, let's take our seats. Gu Qinghuang said with a slight smile. All right, Gu Qinghe nodded, then turned and walked out towards another top-tier private room. Here members of the Lu family were also present. Since the marriage alliance, the relationship between the two ancient families became delicate. The younger generation frequently interacted. That holy body from your Lu family is indeed capable of cultivation. Moreover, his cultivation is not weak. He is not as pitiful as claimed. Gu Qinghe sat down nonchalantly beside someone, took a sip of tea, and said lightly, it's merely a fleeting moment of brilliance. Not useful at all. Lu Changqing shook his head, speaking calmly. Why not give it a try? Gu Qinghe glanced at the man beside him, a meaningful smile on his face. Cultivating an ancient holy body requires millions of pounds of source energy. If we try him, what will I eat? Lu Changqing frowned and retorted. Oh, that's true. Gu Qinghe suddenly realized and said no more. Half an hour passed. The auction final. Welcome, fellow Taoists, to my Tianqing commerce. The auction now officially begins. The first item for bid is. Yi Qingli gracefully descended onto the auction stage. Dressed in a white gown, she appeared ethereal, her enchanting figure and stunning beauty overshadowing all blossoms, capturing everyone's attention. However, few cultivators dared to stare at her directly. Most likely they understood that this woman was not an ordinary being, her background was astounding. There were few men in the world capable of handling her. As her words fell, a veiled woman stepped onto the high platform, holding a brocade box. Ginseng fruit. Living beings below the true God realm, after consuming it, can extend their lifespan by 500 years. The starting price is 100,000 pounds of source energy. Each bidding increment cannot be less than 5,000 pounds of source energy. Please make your bids. Yi Qingli's cold voice echoed throughout the venue, causing an immediate uproar in the hall. Many elder cultivators showed excitement on their faces. Extending life by 500 years, such a divine medicine is rare and hard to come by. No wonder it's Tianqing commerce. The first item presented is already extraordinary. As for its authenticity, no one doubted it. On the stage, not a single divine sense was sent out. The 4 words Tianqing commerce are a golden signboard. Across the 5 domains, they flourish everywhere. No one would question the quality of their items. 150,000 pounds of source energy. Soon someone impatiently placed a bid. 110,000 pounds of source energy. 120,000 pounds of source energy. Voices rose and fell throughout the auction venue, competing to bid. However, within the top-tier private room, clearly such items held no allure for the younger cultivators. Ultimately, this ginseng fruit was sold for 135,000 pounds of source energy to a powerful rogue cultivator. The second item for bid is the divine feather of Jinling. The true feather left behind by a celestial phoenix of the Qinghuang clan, it may hold the legacy of their race. The starting bid is 50,000 pounds of source energy. As soon as this item was mentioned, many cultivators' eyes sparkled. The Qinghuang clan is a powerful group among the monster clans with many experts. If an ordinary person were to obtain this true feather and let the news slip, they would likely be forcefully reclaimed, posing some risks. However, a few still attempted to bid several times. But with the arrival of the monster god palaces, Bai Luan, the bidding quickly quieted down. Ultimately, Bai Luan acquired the true feather for 80,000 pounds of source energy. Subsequently, the third and fourth items for bid were presented in succession. Lu Yuan and Gu Qinghuang were deep in conversation, observing the auction venue, and did not find anything worth purchasing. The fifth item for bid is an uncertain object sealed within the source. Yi Qingli gestured, and a piece of pure source stone about the size of a fist appeared in her hand. This source stone resembled amber with a piece of stone skin sealed inside, making it impossible to discern its contents. However, it was certain that there was something within. Value is random, with a starting price of 20,000 pounds of source energy. Upon hearing this, the cultivators in the audience hesitated. It could be considered a form of alternative gambling. If it's something good, one could profit immensely. If time erodes it, and its essence is exhausted, it would be a total loss. Nevertheless, some were willing to take the risk and immediately began calling out their bids. Just then a system notification suddenly echoed in Lu Yuan's mind. A notification sounded indicating that the host's current experience had been detected, triggering option rewards. Option 1, acquire this item reward of Purple Palace Liquid. Option 2, opt out of the auction reward of 1 healing semi-divine medicine. Note: Purple Palace Liquid is refined from innate essence capable of cleansing a cultivator's primordial spirit, tempering the divine palace, and enhancing spiritual sense. The option reward has been triggered. It seems that this item sealed within the source is quite extraordinary. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened, and after a brief moment of contemplation he immediately made his choice, calling out 35,000 pounds of source. In the auction hall, many eyes turned towards the Tian-ranked private room. Even Gu Qinghuang and Mu Linger beside him turned slightly surprised. Are you interested in what's inside? Gu Qinghuang's beautiful eyes shimmered, revealing a smile as she inquired. Yes, I want to see inside. Lu Yuan nodded. Good, if the source is insufficient, I have some here, Gu Qinghuang said generously. At that moment, another voice called out in the hall. 40,000 pounds of source. The bidder was a young cultivator whose appearance was obscured by a secret technique, but their voice gave a clue. 45,000 pounds. Lu Yuan continued to raise the bid. The crowd fell silent. Many shook their heads. An increase of 5,000 pounds of source for each bid. Going any higher would mean 50,000 pounds of source. It was undoubtedly a significant gamble. Moreover, this auction item was likely unearthed during the last ancient mine tide. As the various forces cultivators scoured the Tai Chu ancient mine for source minerals, it was inevitable that some would pocket private goods. Selling their own goods at the Tianqing Merchant Association for auction was the most reliable option. After a couple of rounds of verification, the chances of uncovering a highly valuable spiritual item were not high. Thus, there was no need to raise the bid further. Meanwhile, the young cultivator fell silent, no longer calling out 45,000 pounds of source once, 45,000 pounds of source twice, 45,000 pounds of source. Just as the deal was about to be finalized, a discordant voice suddenly came from another Tian-ranked private room. 50,000 pounds of source. The Mo1 of the Demon God Palace suddenly shouted a bid, then gazed forward with a mocking smile. 55,000 pounds of source. Lu Yuan glanced at him expressionless and continued to raise the bid. 60,000 pounds. 65,000 pounds. 70,000 pounds. Mo1 persisted, lazily calling out. At this moment, anyone could tell he had no genuine interest in this auction item. He simply wanted to raise the price to annoy others. These people from the Demon God Palace are truly despicable. Young master, don't fall for his tricks. Mu Linger beside him bit her teeth in frustration, quietly reminding him. It's fine. Lu Yuan waved his hand, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes, and continued to call out 80,000 pounds of source. He directly raised the bid by 10,000 pounds of source. The total price reached 80,000 pounds, already exceeding the normal price range for this auction item, making it quite a loss. At this moment, many cultivators in the auction hall sensed a tense atmosphere. 80,000 pounds of source. Tisk tisk, as expected of Gu family's son-in-law, truly wealthy. Since you like it so much, take it. Mo1 said with a mocking smile, his tone dripping with sarcasm. This dog must be dealt with at the right moment. Lu Yuan appeared calm on the surface, but inside, he was filled with murderous intent. This person had forced him to spend several thousand pounds of source for no reason. Although the items within the source were undoubtedly worth the price, it was still hard to swallow this anger. Subsequently, Yi Qingli saw no one else bidding and began to count down. 80,000 pounds of source once. 80,000 pounds of source twice. 80,000 pounds of source 3 times. Sold. In the end, Lu Yuan successfully acquired this auction item. Following that, the auction continued. The 6th auction item, also unearthed from the ancient mine tide, was a heavenly divine object. It was an ancient divine medicine that had been preserved for a long time. As soon as it was brought out, it was snatched up by various forces. In the Tian-rank private rooms of Dao E Holy Land, Kanglan Holy Land, and Dian Holy Land, voices were heard bidding. After several rounds of competition, it ultimately fell to the Dian Holy Land, acquired by a young man enveloped in holy light. The 7th auction item, also the last item of this auction. Tian Divine Essence. A substance of utmost yin and utmost cold that can assist cultivators in practicing ancient scriptures of the same attribute, comprehending profound meanings, and has many marvelous uses. Starting bid 150,000 pounds of source. As Yi Qingli's voice fell, it immediately caused many cultivators stared at the stage with burning eyes. Even Gu Qinghuang, who had maintained a watchful attitude, had her beautiful eyes narrow, a sharp light flashing past. 180,000 pounds of source. The person from Dao E Holy Land was the first to call out. As soon as he opened his mouth, he raised it by 30,000 pounds of source. Clearly, he wanted to intimidate some people into backing down. 190,000 pounds of source. Gu Qinghuang, who had remained silent, finally spoke up to bid. The Saintess of Wanchu, Gu Qinghuang, is also interested in this Tian Divine Essence, someone exclaimed in surprise. Isn't that obvious? Wanshu Holy Land is known for studying chaos techniques, as everyone knows. Taiyin and Taiyang transform chaos. As the saintess of Wanshu, she must have practiced in ancient scripture of Taiyin and Taiyang. A knowledgeable cultivator nearby spoke up, uncovering the truth. At this moment Lu Yuan also understood. He had witnessed Gu Qinghuang using Taiyin techniques to duel with Lu Hong at the Grand Holy Land competition. It should be the supreme secret technique recorded in the Chaos Stone Tablet. Thus Taiyin divine essence was something she desperately needed. 200,000 pounds of source. Someone from Tai Chu Holy Land also joined the bidding. 210,000 pounds. Gu Qinghuang said coldly. 240,000 pounds. Among the major Holy Lands bids were successively raised. However, Gu Qinghuang remained determined, gritting her teeth and shouting out a high price of 250,000 pounds of source. This was nearly all the savings she could muster at the moment. Although the price was steep, obtaining the Taiyin divine essence, hearing the price of 250,000 pounds of source, the voices from several Tian-ranked private rooms gradually fell silent. The occupants shook their heads and sighed, feeling regret. 250,000 pounds of source. Is there anyone else who wishes to bid? Yi Qingli's beautiful eyes sparkled as she looked towards the Tian. 250,000 pounds of source. Is there anyone else who wishes to bid? Yi Qingli's beautiful eyes sparkled as she looked towards the Tian-ranked private room on the third floor, inquiring. A silence fell with no one speaking. 250,000 pounds of source once. Seeing no one respond, Yi Qingli began to count down according to the auction rules. Just then the young master of the Demon God Palace, Tian Yao, suddenly stood up and spoke indifferently. 260,000 pounds of source. Once again it is someone from the Demon God Palace. Many cultivators present couldn't help but stiffen their expressions. It is well known that the Tian Yao is a direct disciple of the former head of the Demon God Palace. Such behavior has nearly brought the grievances between the Demon God Palace and the Gu family to the forefront. Over 200,000 source. If you say you can take it out, then you can take it out. No wonder they are the successors of a top-tier power. Many older strong cultivators sighed, watching this scene with great interest. At the same time, Gu Qinghuang's beautiful face gradually turned icy. She stared silently at the Tianhao private room across from her. After hesitating for a few breaths, she gritted her teeth and ultimately gave up. 250,000 source. This is already her final bottom line. Moreover, the items that Lu Yuan previously bid for had already cost her 80,000 source. She had to reserve this portion of her quota. If she insisted on raising the bid, she would be unable to pay later and would have to borrow money from her family members like Gu Qinghuang. It would be a huge embarrassment. She has always been proud and arrogant. Being out in the world also represents the reputation of the Wanshu Holy Land. Naturally, she did not wish to see such a thing happen. 260,000 source going once. At this moment, Yi Qingli on the stage saw that no one continued to raise the bid. According to the rules, she began to count down, tugging at the hearts of many. The Tianyao, tall and slender, stood with his hands behind his back, a mocking expression appearing on his beautiful otherworldly face, as if he was already certain of victory. Miss Mu Linger beside her was so angry that she was biting her silver teeth, wanting to speak, but hesitating. It's just something that is dispensable. Having bid up to now, it has already exceeded the value of the Taiyin divine essence, not worth getting into a feud with the Demon God Palace. Just let him be. Gu Qinghuang smiled lightly, revealing an expression of indifference. Seeing this, Mu Linger's face darkened, as if she understood something, and after a soft sigh, she said no more. 260,000 source going twice. Yi Qingli's gaze swept towards the private room on the third floor, and continued counting down. Just as she was about to call out for the third time, no one stirred. A calm voice suddenly emerged. 270,000 source, Lu Yuan said. With these words, the entire auction venue fell into a sudden silence. A wave of astonished, confused, and incredulous gazes were cast towards Lu Yuan. Even Yi Qingli's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. Their Tianqing Chamber of Commerce not only thrived in business, but also had various intelligence networks covering the 5 domains of the world. She was also well aware of the marriage between the Gu family and the Lu family. She never expected that a primitive sacred body which had no influence in the Lu family could have such boldness to dare to call out a price of 270,000 source. Lu Yuan, we don't have so much. Gu Qinghuang was immediately shocked, her beautiful face embarrassed, and she hurriedly spoke. However, before she could finish, she was interrupted by Lu Yuan's wave of his hand. It's fine, I'll give it to you. Lu Yuan smiled slightly, his gaze surprisingly calm, like a deep cold pool off. After hearing his words, both Gu Qinghuang and Mu Linger were stunned. Miss, the son-in-law said he wants to give it to you. Does he really have that much source? Mu Linger, who grew up in the Gu family, though not very powerful, still had a concept of source. Let alone someone like Gu Qinghuang, a direct descendant of the clan, even some elders might not be able to come up with so much source. Even if they could, they would have to sell various treasures, which would be a complete financial disaster. I don't know. A complex expression appeared on Gu Qinghuang's stunningly beautiful face. However, now that the words were spoken, they were like spilled water. With the situation having reached this point, it seemed that she could only trust him. At this moment, the auction venue was in a not only the Tianyao, but also the Dao E Holy Land, the Dian Holy Land, the Huamya Palace, Gu Qinghuang, and Lu Chongqing were all feeling quite surprised. Interesting. Only at this moment did the Tianyao finally take a proper look at this human youth who harbored the grudge of seizing a wife, a hint of a thought-provoking smile appearing on his face. 270,000 source. Haha, when did the Wanchu Holy Land allow such small fry to call the shots? One of the 3 demon generals of the Demon God Palace by Yuan mocked disdainfully. Ha ha ha. It seems that the primitive waste body really shouldn't cultivate recklessly. Cultivating too much is harmful to the brain. It's just an auction, and already his mind is beginning to distort. 270,000 source, do you know what that means? It can buy your life 10 times over. The nearby Mo Wen also laughed, ridiculing with extreme arrogance. Where did these little kittens come from daring to shout at me? In the next moment, Lu Yuan suddenly stood up, the golden lake of his consciousness, boiling, radiating brilliant light, revealing a powerful divine sense. From his eyes, 2 streams of imperial dragon energy burst forth, combining with his divine thought to form 2 extremely sharp golden, celestial blades sweeping away. Shoo! A terrifying imperial dragon might spread, instantly subjugating both Mo1 and Bai Luan, the 2 demon generals. This was a suppression originating from the bloodline level, directly targeting their soul's origin, rendering them unable to move, and they suffered a solid divine sense attack. Mo1 and Bai Luan each let out a startled cry, falling to the ground. Caught off guard, their consciousness was injured and blood flowed from their 7 orifices, nearly leading to their demise. At this moment, the entire venue was moved. What? The cultivation of the 5th level of the Divine Palace realm can actually refine such a formidable divine sense power. What was that golden dragon light just now? It made me sense a terrifying offensive aura, no less than ancient secret techniques. Many cultivators showed shocked expressions, feeling extremely puzzled. Imperial dragon energy. A glint flashed in the Tianyao's eyes, recognizing the technique Lu Yuan had displayed, then turned to glance at the 2 moaning figures on the ground, his expression growing colder, and spoke frostily. Are you challenging the authority of my Demon God Palace? I'm not challenging the Demon God Palace. I am simply challenging you. Lu Yuan stood tall, speaking indifferently, his words exceedingly forceful. Seeking death. The Tianyao's gaze grew even colder, monstrous demonic energy about to erupt from within him. Just at this moment of tension, another terrifying aura swept in from deep within the auction venue, suppressing all divine power fluctuations, sweeping everything away. A powerful being of the divine realm. Someone exclaimed, their expression wary. Do you all regard my Tianqing Chamber of Commerce as nothing? If you continue to disturb the order of the venue, you will bear the consequences. You'd better hurry and check on your subordinates. Once the consciousness collapses, one returns to being a wild beast. In the future, you might not be able to show off your might, but only be used for pulling carts. Lu Yuan's lips curled into a mocking arc. Good, very good. If you have the guts, come to the ancient mine tides. I will be waiting for you there. The Tianyao laughed coldly in rage, and then grabbed Mo1 and Bai Luan from the ground, violently sweeping out of the venue. The young master of the Demon God Palace. The celestial demon has met its match. Just like that, everyone was left astonished. However, what was even more surprising was the overwhelming strength of the ancient sacred body from the Lu family. With mere cultivation at the Divine Palace realm, daring to challenge the top young experts of the Eastern Wilderness in public. One wonders if this is ignorance or an attempt to retrace the paths of the ancient sacred bodies. Looking back to ancient times, nearly every generation of sacred bodies emerged with great prominence. With iron fists, they forcefully broke through the path to the emperor. Facing all adversaries, they ultimately left the world in silence. Never retreating an inch, with a resolute Tao heart and indomitable faith. They left a vibrant mark in that ancient history. Reflecting on it now stirs one's blood and evokes a sense of nostalgia. At that moment, a voice pulled everyone's thoughts back to reality. 270,000 pounds of essence. Does anyone else wish to place a bid? Yi Qingli surveyed the surroundings with her beautiful eyes, maintaining order in the venue. 270,000 pounds of essence going once. 270,000 pounds of essence going twice. 270,000 pounds of essence going thrice. Sold. With that, the announcement was made. This signified the official end of the auction. Subsequently, the stewards of the business association began to deliver the sold items throughout the venue, ready to complete the transaction. As Lu Yuan was the largest bidder at this auction, 2 items were personally delivered to him by Yi Qingli and her team. This is the essence sealed within the item you bid on earlier, worth 80,000 pounds of essence. This is the essence of the Taiyin Divine Essence, worth 270,000 pounds of essence. In total, 350,000 pounds of essence. Please take a look. Yi Qingli smiled, signaling the 2 maids carrying the brocade boxes to step forward for inspection. Meanwhile, within the various top-tier private rooms and the main hall, many gazes filled with curiosity were directed at the scene. Many were eager to know how Lu Yuan, an obscure sacred body, could afford such an amount of essence. Gulp. My lord. He shouldn't make us look too bad, right? Mu Linger appeared quite anxious, swallowing hard. On the other hand, Gu Qinghuang remained calm, sitting gracefully while sipping tea. One, she believed in Lu Yuan's integrity and that he wouldn't boast or speak recklessly. Two, even if something unexpected occurred, she could handle it with composure. Exceeding the budget by just 20,000 pounds of essence could easily be covered by offering a single magical artifact, so there was no need to borrow from others. Thank you, Miss Yi. Lu Yuan scanned with his divine sense, and after confirming the two items, clasped his hands in greeting. May I exchange these items for essence? Of course, Yi Qingli replied with a gentle smile. Then Lu Yuan waved his hand, and several types of rare metallic materials appeared in his grasp. This is... Yi Qingli's beautiful eyes lit up as she hurriedly took them for inspection. Qianhuan Star Sand, Fire God Stone, Silver Moon Divine Jade, Withered Dragon Wood. These are all rare divine-grade refining material. Yi Qingli, who managed all affairs for the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce in Eastern Wilderness, had a sharp eye and immediately recognized all these refining materials. Are these enough to cover the 350,000 pounds of essence? Lu Yuan inquired. According to the standard purchase price, we're still short by about 50,000 pounds of essence. After calculating carefully, that's my response. For the remaining, let's settle it with essence. At this moment, Gu Qinghuang gracefully stepped forward and made a suggestion. It's fine, I have more. Huh? More? Gu Qinghuang was momentarily taken aback. Lu Yuan understood she was worried about his essence being insufficient, so, without hesitation, he flipped his hand, and a palm-sized piece of crystal-clear divine iron appeared. This piece of divine iron was entirely snow-white, resembling exquisite white jade rich in divine essence, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. 9 heavens white jade divine iron. A saint-level refining material. Yi Qingli's expression slightly changed, for this was a treasure that was valuable yet rare. Saints do not lack essence. Thus materials of this level seldom circulate on the market. Does Lu Dao friend intend to sell this item? The value of this divine iron is far greater than those items before. Yi Qingli stated seriously. How much can it be worth? How about this? The difference from the previous 2 items will be cleared with a stroke of the pen. Our Tianqing Chamber of Commerce will pay you an additional 500,000 pounds of essence. How does that sound? Yi Qingli pondered for a moment before generously stating. That's fine. Lu Yuan nodded, agreeing readily. Though this material was rare, it wasn't something he needed at the moment. Thus there was no need to hoard it. Exchanging it for essence to aid in cultivation was the practical approach. Lu Dao friend is quite straightforward. Someone fetch the essence. Yi Qingli smiled gently and promptly instructed her subordinates to prepare 500,000 pounds of essence. Before long, a heavy storage bag along with the 2 items were delivered to Lu Yuan, and the transaction was completed. On the other side, many cultivators in the venue were looking on with keen interest. Although they couldn't see what Lu Yuan had exchanged, it was clear that a transaction had indeed taken place. Spending 270,000 pounds of essence to earn a smile from a beauty. The scale of this expenditure was enough to leave one secretly astonished. After the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce personnel had left, in the private room, it immediately erupted in excitement. Mu Linger looked at Lu Yuan with eyes full of admiration surrounding him and chattering nonstop. Meanwhile, Gu Qinghuang was equally curious, her watery eyes blinking as she stared at him for a long time. Just a small opportunity. Lu Yuan shook his head with a smile, offering little explanation. Then he handed over the tiny divine essence, saying, "Here, this is for you." Gu Qinghuang's expression was complex. After biting her lip, she accepted it, saying thank you. She hadn't expected that. Not long after, their identities seemed to have flipped. It felt as though she had become the weaker party in need of help. The rapid shift left her momentarily unable to accept it. However, as fellow cultivators, she understood that some matters could not be questioned in detail. Thus, she let it go, choosing not to mention it further. Not long after, the 3 of them left the auction venue and returned to the residence of the Wanchu Holy Land in the Divine City. Lu Yuan found a secret chamber and settled in. After retrieving the purple mansion liquid from the system space, he began to carefully cut open the essence stone. Crack. After slowly peeling away a thick layer of stone skin, a round golden fruit, filled with vibrant life force, suddenly came into view. Fruit of life. Indeed something good. Lu Yuan's expression brightened. This fruit contained a surge of life. Not only could it replenish lifespan, but it could also strengthen the physical body, providing immeasurable benefits to cultivators below the divine realm. Spending 80,000 pounds of essence was truly not a loss. Fruit of life strengthens the body. Purple mansion liquid refines divine sense. Plus my chaotic body, there are no bottlenecks in cultivation. Perhaps I can break into the cave heaven realm in one go. A spark of brilliance flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes as he waved his hand, sealing the secret chamber completely. Countless pounds of essence surged out like a river, the spiritual energy swirling and thickening to the point of being almost tangible, instantly filling the entire space. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. Within the divine city, ancient vessels, spirit boats, and war chariots soared across the sky one after another heading toward the Tai Chu ancient mine. The tide of the ancient mine was about to begin. Thus forces from across the realm gathered their troops and converged upon their respective mining zones, preparing for what lay ahead. At Wanchu Holy Land, preparations were likewise complete. Core disciples boarded the ancient vessel in succession. At the bow stood two graceful figures, poised and serene. "Our young master has been in seclusion for 5 days," murmured Mu Linger softly. Gu Qinghuang smiled faintly. "If he misses it, it matters not. He may simply guard the rear mining zone." Entering the outer periphery of the Tai Chu ancient mine offers little opportunity, merely manual labor, hauling source, or... "Oh, indeed." Mu Linger nodded gently. 2 more hours elapsed. At last movement stirred within the sealed chamber. A tall, slender figure wreathed in primordial chaos quietly opened his eyes. Dazzling divine light tore through the darkness, brighter than lightning itself. Gazing inward, one beheld a profound, boundless void formed deep within Lu Yuan's body, a celestial cave. Golden vital energy and pitch-black primordial chaos alternated in rhythmic surges, shrouded in misty haze, resonating with thunderous reverberations, as if a living yin-yang Dao diagram rotated ceaselessly within his very being. Divine power surged with overwhelming intensity, astonishing, extraordinary, and profoundly sacred. In the next instant, Lu Yuan pushed open the stone door and stepped forth from the chamber, radiating an ethereal, transcendent aura. Especially his jet-black eyes, flashing with piercing intensity, commanding awe and fear so sharp that none dared meet his gaze directly. He had cultivated the Tao for barely a year, yet he had ascended from mortal flesh to the celestial cave realm, a feat that finally placed him on equal footing with the most prodigious youths of the Eastern Wastelands. Such terrifying cultivation speed would scarcely be believed even if spoken aloud. Yet this was undeniable truth. With his combat prowess, he could truly stand supreme among his peers, unafraid of any adversary. After savoring the torrent of power coursing through his being, Lu Yuan extended his divine sense outward and effortlessly detected the colossal ancient vessel hovering above the encampment. It seemed the ancient mine tide was drawing near. The disciples of Wanchu Holy Land were preparing to depart. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan summoned a radiant divine rainbow and shot skyward like a comet. Within moments, he alighted upon the vessel's deck. "Oh, our young master has arrived." Mu Linger's eyes lit up at the sight. Beside her, Gu Qinghuang stepped forward as well, and the moment she drew near, a torrent of overwhelming vital energy crashed against her like a tidal wave. "You have broken through to the celestial cave realm." Gu Qinghuang covered her lips in disbelief, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. "I was fortunate. The sealed essence within the source proved truly extraordinary. Upon refining it, I forged my celestial cave in a single surge." Lu Yuan smiled faintly, hearing the words confirmed by his own voice. Gu Qinghuang's astonishment deepened further. Was this truly the same primordial saint body she knew? Unshackled by heavenly constraints, its momentum surged ever more fiercely, as if every barrier dissolved before him, utterly astonishing. "Is the vessel about to depart?" Lu Yuan shifted the subject, glancing around, and saw that nearly all the core disciples who had journeyed with him from the southern region had already assembled aboard. "Yes, within half an hour at most. We shall first arrive at the outer mining zone of the Tai Chu ancient mine, then receive our assigned tasks." Gu Qinghuang nodded gracefully. "I see." Lu Yuan pondered briefly, then furrowed his brow. He suddenly noticed many of his fellow disciples casting furtive, curious glances his way. Could it be due to the auction incident? Lu Yuan mused silently, when just then a young man appeared upon the deck. "Brother Lu." Yin Tiandu, the holy son of Wanchu, strode forward with purposeful strides. "Senior Brother Yin." Lu Yuan and Gu Qinghuang greeted him with respectful clasped hands. "Brother Lu, I've heard of your affair at the Star Heaven auction house, but I never imagined you'd harbor such deep enmity with that madman Meng Yao." "Meng Yao?" Gu Qinghuang's eyes narrowed sharply. "Senior Brother Yin, what do you mean?" Her voice rang with urgency. "1 day ago, Meng Yao, the heir of the Meng clan, and Tian Yao, the young lord of the Demon God Palace, both issued proclamations. Whoever reveals Brother Lu's location during the ancient mine tide shall receive a reward of 100,000 jin of source, or..." Yin Tiandu spoke gravely. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan instantly understood and laughed lightly. "A reward of 100,000 jin for mere information. Those two are quite generous. Indeed, there is some animosity between us. Meng Yao's younger brother. I believe I slew him." Gu Qinghuang and Yin Tiandu exchanged stunned glances. Meng Yao's younger brother Meng Zhao was a famed prodigy of the southern region, yet he had fallen beneath Lu Yuan's hand. No wonder Meng Yao had lately raged like a rabid hound, snapping at everyone he met. Yet, to be hunted simultaneously by two of the era's most formidable young masters, and yet remain calm, composed, and even jesting. Such unshakable temperament alone set him leagues apart from most disciples of the Holy Lands. Even Yin Tiandu couldn't help but glance askance. Both Meng Yao and Tian Yao are arrogant, ruthless men, willing to employ any means to achieve their ends. With 100,000 gene of source or dangling before them, few could resist temptation. I advise you, Brother Lu. Perhaps this expedition is best avoided. Thank you for your concern, Senior Brother Yin, but it makes no difference. I will enter the ancient mine, whether it be Tian Yao or Meng Yao. If they dare come for me, I shall cut them down. Lu Yuan waved his hand dismissively, his eyes flashing with lethal intent, a surge of killing, chi rippling outward, palpable and chilling. Very well then. Yin Tiandu's expression flickered, then fell silent. Yet with his cultivation level, he could clearly perceive it. Lu Yuan's strength had advanced significantly once more, now rivaling even the top disciples of major sects. Perhaps he truly possessed the confidence to stand against them. After a brief exchange, Yin Tiandu took his lead. Not long afterward, at the elder's command, the ancient vessel hummed to life and shot forward, swiftly carving through the heavens toward the outer reaches of the Taichu ancient mine. The distance between the divine city and the Taichu ancient mine is not far. In just an hour they have arrived. The vast land stretches endlessly barren and desolate, devoid of any greenery. Gazing deeper, a dense layer of black mist envelopes the mountains, obscuring the view and making it impossible to discern reality. Even divine sense cannot penetrate through, resembling a realm of demons that fills one with dread. Subsequently, a group of disciples from the Wanshu sacred land, led by several elders and Shangwan Ruo, disembarked one after another and entered the mining area. This mining site is vast, stretching thousands of miles in all directions without end. Countless veins of ore lie buried underground, rich in source stones. Even today, there are no signs of depletion. It is evident how bountiful the periphery of this Taichu ancient mine is. No wonder this place is contested by major forces from the Eastern Wasteland. Soon after, the elders gathered the disciples, entering the Taichu ancient mine together, explaining some important matters. Although they failed to compete for the positions of Saint Sun and Saint Maiden, their potential should not be underestimated. Within the sacred land, they hold a Although they failed to compete for the positions of Saint Sun and Saint Maiden, their potential should not be underestimated. Within the sacred land, they hold a status far surpassing that of ordinary disciples. While explaining, the elders distributed a space treasure to each new disciple. This treasure is different from ordinary storage bags. Storage bags have limited capacity, and aside from some miscellaneous items, they can hold at most a few 100,000 pounds of source. In contrast, this valuable space treasure has a capacity more than 10 times that of a storage bag. However, the source, or within the ancient mine, is different from the pure source used by cultivators. It is covered by a thick layer of stone. Usually from 100 pounds of source, or after removing the wastage, only about 5 pounds of pure source can be obtained. Moreover, the process of refining it is quite time-consuming. The tide of the ancient mine lasts for no more than 3 days. Typically, one can only take out as much as possible. Of course, there is also competition among the major forces. In front of the source, where everyone relies on their own abilities. Some return laden with treasures, while others come back empty-handed. There are also some unfortunate individuals who suffer complete loss inside. Anything is possible. After the explanation, the elders of the sacred land said no more and left. The following time is spent quietly waiting for the tide to descend in the mining area. Lu Yuan, are you really not? Gu Qinghuang spoke helplessly, worry reflected in her beautiful eyes. The celestial demon of the demon god palace, Meng Yao of the Meng family, are both peak figures of the younger generation. If they find my trace, it will surely lead to trouble. It's fine, those two alone cannot do anything to me. The Taichu ancient mine is always mysterious. Now that I have this opportunity, I must explore it thoroughly. Lu Yuan smiled indifferently, speaking with confidence. He understands that Gu Qinghuang, as the Saint Maiden of Wanshu, has other responsibilities. She will likely guard some of the discovered large source mines, giving other disciples time to mine, and cannot roam freely. However, with her strength and physique, she is undoubtedly safe and has no need for him to worry. All right then, be careful. Gu Qinghuang knows his personality, so she did not say much more. Lu Yuan nodded gently. After an unknown amount of time, there was finally a stir deep within the Taichu ancient mine. Boom. Sounds of rumbling echoed from the dark, demonic soil. The terrifying power of the law intertwined, and boundless Dao rhythms spread out. Then the powerful auras lurking around the periphery of the Taichu ancient mine began to retreat in an orderly manner into the depths of the demonic soil, like waves rising and falling. The tide has begun. Set off. Remember, you must return within 3 days. Several elders of the sacred land looked back and suddenly shouted, "Yes." As soon as the words fell, hundreds of elite disciples from the Wanshu sacred land each rode their divine rainbow and charged into the thick mist. At the same time, the mining areas of various major forces trembled. Thousands of cultivators like locusts crossing the borders swiftly rushed out and vanished into the Taichu ancient mine. Moments later, Lu Yuan and Gu Qinghuang along with others had entered the outermost demonic soil. Here a thick mist enveloped everything, shrouding the surroundings, and even divine sense could not penetrate it, most only extending a foot, which was quite strange. As usual, each lead a group of fellow disciples, and act separately. Everyone be careful. Yin Tiandu said, good. Several true disciples of the cave heaven realm responded with a shout immediately, selecting dozens of people to explore in different directions. Gu Qinghuang and Lu Yuan with dozens of disciples following behind sped off in another direction. Not long after, they discovered a few small source mines along the way. Gu Qinghuang immediately arranged for several disciples to stay behind and mine. The others continued forward with the team. However, Lu Yuan did not follow Gu Qinghuang for long. After delving a few hundred miles, he parted ways, leaving alone. He did not want to expose his whereabouts and bring trouble to the mining team. Additionally, Lu Yuan was quite eager to find where the forces of the Demon God Palace were located. If he could encounter that tiger, that bird, and that celestial demon, it would be perfect. Directly unleashing a massacre would sweep away the previous bad luck. However, it is a pity that the periphery of the Taichu ancient mine is shrouded in mist year-round. Without divine sense to scout, it is almost like being blind. Finding a few people is likely not so easy. So while there is still time, let me first look for source, or I can't return empty-handed. Lu Yuan recklessly charged through the mist, searching for a long time without seeing a single figure, so he decided not to hurry and started looking for source, or instead. After all, he has not forgotten the promise made by Gu Qinghuang's master. If he performs well during this ancient mine tide, he will have the opportunity to directly comprehend those 9 pieces of the Chaos Stone Tablet. Once he obtains the Chaos Ancient Scripture, the techniques he can exhibit before others will be even more abundant without the need to deliberately hide his Chaos body and be restrained. Half an hour later, Lu Yuan found a small source mine with source on a rugged terrain. He roughly estimated that even when fully refined, it would only yield about 10,000 pounds of source. It is not worth the effort. In the next moment, whoosh. The Yuan magnetic heavy prison peak manifested in the void and crashed down. The ground was instantly smashed into a deep pit, and the source within the small mine along with the stone skin was all turned into powder. The surging essence of heaven and earth spread out in an instant. Lu Yuan recklessly urged the source of chaos, opening his mouth to inhale. Streams of essence flowed into his mouth and nose, surging towards the sea of suffering. He did not stop his steps, rapidly refining with the chaos law, while moving forward, continuing to explore. This land is shrouded in deathly silence. The gray-brown rocks and pockmarked sources are almost ubiquitous. One cannot help but wonder how many such tides it has experienced throughout the long history of cultivation. How many beings have trodden upon this land? Lu Yuan rode the divine rainbow, flying low, heading steadily in the northwest direction. After walking for 200 miles, he finally sensed some movement. Within the thick mist, several shadowy figures. The sound of metal clashing resonated intermittently. They must be stripping the stone skin from the ore. Lu Yuan's heart stirred, and he stepped forward. His vision gradually cleared. 2 groups of people finally came into view. What met his eyes were several demon clan cultivators. Even after transforming into human forms, their racial features remained distinctly visible. One had 2 horns on his head, another had bluish-green skin, and yet another had a thick snake tail protruding from his back. This indicated that they were not of any powerful demon bloodline. At that moment, the demon cultivators also recognized the newcomer. For a brief moment, they stood frozen in place, their actions of stripping the stone skin halted. The one with the snake tail could not help but swallow hard, appearing quite nervous. After a brief standoff, the demon cultivator with 2 horns suddenly stood up, his voice deep, as he commanded, "Who are you? This, or has been claimed by us. I advise you to leave quickly and not seek trouble." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, gazing deeply at him. It was clear that these few were from the Demon God Palace. Yet seeing the change in expressions of the other 2 demons who clearly recognized him, but chose to remain silent, was indeed intriguing. Just passing by, no need to be nervous. Yet seeing the change in expressions of the other 2 demons who clearly recognized him, but chose to remain silent, was indeed intriguing. Just passing by, no need to be nervous. You may continue. Lu Yuan smiled slightly, then without another word he lifted his leg and walked away until his figure completely vanished into the mist. Only then did the demon cultivators let out a long sigh of relief. Elder brother, isn't he the holy body Lu Yuan that the young palace master and the 3 demon generals are looking for? Why didn't we strike just now and kill him? The demon with bluish-green skin hurriedly chimed in, exuding killing and kill. What the hell are you talking about? Did you really think of him as a worthless body? In the divine city, this person nearly crushed the sea of consciousness of Lord Mo1 and Lord Bailuan solely with his divine sense. If it weren't for the timely rescue by the young palace master, both lords might have perished there. How could any of us be his men? The horned demon spoke with lingering fear. So, what should we do now? Another asked, pondering for a few. The horned demon glanced at the other 2 and said, "You 2 stay here and watch. I will return to the base to report." The other 2 demons nodded earnestly, appearing obedient. With that, the horned demon sensed the direction, stepped lightly, and swiftly moved into the mist. However, no one noticed that a strand of chaotic chi had quietly adhered to his body's surface. Sai elder brother is still too cautious in his actions. Although this person has some abilities in the end, he is merely flaunting the advantage of his divine sense. As long as we defend our sea of consciousness in advance, the three of us can surely surround and kill him. This would be a great achievement for the young palace master, a chance for rapid advancement. If we miss this opportunity, I will not be content. The green-skinned demon complained while stripping the stone skin. His words carried a hint of resentment, causing him to exert more force, resulting in significant cracks in the pure source within the ore. Stop your complaints. This is the safest approach. Moreover, providing information comes with a reward of 100,000 pounds of source, so we won't return empty-handed. The snake-tailed demon snorted coldly and reprimanded. Just then a sudden sound of splitting air came from not far away. Who goes there? The two demons were startled, immediately standing up and shouting coldly. In the next moment, Lu Yuan's figure emerged from within, returning once more. In his palm, dark and sinister spiritual threads surged, seemingly sensing something. Gone to report. Quite quick in your movements. Lu Yuan looked at them with a half-smile, his tone teasing. You. The two were instantly shocked, realizing that their plans had been exposed, and they prepared for battle. Just the two of Lu Yuan let out a cold laugh, lightly raising his hand and tapping a few times. Hiss, hiss. Two beams of chaotic light shot out from his fingertips. The pupils of the two demons constricted, and they reacted quickly, their bodies instantly enveloped in demonic chi, guarding their vital sea of consciousness. But it was all in vain. The two beams of chaotic light were horrifyingly powerful. All the demonic chi was obliterated, dissipating into nothingness. Then in a flash they penetrated through the foreheads of the two demons. Blood of various colors flowed from their brows, their faces filled with deep terror and unwillingness as they fell heavily backward. After easily killing the two from the demon god palace, Lu Yuan produced a spatial treasure from his hand and waved it. The stripped and unstripped ores on the ground all rushed into it. Having completed everything, Lu Yuan did not stop his steps and quickly pursued the direction of the horned demon. Before long, the demon cultivator arrived at a base. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth here was exceptionally rich, with a small mountain emitting brilliant light, clearly a medium-sized ore. Surrounding it were many demon cultivators from the demon god palace, either using magical treasures or their sturdy bodies to rapidly strip the ore's skin. In the central position lay a tall, sturdy figure exuding demonic chi and an astonishing aura. Lord Imowan. The horned demon rushed forward, calling out loudly. What is it? Imowan opened his eyes, shooting out a sharp gleam. I just encountered the holy body Lu Yuan. The horned demon hurriedly spoke. Where? Upon hearing this, Imowan stood up abruptly, aggressively demanding. Over there, about 200 miles away. The horned demon pointed. Good. I finally caught him. A mere ancient waste body dares to injure me. This time let's see where you can run. Imowan's expression twisted with malice, a trace of bloodthirst flashing in his eyes as he prepared to charge in that direction. As the voice fell, all the demon cultivators present halted their actions and turned their gazes towards it. What? He actually followed us. Lord Imowan. The longhorn demon cultivator's expression changed drastically as he stuttered to speak. However, before he could finish his words, he was shoved aside by Imowan. Ha, you ignorant fool. You dare to actively seek your own death. Do you really think you can contend with me? Imowan laughed loudly, his voice wild and thunderous, causing the eardrums of those present to resonate painfully. As he stepped forward, he used a secret technique to protect his divine sense. The demon race indeed lacks cultivation and divine sense. However, once on guard, it becomes exceedingly difficult to use spiritual thoughts to outsmart the enemy and achieve victory. That is precisely what I wanted to say. You, a mere tiger demon, are nothing but a stray cat or dog in my eyes. What do you amount to? Lu Yuan stood high above, stepping on the void, looking down with disdain. One of the three demon generals of the demon god palace is significantly stronger than the true disciples of the Wanshu sacred land, with a cultivation of the fourth layer of the cave heaven realm. However, since entering the cave heaven realm, he has been confident enough to push through all enemies at this level without any fear. You dare to disrespect Lord Mo1. Quickly kneel and kowtow, or I will leave you in pieces. Such arrogant words directly infuriated the demon cultivators of the demon god palace. They surged forward, glaring angrily, coldly cursing. Get lost. Lu Yuan's eyes turned cold, and without further ado, he unleashed the five elements' great hand seal, interweaving five-colored divine light, crashing down. Boom. The gigantic hand that obscured the sky exuded terrifying might and speed, striking down with force. Immediately, at least 5 or 6 demon cultivators screamed in agony, their bodies torn apart, heads exploded, dead beyond redemption. Among them, there was even a powerful demon cultivator of the cave heaven realm who could not escape this calamity. You seek death. Mo1 was taken aback, his face instantly contorting with rage. He had not seen Lu Yuan form a seal at any point. The speed of his spellcasting was astonishingly fast. With a loud roar, Mo when charged at Lu Yuan, enveloped in overwhelming demonic aura. Between his fingers, purple light surged, forming chilling and sharp claws as they pressed down. This strike was immense and powerful, as if it could pierce through the void, possessing unparalleled lethality. Lu Yuan scoffed, not dodging or avoiding, as a burst of golden blood vitality erupted, resembling coiling azure dragons that swirled around him. Boom! Lu Yuan stepped forward and threw a punch. The mountains and rivers trembled as terrifying divine power shook the void, directly deforming Mo Wen's hand bones, leaving them a bloody mess. Mo Wen let out a tragic cry, his robust demon body instantly flying backward, embedding into the mountain. In their first direct confrontation, he suffered a heavy loss. Moreover, it happened in the realm of physical strength that the demon cultivators prided themselves on. All the cultivators of the demon god palace present felt an overwhelming shock. Compare physical bodies with me. Are you out of your mind? Lu Yuan coldly chuckled, returning Mo Wen's words from the auction venue without alteration. Boom! Mo Wen's body shook, the mountain collapsed, and the rubble was turned to dust. His eyes turned blood red like a beast ready to devour, completely going mad. I will kill you. Mo Wen's expression became even more ferocious. After a loud roar, he unleashed a secret technique of the demon race. This increased the strength and physique of his body several levels, the demonic aura surging like the great rivers. Swoosh! A flash of light appeared, and a tremendously heavy mountain-splitting knife manifested in Mo Wen's hand, sweeping towards Lu Yuan with overwhelming force. Boom! Boom! The two engaged in close combat. Lu Yuan clashed against his demonic treasure with pure physical strength, yet he did not yield, resembling a golden war god. Wherever his fists and feet passed, golden light soared into the heavens, exploding with blinding brilliance, pressuring everyone. Clang! Clang! After several exchanges, the mountain-splitting knife had been battered by Lu Yuan into multiple cracks. Its demon god transformation. Mo Wen, increasingly alarmed, did not hesitate. He unleashed a loud roar and activated a supreme skill of the demon god palace. A gigantic demon god avatar loomed into the clouds, its full form obscured. Boundless demonic energy gathered, dispersing much of the mist surrounding the Taichu ancient mine. It then transformed into a terrifying large hand that descended from the heavens, crashing down towards Lu Yuan. Trivial skills. Lu Yuan's gaze flickered as he extended his right hand, his fingertips becoming crystalline, like jade, surging with divine radiance that enveloped everything. Heaven's severing finger. A finger surrounded by resplendent divine light swept through the air like a colossal mountain of tremendous weight, terrifying beyond measure. This was the Meng family's secret art, obtained from killing Meng Zhao. When cultivated to perfection, it was said to be able to sever the heavens. Now in Lu Yuan's hands at the cave heaven realm, its might was incomparable. Boom! The massive demon god avatar instantly collapsed, scattering into specks of light, vanishing between heaven and earth. What? Mo Wen cried out in shock, filled with extreme fear. In that fleeting moment, Lu Yuan's footsteps transformed, using the walking character secret, making him vanish like a ghost. By the time Mo Wen realized what was happening, a brilliant golden fist of holy light was rapidly enlarging in his view. Boom! Bone shards flew, blood sprayed. A bloody fist pierced through Mo Wen's chest and out his back, creating a shocking gaping wound, even shattering his throbbing heart into pulp with the furious divine power. You? Mo Wen's eyes widened in anger, fear evident as he continuously spat out chunks of internal organs, reaching out his hand in an attempt to grasp Lu Yuan. However, before he could raise it a few inches, it fell weakly, breathless and dead. This is impossible. Mo Wen. Lord Mo Wen has fallen in battle. In that moment, all the demon cultivators present were gripped by fear, as if the sky had fallen. The demon general Mo Wen, second only to the young palace master of the demon god palace, was killed by a mere human with 3 punches and 2 kicks. Who would believe it if spoken? No need to chatter. I will send you all on your way. Lu Yuan retracted his fist, his gaze indifferent, and casually tossed Mo Wen's corpse from the heights. Without another word, he charged into the crowd below, fiercely attacking. The members of the demon god palace continuously screamed in agony. With their cultivation in the divine palace realm, they could not withstand Lu Yuan's onslaught. Wherever the golden fists passed, bodies exploded, blood mist swirling as they were slaughtered like paper. After a dozen breaths, this battlefield fell completely silent. One of the strongholds of the demon god palace was utterly annihilated. As the dust settled, the scene was drenched in blood. Apart from Lu Yuan, there were no signs of life remaining. Swish! Lu Yuan waved his hand, collecting the storage bags of the demon cultivators. A great amount of sources were gathered into his possession. However, having learned from past experiences, he refrained from taking any magical artifacts or other items. There was no telling which artifact might have been refined by a powerful demon capable of sensing its location and bringing him trouble. After completing everything, Lu Yuan's gaze fell upon the medium-sized or vein in front of him. The people of the demon god palace had already stripped away about a third of the pure sources. The ground was littered with stone skins and powder, serving as mere garments for him. The divine power surged within Lu Yuan as he swung his hand down fiercely. Boom! The mountain split in response, severed into several parts. Lu Yuan activated the spatial treasure, hastily packing the shattered ore into it. The ancient or tide would not last more than 3 days, and time was of the essence. He had no time to slowly extract the pure sources. He could only pack everything and leave. Immediately afterward, Lu Yuan departed from this area and continued onward. The forbidden zone was dim and hazy. A slender figure swiftly navigated through the dense fog. It wasn't until he advanced several hundred miles that Lu Yuan suddenly stopped, discovering a seemingly illusory barrier obstructing his path. Illusionary Annihilation Palace. Lu Yuan's eyes flickered slightly. He had previously interacted with the people of this sect in the Lianyan mountain range. Upon the barrier, he sensed a very familiar aura. After pondering for a moment, Lu Yuan activated the walking secret art, stepping through the intricate patterns beneath his feet. The walking secret art, an unparalleled technique from the eastern wilderness, was said to break the shackles of time, disregarding any formations. It wasn't just talk, it truly had such miraculous effects. Lu Yuan advanced steadily within this area. After traveling 5 or 6 miles, he finally discovered the location of the people from the illusionary Annihilation Palace. However, at present there was more than just this force occupying the area. In addition to the illusionary Annihilation Palace, there were also forces from the Dao Holy Land, the Tianqi Lu family, and numerous individuals from the Demon God Palace. Such a lively scene. Lu Yuan was somewhat surprised, striding forward without fear. His gaze swept around indiscriminately. Among them, there were some familiar faces. For example, the young expert from the illusionary Annihilation Palace, Xia Hoqing, who had previously received the saint's inheritance in that shattered small world. He was also the only one aside from Lu Yuan who had obtained the inheritance and walked out alive. It seemed that Xia Hoqing had gained quite a fortune. His cultivation had risen dramatically, breaking through to the cave heaven realm. Additionally, Yuan from the Demon God Palace appeared here as well. Beside him stood a demon woman, standing shoulder to shoulder. Her status should not be low. Perhaps she was another of the 3 demon generals from the Demon God Palace. As for the Lu family, among the 7 or 8 individuals, only one was recognized by Lu Yuan. He had made an appearance at his wedding banquet with Gu Qinghuang, welcoming several young guests from various forces for the Lu family. It was none other than Lu Changqing, a member of the Lu family. Someone has entered. Meanwhile, the gathering of young powerhouses noticed Lu Yuan, the unexpected guest. Who is this person? He seems quite capable. He was able to see through the barrier formation I set up. A distinguished young man from the illusionary Annihilation Palace looked surprised, studying him intently. Senior brother Qin, he is the holy body Lu Yuan. Xia Hoqing, standing behind him, changed his expression slightly, revealing a hint of seriousness as he stepped forward to warn. It was evident that previously in the Lianyan mountain range, Lu Yuan had beheaded the talented young man Meng Zhao from the Meng family before his eyes, and then withdrew unscathed right under the noses of the 2 great powers. This had left a substantial shadow over him, viewing Lu Yuan as a terrifying figure preparing for battle. Oh, he is the one capable of cultivating the ancient holy body. The flow of essence, the cave heavens forming independently, he has indeed reached this stage. Qin Hanfeng's eyes flickered with a glint of brilliance as he murmured to himself. It's Lu Yuan. He actually found this place. Several young experts from the Lu family grew somewhat uneasy, their minds racing with thoughts. However, Lu Changqing remained calm and collected, merely glancing over before withdrawing his gaze. So it's you, dog. The young palace master has been searching for you everywhere, yet you delivered yourself to our doorstep? You truly are walking into the tiger's den. Yuan initially looked taken aback, but then his expression turned icy with killing intent. He turned slightly, his towering and majestic figure radiating demonic energy, intimidating beyond measure. Is this person really the holy body the young palace master seeks? He doesn't seem all that impressive. You and Mo when truly are getting worse with time, bringing shame to our demon god palace. The demon woman curled her crimson tongue, sneering before her palm surged with demonic energy, also preparing to strike. Just then a sharp divine light suddenly swept in from not far away. Swish! Both Yuan and the demon woman stepped back to evade this attack. Lu Changqing, are you going to intervene to protect him? Both of them wore grim expressions as they spoke coldly. After all, he is a member of my Lu family, and I naturally cannot stand idly by. Your grievances are merely a war of words at the Divine City auction. How about I have him apologize to you for the Demon God Palace, and we can let this matter rest. As for the Tian Yao side, I will handle it myself. Lu Changqing stood with his hands behind his back, speaking indifferently, his tone carrying an undeniable dominance. Once these words were spoken, the expressions of Yuan and the demon woman turned somewhat grim. This Lu Changqing was no ordinary person. In the southern region, few could overshadow him. A year ago, he had fought against the young palace master Tian Yao. The battle lasted 3 days and nights, and in the end he narrowly lost by a move. He was extremely powerful, far beyond their current capabilities. If they truly wanted to protect the holy body Lu Yuan, they really had no way to do so. Bai Luan and the demon woman exchanged uncertain glances, weighing their options. Meanwhile, Lu Chongqing's gaze turned toward Lu Yuan, transmitting a command in a tone of authority. The family's current situation is dire, and we are in great need of sources. Since you have embarked on the path of cultivation, you should understand the need for discretion. Do not give the family a strong enemy. Apologize, and I will handle the subsequent matters. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan could not help but frown. He had been observing from the side, waiting for these two demon generals to come and send them down to reunite with Mo1. Who would have thought a troublemaker would appear out of nowhere? This Lu Chongqing being of the Lu family usually had no interactions with him. Moreover, he held himself in high regard, looking down on most people. Now stepping forward to support him seemed merely to prevent the family's higher-ups from reprimanding him for not helping. However, this support was not substantial. Soft or hard, it was all the same. Being overly cautious only showed weakness. You should take care of yourself first. What do you know about discretion? Where do you see a strong enemy? Just a few ants, I can crush them with a flip of my hand. Lu Yuan could not be bothered to send a transmission, directly shouting coldly, leaving him no face at all. The next moment he stomped heavily, causing cracks to spread across the ground, collapsing inch by inch. His entire being transformed into a golden lightning bolt, charging directly at the forces of the Demon God Palace. What? Does he dare to take the initiative? At that moment, all the powerful figures present were taken aback. Only the two demon generals of the Demon God Palace showed joy on their faces, shouting, "Did you see? He's seeking death himself, so he can't be blamed. Kill him." Bai Luan and the female demon general sneered and quickly confronted Lu Yuan Heiden. Both of them possessed the cultivation of the 4th level of the Cave Heaven realm. Among the younger generation, they were also top-tier talents. Apart from the ranks of the major forces, the Holy Sons and Holy Maidens, there were few who could match them. Now that they joined forces to attack, their momentum was even more astonishing. Boom. In an instant, the three were in a fierce battle. The demon race is known for its overwhelming physical strength, and no matter who it is, they possess a natural Even the legendary human race's strongest close combat physique dared to compete with them. However, very soon Bai Luan and the female demon general sensed something was amiss. Lu Yuan's blood vitality was simply terrifying. It surged like a volcanic eruption, capable of shaking mountains and overturning seas. The golden handprint slammed down from the sky, causing their bodies to tremble violently, and their bones cracked. Bang! Another golden handprint was unleashed, bursting forth with dazzling light, engulfing everything. It shattered one of Bai Luan's secret treasures, exploding on the spot and turning it into scrap, causing him to cough blood and fly backward. Screech! Bai Luan, both shocked and enraged, no longer held back. With a cry, he transformed into his true form. His massive wings blocked the sky, glimmering like divine gold, sharp and formidable. This was the Qinghuang bird, a powerful bloodline among the demon race. After becoming a deity, its feathers were like divine swords, indestructible and incredibly sharp. Kill! Bai Luan shouted angrily, his body shining brightly as he dove down. Mixed feather birdman. Lu Yuan scoffed undeterred. Without employing any mystical techniques or secret methods, he charged forward in a single step and punched down. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, shaking the void. Even as Bai Luan transformed into his true form, his strength increased, yet he could still not contend with Lu Yuan in this domain of physicality. With just that punch, the bones in his wings were shattered significantly, and his form fell repeatedly, plunging him into a precarious situation. Just then the offensive from the other side also arrived. The azure sky was like awash with waves of green surging forward, as if 1,000 tides and 10,000 waves were sweeping towards Lu Yuan. Oomph! Lu Yuan glanced sideways and coldly snorted. In an instant, chaotic energy surged in the void, and a green lotus sprouted beside him, its 3 leaves shaking. Boom! The surging green radiance, like ripples in water, all disintegrated and collapsed, rebounding fiercely. The holy Bodhis manifestation, the chaos seed green lotus. The female demon general was greatly shocked, unable to dodge in time, and was directly fixed in the void, unable to escape. Although her offensive failed, it provided Bai Luan with an opportunity to escape. The latter flapped his wings to flee, trying to create distance from Lu Yuan. Trying to leave, Lu Yuan turned around, a glint of light flashing in his eyes as his massive hand reached out forcefully. Rip! The entire Qinghuang wing, bone and flesh alike, was torn off by Lu Yuan, and a large amount of blood fell like a dreadful rain of blood. Bai Luan cried out in horror, feeling the terrifying threat of death. His remaining wing instantly radiated with brilliant light, slashing down. The demonic power surged, overwhelming in might, containing a peculiar divine law. Lu Yuan's expression remained cold as he neither dodged nor avoided advancing forward. His hand radiated with 5-colored divine light, stirring up gales and thunder that shook the heavens and earth. Boom! The merciless hand swept aside everything, and all offenses were unstoppable. It directly crushed down with a devastating force onto Bai Luan's head. You? Bai Luan was overwhelmed with fear, struggling desperately. However, he received no response at all. Lu Yuan tightened his grip. In an instant, Bai Luan's head exploded red, and white matter splattering blood spraying everywhere. Bai Luan. The female demon general screamed at this sight, completely shaken. The other powerful figures present also changed their expressions drastically. A first-level cave heaven realm defeating a fourth level was as easy as cutting vegetables, having exchanged only 3 to 5 blows before Bai Luan was killed under Lu Yuan's palm. Such formidable combat strength was truly beyond everyone's expectations. The golden feather divine feather is nothing but this. Still just a bunch of lowly beings. Lu Yuan's expression was expressionless as he looked at the golden feather that pierced through his right palm. Suddenly he yanked it out and tossed it aside like trash. This was the feather that Bai Luan had purchased for 80,000 pounds of origin at the auction, left behind by a powerful Qinghuang clan expert above the divine connection realm. Otherwise it would have been a dream for Bai Luan to injure Lu Yuan's flesh. In the next moment, Lu Yuan stomped his foot and rushed towards the female demon general. The latter was startled, spitting out 3 mouthfuls of essence blood, transforming into her true form and breaking free from the restraint of the green lotus manifestation. It was a gigantic serpent demon, entirely pitch black, adorned with colorful patterns. The massive serpent head shook violently, opening its mouth to expel rolling black mist with terrifying toxins spreading, almost collapsing the void, trying to block Lu Yuan's advance. Foolish. Lu Yuan sneered, walking into the poisonous mist, advancing swiftly. The ancient saint body restrained the manifestation, impervious to all evils. The mere snake poison was like child's play before him. Lu Yuan moved at lightning speed, closing the distance in a single step, and punched. Boom. The massive serpent head exploded on the spot. The last remaining demon general of the Demon God Palace also met a tragic end. At that moment, all the personnel from the Demon God Palace below were thrown into chaos, scrambling to flee. With both demon generals slain so easily by this person, who could resist? However, before those fleeing could get far, a dark mountain flashed with a sinister light, freezing all the personnel of the Demon God Palace in place before crashing down. The terrifying force crashed down heavily, causing the earth to tremble. All kinds of blood flowed from beneath the Yuan magnetic suppression peak, merging into a stream, creating a bloody scene. Thus, another group of personnel from the Demon God Palace was completely wiped out. After finishing everything, Lu Yuan turned around, casually walked to a deep pit, looked up at the crowd, and said lightly, "No matter how you distributed it before, I want half of the Taichu Fate Stones here. Who has any objections?" Arrogant words erupted like thunder in the ears of the crowd. What? He wants half. How dare he be so audacious? In the Hall of Illusions, the young powerhouses of the Dao Sacred Land were immediately outraged, their displeasure evident. The members of the Tianqi Lu family also glared angrily. Lu Chongqing of the Lu family wore an extremely grim expression. His earlier actions were intended to mediate the conflict between the Monster God Palace and Lu Yuan. Little did he expect that in less than a year the latter would grow to such heights. Not only did he defy him, but he also wiped out the people of the Monster God Palace. 2 major demon generals died on the spot. Now a deadly feud had been established. Given the temperament of the celestial demon, it was certain that they would not let it go easily. And now he was demanding to take away half of the Taichu life stones here. It was simply a slap in his face. Killing 2 major demon generals from the Monster God Palace indeed shows some strength. However, even so, is it not a bit too presumptuous for you to demand half of the Taichu life stones? Do you regard us as nothing? A mocking voice echoed from the crowd of the Dao Sacred Land. If you have something to say, step forward and say it. Hiding like a rat, you coward. Lu Yuan's divine sense was incredibly powerful. Even under the constraints of the Taichu ancient mind environment, it still surpassed that of other cultivators at the same level, and with a glance he found the source of the voice. Whooshed! A golden heavenly sword formed from powerful divine consciousness suddenly shot out from his eyes, enveloped in an overwhelming imperial dragon aura sweeping forth. Bang! A young man from the Dao Sacred Land screamed in agony, his face instantly paling, blood trickling from his brow. You dare to be fierce, he cried in fear. Just as he was about to say something more, he was met by a cold gaze that made him swallow his words back. Ha, cultivated ancient sacred body, what great power. You just entered the cave heaven realm and are already so arrogant. If you were to become a deity, what would happen then? At this moment, a young powerhouse from the Dao Sacred Land stepped forward, confronting him head-on. He appeared to be in his 20s, with sharp brows and bright eyes, exuding a terrifying aura from his whole being. He was evidently at the 5th level of the cave heaven realm. Such a level was undoubtedly among the top figures within the sacred land. Are you the sacred son of Dao Yi? He was evidently at the 5th level of the cave heaven realm. Such a level was undoubtedly among the top figures within the sacred land. Are you the sacred son? Never heard of you. Lu Yuan showed no respect, his golden blood energy swirling around his body as he raised his hand to unleash a blazing fist light. Boom! Zhuo Changfeng's expression changed, and a dazzling light erupted between his fingers, forming a light barrier to protect his chest. After a moment of stalemate, he ultimately could not withstand it. The power of the fist was too overwhelming, shattering the light barrier, as Zhuo Changfeng staggered back several steps. You? Zhuo Changfeng's face darkened, murderous intent evident. He had never encountered such an arrogant individual. I will ask again who has an opinion. Step forward and speak, I'll face any number of you. Lu Yuan's cold gaze swept the area, his words resonating with an overwhelming force. He had stepped into the cave heaven realm, possessed 2 supreme physiques, and cultivated the Imperial Sutra, one of the 2 highest secrets. He truly had the kind of invincible confidence to look down upon his contemporaries. Damn, this sacred body is just too arrogant. It makes one want to kill him. Within the Hall of Illusions, many people gritted their teeth in hatred, but dared only to curse silently, fearing to meet the same fate as the earlier man. The record of defeating 2 major demon generals in a few moves was evident. The ancient sacred body was said to be invincible at the same level. It was not just empty words. He indeed had such terrifying combat power unmatched by any peer. Meanwhile, numerous gazes turned toward the figure at the forefront, their inquiry evident. Xiao Qing, do you think he has the guts to kill us all? The leader of the Hall of Illusions, a man known as Brother Qin, wore an uncertain expression, momentarily daunted by Lu Yuan's powerful aura, unable to move or retreat, and quietly communicated to the side. Xiao Qing fell silent for a moment, recalling the events that had unfolded in the Lianyun mountain range, and solemnly replied, he really dares. Brother Qin's thoughts became even more hesitant upon hearing this, remaining silent. Lu Changqing, your Lu family seems to have such great prestige, as if you don't regard this ranking at all. Shouldn't you say something in this situation? Zhuo Changfeng's face darkened like water. Having suffered a significant loss in their first encounter, he naturally could not swallow this humiliation. He looked toward the Lu family's team and spoke with a sarcastic tone. Among the same clan, there's no need to turn against each other for a few Taichu life stones. If everyone agrees, I naturally have no objections. You need not sow discord. Lu Changqing regained his composure, still maintaining the calm demeanor, as if the sky were falling. He spoke placidly. After all, Lu Changqing was from the family lineage with an astonishing identity and weight. Zhuo Changfeng's expression grew even darker as Zhuo Changfeng's expression grew even darker as he realized his thoughts had been seen through. The Hall of Illusions was being pressed upon, unable to even fart. Lu Changqing had no intention of taking action. Relying solely on himself, it seemed impossible to achieve anything. Even if he could win, he would likely be heavily injured. At that time, if these 2 families jumped out to fight, it would truly be a case of a mute eating bitter herbs. Thinking of this, Zhuo Changfeng's gaze flickered uncontrollably, and he ultimately forced himself to swallow his anger and spoke no more. Humph. Lu Yuan snorted coldly in his heart, filled with disdain. The 3 major forces had been stalemated here for so long, and had yet to divide the Taichu life stones in the pit, which was quite telling. They were all cautious and hesitant figures, not worth worrying about. Immediately, Lu Yuan did not hesitate, extending a golden hand to grasp into the pit. 16 Taichu life stones were directly swept away, and then with a loud bang, the Yuan magnetic suppression peak vanished into thin air, flying back into his palm. He gathered the storage bags of the 2 major demon generals and left gracefully under the watchful eyes of all. The Taichu life stone is a unique product found in the ancient Taichu mines, unattainable elsewhere. It is said to be infused with the ancient essence of Taichu, capable of resisting the erosion of time and offering indescribable benefits to beings above the divine realm, making it extremely precious. In this serendipitous encounter, he fortuitously collected 8 pieces. Moreover, he also eliminated all 3 demon generals of the Demon God Palace. It was truly an unexpected delight. Subsequently, Lu Yuan decided not to linger any longer and set off towards the depths of the ancient Taichu mine. For a whole day, Lu Yuan walked, sometimes stopping, unsure of how many miles he had traveled. Along the way, he occasionally encountered people from other factions. For instance, disciples from Kanglan Holy Land, Taichu Holy Land, and other major sects. However, their cultivation levels were generally low, mostly at the Divine Palace stage. They occupied only some small source mines, at most extracting a few tens of thousands of pounds of source energy. Lu Yuan looked down upon them, simply bypassing without any conflict. The rich essence of heaven and earth immediately spread out. Lu Yuan, following suit, utilized the chaos technique, opened his mouth to inhale, absorbing it. The rich essence of heaven and earth immediately spread out. Lu Yuan, following suit, utilized the chaos technique, opened his mouth to inhale, absorbing it into the sea of bitterness, and quickly refined it. Ordinary people would cultivate using sources, meditating calmly and absorbing slowly. None could match Lu Yuan's straightforward and domineering method of refining. With each step he took, the surging essence of heaven and earth entered his body, enhancing his strength with unparalleled convenience. If it weren't for the limited duration of the ancient mine's tide, this place was undoubtedly a treasure trove for Lu Yuan's cultivation. Just as he was preparing to leave, a sudden commotion erupted ahead. A man and a woman burst forth from the thick mist, fiercely battling, divine light shimmering. Various profound techniques emerged in succession, displaying immense lethality and notable prowess. However, the woman in the fight had her long dress stained with blood, with multiple tears exposing her fair skin, clearly at a disadvantage. Is this the true legacy of the Yuan Chu Holy Land? You can't even perform the lunar and solar techniques, truly disappointing. The man in the dark robe spoke coldly, his face filled with disdain. Arrogant fool. Die. The woman shouted coldly, her 3-foot azure blade exuding killing intent, suddenly unleashing countless piercing sword lights. Child's play. Great heaven finger. The man in the dark robe leapt up, his fingertips shimmering like jade, surrounded by boundless divine radiance, as he pressed down with a finger. Boom. A terrifying energy storm raged, engulfing everything. Thousands of sword lights instantly dimmed, then exploded, transforming into countless divine sparks and dissipating into the universe. At the same time, the dreadful shockwave sent the woman in the long dress flying, blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. Her delicate face grew serious as she glared ahead, a hint of trepidation flickering in her eyes. The Meng family's secret technique, the Great Heaven Finger, was said to have been created by a great sage. Who would have thought it possessed such power? Indeed, it lived up to its reputation. Just then the two finally sensed another person's presence in the area and immediately turned their gaze. It's you. The woman in the long dress exclaimed in surprise, instantly recognizing Lu Yuan. The other man in the dark robe also narrowed his eyes, a trace of amusement surfacing on his otherwise indifferent face. Ha ha, who would have thought there would be an unexpected gain? You, a useless body, are quite adept at hiding here. Lu Yuan glanced at him expressionlessly. Although he did not know this person, he recognized him as a member of the Meng family. The earlier Great Heaven Finger made everything clear. As for the woman in the long dress, she was someone he was familiar with. It was none other than Lu Hong, one of the true disciples who once competed with Gu Qinghuang for the position of the saintess. Do you need help? Lu Yuan asked Lu Hong, raising an eyebrow. Lu Hong's face lit up at his words. She had heard of the deeds of the Celestial Star Chamber of Commerce, and knew that the Saint Body was no longer what it used to be, seemingly possessing some strength. Thank you, junior brother Lu, for your righteous assistance. You only need to hold him off for half a stick of incense. Lu Hong said earnestly, secretly transmitting her voice. After hearing this, Lu Yuan lightly nodded, saying nothing further. His figure flashed, and he appeared directly opposite the man in the dark robe. Lu Hong took the opportunity to retrieve a precious pill and quickly swallowed it to recover from her injuries. Help. You. With your mere first level of the cave heaven realm, you dare to be my enemy. But this is good, it saves me the trouble of chasing you like a rat. Meng Yao said that your head is worth 300,000 pounds of source energy, so I shall graciously accept it. The man in the dark robe snorted, speaking disdainfully. Are you done with your dying words, eh? Lu Yuan crossed his arms, looking at him indifferently, as if he were gazing at a dead man. Seeking death. The man in the dark robe furiously charged forward, his body shaking lightning fast as he approached. In his movements, afterimages trailed behind him, weaving through the air like he was teleporting. It was a rather formidable technique of movement. Before he could close half the distance, Lu Yuan instantly activated the walking secret, stepping forward with intricate runes arriving right in front of him. The speed was simply too fast, as if transcending time and distance, leaving no time to react. What? The man in the dark robe was taken aback. Just as he prepared to cast a technique, a fist glowing with brilliant holy light loomed larger in his vision. Boom. A terrifying force erupted violently, as if a towering mountain was crashing towards him. It directly struck the man in the dark robe from the sky into the ground, creating a massive, deep pit. What speed is this? The man in the dark robe coughed up blood, his face filled with disbelief and fear. His aura surged as he shook off the rubble piled upon him and burst forth from the ground. Without a moment's pause, he summoned his magical treasure, infusing it with divine power, sending relentless killing intent piercing towards Lu Yuan. Boom, boom. Lu Yuan's figure danced left and right, his steps dreamlike, already mingled with an elusive Dao rhythm, skillfully navigating through the onslaught of killing light. Finally, he dove down mysteriously, closing in for the kill. Great heaven! The man in the dark robe had his guard up, suddenly shouting loudly. However, before he could finish the fourth word, a hand as large as a grinding plate shot forth like lightning. It seized the fingers of the man in the dark robe and twisted forcefully. Crack! The man in the dark robe let out a pitiful scream, his left fingers crushed to powder. Mix. This technique I am more familiar with than you. Showing off in front of an expert. Lu Yuan sneered disdainfully, unwilling to continue the fight with him. A wisp of eerie chaotic energy quietly seeped into the body of the man in the dark robe through Lu Yuan's left hand, ruthlessly extinguishing all of his life force. Bang! The body of the man in the dark robe fell straight back, completely devoid of breath. This battle in total lasted no more than 3 breaths of time. What? How? How is this possible? Lu Hong, standing by, widened her eyes in shock momentarily. He needed to hold out for half a stick of incense. In less than 3 breaths, he was killed. She had just taken a pill, and its effects hadn't even taken hold yet. The scene before her felt incredibly dreamlike to Lu Hong. She reminisced about the Sacred Land competition several months ago when Lu Yuan was still an obscure inner disciple of the spirit-nurturing realm. How much time has passed? His combat power has already surpassed her own. Such a terrifying rate of cultivation is rarely seen in the 5 domains of the world. It is simply astonishing. On the other side, after swiftly dispatching the man in the dark robe, Lu Yuan turned to ask, he is a member of the Ming. Why did they want to hunt you down? Upon hearing his question, Lu Hong finally regained her composure and hurriedly replied, Your Highness, we found a large source mine deep within the ancient mine. It contains divine source crystals valued at over 1 million pounds of source. However, the news leaked, and now not only the Ming family, but also the people from the Monster God Palace and several other sacred lands are battling over it, creating great chaos. This person has relentlessly pursued me, forcing me to flee this far away. A large source mine containing divine source. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's eyes involuntarily narrowed. Divine source is the purest essence of heaven and earth. Besides assisting in cultivation, it can also seal powerful life forms, preventing the loss of vitality, making it extremely precious. 1 pound of divine source is worth 50,000 pounds of pure source. This underscores the exceptional value of that large source mine, attracting countless young powerhouses to compete for it. How is your injury? Can you lead the way? Without further thought, Lu Yuan asked anxiously, as this concerned Gu Qinghuang's safety. I'm fine and I can recover while moving. Lu Hong nodded with determination in her eyes. Good. With that, the 2 figures sprang into the air, soaring towards the depths of the Taichu ancient mine. The majestic mountains rose in clusters, with the central peak shining brightly, radiating a treasure-like glow, forming a crescent moon shape. Such terrain is quite rare in the outskirts of the Taichu ancient mine, truly peculiar. Around them, the void was divided into dozens of battlefields. The sounds of killing echoed, shaking the void violently, as if it might collapse. Endless secret techniques surfaced one after another as divine light and treasures interwove, creating a chaotic sea of energy. Boom! The resounding sound rang out. The Dao Saint Sun radiated brilliant holy light, with myriad rays of brilliance enveloping him, making him look like a divine king descending to the world. He reached out to the heavens, covering half of the sky, and ultimately transformed into a mysterious Dao diagram that descended, suppressing all directions. On the other side, Meng Yao from the Meng family sneered as he approached, his fingers sparking with thunder, weaving into a vast sea of lightning that contained extremely violent, destructive power crashing down. These 2 were among the most powerful of the younger generation. Once they struck, their might was terrifying and unimaginable. Hiss! Yin Tiandu, under their assault, remained unperturbed, calm, and composed. With his left hand, he enacted the Yin, while his right transformed into the sun, alternating between black and white energy, suddenly unleashing boundless killing intent that engulfed everything. Boom! The deafening roar erupted, and energy ripples spread like water waves, blurring everything. Dao Saint Sun and Meng Yao staggered back a few steps, each showing a look of surprise. The Taiyin and Taiyang techniques of the Wanchu sacred land live up to their reputation. It can almost be certain that these are 2 volumes of the strongest ancient scriptures. The Dao Saint Sun's expression grew serious, as if facing a formidable enemy. It's just a bit of skill. Meng Yao scoffed, a bloodthirsty glint in his eyes as he looked forward, saying, Yin Tiandu, in the Wanchu sacred land, you are the only one worthy of note. But do you really think you can take down the entire mine by yourself? Isn't that too much of an overestimation? Success or failure will be determined in battle. If you have the ability, feel free to try and seize it. Yin Tiandu said expressionlessly, his voice cold. I'm seeking death. Meng Yao snorted, and without further ado charged in again. The Dao Saint Sun also struck, unleashing a torrent of magical power, commanding a formidable spirit treasure to come crashing down. With over 1 million pounds of source mine laid before them, no one could resist its allure. If taken back to their sect, it would be a monumental achievement with boundless rewards. On the other side, the Dao Saintess, the Taichu Saint Sun, the Celestial Demon, and 2 of the top 10 young experts from the Illusory Palace, including Gu Qinghuang, were all locked in a fierce battle. This was a major melee. Aside from their own forces, everyone else was an enemy. It was a matter of who could hold out. The warriors in the various battlefields on the periphery were not weak either. The ones closest to the mine were all at the level of true disciples from various major factions. They were all cultivators from the cave heaven realm, with overwhelming magical power, surging countless divine rays, soaring high, as if to illuminate the entire ancient mine's periphery, dispelling the mist and turning it into daylight. Boom! The Dao Saintess, with her face veiled in white silk, her figure graceful, waved her delicate hand, and the holy light surged, sweeping through the heavens and earth with indiscriminate attacks. The Taichu Saint Sun, with his cheekbones gleaming, unleashed countless profound Dao patterns, forming a terrifying killing formation, with 10,000 swords ringing in unison, their sharpness piercing the skies. The two top powerhouses from the illusory palace also activated their sect's ultimate skills, transforming into myriad forms, their illusions interweaving, making it hard to distinguish between reality and illusion. The celestial demon had a cold expression with a towering body radiating purple energy, exuding an astonishing demonic aura. A single punch struck down, shaking the mountains and earth, overshadowing all attacks, and showcasing the terrifying physical strength of the celestial demon. Gu Qinghuang, leaning against the mine, faced more attacks. However, she still handled them effortlessly. Her delicate face remained calm, her beautiful eyes shimmering with divine light. With a single clap of her jade hand, the power of the Taiyin surged like a vast river spanning through time, flowing towards her with an astounding chill. Since receiving the Taiyin divine essence gifted by Lu Yuan, her mastery of the Taiyin way has deepened significantly, having cultivated that ancient scripture to an extremely profound level. Even the top figures of the younger generation did not dare to be careless, filled with trepidation. After all, under the enhancement of the innate Dao body, any Dao technique should not be treated lightly. It is sufficient to transform decay into miracles, merging with the void of the Dao, maintaining an invincible position, extremely troublesome. Just as the battle around the mine was at a stalemate, Lu Yuan and Lu Hong's figures also appeared nearby. Such intense energy fluctuations were too apparent in the front. At this moment, there was no need for Lu Hong to lead the way any longer. He'll go ahead. With that, Lu Yuan activated the Xingzi secret, propelling himself at incredible speed, transforming into a dazzling golden light and rushing forward. That terrifying speed Lu Hong had witnessed before, so it wasn't as shocking to her. However, to others witnessing it, it was a completely different story. It seems something is coming. A surprised voice emerged from the battlefield. Suddenly, a golden light ravaged and like a bolt of lightning charging into the battlefield. Like a rampaging true dragon, it crashed through, sending young powerhouses from various factions flying. Some were sent soaring into the sky, while others were punched into the ground, and even robust treasures were shattered upon impact. Forcefully carving a path through the chaotic battlefield, it left countless people stunned and moved. Who is this person? What speed is this? Many young experts, dazed from the sudden collision, struggled to stand up, their expressions blank, unable to hide their shock. I recognize him. He is the holy body Lu Yuan. Suddenly, a shout came from somewhere, completely revealing the identity of the newcomer. As soon as these words were spoken, even the central battlefield fell silent. Gu Qinghuang waved her hand to block the oncoming attack, glancing back with a look of surprise on her beautiful face. At that moment, the dazzling golden light had arrived in front of her. Are you all right? Lu Yuan examined her from top to bottom, his expression softening as he asked gently. I'm fine. Gu Qinghuang replied with a smile. Quite interesting. You, a waste body, dare to appear before me, but it's good, saves me the trouble of sending someone to find you. This place will be your burial ground. The tall figure of the celestial demon stepped forward, its gaze oppressive, emanating a demonic power that sent chills down one's spine. Send someone to find me. Haha, you probably have no one left to send now. I have already sent the so-called 3 demon generals of the Demon God Palace on their way. Don't be in a hurry, it's your turn now. Lu Yuan glanced at him with a cold smile. What did you say? The celestial demon was taken aback, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. By rights, Mo1 and Bai Luan should have received the news and come here to provide support. Yet despite fighting alone for so long, he hadn't seen a single one. Could it be? Truly, as he said. The celestial demon speculated about this possibility, and his eyes suddenly became colder, filled with unmatched killing intent. Even the nearby Dao E Saintess Tai Chu Holy Sun and the 2 top experts of the illusionary palace had their eyes sharpened. All 3 demon generals were killed. Is it true? If so, this time the Demon God Palace has suffered tremendous losses. Just as everyone was caught in hesitation for a moment, a sudden loud shout came from not far away. Lu Yuan, you killed my brother. Come and pay with your life. Meng Yao's eyes turned blood red, seeing his enemy sent him into a frenzy as he rushed over like a madman. However, Yin Tiandu was already aware of their enmity. Upon seeing Lu Yuan arrive, he was already on guard. Meng Yao, your opponent is me. Yin Tiandu shouted lightly, his brow glowing. With his left hand representing the moon and his right hand representing the sun, he intertwined terrifying chaos energy, slamming his massive hand down to block Meng Yao's path. Get lost. Meng Yao's gaze was ferocious. Vast divine power surged violently from his body as he executed a great finger of heaven, pressing down violently. Boom. This void shook violently. The great finger of heaven, said to even be able to sever the heavens, was unable to cut through the chaotic river that Yin Tiandu unleashed, still blocking his path, preventing him from advancing even half a step. The lunar and solar chaos transformation. Yin Tiandu has cultivated half of the ancient chaos scripture from the Wanchu Holy Land. The young top experts all changed their expressions. The chaos law is known as the origin of all things, the end of all laws, incredibly difficult to master. Even though the Wanchu Holy Land possesses half of the ancient scripture, very few have succeeded in cultivation since its establishment. Unexpectedly, Yin Tiandu actually achieved it. Truly a prodigy, a terrifying figure that cannot be ignored. What's the use of chaos law? Do you really want to block me? Meng Yao was cold, filled with killing intent. The holy body killed his younger brother. His parents wept, and his elders shed tears. If this grudge is not avenged, he would be unworthy of the Meng family's lineage. You have the cultivation of the 7th level of the cave heaven realm, while junior brother Lu has only just begun his cultivation. Using your advantage to bully me, I will naturally not stand by. Yin Tianda's expression remained calm as he spoke lightly. Alright then, I will kill you first. After hearing this, Meng Yao realized that crossing over Yin Tiandu to kill the holy body had become impossible. He could only kill this Wanshu holy son first to have a chance. You can certainly give it a try. Yin Tiandu remained calm, forcefully responding with the invincibility of a top young expert. As his words fell, the atmosphere solidified and a terrifying aura began to rise. The nearby stones began to crack inch by inch, ancient trees exploded. Many people were terrified. They realized that the top few young experts were about to get serious. This was a duel between future kings of the Eastern Wasteland. Just the pressure alone made ordinary cave heaven realm cultivators feel apprehensive. On the other side, Dao, holy son, also looked grave, ready to respond to the impending battle. Just as everyone was on edge, a light and airy voice suddenly came from the other side of the mine. It's fine, senior brother Yin, let him come. Lu Yuan stepped into the void, his clothes fluttering, showing no signs of fear as he beckoned toward Meng Yao. The holy body is so arrogant. The celestial demon wants to kill him, and Meng Yao also wants to kill him. Do you think you can take on both? Many people present were moved, secretly thinking this was another madman. Can you handle it? Don't be reckless. Meng Yao and the celestial demon are not ordinary opponents. Yin Tiandu furrowed his brow and quickly sent a voice transmission. Lu Yuan looked at him, smiled dismissively, and nodded firmly. Yin Tianda's gaze flickered repeatedly, and after a light sigh he dispersed the chaotic river. For he knew that true strong individuals emerge from the crucible of blood and fire. Since he has such confidence, let him have a go. Ha ha ha. So interesting. So very interesting. Although I don't know where your confidence comes from believing you can match me, but I believe that once I break all your bones I will surely find the answer. Without the obstruction of the chaotic river, Meng Yao laughed maniacally 3 times, taking a heavy step forward. Enveloped in a terrifying aura, he charged towards Lu Yuan. A waste body indeed, but your arrogance is truly unmatched. The celestial demon beside him couldn't help but show a mocking curve on his face. Can you handle this? Gu Qinghuang transmitted her voice, showing some concern. No problem, just be careful yourself. Lu Yuan replied, then without another word soared into the sky. He raised his right hand and struck out a great finger of heaven towards the charging Meng Yao, full of provocation. Then he patted his waist storage pouch with his left hand, tossing 3 bloody beast heads towards the celestial demon. Mo1 by Luan Shimei. You. The celestial demon was furious. Meng Yao shattered the great finger of heaven attack before him with a punch, realizing that it was obtained from Meng Zhao. His eyes turned even redder, and he shouted, "Ah! I will kill you. Come." Lu Yuan smiled, activating the walking character secret, transforming into a golden light rushing into the mountains. Behind him, 2 furious figures chased after him madly. 3 figures stood tall in the void, dividing the battlefield into another realm. The terrifying murderous intent seemed almost tangible, causing the trembling mountains to shudder. Lu Yuan stood upright, facing calmly. This was his first encounter with the top figures of the younger generation from the Eastern Wasteland. Both were at the 7th level of the cave heaven realm, far surpassing him. Yet there was no fear, only excitement and a thirst for battle. Golden blood energy flowed around his body, his bones resonating, exuding an astonishing fighting spirit. Kill. No unnecessary words were exchanged. Tian Yao and Meng Yao could no longer suppress their murderous intent, transforming into streaks of light and charging forward. Bang! The initial clash erupted in a deafening roar, a confrontation of physical bodies in the void. Lu Yuan was enveloped in imperial dragon energy, blood energy exploding forth. A massive golden hand, like a grinding mill, struck horizontally, booming continuously, the offensive reaching in extreme intensity. Tian Yao's gaze was cold and fierce, the demonic energy overwhelming, unafraid of the physical strength of the ancient, holy body, engaging in close combat, each punch colliding with flesh. However, Meng Yao could not compare to the two in this domain. Within just a few exchanges, he was forced back, his arm numb and aching as if he had struck against celestial gold divine iron. Rumble! Rumble! Tian Yao and Lu Yuan unleashed their fists and feet like a torrential storm, engaging in a frenzied battle. Each collision caused the void to violently shake as if it could collapse. That kind of power was unimaginable. Clang! A massive sword aura entwined with purple thunder swept in from the side, its momentum vast and boundless, threatening to engulf everything. This was a deadly technique, an indiscriminate attack. As a descendant of an ancient family, Meng Yao naturally held no great fear of Tian Yao wishing to trap the two here. The two sensed the incoming thunderous sword aura, their eyes flashing as they briefly separated. Whooshed! Lu Yuan's brow radiated with brilliance. Grand Dao sounds flowing through his heart. Glowing ancient characters of the Dao suddenly surged forth, transforming into a golden ocean that spanned wide. Tian Yao took a step back, his eyes flashing with purple light, opening his mouth to expel a torrent of innate vital energy surging forth. Rumble. The purple thunder and golden ocean infused with innate vital energy completely engulfed this void, blindingly brilliant. Lu Yuan activated the secret of movement, being the first to burst forth from the light sphere, his speed reaching its peak. His 5 fingers clenched into a fist, divine light swirling, he struck down towards Meng Yao's head. Rumble. Meng Yao's expression changed, shocked by such speed. Yet he was a seasoned warrior. In an instant he summoned a defensive spirit treasure, placing it in front of him. Clang. The terrifying force crushed everything like a comet, slamming down heavily. Even with the spirit treasure's protection, Meng Yao's body was suddenly knocked down, plummeting like a cannonball into the mountain peak, shattering numerous boulders, before finally coming to a halt. Cough. Meng Yao's insides trembled, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Yet in the next moment, before he could catch his breath, a pitch-black mountain peak emanating a shimmering dark light instantly magnified in the void, bearing down like a force of 1,000 tons, blocking out the sky. Rumble. The Yuan magnetic prison peak smashed down, rocks exploding, shaking the earth and sky, burying Meng Yao's figure. Lu Yuan, seizing the advantage, followed closely. Bang, bang, bang. He stomped 3 times on the prison peak, each stomp containing terrifying force, crushing a towering mountain flat. A figure embedded in the mountain was directly pressed into the ground, creating a deep pit, its life unknown. At this moment, Tian Yao also burst forth from the light sphere, moving as fast as lightning, fingers curled into claws, unleashing 5 sharp azure lights that cleaved through heaven and earth. Whooshed. Blood sprayed up, and several horrifying blood marks appeared on Lu Yuan's chest. However, his body did not retreat. Having just turned around, he swung his right fist towards Tian Yao's head. Bang! Tian Yao suffered a heavy blow, retreating several dozen feet. Yet he was of the Tian Yao body renowned for being the strongest physique among the demon race. Such minor injuries were not enough to make him surrender. Kill. I want to bathe in the sacred blood and become king. Tian Yao went berserk, roaring loudly, his momentum astonishing as he charged at Lu Yuan once more. The two engaged in close quarters combat, their fists and feet colliding akin to needles against weed-ons. They fought from the sky to the ground, from the void into the mountains. Wherever they passed, rocks and vegetation were destroyed, leaving a scene of devastation. Buzz. Tian Yao's gaze was intimidating, purple light flowing at his brow, as ancient words of demonic beauty surged forth, resonating with grand Dao sounds that echoed through the heavens. These were the words of the demon race, ancient scriptures left by the demon emperor who once attained the Dao, exuding a fierce aura of slaughter, terrifying beyond measure. Lu Yuan did not dare to be careless, his divine palace shining, the golden lake of his sea of consciousness boiling, imperial dragon energy coiling with divine intent. He formed a golden heavenly sword that swept forth. Clang, clang. The void rang with a resounding echo, and the violent energy fluctuations splashed outward like ripples in water. At the same time, a heavy Yuan magnetic prison peak was suddenly hurled away with a booming sound. Meng Yao, who had been suppressed for a moment, broke free. He was engulfed in violent, thunderous power, his expression frigid, exuding murderous intent. Being suppressed by a spirit treasure was bad enough, but having been stomped on several times was a humiliation beyond measure. In the next moment, Meng Yao waved his hand, and a spear formed from thunderous power suddenly appeared in his grasp. The purple violent electric arcs twisted around it, hissing ominously, radiating a terrifying aura. This was also a powerful secret technique, not something as simple as spirit energy transforming could compare to. It seems you have some skills. But this is where it ends. Meng Yao stepped forward, the ground beneath him cracking, instantly transforming into a thunder pool, an ocean of electricity, as if a thunder god had appeared, brandishing a long spear and charging forth. Kill. On the other side, Tian Yao was equally unyielding, radiating a vast ocean of overwhelming blood energy, his murderous aura shocking the heavens, once again crashing towards Lu Yuan. You boast too much. Watch me cripple you. Lu Yuan's black hair danced wildly, his eyes commanding as he stepped into the void, his hands moving in an extremely mysterious posture, seemingly initiating a supreme secret technique. At last he slapped his hand down, causing the heavens and earth to quake. A massive dark mountain suddenly fell from the sky above. Upon the mountain, ancient woods and wolf forests, silver waterfalls, mighty rivers, and wandering beasts appeared, all incredibly realistic, as if a true mountain had fallen from the outer realm, its momentum vast and boundless, terrifying beyond measure. What is that thing? Even Tian Yao and Meng Yao were startled by this scene, a hint of fear flashing in their eyes. Everyone knows a mountain cannot simply fall from the heavens, it must be the product of some secret art. Yet its verisimilitude is so absolute that it staggers belief. With a thunderous roar, a vast, ink-dark massif swept the sky and descended upon Tian Yao and Meng Yao. The mountain was so immense there was scarcely anywhere to avoid it. They could only brace and endure. Tian Yao bellowed like a beast, declaring he could rend heaven and earth, and in an instant his aura swelled with ferocious momentum. He strode against fate and charged into the fray. His demonic form flared with radiant light as his fists hammered ceaselessly, hurling boulders in every direction and carving a path through the ruin by sheer force. Elsewhere, Meng Yao refused to remain idle. In an instant he invoked a supreme ancient scripture, his inner dantian roaring as he drove the realm's power to its pinnacle, seizing a thunder spear and stabbing it through the void. Yuan sneered down from on high. His hands continued to weave as he relentlessly invoked the battle saint. With a turn of the hand, clouds gather, and with a sweep they become rain. The mountains rose in an overwhelming surge as if the sky itself were suspended. Wave after wave of ink-dark peaks crashed from the firmament, and the very world seemed to tremble. Every cultivator knew that to marshal such colossal sorcery demanded a frightful expenditure of power. Yuan's reservoir, however, seemed inexhaustible. Heedless, he unleashed his assaults without restraint. Each successive strike was a grand-scale slaughtering art shocking to behold. Someone nearby cried out, asking what was happening over there. Around the mine, the young champions of the great factions watched with moved expressions. Even those of Saint Sun rank paused briefly, stunned amazement crossing their faces. Remarkable, they murmured. Facing two opponents and still holding the advantage, their combat prowess seemed to verge upon forbidden territory. Even Yin Tiandu voiced genuine admiration. Gu Qinghuang's fair eyes glittered with admiration, struck by the brilliance of the display. After several assaults, both Tian Yao and Meng Yao were in rough shape. Their faces were pale and their bodies battered. Especially Meng Yao, though his saintly constitution was famed for fleshly resilience, it was nearly shattered. Bones snapped, sinews rent, organs displaced. His injuries were grievous. Yuan lowered his gaze and spoke coldly, questioning whether the seventh heaven of the Dantian realm possessed so little power. He taunted Meng Yao as a half-wasted constitution, one whom even heaven denied the Dao, yet dared to be arrogant. Tian Yao snarled in indignation, vowing to tear Yuan's head off and hang it on the gate of Yaoxingong. Pride would not allow him to admit defeat. He treated it as an intolerable shame that must be cleansed with blood. He refused to believe Yuan could endlessly sustain such arts and scoffed that a mere first-tier Dantian level was far short of true mana abundance. Meng Yao roared that they would see who exhausted first, his eyes glinting with cold, killing intent. Yuan wasted no more words. He fell into motion, stepping the Xing character secret and accelerating to blinding speed as he charged the two. The three clashed again. This time Yuan's onslaught was ferociously more violent than before, as if multiplied beyond measure. Every gesture of his was an arcane art. With a casual flick he unleashed slaughtering grand techniques, whose force astonished all who watched. His left hand blazed with golden radiance like a resplendent sun rising, and in that strike there lay even 80% of the solar scripture's divine cadence, as once wielded by Yin Tiandu. His right hand shimmered with frigid light and ice that could freeze 10,000 miles. Battalion aura washed over them, threatening to petrify the very spiritual palaces in irresistible tide of killing intent. Tian Yao was struck by a sun-holy fist of terrifying force, coughing up blood as untold bones splintered within him. The thunder spear in Meng Yao's hand was blasted apart, purple arcs of lightning snapping wildly as he was hurled backward, his body sent flying. Yuan pressed the advantage without mercy, spurring his speed and unleashing peerless assaults again. Fists, fingers, shoulders, elbows, knees. Even every strand of hair breathed fierce divine light, constantly shifting. Divine radiance swelled across his body, his momentum unrivaled, essence, chi, and spirit were honed to a razor point, and his combat might had truly entered the forbidden realm. After several exchanges, Tian Yao was driven back step by step. Even his mighty flesh could not withstand the onslaught. Cracks ran across him, and in places bone-white stubs jutted out, a gruesome sight. At last a millstone-sized hand clamped down on Tian Yao's skull, crushing with such force as to threaten to crush his head on the spot. Tian Yao's eyes turned blood-red as he howled, and strands of purple aurora burst from his crown, bearing a domineering demonic force that flung Yuan's hand aside. He then spun with extreme speed and vaulted backward, striving to buy himself a few breaths. Yuan's eyes chilled at the attempt to flee. Yuan plucked a crystalline strand of hair, and through the transmutation of the battle victory Dharma, it instantly solidified into a golden spear, which he hurled at Tian Yao. The spear pierced the body, tearing away slabs of flesh. Tian Yao's form flew out, spear and all, and was driven into the flank of a towering mountain. His blood trickled down the mountainside, pooling into a small stream. A sudden roar erupted from behind, demanding his death. Meng Yao seized the moment, gathered his power, and unleashed a thunderous strike. The spear condensed with thunder's might, and the force of an ancient scripture came surging with savage, peerless majesty. Yuan sensed the potency of the assault, and with a cunning sidestep, shifted half a body with the side. Yet the thunder spear slid like a swimming dragon, and with unstoppable force pierced through his shoulder blades, spraying a torrent of blood. Meng Yao laughed wildly at the seeming victory. Meng Yao gripped the spear and laughed maniacally, thunder dancing in his eyes as waves of annihilating energy poured along the blade and into Lu Yuan's body. He was a thunder divine body master of the Supreme Thunder Dao. Once embedded in an enemy, it could obliterate all vitality in an instant. In this life-or-death moment, everything hung in the balance. Lu Yuan felt no fear. A mocking smile curved his lips. With a thought, he swept his chaotic primordial source within, and all the annihilating thunder currents were shattered and utterly extinguished. He closed in, unconcerned that the thunder spear had torn through more than half his shoulder, and with a reverse hand snatched and seized Meng Yao's arm. Meng Yao cried out in shock, pupils contracting as if beholding the impossible. In the next instant, a searing, bone-piercing pain ripped through his arm. With a savage ripping sound, Lu Yuan tore the entire arm clean from its socket, blood bursting forth in a grotesque spray. The scene was brutally gory. Meng Yao let out a pained roar, decisively abandoning his arm, transforming into a bolt of lightning as he retreated backwards, creating a considerable distance from Lu Yuan. In contrast, Lu Yuan, with his tall and robust physique, remained steadfast in place, like an insurmountable mountain, exuding a powerful sense of oppression. Sizzle. The thunder spear, entwined with purple arcs of electricity, was forcefully pulled out by Lu Yuan, his fingers clenching tightly, causing it to explode. In the next moment, a vibrant green radiance appeared on his shoulder, a surge of life force manifesting as the wound twitched and the blood ceased to flow. He was recovering from his injuries at an astonishing speed. The Phoenix Calamity Rebirth Technique. This is a legendary secret art from the Saint's inheritance. Now being used for the first time in Lu Yuan's hands, it truly exhibited astonishing effects. What? He possesses a healing divine art. Meng Yao, clutching his severed arm, beads of cold sweat dripping from his forehead, looked on in horror as Lu Yuan's injuries rapidly healed. Even someone as proud as he had to admit that Lu Yuan's combat power was terrifyingly overwhelming, already stepping into the forbidden realm. He could actually cross 7 minor realms opposing him. Moreover, his physical body, divine sense, spells, and ancient scriptures were all flawless, with no weaknesses in any aspect. Now he had even revealed such a swift recovery divine art. To put it bluntly, he was nearly invincible. At this thought, for the first time, Meng Yao felt a retreating inclination, sensing a feeling of defeat. He remained vigilant while shifting his gaze to another direction. He saw that the celestial demon was similarly in a dire situation. His entire body was pinned to the mountainside, struggling and roaring in agony with his wounds a bloody mess, yet still unable to break free. If Lu Yuan were to free himself, there would be a risk of falling. The scene fell into a heavy silence, caught in a dilemma. Lu Yuan's wounds had already scabbed over, nearly fully healed. Just then, boom. The distant ground suddenly shook violently, as if thousands of horses and troops were stamped. An endless black mist swept in from the depths of the ancient mines. Within that black mist, one could even see headless knights and silhouettes of ancient beings wielding battered swords and spears charging forth. The ancient mine tide has ended. Lu Yuan focused his gaze, his expression changing abruptly. Nearby, the celestial demon and Meng Yao were equally horrified at the sight. They never expected that the ancient mine tide, which lasted 3 days last time, would end early on the 2nd day this time. If entangled by those strange beings, they would surely perish in the zone of life and death. The celestial demon no longer cared about his injuries, suddenly unleashing a furious. With one hand gripping the spear, he tore himself free from the mountainside, splattering blood as he surged towards the outskirts of the ancient mine. Saint Body, Lu Yuan. You're lucky this time. When we meet again, I will take your life. Meng Yao also did not hesitate any longer, gritting his teeth as he transformed into purple lightning, fleeing at lightning speed. Is the ancient mine tide about to end? Meanwhile, the various forces engaged in fierce battle near the mine also sensed the anomalies from deep within the ancient mine, all reacting. Hey, someone is coming from over there. That's the young master of the demon god palace, the celestial demon. He has a spear pierced through his chest with the other and still attached to a small mountain. Is this a defeat? Many were horrified, gasping. The celestial demon's expression was icy, his gaze chilling as he swept over the nearby crowd, and without a word he departed. Meng Yao? Meng Yao of the Meng family has come out too. What? He's missing an arm. The various forces present were all in shock. Even those at the saint level were no exception. It was easy to imagine how brutal the battle had been over there. The 2 top figures of the younger generation returned with such injuries. Meng family disciples, heed my order. Quickly withdraw from the ancient mine. At this moment, Meng Yao could no longer care about the strange looks from others and shouted loudly. In an instant, the members of the Meng family gathered and began to escape into the void. Go! As his voice fell, the Meng family was the second to withdraw. Following that, a golden light burst forth from the nearby mountains, appearing near the mine. Everyone focused their gaze. Lu Yuan, aside from his tattered robes, bore no significant injuries, looking as vigorous as ever, exuding an intimidating aura. The battle between the three could immediately be judged in terms of superiority. The Saint Son of Dao, the Saintess of Tai Chi, and the young powerhouses of the illusionary Void Palace, Gu Qinghuang, Yin Tiandu, and others all turned to Lu Yuan, feeling a surge of dread at his strength. Lu, junior brother, are you alright? Yin Tiandu's lips moved, conveying a message. Gu Qinghuang also adjusted her dress, swiftly approaching Lu Yuan to examine him closely. I am fine. Oh, it is they who are in trouble. It's a pity the ancient mind tide ended early, allowing them to escape with their lives. Lu Yuan shook his head. Upon hearing this, Gu Qinghuang let out a sigh of relief. Disciples of Dao, you withdraw with me. The Saint Son of Dao cast one last glance at the mind side softly, and without hesitation ordered a retreat. At the same time, the forces from the Tai Chi sacred land and the illusionary Void Palace were also gathering, heading towards the outskirts of the ancient mine. It's good that Lu, junior brother, is safe. Let's retreat as well. Yin Tiandu gazed into the distance, looking at the terrifying black mist surging closer from the depths of the ancient mine, and quickly spoke up. All right, disciples of Wan Chu, retreat from the ancient mine. Gu Qinghuang nodded, scanning the surroundings with her divine sense and calling out. In an instant, core disciples of Wan Chu's sacred land gathered, ready to withdraw at any moment. Are we really giving up on this large mine rich in divine source? Sai, there's no choice. There aren't any space treasures large enough to contain the entire mine. Right now it's too late to cut it off. Once entangled by the strange beings and the black mist, escaping would be Yin Tiandu sighed softly, regretfully stating. Let me give it a try. Lu Yuan leapt forward, arriving at the base of the mountain. Huh. Gu Qinghuang was taken aback. Yin Tiandu also wore a puzzled expression. Lu Yuan, what is he trying to do? Is he trying to lift the mountain? The disciples of Wan Chu's sacred land involuntarily twitched their eyelids, filled with a sense of foreboding. Madman. The ancient divine body youth, Mu Chong sneered, curling his lip. Whooshed. Lu Yuan tore off the tattered robes on his body, exposing his strong and toned physique. Boom. As he stepped down, the ground crumbled beneath him, Lu Yuan's feet sinking deep into the earth. In the next moment, his 10 fingers spread wide, piercing into the mountainside like 10 sharp, heavenly swords. Lu Yuan let out a roar, his muscles bulging, terrifying blood energy surging like a true dragon, awakening, spreading out like a vast ocean. Within his sea of suffering phenomena intertwined, reaching to the heavens and the earth. Every inch of flesh and blood radiated light for the first time, pushing the power of the Saint Body to its utmost. Boom. A deafening sound erupted. The entire mine began to shake violently, boulders rolling off and lifting into the air. Lu Yuan's black hair danced wildly, resembling a god or demon as he roared once more, his strength surging again, lifting the entire mountain and placing it upon his shoulders. At this moment, the entire scene was in shock. How heavy can this mine be from its source to its stone skin? A common person cannot even begin to imagine. Yet it was lifted by Lu Yuan. Junior brother Lu. Yin Tiandu's expression was one of astonishment, words caught in his throat. Next to him, Gu Qinghuang was also startled, her beautiful eyes wide open, her delicate hand covering her red lips, utterly shocked. Is this a human? The disciples of Wan Chu stared in disbelief, mouths agape, gazing up at the mine. Some core disciples who had only just entered the divine palace realm were so frightened they fell to the ground. I once competed on the same stage as someone like this. Han Jiang felt parched, a wave of dizziness washing over him. Beside him, Mu Chong was even more terrified, speechless for a long time. Run. A loud shout pulled everyone's thoughts back. Lu Yuan shouldered the mine, taking a step forward. The earth collapsed, rumbling, cracking like a spider web. Hurry! The black mist is coming. Yin Tiandu and Gu Qinghuang quickly regained their senses and shouted. In the next moment, all the disciples of Wan Chu's sacred land soared into the air, rushing towards the outskirts of the ancient mine. Boom! Boom! A continuous rumbling sound echoed from beneath the void. To others it seemed as if a mountain had sprouted legs, running wildly across the ground. Such a grand scene brought an overwhelming visual shock. With the mountain on his shoulders, every step Lu Yuan took caused the ground to tremble. Wherever he passed, it was a wasteland, not a single inch of flat ground. But as he ran, Lu Yuan's speed increased. After a few breaths, he seemed to struggle less, his steps quickening, moving as if flying. His pace was even comparable to some divine palace realm cultivators in flight. The power of the holy body is truly terrifying. Junior brother Lu is indeed a celestial being. Yin Tiandu exclaimed sincerely while controlling the divine rainbow. This journey, the shock Lu Yuan brought him, was simply overwhelming. Just the act of carrying back this mine was an immeasurable contribution. Even the holy master would take notice. At the outskirts of the Taichu ancient mine, the powerhouses of various factions were eagerly awaiting. Even the divine realm cultivators could not penetrate that layer of mist with their divine sense. So no one knew what was happening inside the ancient mine, they could only wait quietly. Just then a sudden cry came from the nearby mining area. They've come out. Someone has come out. In an instant, powerful waves of divine sense surged toward them. He is the heavenly demon, the young master of the demon god palace. Oh my, why is there a long spear piercing his chest, and it's still bleeding? This young man is said to be one of the most powerful in the North region. Who could have injured him like this? Many elders changed their expressions, confusion filling their hearts. But before those divine senses could linger for long, a figure from the demon god palace descended. A casual cold snort dispersed all surrounding divine senses. Who injured you? What about Mo1 by Yuan and Shimei? The figure from the demon god palace asked urgently. They are all dead. I don't know about the others. As he spoke, the heavenly demon spat out another mouthful of blood, nearly fainting. His injuries were too severe, his chest a blur of flesh, and even the beating heart could be seen. He must have broken countless bones. Let's return first. The figure from the demon god palace was startled and didn't dare to ask further. With a wave of his hand, he swept up the heavenly demon and headed toward the mining area of the demon god palace. Before long, the young disciples of the Meng family also rushed out from the Taichu ancient mine. The others seemed to be mostly unharmed. However, the leading figure Meng Yao had one arm completely empty, a sight that was shocking. Meng Yao, your arm. The arriving elders of the Meng family narrowed their pupils in shock, trembling as they asked who did this. I'm not dead yet. I will take revenge myself. Let's go back. Meng Yao's expression was as dark as water, lifting his remaining arm to signal the elders to take them back to the mining area. Immediately after, the Dao E Sacred Land, Kanglan Sacred Land, Taichu Sacred Land, Illusionary Palace, Lu family, Gu family, and other forces began to emerge one after another from the ancient mine. There were also scattered disciples of the Demon God Palace and disciples from other factions running out. After casually grabbing a person to ask, the leaders of various factions learned that the black mist had swept back from the depths of the ancient mine, causing the tide to end prematurely. No wonder so many people rushed back at the same time. However, the disciples of Wanchu Sacred Land had yet. Even the figures of Holy Sun Yin Tiandu and Holy Maiden Gu Qinghuang were nowhere to be seen. Could it be that they fell inside? Many people secretly rejoiced. If that were the case, Wanchu Sacred Land would suffer a tremendous loss. At this moment, the elders of Wanchu Sacred Land, along with Shangwan Rua, were anxiously waiting in the sky above the mining area. The powerful figures of various factions, their overwhelming divine senses, covered miles, observing the slightest movements from the ancient mine. Elder Taishan. Still no movement. Some felt an ominous premonition rise within them, their voices trembling as they spoke. Why panic? Shangwan Rua's brows furrowed, coldly rebuking. Yes. The person lowered their head, no longer speaking, continuing to wait. Just then, boom, boom. A series of muffled sounds suddenly came from within the ancient mine, gradually becoming clearer as they approached. Until after a few breaths, the momentum grew even greater, the entire ground ahead trembling violently. What is this? It seems something is about to burst forth. An elder of the sacred land narrowed their pupils, trembling as they exclaimed, could it be a strange being lurking in the forbidden zone? Look at this momentum, it seems to be heading towards our mining area. In no time, the entire mining area of Wanchu Sacred Land became agitated. The ground shook violently, with many inner and outer disciples who were mining underground rushing out, shouting in fear, elders, there's an earthquake, the mine is going to collapse. Prepare to set up formations. Shangwan Rua also had a serious expression, shouting sternly. The beings of the Forbidden Zone do not belong to this era. They are too terrifying and cannot be taken lightly. Yes, several elders above the divine realm of the sacred land occupied different spaces in the void, their divine light shining ready to act at any moment. However, the next scene left everyone present dumbfounded. The first to charge out of the mist was none other than the Holy Sun and Holy Maiden of their Wanchu sacred land. Then came several true disciples and core disciples. Finally, a massive mountain followed in their footsteps, bursting forth from the mist. What? The mountain in the Taichu ancient mine has come to life. Is it chasing our sacred land disciples? Someone screamed, rubbing their eyes. Don't talk nonsense. Look, there's a person beneath that mountain. Is it Lu Yuan? In an instant, the mining district of Wanchu Holy Land erupted into tumult. Many sharp-eyed stewards and elders could tell at a glance that it was a mine. Spiritual energy flowed through the mountain's body, ceaseless and radiant. It was clearly no ordinary mine. Perhaps it harbored a world-shaking divine source. Lu Yuan had actually carried an entire mountain out. This was simply astonishing. Elders who had transcended the divine realm found themselves unable to remain composed at the sight, not to mention the inner and outer disciples. Such power was beyond imagination and left them all utterly dumbfounded. Someone from Wanchu Holy Land has come out. What is that? A junior carrying a mountain. The great powers probed with their spiritual senses, their faces showing unmistakable emotion. A mountain. The young warriors fell silent, stunned by what their elders had reported. In the next instant, Dao, Yishengzi Taichu, Xingnu Meng Yao, and others who had participated in that battle simultaneously considered the dreadful possibility. Their pupils constricted sharply. Who carried it out? Was it a young man? The questions echoed in unison from different quarters. Yes, a young man. Several great figures nodded. Lu Yuan. It must be him. Except for those with a sacred body, no one could possess such physical strength. Not even Yin Tiandu. Those of Saint Sun rank were all shaken. What is that mountain? An elder of the Meng family asked. It is the very thing we were contesting earlier. A large source mine infused with a divine source. Meng Yao ground his teeth as he said it. What? The Meng family's leaders were all astonished. Elsewhere, because the Gu family, Lu family, Kanglan, Holy Land, and other forces had not taken part in the contest for the mine, they were utterly baffled by the events on Wancha's side. They soon withdrew their spiritual senses and paid it little mind. Lu Yuan, his face flushed, breathed heavily. Even with the strength of his body hauling the mine here, he had reached his limit and could barely move. Then suddenly, several resplendent beams of divine light swept forth from the mining area. Lu Yuan felt the burden on his shoulders ease as if all pressure had been lifted. Well done, little one. The elders of Wanchu Holy Land manifested in the void, their brows gentle and approving as they looked upon Lu Yuan. Greetings, elders. The disciples of Wanchu Holy Land bowed hurriedly. No need for ceremony. Gu Qinghuang helped him back to the mining area first. An elder waved a hand and spoke. Gu Qinghuang nodded. With a graceful motion, she drew forth a wide robe from thin air and draped it over Lu Yuan. She then supported Lu Yuan and flew toward the mining area. In the next instant, the void above split open with a thunderous roar. A colossal hand woven with terrifying currents of law reached through the rift and brazenly lunged to snatch Gu Qinghuang and Lu Yuan. Heavenly God! Several elders' faces changed as they moved to intercept. From a nearby portion of the mining grounds, a divine furnace shot forth, spanning the sky, and emitting an immeasurable blaze. Clouds flared, crimson waves surged, and a world-shattering, terrifying aura burst forth. With a deafening blast, the hand that had crossed the void shattered into motes of light and dissipated into the heavens. Master! Gu Qinghuang's face lit with joy as she cried out. Yaoshan Palace, you have quite the nerve. Do you mean to go to war with Wanchu Holy Land? A palace-clad beauty strode forward, her jade feet treading the void and causing it to buckle with each step. Heavenly Daorules coiled about her, the trembling firmament framing her like a living deity. So its fellow Taoist Shangwan, a cold, emotionless voice said from the void. 1,000 years apart, and your path seems further refined. You undying old man. Shangwan Ruo retorted, her eyes icy and vigilant. After millennia of cultivation, you still strike at juniors. Truly backwards of you. A cultivator of the heavenly god realm could with a single thought traverse 100,000 li to slay. Their methods were unfathomable and not to be underestimated. It was merely meant as a warning. Arrogant junior, be careful for your own sake. The great figure of Yaoshan Palace snorted coldly. When the strike failed, he refrained from further action, and the terrifying force receded like the tide. The torn void slowly sealed. Lu Yuan lifted his head to the heavens, his gaze cold and unreadable. All right, it's over, someone murmured. My master is stationed here, no one will harm you. They'll see you back to rest first, Gu Qinghuang said softly. When you see Elder Shangwan, ask him for me, who struck just now. They'll have my revenge on him sooner or later, Lu Yuan said with quiet intensity. Lu Yuan's eyes flickered as he spoke in a low voice. All right, Gu Qinghuang nodded eagerly, and before long they had returned Lu Yuan to the mining area. After swallowing a few restorative pills, exhaustion overtook him, and he fell into a deep sleep in a side chamber. The successive battles and the effort of hauling the mine had drained him completely. He truly needed rest. Not long after, the disciples who had emerged from the Taichu ancient mine gathered together. Gu Qinghuang, Yin Tiandu, the elders, and Shangwan Ruo were all present. Endless source or poured forth from their spatial treasures like a flood surging without end. They piled into mound after mound. The surging heaven and earth spiritual energy nearly vaporized the area, leaving onlookers dizzy and entranced. Combined with the large source mine Lu Yuan had hauled back, this haul was several times greater than the first ancient mine tide. A veritable bumper harvest. Well done, well done. All you disciples have labored hard. Once the tally is complete, the sect will distribute rewards according to each person's contribution. Shangwan Ruo's face showed a pleased smile as she praised them. Thank you, Grand Elder, the others replied in unison. Oh, by the way, Qinghuang, what else happened in the ancient mine? Lu Yuan actually drew a heavenly god to strike at him, and the god's intent was not the mine. Shangwan Ruo, puzzled, voiced the question the elders wished to know. Gu Qinghuang hesitated before saying, he almost killed a heavenly demon. At the same time, Yin Tiandu added, without forgetting to mention it. Not only that, Meng Yao also had an arm broken by junior brother Lu, and was nearly killed. 1 against 2. An elder of the sacred land raised an eyebrow, questioning further. Indeed, Gu Qinghuang nodded, a hint of pride in her demeanor. Upon receiving a confirmed answer, Shangwan Ruo and several other elders of the sacred land found it hard to remain seated. Tian Yao and Meng Yao were both top figures of the younger generation. They were not inferior to the sons of various sacred lands, their fame widespread. Yet now the two had teamed up to assault the first layer of the cave heaven realm only to end up in such dire straits, nearly losing their lives. Such combat prowess, merely hearing about it was enough to astonish. The sacred body, truly a supreme physique from the ancient era. Once on the path of cultivation, it is unstoppable, possessing the potential to be invincible among peers. An elder of the sacred land couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Unfortunately, the sacred Buddha's subsequent cultivation still bears the shackles of the heavenly Tao. Becoming a god is indeed a significant hurdle. For hundreds of thousands of years, no one has managed to break through that layer of heavenly chasm. Nearby, another individual seemed to recall something, silently sighing. Since this physique had been cursed by the heavenly Tao, there had been no lack of top-tier forces attempting to cultivate a sacred body, hoping to recreate the glory of the ancients. It is said that even the wealth-laden Tianqing merchant guild once had such a secret plan, pouring in countless, but in the end it all concluded in failure. They all fell under the heavenly tribulation upon ascending to the divine realm, reduced to ashes, never to return. What a pity. Alright, let's end this topic here. Regardless, Lu Yuan's achievements during this tidal event have undoubtedly brought great merit to our sacred land. As for how to reward him, that will be decided by the sacred lord. Shangguan Ruo waved her hand, interrupting the conversation among a few others, then instructed, organize the disciples from various mining areas to swiftly extract the source stones. We shall return to the southern region shortly. Yes. Several elders promptly responded and hurried off to make arrangements. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. There are no walls that do not let the wind through. The battle at the ancient mines tidal event, witnessed by disciples of various major forces, quickly spread. After several rounds of fermentation, countless cities in the northern region of all sizes and sects learned of this news, all shaken. Meng Yao was relatively fine, being a prodigy from the southern region. But Tian Yao was different. He was the chief of the local sect, the Demon God Palace, in the northern region. Defeated by the sacred body, nearly pinned to a cliff by a spear. This left countless northern region demon cultivators who admired Tian Yao feeling as if the sky had collapsed. After all, the Tian Yao physique is reputed to be the most powerful physique among the demon race. In this field, battling against the human race's sacred body represents more than just the honor or disgrace of one individual. It pertains to a certain extent of a racial conflict. In no time, when demon cultivators walking on the northern region's land had disputes with humans, this matter would be brought up by human cultivators, causing them to lose face, yet unable to refute. The name of the sacred body, Lu Yuan, resonated ever louder across this desolate and vast land. Even in the southern region and the central areas of the Eastern Wasteland, it became known to many. It can be said to have gained tremendous notoriety. Moreover, according to rumors, the Tianqi Lu clan had held several high-level meetings regarding this matter, discussing it heatedly. However, for several consecutive days no news had circulated. Those who were attentive understood. The upper echelons of the Lu clan still lacked confidence in cultivating a sacred body to rise. The final outcome would likely end in nothingness. Although the ancient aristocratic clans are blood-related, they are not much simpler than sects. Even the sacred lord of the ancient aristocratic clan may not make decisions unilaterally. They would be restrained by the elder council of various lineages. The hierarchy and power dynamics are intricate, difficult to explain in a few words. However, just as Lu Yuan's deeds were being enthusiastically discussed in the taverns and tea houses of major cities in the northern region, an astonishing piece of news spread out, shaking the entire northern region. The mining area of the Kanglan sacred land was brutally washed in blood overnight. Not only the elders above the divine realm, but even the strongest in the celestial realm fell within. Only a few outer disciples managed to escape. Upon learning of this, the sacred lord of Kanglan was immediately enraged. Without hesitation, he expended a great cost, leading a large number of experts from the central areas of the Eastern Wasteland, crossing the domain gate to descend upon the northern region. They quickly found those few outer disciples. After careful questioning, it was discovered that the root cause of the bloodshed actually stemmed from the ancient mines tidal event. It is said that a disciple found a divine source the size of a human head in a secret place. Such a large divine source is of immeasurable value. Naturally, the Kanglan disciple was overjoyed and brought it back to the mining area for the elders of the sacred land to examine. After some discussion, once the divine source was cut open, they were not expecting to find the head of a great king sealed inside. A great king? What concept is that? It could traverse the stars and step into the cosmos. With a sweep of its divine sense, it could cover half of a life-ancient star. Such a figure is a rare sight in the Endoflaw era. Once it emerges, all 5 domains will tremble, and all major sacred lords will be filled with dread. No one can stand against it. Once the head of the great king re-emerged into the world, it sensed the surrounding heavens and earth, realizing it was still in the Endoflaw era. With the erosion of time's traces, its lifespan rapidly dwindled, and it immediately became filled with resentment. In a fit of rage, it slaughtered the entire mining area of the Kanglan sacred land. Even celestial beings suffered blood calamities, unfortunate to perish. In the end, that head filled with murderous intent flew back to the Taichu ancient mind. Upon hearing such news, countless beings in the northern region were left aghast. How terrifying is the might of a great king! Just a single head could casually slaughter celestial beings and true gods as if they were mere weeds. If the body were intact, what kind of divine might would it exhibit? It is truly unimaginable. In these few days, the mining area of the Qinglan sacred land began an orderly reconstruction. They also summoned many disciples from the central areas. The expressions of the upper echelons of the Qinglan sacred land were difficult to describe, as if they had swallowed a dead fly. The head of a great king, still lurking within the Taichu ancient mind. Revenge was simply out of the question. It is impossible to summon the ancestor sealed within the divine source for such matters to lead them in attacking the Taichu ancient mind. That would be no different from seeking death. Moreover, no ancient figures like fossilized beings would be willing to emerge during the Indo-Fla era for such matters. In the end, they could only suffer in silence, lowering their flags and ceasing hostilities. They became the topic of conversation among countless cultivators of various forces. Meanwhile, the slumbering Lu Yuan had already awakened. The injuries and fatigue on his body were swept away. His cultivation level had slightly progressed, breaking through to the second layer of the cave heaven realm. The large number of source stones transported from the ancient mine had also been completely extracted today. All were loaded onto that ancient ship. Lu Yuan, Gu Qinghuang, Yin Tiandu, and a group of true disciples and core disciples who had come to assist under the leadership of Shangwan Ruo entered the domain gate and returned to the southern region. The ancient ship soared through the skies, transforming into a swift stream of light as it traversed the interdimensional spatial array of the divine city, disappearing in an instant. Not long after, a group of people had returned to the southern region. Endless greenery, connected mountains, and magnificent landscapes presented themselves in infinite beauty. Compared to the vast and barren northern region, it felt like two entirely different worlds. On the deck of the ancient ship, Lu Yuan and Gu Qinghuang stood at the bow, overlooking the picturesque mountains and rivers beneath them, creating a harmonious atmosphere. From time to time, glances of awe, envy, and admiration were cast in their direction, drawing attention. This was after the battle at the ancient mine's tide. Lu Yuan's reputation had been thoroughly established. In the hearts of many initial disciples, he had nearly become a figure on par with the Holy Son and Holy Maiden. Even the few true disciples no longer dared to consider themselves as senior brothers and sisters in front of Lu Yuan, speaking and acting with great caution. By the way, Qinghuang, where is Elder Shangwan now? I have something to discuss with her. Lu Yuan suddenly spoke, as if recalling something. Master is in the top deck. Gu Qinghuang responded without hesitation, extending her slender finger like a green onion to point upwards. Lu Yuan nodded lightly, and then strode towards the top deck. In the ancient mine's tide, he had acquired 8 pieces of primordial fate stones. These stones were highly beneficial for beings above the divine realm. However, for him at the moment, they offered little use. Moreover, as a holy body, his physique was incredibly strong, possessing remarkable vitality, and his lifespan far exceeded that of ordinary cultivators. Even in his later years, he would have no need for such things. Furthermore, Elder Gu Qinghuang had always taken good care of him. Just a few days ago, she had helped him resolve a death threat from a powerful figure of the demon god palace. This kindness Lu Yuan naturally remembered. He decided to gift these 8 primordial fate stones to Elder Shangwan in a gesture of reciprocity. Elder Shangwan, this disciple Lu Yuan has something to request. Lu Yuan stood outside the cabin, clasped his hands, and called out loudly, "Come in." A calm voice responded, and Lu Yuan pushed the door open. Elder Shangwan still wore palace attire without any makeup. Her skin remained luminous and radiant, showing no signs of age. It seemed she had practiced some beauty-preserving secret technique in her middle age, or had consumed some extraordinary fruit, allowing her to retain her youth. "Oh, you little fellow, it's only been a few days, and your cultivation has made progress again. You've reached the second layer of the cave heaven realm." Elder Shangwan's eyes sparkled as she looked at Lu Yuan, slightly surprised. Between life and death lies great opportunity. If unburdened, one will surely gain. Lu Yuan said with a smile, neither humble nor arrogant. "Your Dao heart is commendable." Elder Shangwan nodded silently, unable to help but praise. A powerful being of the divine realm personally launched an attack, the laws of the Dao rumbling, the void collapsing and destroying. What an overwhelming force. If an ordinary cultivator with a weak will had faced this, they would likely have been frightened to the core, leaving a shadow in their cultivation path, sowing the seeds of an inner demon. However, this did not seem to exist in Lu Yuan. He possessed the potential to reach the pinnacle of power. His Dao heart was resilient, and his conviction was invincible. He likely wouldn't be afraid at all. In fact, it even prompted her disciple to actively inquire about the name of the heavenly god from the demon god palace. The desire for revenge was evident. This couldn't help but impress Elder Shangwan, who had seen countless people. "Lu Yuan, did you come to find me for something?" Elder Shangwan inquired. As her voice fell, Lu Yuan got straight to the point, waving his hand as 8 pieces of sparkling and radiant peculiar stones flew forward. Elder Shangwan took them, examined them closely, and then her expression suddenly sharpened as she exclaimed, "Primordial Fate Stones. Having been in the sect for nearly a year, I am grateful for Elder Shangwan's care. These 8 Primordial Fate Stones are a small token of appreciation from the younger generation." Lu Yuan cupped his hands and sincerely spoke. Elder Shangwan showed a hint of hesitation on her face. Accepting a junior's gift didn't quite align with. However, these Primordial Fate Stones were indeed something she greatly needed. They were items that could not be bought even with sources or divine sources. They were only found in the ancient primordial mines, extremely rare. Since that's the case, then I shall not decline. Ultimately, Elder Shangwan deliberated and still accepted Lu Yuan's. After pondering for a few moments, she looked towards the sky outside and continued, "Your contributions during this ancient mine tide have been significant. Just the divine sources and pure sources extracted from that large mine alone are worth several 100,000. I know that cultivating a holy body requires immense resources. Therefore, in the high-level meetings, I will do my utmost to secure the maximum resource allocation for you. Of course, I will also fulfill my earlier promise regarding the Chaos Stone Tablet." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's expression immediately brightened, and he once again clasped his hands, saying, "Thank you, Elder Shangwan. The half-volume of the Chaos Ancient Scripture from the Yuan Chu Sacred Land is crucial for me. If I can successfully cultivate it, I will be able to wield chaos techniques and roam the world freely, no longer restricted." "No need for thanks." Elder Shangwan's expression softened as she smiled. Shortly after, the two engaged in a few more exchanges. Lu Yuan gradually exited the cabin and returned to the deck. The ancient ship was moving quickly. In just 2 hours, it had reached the Yuan Chu Sacred Land. A crowd of disciples returning from the northern region began to disembark one after another. Gu Qinghuang and Mu Linger also followed Lu Yuan's suggestion and went with him to the spirit peak designated for the distribution of core disciples. Not long after, news of Lu Yuan's feats in the Divine City and his accomplishments in the ancient mine spread throughout the Yuan Chu Sacred Land. Countless outer disciples, inner disciples, and core disciples felt astonished, sparking a wave of discussions. Even many elders of the sacred land were taken aback by Lu Yuan's rapid growth, all of them expressing their surprise. Soon after, when several 100,000 pounds of source flowed down from the ancient ship like a waterfall, the high-ranking figures of the Yuan Chu sacred land all widened their eyes in astonishment, overwhelmed with joy. Such a harvest was several times greater than the first ancient mine tide, exceeding everyone's expectations. After learning the situation, the Yuan Chu sacred master immediately summoned the high-ranking officials of the sacred land to gather together, sitting in a circle, to discuss the resource distribution plan. At the Holy Master Peak in the discussion hall, a multitude of high-ranking elders from the Yuan Chu Holy Land filled the seats, all present. Seated at the main position was a middle-aged man with a face like a jade crown. As he opened and closed his eyes, the laws of the divine intertwined, radiating divine light, creating a terrifying spectacle. This was none other than the current Holy Master of the Yuan Chu Holy Land. During the 2 ancient mine tides, our Holy Land acquired over 8 million pounds of source stones. Nearly half of this was brought back by Lu Yuan. How should we distribute this? Let's discuss it. The Holy Master of Yuan Chu calmly surveyed the gathered crowd, his voice steady. Immediately, a wave of discussion erupted in the hall. The elders exchanged glances, their expressions inscrutable. Some were even communicating secretly through divine sense, sharing their opinions. After a few moments, an elderly woman with graying hair spoke first, reporting to the Holy Master, "In my humble opinion, half of this harvest should be allocated to the sect's treasury, and the rest should be distributed evenly based on individual contributions. As for the holy body Lu Yuan, he should receive a discretionary amount, an additional reward of 300,000 pounds of source." 300,000 pounds. The Holy Master of Yuan Chu frowned slightly, non-committal, and continued to glance at the others. "At the Divine City auction, just the Tane Divine Essence sent to my disciple Qinghuang by Lu Yuan is valued at 300,000 pounds of source. Elder Hua, do not underestimate others." Shangwan Ruo cast her a glance and said indifferently, "Oh, is that so? Then I must admit I was—" "Elder Taishang, please forgive me." The elderly woman's dry skin twitched awkwardly as she apologized. "The Holy Master's intention, I will speak plainly. This is not about discussing the distribution of the over 8 million pounds of source, but rather about opinions on nurturing the holy body." Shangwan Ruo spoke, plainly, her expression devoid of emotion. As a powerful figure in the realm of the divine, one can disregard certain rules. There are no longer so many concerns in speech and action. Directly placing the issue on the table. Upon these words, the expressions of the elders gradually turned serious. Nurturing the holy body is no trivial matter. A few 100,000 pounds of source might not yield significant results, thus requiring careful consideration. Historically, since the arrival of the heavenly Dao shackles, no holy body has been able to successfully ascend to divinity. Some were destroyed by the innate Dao map, others reduced to ashes under the tribulations of the heavens. Nurturing the holy body is truly a case of losing more than gaining. Elder Mu Tonghai, after a brief contemplation, spoke with a grave expression, Moreover, with the turmoil in the north now over, even though Lu Yuan has displayed astonishing combat prowess, there has been no movement from the heavenly pool, clearly indicating their lack of optimism. Why should we take such risks? Mu Tonghai paused in his tone, adding, of course Lu Yuan's contributions during the ancient mine tide cannot be overlooked. We can grant him 1 million pounds of source as a reward. Upon hearing this, the elders present nodded in agreement, finding it reasonable. 1 million pounds of source is an immense fortune for cultivators at the cave heaven stage, certainly not a small amount. Although Lu Yuan himself managed to bring back a mountain worth over 400,000 pounds of source, the Holy Land also contributed effort. Without the shelter of the Taishang elder at the heavenly god level, no matter how great one's abilities may be, it is impossible for him to seize such a quantity of source under the watchful eyes of all major powers. Elder Shangwan, what is your opinion? The Holy Master inquired. Too little. Shangwan Ruo shook her head and replied calmly, the path of cultivation is inherently against the heavens. In a chaotic world, only one person can achieve the Tao. One person can become emperor, while the rest are mere accessories turned to dust. Who can predict the future at a glance? Precedents of the past may not be broken. Even the most recognized supreme physique in the world, when nurtured with full effort, may still perish on the path to becoming emperor. I have quite a bit of confidence in Lu Yuan. Putting aside whether he can break free from shackles and successfully become a deity, from another perspective, if my disciple Qinghuang can give birth to an innate holy body Tao offspring, and both parents are significant figures in our Wanshu Holy Land, the divine fetus is bound to be close to us. Such a physique becoming a saint is nearly a certainty, not something a few million pounds of source can compare. Shangwan Ruo's words left many elders present feeling helpless. All of it was hypothetical. Hypothetical that Lu Yuan could become a deity. Hypothetical that Gu Qinghuang could give birth to a divine fetus. To be frank, it was no different from gambling. However, those who have cultivated to this level are at least a millennium old, each one a sharp mind. Within Shangwan Ruo's words, several unfamiliar terms were clearly caught. Tao attainment, the path to becoming emperor, the future. Holy Master. Several elders at the pinnacle of the true God realm sensed something amiss, looking towards the Holy Master of Wanshu, their gazes flickering with inscrutable meaning. Seeing this, the Holy Master no longer concealed anything. He slowly stood up, walked to the door of the hall, gazing at the sky, standing with his hands behind his back, and said, yesterday my ancestor conveyed a message to me. Recently the laws of heaven and earth have slightly weakened. According to historical examples, there are only two possibilities. One, the current emperor's lifespan is nearly exhausted and is about to pass away. That supreme existence has only been on the path for 7,000 years and is still in their prime, accompanied by the elixir of immortality. This possibility is nearly impossible. Two, the current emperor intends to self-destruct, transforming into a supreme being of the forbidden zone, returning to the heavens. My ancestor speculated that the second possibility is very high. In the short term, 3 to 5 decades, or at most a century, the imperial path laws will dissipate, and another great era will soon unfold. Upon this pronouncement, the expressions of the elders present all changed. Many people even stood up suddenly, their eyes shining with excitement. Such news was truly shocking. The ancestors of the Holy Land, all of whom were beings at the sage level, have the most acute perception of such grand principles. Even if sealed within the divine source, they could still sense the changes in the heavenly Tao. What was said was certainly not baseless. And the era without an emperor is referred to as the Golden Age. At that time, countless prodigies will emerge, competing fiercely on the harsh path to becoming emperor, vying to produce a new emperor. The world is about to be turbulent, and the saints and kings will once again appear in the realm, filled with many uncertain variables. The holy body rising at this moment may perhaps truly be worth. Someone reminisced about ancient times, speaking softly. Elderine, what do you think? The Holy Master of Wanshu turned his gaze to an elder with an ethereal demeanor. Recently returned from the North, Tian, Du gave a very high evaluation of the holy body. I believe it can be tried. The elder spoke calmly, his eyes remaining closed. Though his voice was calm, no one dared to ignore it, for he was the previous Holy Master of Wanshu. Good, if that's the case, my mind is made up, no need for further discussion. Before reaching the Divine Connection realm, allocate 3 batches of resources to Lu Yuan. First batch, 1 million pounds of source. Second batch, 3 million pounds of source. Third batch, 5 million pounds of source. Tomorrow, open the bottom layer of the Yuan Dragon Ravine, summon the 9 chaotic stone tablets, and seal the dragon vein of heaven and earth. Additionally, all registered outer disciples, inner disciples, and offerings will see their rewards doubled. Core disciples will receive triple, true disciples will receive quintuple. Holy son, holy daughter, tenfold. A great era is about to begin. Prepare early. The Holy Master of Wanshu spoke resolutely, decisively, making the decision. Yes, both former holy lords have spoken. This matter has reached a conclusion, leaving no room for further discussion. The elders present all stood up, responding in unison. Soon after, each figure flashed away, leaving the council hall. In no time, the news of the increase in offerings spread throughout the entire Wanchu Holy Land, causing great upheaval. After a night of warmth, the next day Shengwan Ruo arrived early and found Lu Yuan conveying the results of the high-level meeting. She also presented him with a spatial treasure which contained piles of source stones amounting to no less than 1,000,000 jin, dazzling to behold. Even Lu Yuan couldn't help but gasp in awe. In addition, the deepest layer of the Yulong Gorge will be opened exclusively for you. The 9 great chaos stone monuments will also come in response, sealing the dragon vein of heaven and earth for a period of 1 year. Lu Yuan, prepare yourself to accompany me. Shengwan Ruo said with a smile, the deepest layer of Yulong Gorge and the chaos stone monuments. After hearing this, Gu Qinghuang's beautiful eyes narrowed, and she lightly covered her red lips, appearing quite astonished. Such treatment was something even she, as a holy maiden, had never experienced. It seemed the higher-ups of the Holy Land were determined to cultivate the holy body. However, it was evident that her master Shengwan Ruo had put in a great deal of effort regarding this matter. Thank you. Lu Yuan took a deep breath and respectfully thanked her with a cupped fist. No need for such formality. I have said before, since you have become a Dao partner with Qinghuang, you are considered half of my disciple. Naturally, I will strive to secure more benefits for you. Shengwan Ruo waved her hand, smiling slightly. All right, it's time to set off. Several elders are waiting over there. Qinghuang, you return to Qixia Peak. First, I have something to discuss with you later. Yes, master. Gu Qinghuang nodded, curtsied gracefully, and then went to the rear hall to find Mu Linger before leaving. A moment later, Lu Yuan followed Shengwan Ruo to the Yulong Gorge. At this time, the valley, which had been bustling and filled with long lines all day, appeared extraordinarily desolate. Only a few elders with unfathomable auras remained stationed there. As a chaos body, Lu Yuan was naturally well aware of the power of the chaos stone monuments. The 9 chaos stone monuments sealed the dragon vein of heaven and earth using chaos energy as a barrier. Not a trace of the earth's essence could escape. The outer layers of Yulong Gorge would undoubtedly lose their effectiveness, requiring a year to be suspended. This clearly demonstrated the sincerity of the high-level members of the Wanchu Holy Land. Lu Yuan couldn't help but feel grateful. The people have arrived. Let's begin. Shengwan Ruo glanced around and spoke calmly. Yes, Grand Elder. The several true God Realm elders nodded in unison. In the next moment, they all took action. Boom. Unimaginable, tremendous power erupted from the elders. As they made their move, the laws of the great Dao rumbled, the void collapsed, and it seemed as if the heavens and earth were about to tear apart. Beings that had reached above the divine realm had already begun to touch the power of the great Dao, transcending the mortal realm, their level of life elevated to a terrifying degree. Swish, swish. The 9 ancient stone monuments broke through the distant void and were summoned. They then transformed into beams of black light, descending into the ground, sealing the dragon vein of heaven and earth. Lu Yuan, go. Shengwan Ruo gestured with her gaze and called out softly. Lu Yuan nodded heavily, his figure flashing like a golden beam of light into the ground. Once that slender figure completely disappeared, the several elders simultaneously withdrew their powers, and the Yulong Gorge returned to calm. 1 year. How high can the holy body grow? Let us wait and see. The underground world was not dark, rather it was incredibly brilliant. The dragon energy of the earth surged, and divine power flowed, as if a true dragon was indeed lurking here. Who? Lu Yuan looked around casually, took a breath, and countless streams of the essence of heaven and earth surged in. The richness was beyond description, as if he were immersed in a sea of origins. No wonder this dragon vein of heaven and earth can only be cultivated over countless epochs. Truly astonishing. Lu Yuan felt a shock in his heart, then shifted his gaze to the surroundings. The 9 chaos stone monuments stood in the underground world, aligned in 9 directions. Above them, black light shimmered and chaotic energy flowed, with mysterious inscriptions faintly visible. The stone monument in the southeast direction had inscriptions that Lu Yuan was extremely familiar with. It was the very one that had previously allowed him to comprehend the chaos divine demon visualization method. Meeting again, he had transformed from an outer disciple in the Bittersea realm to a cultivator in the cave heaven realm, comparable to the holy sons and holy maidens of the major holy lands. A sense of fateful nostalgia arose in his heart. However, Lu Yuan knew that this was the resonance created between the chaos stone and his chaos body. The stone monument did not possess spiritual consciousness, it was merely a vessel of the Dao. Immediately afterward, Lu Yuan no longer pondered further. He casually found an open area, sat cross-legged, and began to cultivate. Boom. As the source of chaos within him stirred slightly, endless dragon vein essence surged in, transforming into visible streams of energy, flooding into Lu Yuan's mouth and nose. Above the bitter sea, a golden expanse formed with waves soaring to the sky, lightning and thunder crackling, resembling a great tide crashing onto the shore, one wave after another directly reaching the heavens. Above the bitter sea, a blue lotus appeared, its petals gently swaying as chaotic energy surged, assisting him in refining the massive life essence pouring in from the bitter sea, nourishing his body. At the same time, the cave heaven within Lu Yuan began to grow rapidly. The surging power, pure life essence was unstoppable, crashing against his body like waves, cleansing every inch of his flesh. Even his bones gradually became crystalline, translucent like jade, imbued with a sacred aura, exuding immense majesty. Boom, boom. Ancient characters of the great Dao and grand sounds of the Dao resonated throughout this underground world, enveloping Lu Yuan's entire figure. This was the heart method of the ancient emperor scripture, which would allow him to lay an incredibly solid foundation, elucidate the true essence of cultivation, and gain insight into the source of power. At the same time, the imperial dragon chi that Lu Yuan had previously refined seemed to resonate with this place in some unimaginable way. As it gradually grew stronger and more substantial, it resembled golden little dragons spiraling and dancing around him, fierce and unmatched. Time flowed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. In a certain area of the underground world, a grand celestial sound echoed continuously, divine radiance bursting forth, illuminating the heavens, creating a truly astonishing spectacle. It was unclear how much time had passed. Boom! A sound that shook the heavens, and the earth suddenly erupted. A terrifying and sacred aura of supreme strength erupted forth. A colossal phantom intertwined in the sky, surrounded by countless holy lights, boundless laws, surged forth, resembling a true immortal king, descending from the 9 heavens, gazing down at the mortal realm, an awe-inspiring sight. The second manifestation of the holy body, the immortal king, descends from the 9 heavens. It worked. Lu Yuan opened his eyes, shooting forth a piercing brilliance that seemed to illuminate the world around him. This also signified that he had officially stepped into the next realm of the cave heaven stage, the law manifestation stage. The law manifestation, as the name suggests, involves the cultivator using themselves as a medium to communicate with the heavens and the earth, refining divine powers and manifestations to enhance themselves, thus entering the law manifestation stage. However, special physiques like the holy body and divine body manifest unique phenomena in this realm, distinct and unparalleled. The emergence of a second phase physique manifestation indicates the sign of entering the law manifestation stage. Lu Yuan stood up, stretching his muscles, and immediately a series of popping sounds echoed from his body like beans frying. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented strength. Just a slight clenching of his fist released a torrent of blood energy, a sensation of power akin to 10,000 horses galloping, filling his heart, as if a single punch could shatter the heavens and the earth. This was an unparalleled and resolute conviction, a perfect embodiment of power in the forbidden realm. Subsequently, Lu Yuan rose and cast a sweeping glance down. The ground was piled high with powder from source stones measuring several feet thick. During these 6 months, he had been cultivating using the dragon veins of heaven and earth while refining the pure source stones from the spatial treasures. The consumption was approximately around 700,000 pounds of source. From the second layer of the cave heaven stage, he had made a breakthrough to the first layer of the law manifestation stage in one leap. It could be said that his progress was astonishingly rapid. Moreover, during the cultivation process, he encountered no bottlenecks. Everything seemed to flow naturally. This was the terrifying aspect of the chaos body. Immediately after Lu Yuan flashed and arrived before a chaos stone tablet sitting cross-legged. He began to comprehend the profound inscriptions recorded on the tablet one by one. Each obscure ancient character and each symbol of the Tao swiftly passed through Lu Yuan's eyes, layers of light and shadow intertwining, shining brilliantly. Under the constant disintegration, reorganization, arrangement, and combination of the primordial chaos, he quickly fell into a state of profound enlightenment. 2 days later, Lu Yuan stood up and began to comprehend the second stone tablet. 5 days later, he started to comprehend the third stone tablet. Thus the cycle continued. Until half a month later, Lu Yuan had fully integrated the inscriptions recorded on the 9 chaos stone tablets. He moved his hands, continuously forming a grand celestial pattern, showcasing the mysteries of the ancient scriptures. Occasionally, the power of the lunar energy manifested, freezing miles of land to chill, as if descending into the abyss. At times, the power of the solar energy shone high in the sky, overwhelming like the might of the sun, illuminating the past and present, incredibly radiant. These two vastly different powers of the ancient scriptures transformed continuously in Lu Yuan's hands, divine light soaring. Unaware of how long he had been in this state, Lu Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, and from his pitch-black pupils radiated a terrifying chaotic energy, which then surged forth like a tide in all directions. In an instant, the 9 chaos stone tablets all glowed brilliantly, as if they had generated some strange resonance. The void twisted violently, faintly transmitting the morning sounds of myriad laws, terrifying to the extreme. So that's it. This is the scroll of the ancient chaos scriptures. Lu Yuan's expression brightened. The Wanchu Holy Land was renowned for its cultivation of lunar, solar, and chaos laws. However, generations of sages had passed, yet they still could not fully unravel the mysteries of the 9 chaos stone tablets. They had only deduced a half-rolled, incomplete ancient scripture, which was truly regrettable. But now Lu Yuan had mastered all the inscriptions using the primordial chaos to deduce and complete them, obtaining the truly complete chapter. In the future, I'll find an opportunity to pass down this law. It will be my way of repaying the kindness of the Holy Land. Lu Yuan thought to himself. Immediately after, whoosh, the spatial treasure glowed, and all the remaining source within it surged forth. The flat ground of this underground space was covered with several layers. The pure essence of heaven and earth submerged the entire space, utterly extravagant. The previously consumed 700,000 pounds of source, most of which were savings from his storage bag. What he was using now were resources allocated by the Wanchu Holy Land. With less than half a year remaining until the dragon, while closed, Lu Yuan aimed to break through to a higher realm at this juncture as much as possible. After all, such a cultivation treasure land is rare and cannot be sought after easily. There was no need to hesitate. Subsequently, Lu Yuan entered seclusion again, plunging into deeper cultivation. However, this time, there was not just one ancient scripture operating. The ancient lunar scripture, ancient solar scripture, and ancient chaos scripture all manifested various ancient characters, flying out beams of light, dancing, intertwining, and humming together. They emitted magnificent sounds of the Tao resonating through the heavens and the earth. It was like the ringing of morning bells and evening drums, shaking the very soul, an extraordinary sight. A single person practicing all 4 great ancient scriptures. How incredibly solid would their foundation be? Such profound depth is beyond imagination, truly rare in the world. Time flowed swiftly. The source was being consumed. Lu Yuan's strength was advancing by leaps and bounds. His cultivation, although free of bottlenecks. He could clearly perceive that as his cultivation increased, the amount of source he needed to consume grew more substantial. The nature of the holy body was like a bottomless pit. The later stages only made the feeling of helplessness more apparent. This was unrelated to the shackles of the heavenly Tao. Rather, it was the root of this powerful physique. Every small realm requires the body to be refined to perfection before advancing. The sea of suffering is similarly vast with no knowledge of the other shore. The depth of his magical power is also difficult to measure against cultivators of the same rank. However, for Lu Yuan, he did not feel it was a burden. Apart from being a chaos body, he also had a system. As long as he continued to experience the world, he would surely trigger the system's reward options. Even if it is a bottomless pit, one day it will be filled, so there is nothing to worry about. In the blink of an eye, another 6 months had passed. On the desolate ground, not a single pound of source remained, all turned to dust, completely consumed. In the central area, divine mist shimmered and essence surged. A slender figure with long black hair sat cross-legged like a wooden statue. Surrounding him were 81 golden dragons coiling in the air, exhaling chaotic energy, an utterly astonishing sight. A slender figure with long black hair sat cross-legged like a wooden statue. Surrounding him were 81 golden dragons coiling in the air. As the words fell with a boom, the 81 golden dragons transformed into a dazzling golden light, entering into that slender figure. Lu Yuan slowly stood up, dispersing the chaos around him with a glance, then took out a clean robe from his storage bag to change into. His entire being was crystalline, radiating a precious light, exuding a pure and ethereal aura, as if a fallen immortal had descended into the mortal realm. Law manifestation stage 4th layer. Lu Yuan murmured, then stepped forward, soaring into the sky. His speed was astonishing, like a beam of golden light bursting forth from the underworld, tearing through the sky. At this moment, there were only a few figures beyond the mountain gorge. Only 3 elders stood here. Lu Yuan has come out, one of them whispered, while the other 2 also cast their gazes in that direction. These 3 elders of the sacred land were known to Lu Yuan. They were the ones who summoned the Chaos Stone Tablet together with Shangwan Ruo a year ago, sealing the dragon vein of heaven and earth. In terms of strength, they were true gods. It was not a position for ordinary elders of the sacred land. Then Lu Yuan's figure flickered as he approached and cupped his hand, saying, "I have met you, esteemed elders. There's no need for excessive courtesy." Among the 3, the leader was an elder with white hair and beard. He smiled and waved his hand, indicating that Lu Yuan need not bother with such formalities. And just at that instant, as they probed Lu Yuan's cultivation with their divine, since the expressions of the 3 elders stiffened, unable to suppress their astonished exclamations. Your cultivation. Have you broken through to the 4th layer of the Dharma manifestation realm?" "Yes," Lu Yuan nodded lightly, appearing quite calm. After receiving a confirmed answer, the eyes of the 3 elders were filled with even greater astonishment. Within a year, he had advanced from the 2nd layer of the cave heaven realm to the 4th layer of the Dharma manifestation realm. There was a difference of fully 11 small realms, along with a barrier of a major realm. Even with the assistance of 1,000,000 pounds of source and the dragon vein of heaven and earth, such a speed of cultivation could certainly be described as terrifying. Could it be that after the holy body resumed its path of cultivation, there are completely no bottlenecks? Not to mention combat power, just this age and this level of cultivation is enough to overshadow peers and stand equal to the holy sons and daughters of major forces. The three elders were all moved. After a few moments of silence, the leading elder finally spoke with admiration, saying, "Well done, Lu Yuan, you have indeed lived up to the expectations of the sacred land. You've done very well. The Holy Master asked me to convey that the last 2 batches of cultivation resources promised to you can be allocated at any time. You just need to speak a word. Thank you for the elder's reminder. However, I do not require them at the moment." Lu Yuan once again expressed his gratitude with cupped hands. He understood the principle that haste makes waste. A year had passed, and his cultivation had advanced too rapidly, causing his mindset to lag behind. He needed a period of worldly experience to settle down. Therefore, he was not in a hurry for the moment. Soon after, Lu Yuan inquired about the recent situations of Gu Qinghuang, Yin Tiandu, and others. The elders were also well informed and patiently explained. When Lu Yuan heard that the environment of heaven and earth was subtly changing and that the golden age was about to arrive, his eyes couldn't help but flicker a few times. He was not from an ordinary small power. He had some understanding of the golden age. This was an era of exceptional talents where heroes arose in conflict. The position of the emperor was about to become vacant. In the coming century, even millennium, endless wars would sweep the land, vying for new emperors and kings to rule the world. And the current situation was indeed quite similar to what Lu Yuan had imagined. Gu Qinghuang, Yin Tiandu, and other notable disciples from the sacred land had basically gone to the central region of the eastern wilderness for exploration. Major ancient families, immortal sacred lands, and grand teachings were all bringing forth unparalleled prodigies during this time. Even figures of extraordinary caliber from tens of thousands of years ago had broken through to the divine source, emerging to contend for the imperial position of the present age, relying on their accumulations from several lifetimes. Now they were all converging together, claiming the title of prodigies and shining brilliantly. 8 words summarize it. This era is about to explode. After digesting the information from the past year, Lu Yuan immediately made the decision to travel to because that place was the heart of the eastern wilderness. Even several lineages that had produced emperors existed there. The Grand Age was about to begin, undoubtedly the most exciting place. You are also going to the central region. After hearing Lu Yuan's thoughts, the leading elder of the sacred land seemed a bit hesitant, then nodded to himself, saying, "That's fine. Mere hard cultivation is like building a car behind closed doors. Worldly experience is beneficial for enhancing one's mindset. Wait a moment, I will find a few Nirvana realm attendants to accompany you. No need, I can go alone." Lu Yuan shook his head, his tone firm. The several elders of the sacred land showed expressions of helplessness. Seeing his determination, they did not say more. But they still seriously advised him to be cautious of the Meng family and the Demon God Palace. Meng Yao and Tian Yao were both unruly individuals. Having suffered a great loss in the northern region, their reputation was tarnished, and they would undoubtedly not let it rest. According to reports, both of them had broken through to the Dharma manifestation realm over 6 months ago. Their current true cultivation might not differ much from Lu Yuan's. It's nothing, they are merely defeated opponents. Lu Yuan's gaze was as calm as an ancient, while only a faint smile appeared. Previously, when his cultivation lagged behind the 2x6 or 7 small realms, he could still face 2 opponents. Now that their cultivation was equal, the outcome of battle would be without suspense. God blocks kill God, demons block kill demons. Whoever comes shall die. After chatting for a few more moments, the 3 elders of the sacred land ceased their words and began to restore the opening of the Yunlong Gorge, unlocking the formation connecting the 9 chaos stone tablets. Lu Yuan then returned to his residence at Lingfeng, tidied up briefly, and officially embarked on his journey. The mountains and rivers beneath his feet rapidly receded. Lu Yuan's footsteps danced as he traversed through the void, moving swiftly. The eastern wilderness was vast. The distance between the southern region and the central area was still quite far. Ordinary cultivators would need at least several months to reach it solely by flying, requiring the use of large spatial gates to cross. 2 days later, Lu Yuan's figure appeared in a large city in the southern region. Here there was a spatial gate leading directly to the central region, constructed by the Tianqing Merchant Association. It opened once a month, charging 20,000 pounds of source. This amount was insignificant to Lu Yuan, so he simply chose to stay here and wait. However, just after staying for half a day, he noticed that the number of young heroes gathering here seemed to be increasing, as if they were not merely waiting for the opening of the spatial gate. "Excuse me, old sir, is there any grand event happening in Gyuzhen City recently?" Lu Yuan sat on the second floor of a tavern and called for the shopkeeper to inquire. "Are you curious why the young masters in this city are increasing?" The tavern keeper smiled mysteriously. The drunken man's intention is not in the wine, but in the beauty. The big shot of the Tianqing Merchant Association, Miss Yi Qingli, has brought her worship all the way from the southernmost point. It is said that she can offer free passage for various young heroes to the central region. Many people here actually do not care about the 20,000 pounds of source. They are mostly here to catch a glimpse of that unparalleled beauty. Yi Qingli. Lu Yuan fell silent upon hearing the name, his eyes flickering faintly. He had seen this woman before, at an auction in the divine city of the Northern Realm. Indeed, her beauty was extraordinary, her bearing transcendent. Even compared to Gu Qinghuang, she stood unyielding. Among the entire Eastern Wastelands, few women could rival her. Moreover, her background was staggering in scale. No wonder her arrival had stirred such a tremendous commotion in Gu Qinghuang City. At that very moment, an abrupt mechanical voice resonated quietly within Lu Yuan's spiritual sea. Ding! Detected host's current experience, triggering optional reward. Option 1, board Yi Qingli's warship bound for the Central Territories. Reward a divine artifact. In Option 2, ignore the offer and await activation of the inter-realm spatial formation. Reward a primordial divine elixir. A reward has been triggered. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened, he hesitated only slightly. A divine artifact was a weapon forged by a transcendent sovereign cultivator. Above it lay 2 further tiers, true divine artifacts and celestial divine artifacts, self-evident in name. Weapons of this rank had already woven Dao intent into their essence. Their power was immense, far beyond ordinary spirit-attuned treasures, and their value incalculable. As for the primordial divine elixir in Option 2, it would most likely serve healing, longevity extension, or even cultivation enhancement. Yet for Lu Yuan at this juncture its utility was limited. After brief contemplation, he had already made his choice. He resumed sitting on the second floor of the tavern, sipping wine alone. 2 days later, the void above suddenly tore open, and from the rift emerged a colossal ancient vessel. Its hull was vast, crafted from some unearthly material that shimmered with obsidian luster, exuding a palpable crushing pressure. So massive, and more magnificent than our sect master's imperial pavilion, and instantly Gu Qinghuang City erupted in frenzy. Countless young cultivators gazed, so massive, and more magnificent than our sect master's imperial pavilion, and instantly Gu Qinghuang City erupted in frenzy. Countless young cultivators gazed upward, dazed and awestruck. Humph! Provincial bumpkins who've never seen the world. What insignificant sect dares compare itself to the Tianqing Guild? Na noble scion from a prestigious clan sneered nearby, his disdain unmistakable. You! The young cultivator flushed crimson, ready to retort, until he caught sight of the 2 hulking, ferocious guards standing behind the nobleman. He swallowed his words and lowered his head in silence. With the Tianqing Guild's warship now anchored overhead, the entire city surged with activity. Crowds swelled until every alley brimmed with people, dense as a black tide. Many stood on tiptoe, straining their eyes skyward, eager to catch even a glimpse of Yi Qingli's visage. Lu Yuan too stepped out of the tavern and swept his divine sense upward. Yet his thoughts diverged from the crowds. He was merely curious. Why would the Tianqing Guild abandon profit to ferry cultivators freely to the Central Territories? Of course, he was not alone in this question. Many cultivators whispered among themselves, perplexed. One person, 20,000 gene of primal ore. 100 people, 2 million gene. Is the Tianqing Guild running charity now? Someone scratched his head, earnestly tallying the cost. Young one, your mind fixates solely on ore. You see only the surface, blind to deeper truths. Na Taoist elder beside them waved his whisk, gently speaking with serene detachment. Every inch the reclusive sage. Oh, elder seems privy to hidden knowledge. We beg your enlightenment. Hearing this, the man did not bristle. Instead, his eyes lit up and he leaned in, eagerly, humbly seeking instruction. The Tianqing Guild's commerce spans far beyond the 5 realms of the world. Its enterprises flourish across countless primordial life stars beyond our realm. That alone hints at unimaginable wealth. Yet in the cultivator world, where might dictates right, such riches demand peerless guardianship. The guild's enduring prosperity owes much to the Emperor Selection Initiative. The Taoist elder spoke those words with tranquil nonchalance. Emperor Selection. At the phrase, many nearby cultivators paled, and immediately pressed forward. Elder, what is this Emperor Selection Initiative? In this golden age across the boundless cosmos, only 3 to 5 are chosen per generation, the elder declared solemnly. At once all understood the weight of those words. Throughout history, has any true emperor ever held ties to the Tianqing Guild? Someone asked further. If I knew, would I still be idling here bantering with you youngsters? I'd have long since departed this star, sailing the star oceans. The elder shot the questioner a withering glance, exasperated. Turns out he's just a half-baked pretender. I thought he was a master. Disappointed, the group cursed under their breath and stormed off. Yet this entire exchange had not escaped Lu Yuan's formidable divine sense. It had already reached his ears in full. The Emperor Selection Initiative. Now that's intriguing. Lu Yuan mused, softly nodding faintly. He now grasped the guild's unusual conduct. At that instant, a voice like celestial music drifted down from the ancient ship. Esteemed fellow cultivators, the vessel departs shortly for the Central Territories of the Eastern Wastelands. all under 30 lunar years of age, and capable of ascending aboard under your own power, may board free of charge. Time limit 1 incense stick. As the words faded, the elite youth of the southern realm erupted in feverish excitement. This was a rare chance to earn Yi Qingli's favor, a path no less than celestial ascent. None dared let it slip away. In an instant, countless figures launched skyward, rainbows of divine light crisscrossing the heavens, all racing toward the warship above. Yet halfway up, an invisible, terrifying pressure descended, and boom. Many young elites buckled under the strain, their bodies instantly unbalanced, plummeting downward like dumplings tossed into boiling water. Among them were even Void Heaven realm cultivators. In thud, bodies crashed into the city below, sprawling in disarray. 3 or 4 plummeted straight toward Lu Yuan's position. His brow furrowed, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body in an instant. Like a shockwave, it hurled bystanders outward. Even several spirit-infused and divine palace realm cultivators dropped to their knees, overwhelmed by sheer pressure. A Dharma form realm cultivator. In gasps of shock rippled through the crowd. A Dharma form realm cultivator, so young. Was he a saint heir from some grand orthodox sect, or the direct disciple of a secluded ancient fossil cultivator? Countless eyes turned toward him, stunned into silence. Lu Yuan paid them no heed. With a single step, the bluestone pavement beneath him fractured spiderweb-like, and he shot upward as a golden streak, vanishing into the heavens in a blink. As if encountering no resistance whatsoever, he boarded the vessel smoothly. Within 3 breaths, the deck bustled with figures. Many young masters from distant lands had also ascended. Lu Yuan glanced around, then abruptly sensed a chilling wave of killing intent and overwhelming demonic energy surging toward him. Bang, Ni's body trembled faintly, shattering the murderous intent effortlessly. Then without hesitation, he strode to the figure's side and sat down boldly, his lips curling into a cold, feral smile. Hello there. You worthless body, how dare you appear before me? The celestial demon turned her head, her expression icy, and her purple-tinged eyes were as sharp as a blade, imposing. It seemed that a disagreement could lead to a fierce battle right here. A year had passed since their last meeting. The celestial demon's injuries had long since healed, and her cultivation had made significant progress, breaking through to the 3rd level of the Dharma manifestation realm, becoming even more powerful. Himfa defeated foe dares to show off. If it weren't for being on the ship of the Tianqing Merchant Guild, I would have killed you by now. A smile remained on Lu Yuan's face, but his words were extremely forceful. The crystalline flesh glowed brilliantly, and the terrifying power of blood and chi seemed ready to erupt, like a volcano, suffocating those around. The last battle in the northern region was my oversight. This time you won't be so lucky. Once you step off the ship, you will undoubtedly die. The celestial demon revealed her killing intent, her voice chilling. Remembering the battle at the ancient mine, her expression darkened. Such arrogance would surely be seen as a tremendous humiliation to be washed away with blood. Young one, the reckless must meet their fate. Offending my demon god palace, you have no future. Behind her, 2 old men in gray robes glared with malevolent eyes, speaking in a threatening tone. These 2, though seemingly unremarkable, looked like mere lackeys. Yet the overwhelming demonic aura they emitted could not be concealed, a mix of wildness and arrogance. At the very least, they were major demons from the northern region who had undergone 2 or 3 transformations of nirvana, making them not to be underestimated. Lu Yuan glanced back at the 2, unable to suppress a sneer. Is the demon god palace out of people? You send 2 such old demons to protect you. At least it should be someone in the divine connection realm to ensure your survival. Sharp-tongued, the 2 nirvana realm demons scorned in front of him immediately felt their pride wounded. Their fingers shimmered with divine light, and the killing intent was astonishing. At that moment, many young experts on the deck sensed the thick smell of gunpowder in the air. Several recognized Lu Yuan's identity, and they were instantly astonished. The holy body is here. He is also heading to the central region. It aligns quite well with the rumors. Arrogance, he is truly arrogant. To sit next to the celestial demon and provoke her right off the bat, disregarding the 2 guardians of the demon god palace, is truly bold. Many people's expressions changed, and they shifted uncomfortably, fearing that the few might lose control and suddenly go mad, potentially affecting themselves. Just at that tense moment, a light, melodious laugh echoed from the depths of the cabin. Lu Daoyo, what a coincidence to meet you in this life. Since parting in the divine city, we meet again. Yi Qingli walked forward, gracefully adorned in a luxurious gown that accentuated her enchanting curves, extremely eye-catching. Miss Yi. Lu Yuan smiled slightly and nodded in acknowledgement. What is it? You both seem to be criticizing the narrowness of our Tianqing Merchant Guild's worship. 2 peerless prodigies of the Holy Sun level, yet squeezed together to sit. Miss Yi, your beauty shines brightly, teasingly speaking. Hearing Yi Qingli's implications, the celestial demon and the 2 Nirvana realm guardians did not dare to act too recklessly. To fight on the warship would undoubtedly provoke the authority of the Tianqing Merchant Guild. No one would be foolish enough to do that. Missy, you jest. Of course we must give face to the Tianqing Merchant Guild, the celestial demon said lightly, giving a glance to the two behind her who immediately restrained their aura. Then she turned her gaze to Lu Yuan, saying coldly, our grievances will be settled in the central region. Cherish your last moments alive. You too. Be ready for your last words. After stepping off the ship, I will send you on your way. Lu Yuan replied with a smile, his expression calm. Humph. The celestial demon snorted, unwilling to continue this verbal sparring. With a wave of her hand, she took her two guardians to another area to sit. The celestial demon body and the holy body were typically bitter enemies in ancient times. One represents the strongest physical form of the demon race, while the other symbolizes the utmost physical prowess of the human race. In today's era, witnessing these two types of physiques competing is truly rare. I see. Yi Qingli said with a soft smile. Oh, Miss Yi seems to know quite a bit about the holy body lineage. Lu Yuan, upon hearing this, immediately became intrigued. Of course, our ancestors at the Tianqing Merchant Guild once nurtured a holy body. This is not a secret. As she spoke, Yi Qingli's gaze flickered, staring at Lu Yuan for a long time, and then she invited, if you wish to know about the tribulation of the holy body becoming a deity, I can inform you for free. Lu Yuan pondered slightly. Although he did not know what this woman was up to, gaining more information was undoubtedly beneficial, so he chose not to refuse. All right, Lu Daoyou, please follow me to the inner hall. Yi Qingli gestured for him to lead the way. Meanwhile, a stick of incense had passed. The warship of the Tianqing Merchant Guild slowly set sail towards the next major city in the southern region. The number of people boarding from Gu Qinghuang City was not many, only 3 to 5 individuals. But without a doubt, they were all outstanding among the younger generation. Moreover, 1 or 2 of them had unfamiliar faces and mysterious identities, not resembling well-known figures from major factions. However, at this point in time, the emergence of some hidden ancient fossil disciples was not considered a strange occurrence. Soon Lu Yuan followed Yi Qingli into the inner hall of the warship. The decor was ancient and luxurious, and as soon as they sat down, a maid brought forth spiritual tea and fruits, providing attentive service. What exactly do you mean by the tribulation of becoming a deity that Miss Yi mentioned earlier? Lu Yuan asked after taking a sip of tea. 2 major tribulations. The innate Dao map and the 4-9 heavenly tribulation. The 4-9 heavenly tribulation destroys the physical body. The innate Dao map obstructs the nascent soul. Yi Qingli reminisced about ancient texts as she spoke quietly. Difficult. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Extremely difficult. Basically, it is a situation of certain death. Yi Qingli gently shook her head, and then said seriously, the holy body we nurtured at the Tianqing Merchant Guild was also extraordinarily talented, rising from a barren place, and later unmatched in the realm of divine paths. But unfortunately, he still fell under the Great Tribulation. He had almost crossed the 4-9 heavenly tribulation with his physical body, stepping into the divine connection realm. However, the innate Dao map, imbued with the will of the heavenly Dao, brings forth the order divine chain to eliminate everything which is beyond the capability of a nirvana realm being to withstand. I see. Lu Yuan nodded thoughtfully after listening, his expression still calm. This was not a challenge for him. The path of chaos transcends all paths. At a certain level of power, even the emperor's royal laws cannot suppress it, allowing one to break through shackles and forcefully achieve the Dao. The mere innate Dao map is naturally not something Lu Yuan takes seriously. There are no obstacles to becoming a deity. I had assumed that upon learning such a profound secret, Dao friend Lu would inevitably feel trepidation, perhaps even hesitation. Yet you remain utterly serene, your countenance unruffled, your composure unshaken. Lady Yi overpraises me. Such formidable Dao heart truly commands my admiration. Yi Qingli observed Lu Yuan's expression with meticulous attention, and felt yet another ripple of surprise. Lady Yi flatters me unduly. After all, when the cart reaches the mountain, a path will surely appear. Overthinking serves no purpose. Lu Yuan sipped his tea with tranquil grace, offering a faint, enigmatic smile. Thereafter the two exchanged light, casual conversation. Yi Qingli instructed her attendants to assign Lu Yuan an exquisite private chamber, one shielded from external disturbance. Such treatment was indeed exceptional. Moreover, not a single word was uttered regarding payment. Lu Yuan found himself thoroughly perplexed, yet he accepted Lady Ye's kindness without hesitation or pretense. After Lu Yuan departed from the inner hall, a venerable matriarch with silvery white hair and sharp vital eyes materialized soundlessly behind Yi Qingli. Young mistress, is this saint body from a waning age truly worthy of such special consideration by our Tianqing mercantile? The elder's gaze flickered. She too could not comprehend. The first time I saw him in the northern regions, an overwhelming intuition seized me. This man is far more than he appears on the surface. You flatter me, young mistress. Extending a small favor on matters of little consequence is hardly a loss. Indeed, it may yet prove advantageous. Yi Qingli's slender jade-like fingers tapped gently upon the lacquered tabletop, uttering words rich with implication. Oh, what manner of intuition! At these words, the elder's expression instantly grew solemn. She knew her mistress cultivated a peerless celestial eye art, one capable of perceiving what ordinary cultivators could never sense. Such an impression could never be baseless. I do not know. I cannot see clearly. I merely sense unfathomable depth. Yi Qingli shook her head softly. The elder nodded thoughtfully, then remarked, this youth's cultivation is no trifling matter. Fourth heaven of the Dharma body realm. Excluding those ancient prodigies sealed within divine source stones among the younger generation across the Eastern Wastelands, he ranks firmly within the vanguard. Do you recall his cultivation level when I met him in the northern regions a year ago? Yi Qingli asked, smiling faintly. What was it? The elder inquired. First heaven of the cavity heaven realm, Yi Qingli replied. Hearing this, the elder's expression shifted, astonishment rippling across her features. In just 1 year he had ascended 12 minor realms. Such a rate of advancement bordered on terrifying, especially for a saint body whose cultivation demanded colossal resources and labored beneath the celestial Tao's restraints. That made it all the more astonishing. Might young mistress be considering him for the Emperor Selection Initiative? After long contemplation, the elder ventured cautiously. No, Yi Qingli replied, decisively shaking her head. The failures of past saint body cultivation projects stand as sobering precedent. The Elder Council would never approve such a resolution. It would be futile. Moreover, the Golden Age has yet to truly dawn. Speaking of the Emperor Selection Initiative now is premature. At minimum, we must survey several ancient life-bearing stars before even preliminary candidates or frameworks can be formulated. Indeed, the elder murmured after a moment's reflection and fell silent. Upon entering his luxurious chamber aboard the ancient vessel, Yuan extended his divine sense, scanning the surroundings carefully. Not only was the interior exquisitely appointed, but numerous spirit-gathering arrays and barrier formations designed to seal out external forces had been intricately inscribed into its structure. The air brimmed with dense spiritual energy, a profound stillness reigned, an ideal sanctuary for focused cultivation. Thereafter Yuan settled cross-legged upon the bed platform and murmured inwardly. System, claim reward. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed option 1. Reward granted, a divine artifact. The moment the chime faded, a weapon manifested within his system space. Shoot. With but a thought, the divine artifact appeared in his palm. It was a ferocious battle spear, entirely golden, radiant and resplendent as though cast from pure molten gold. Its blade pierced the air with lethal sharpness, humming with peerless cutting intent. An aura of bone-chilling cold and ruthless martial ferocity washed forth, so potent it stirred dread. Interwoven with it flowed an ancient weathered Tao resonance, evidence that even among divine artifacts this spear ranked among the finest. So this is fate. Yuan gazed upon the spear's gleaming shaft and sighed softly. In the Tai Chu ancient minds of the northern regions, he had once conjured a golden spear through the fighting sage's supreme art, nearly pinning a heavenly demon to a cliffside. Now the system had bestowed upon him an authentic divine battle spear. The heavenly demon's fate and manner of demise was already all but foreordained. As for the 2 great demons at his side, Nirvana realm cultivators, he dismissed them entirely. With his current combat prowess, slaying foes across an entire major realm was no great challenge. Even should danger arise, the extreme speed of the Xingzi secret would ensure his escape. Thus there was truly nothing to fret over. Thereafter Yuan bit open his fingertip and let a drop of refined essence blood fall upon the golden spear. The spear trembled faintly, emitting a clear resonant chime, its surface flashing with brilliant ephemeral light. All artifacts acquired from the system were unclaimed. Blood sealing to establish mastery required neither time nor complexity. Within moments the ritual was complete. Then Yuan slowly closed his eyes. Seizing this rare interval of tranquility, he resumed practicing the chaotic divine demon contemplation method to refine his sea of consciousness, strengthen his golden lake of awareness, and expand his divine sense. Time slipped swiftly away. The Tianqing Mercantile's warship tore through the void at blinding speed. After departing Gusang City, it made successive brief stops at several major metropolises across the southern wastelands. Following the same protocol, it drew in elite young cultivators from each city, though dwell times never exceeded the span of a single incense stick. Gradually, a select group of rising masters boarded the vessel's deck. Their numbers remained modest. Across multiple great cities, barely a dozen youths joined the voyage. Only after passing the 5th city did the warship cease all further stops. Instead, it activated its peak velocity, hurtling directly toward the central expanse of the Eastern Wasteland. Vast mountains and rivers, sprawling plains, and winding waterways rushed backward in dizzying succession. In merely 7 days, the Tianqing Mercantile's warship crossed the southern wastelands and entered the heartland of the Eastern Wastelands. Finally, it hovered above a colossal metropolis, its ramparts soaring high, its aura imposing and majestic. We have arrived. At that moment, the young masters gathered upon the deck erupted with exhilaration, their gazes fixed far ahead, ready to disembark. Keep close watch on that brat. Don't let him slip away. The heavenly demon, seething with suppressed fury, could contain himself no longer. No sooner had the ship docked than he transmitted a sharp mental command to his two grand protectors. Rest assured, young master. Should he dare set foot off this vessel, he shall not escape, even with wings. Both protectors of the demon god palace wore icy, murderous expressions, their glacial gazes slithering like venomous serpents across the deck. And precisely then, the door of a private chamber swung open. A tall, poised figure strode forth unhurriedly. His gaze swept downward and instantly pinpointed the demon god palace's position. 800 li beyond the city walls. Shall that serve as your burial ground? A statement resounded with conviction, though calm it concealed extraordinary brilliance. Junior, do you think you can escape the 800 miles? A cold smile appeared on the lips of a protector from the demon god palace as he fixed his gaze ahead. Unbeknownst to him, a thread of tracking divine sense locked onto Lu Yuan's aura. No need for you. I will personally take action to slay this person, bathe in the holy blood, and wash away the disgrace. The celestial demon stepped forward, his towering figure emanating an astonishing aura of vitality as he spoke in a deep voice. Such a tense atmosphere immediately captivated many powerful figures on the deck. The clash between the holy body and the celestial demon is undoubtedly the pinnacle battle among the younger generation. This battle is not to be missed. Some people looked forward, eagerly anticipating to witness such a high-level confrontation with their own eyes. Don't worry, I'll send you all on your way one by one. With that, Lu Yuan turned without looking back, his robes fluttering as he transformed into a golden beam of light and vanished into the distance. Such speed! Someone exclaimed in surprise. The velocity was astonishing, akin to a divine art that allowed him to traverse distances in an instant, reaching an incredible peak. Nowhere to run. The three from the demon god palace, already prepared, stomped their toes, each transforming into a swift streak of light pursuing him like an insatiable parasite. The mountains and rivers beneath him rapidly receded. 800 miles from the city lay a primordial ancient forest, serene, yet occasionally pierced by deep, resonant beast roars. Before long, the sound of wind and thunder descended, shattering the silence. Lu Yuan stood tall, stepping on the void. Upon reaching this position, he indeed came to a halt. This was not a feigned tactic to disguise a decisive battle, but rather genuine confidence in his ability to subdue all foes, including two formidable Nirvana realm demons. Seal this space. The two protectors of the demon god palace arrived in succession, exchanging glances before launching their attack. The patterns of their fingers intertwined, gleaming brilliantly as they pressed downwards, sealing off Lu Yuan's escape routes. Young master, be careful. The holy body is extraordinary, do not underestimate him. One person warned through sound transmission. Shut up. The celestial demon glared coldly, snorting disdainfully. In the next instant, without a word, he lunged forward to strike. Old grudges shall be settled today. His silver hair danced wildly as he charged with frenzied, killing intent, closing the distance in mere steps before launching a punch. Bang! Lu Yuan remained expressionless, exuding golden blood energy, his palm, like a grinding wheel, heavily slamming down. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed, suddenly breaking the tranquility of this area. Close combat. Ensued a clash of sharp blades. Both of their physiques were renowned for their strength. Although they clashed with flesh and blood, their power was not inferior to that of spirit treasures. The mountains trembled, ancient trees swayed, startling numerous creatures in the primordial forest to flee in terror. Yet due to the space being sealed by the patterns, they were left bloodied and battered, unable to escape. Kill. The celestial demon unleashed his full combat power, wild and fierce, his body radiating intense purple light, as if vibrant purple dragons danced around him, exuding an astonishing momentum. In an instant, the two clashed again, their fierce punches and kicks descending like a torrential storm. The speed was so fast that others could not even catch a glimpse with their divine sense. All that could be seen was a region where golden light and purple radiance intertwined. Each move, each technique was as swift as lightning, terrifying beyond measure. Wherever they passed, the void caved in. Inch by inch, energy storms raged, sweeping across the surroundings. A battle at the realm of law manifest can actually shatter the void. This is no less than the might of Nirvana. Many young observers in the distance were visibly moved, a hint of apprehension flashing in their eyes. They prided themselves on not being weak and could call out names in the southern region. However, compared to these two, they were clearly on a completely different level. Their combat power was not on the same plane. Clang. Lu Yuan and the celestial demon maintained a high-intensity clash. The golden fists and azure claws continuously collided, producing sparks and the resonating sound of metal striking metal, causing great trepidation. After exchanging blows for more than 10 rounds, bang! The 5-elemental divine light surged through Lu Yuan's palm, suddenly sweeping across, pressing down heavily. A mere trick. Celestial demon fist. The celestial demon shouted, the purple light at his brow blazing as he unleashed an astonishing secret technique, striking with his fist. Boom! The colossal hand glimmering with 5 colors was directly pierced along with that section of the void shattering into terrifying turbulent flows. The terrifying power of this move was evident. Interesting. Yuan muttered to himself, a mysterious smile curving at the corner of his lips. In the next instant, he gently waved his right hand, activating the battle-sacred law, evolving into peerless offensive power. He flipped his hand down to unleash the 5-element handprint. However, this time it was not just one strike. Yuan pressed down repeatedly with both hands, the sea of bitterness boiling as his power surged, launching dozens of 5-element handprints simultaneously. The entire void was illuminated brilliantly, resembling a 5-colored dawn, overshadowing everything as it slammed down fiercely. What? The celestial demon changed color momentarily, stunned, but quickly regained his senses and desperately tried to resist. Boom. Dozens of 5-element handprints struck simultaneously, their might astonishing. It was simply impossible to evade, instantly engulfing the celestial demon's body, crashing down into the void. The sheer force leveled several towering mountains. Ancient trees exploded, rocks were obliterated, leaving a scene of devastation. How is this possible? That level of mystical art, he actually managed to execute it more than a dozen times in an instant. Moreover, he even performed it without any visible casting motions, all instantaneous. This is too astonishing. The young observers in the distance were utterly shocked. Such methods transcended everyone's understanding. No one knew how Yuan achieved this. Puff. Moments later, the swirling dust was shaken away. The celestial demon pushed off a massive stone that had fallen on him, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Such an onslaught, even his physique could not withstand, numerous bones fracturing. In the next instant, before he could catch his breath, a strong sense of danger suddenly enveloped his heart. The celestial demon's pupils constricted as he instinctively hunched down. A terrifying beam of light swept past him, barely grazing his scalp. Boom. Dozens of towering mountains behind him were abruptly severed. Endless ancient trees split in two, along with many fleeing creatures who in their blind run were caught off guard and perished. The massive finger of heaven displayed in Yuan's hands truly exuded the might of celestial severance, sending chills down one's spine. Even the celestial demon in the realm of law manifestation is merely thus. Enough, this will send you on your way. Yuan looked down, disappointment evident in his voice, then extended his hand to summon a golden war spear, stepping through the void to deliver a fatal strike. Kill. The celestial demon roared furiously, summoning a magical artifact to counter. The feud between both sides had escalated to such a degree that reconciliation was impossible, leaving no way to retreat. It's either your death or mine. Clang. The golden war spear clashed with the crimson long sword, unleashing a terrifying strike. The vast void collapsed with energy ripples rapidly spreading. The celestial demon was again sent flying, crashing into numerous giant stones before barely coming to a stop. Divine artifact. The celestial demon's mouth cracked and his hands trembled violently. In just one strike, a gap was opened in his top-tier spiritual artifact long sword. This is the power of a divine artifact. I see you're somewhat knowledgeable. Show me any other means you have. Otherwise you won't have another chance. Yuan spoke coldly, his tall figure shrouded in golden blood energy, surrounded by thick, condensed imperial dragon chi. Holding a golden war spear, he advanced forward, resembling a golden war god, overlooking the heavens and the earth. I will not be defeated. The celestial demon let out a long howl, instantly unleashing unparalleled demonic energy fluctuations. The void trembled violently, and the demonic power surged upward. At an astonishing speed, a massive illusion of a demon king materialized above his head. With twin horns on his head and twin wings on his back. With a green face and sharp fangs, it was incredibly menacing. It was indeed the Demon King's law form of the celestial demon. Have you exhausted your techniques? A special physique, the law form, is merely an illusion. It is useless against me. Yuan snorted coldly, and at both sides of his body, chaotic seed green lotus illusions suddenly manifested. The 3 leaves swayed, green light soaring, sweeping over everything. Boom. The Demon King's law form dissipated in an instant, transforming into specks of light that scattered between heaven and earth. The primal holy body, impervious to all evils, truly did not merely speak for show. Demon God 7 steps. The celestial demon went wild, no longer harboring fantasies about the illusion he had created, and once again unleashed a unique skill from the Demon God Palace. The momentum surrounding him grew stronger and stronger. With the tip of his toes, he leaped into the sky, preparing to gather his strongest strike, and stomped down heavily. Do you think you can step on me? Too slow. Yuan sneered, seeing through this technique at a glance. He then swung his arms, sweeping the war spear in all directions. Clang, clang, clang. Hundreds of dazzling golden rays swept across the sky. Each ray was as sharp as a heavenly sword, piercing through the void with world-shattering, killing intent. Boom, boom. The celestial demon gritted his teeth desperately, trying to block the attacks, wielding the crimson long sword repeatedly, with blade light forming a curtain that spanned the sky. Yet with his spiritual artifact's might, it was nearly impossible to withstand the assaults of the divine artifact. After merely 2 or 3 breaths, the crimson light on the blade quickly dimmed, until a crisp sound of crack echoed. Cracks spread, and the blade shattered into more than a dozen small pieces, completely destroyed, reduced to scrap. At the same time, the celestial demon's accumulated momentum was forcibly interrupted, and his body was pierced in multiple places by the fierce golden light plummeting from the sky. Yuan spoke indifferently. At this moment, he had completely lost his patience and was ready to take action to annihilate the celestial demon. Boom. In an instant, Yuan spoke indifferently. At this moment, he had completely lost his patience and was ready to take action to annihilate the celestial demon. Boom. In an instant, Yuan's sea of consciousness boiled a blazing light at his brow. The Taiyin ancient scripture, the Sun ancient scripture, the Tao scripture, the Chaos ancient scripture. The 4 supreme scriptures resonated, and from his brow symbols of the great Tao burst forth, flying like dragons and snakes, striking at the celestial demon. Bang! Bang! The celestial demon fought back desperately, also channeling his divine sense and the imperial scriptures of the demon clan. But ultimately it was futile, as he was quickly submerged by various colors of light. His hands and feet were bound by an ancient scripture's power, firmly immobilized in the void. Die! Yuan raised his war spear and hurled it with all his might. A golden streak of light rapidly enlarged in the celestial demon's terrified gaze, even making him sense an overwhelming crisis of death. "You insolent junior!" Just then a furious voice suddenly echoed from the side. The 2 Nirvana realm guardians of the demon god palace could no longer hold back, charging forward to intercept the fatal attack aimed at the celestial demon. Although the young palace master had once ordered them not to intervene at this moment when lives were at stake, they could no longer. If the young palace master dies before them, they would undoubtedly face severe consequences from the old palace master. You, a holy body junior, are too bloodthirsty and unfit to remain in this world. Let me finish you off. One of the guardians of the demon god palace spoke coldly, unleashing a terrifying aura of the Nirvana realm, causing many young, strong cultivators around to feel an overwhelming dread. So much unnecessary talk. I've been waiting for you. Perfect, I'll send you both to the Yellow Springs. Yuan sneered, issuing a command to his war spear to kill the celestial demon. Without further ado, he leaped towards the 2 guardians of the demon god palace. A mere 4th level of the law form realm dares to go against the heavens, eh? One of them shouted, their voice booming like thunder. In an instant, the 3 engaged in battle. What is the Nirvana realm? The power of the physical body and divine sense, after several rounds of withering, reaches an unparalleled perfection. Able to shatter mountains and seas, capable of toppling cities and splitting the heavens. In the center of the battlefield, the demonic energy surged like a rainbow, vast and boundless, piercing through the heavens and the earth, one after another, terrifying beyond compare. Yuan's black hair danced wildly, his blood energy erupted, facing the 2 powerful Nirvana realm beings. He actually did not take a step back, truly illustrating what it meant to step into the realm of taboo combat power. His golden hand struck both heaven and earth, continuously slapping out, causing the void to disintegrate into ashes, the ground trembling heavily. Even the Nirvana realm experts could not withstand such heavy blows, coughing up blood and flying backward, their demon bodies battered and broken. 1 against 2. Defying the Nirvana realm great demons. Is this really the kind of combat power that a law form realm can possess, eh? The young powerful cultivators watching from a distance felt their hair stand on end, all shocked by the scene before them. This kid is wicked. Go all out. The 2 guardians of the demon god palace thought in unison, suddenly shouting loudly and summoning the law forms of heaven and earth. Boom. 2 kinds of celestial, obscuring divine powers traversed the heavens. One was an ancient totem resembling a burning sky map, flames blazing light engulfing the world as if it could incinerate the heavens and boil the seas. The other was the illusory form of the demon clan guardian, with great wings spanning the sky, dimming the surrounding void, turning day into night. Just a bunch of worthless rabble. Let you witness what an illusion truly is. Yuan's hair flew wildly, illuminated by endless divine light. Suddenly he stepped down as if to shatter the heavens. An immortal king's law body, identical in appearance to him, manifested, towering and majestic. Sitting high in the 9 heavens, surrounded by mysterious yellow energy, looking down on all beings, overlooking all spirits, magnificent to the utmost degree. The vision of the sacred body manifested, and the immortal king descended upon the 9 heavens. At that moment, all present were astonished, their gazes fixed unblinkingly upon the battlefield. Such a scene was overwhelmingly grand. Immortals were legends that transcended even the emperors. No one had ever witnessed them firsthand, nor did anyone know if they truly existed. Yet the aura emanating from this vision was undeniably real. It bore a terrifying might that overshadowed all beings and myriad paths, causing souls to tremble in fear. This was no ordinary divine ability or manifestation that could be compared. Kill! Lu Yuan roared like thunder, his voice booming. The colossal form of the immortal king suddenly moved. From the mist-shrouded heavens, a massive hand emerged, radiating immortal light, bringing with it a cataclysmic force that descended with the intent to annihilate. Boom! A deafening sound erupted. The void shattered into chaos. The manifestations conjured by the two protectors of the demon god palace were instantly crushed, dissipating into the cosmos. What? The two were shocked and enraged, completely unprepared for the fact that their painstakingly refined divine manifestations were so easily shattered before the sacred Bodhi's vision, unable to withstand even a breath. Boom! In the next moment, the immortal king's form descended, showering Lu Yuan with a radiant light, drenching him in boundless Tao rhythm, making him appear sacred and ineffable. This was the unity of heaven and man, capable of exponentially increasing one's combat power. Whoosh! A beam of golden light sliced through the sky as the secret technique activated. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yuan had taken a step, charging towards a figure. Boom! The golden fist came crashing down, blood chi soaring into the heavens, unstoppable. Even the protector from the demon god palace, expending all his effort to block, was still crushed, effortlessly shattering all defenses. The fierce power pierced directly through his chest, causing a spray of blood. You? The latter's pupils dilated, his voice a garbled whisper, continuously coughing up fragments of internal organs. Before he could utter a complete sentence, Lu Yuan twisted his divine power, completely extinguishing all traces of life within him. You're the last one left. Lu Yuan glanced back coldly, then without a moment's pause launched himself at the remaining foe. Junior, do you truly wish to make a deadly enemy of the demon god palace? Killing us will leave you with no place to stand in the Eastern Wasteland. The last remaining Nirvana realm protector panicked, retreating repeatedly while shouting hoarsely. However, such threats had no effect whatsoever. Instead, they sparked an even fiercer assault. In the state of unity with heaven and man, Lu Yuan's divine power surged, his might rapid and formidable, reaching an apex. A golden hand wove through the air, instantaneously sealing off the void, leaving the enemy nowhere to escape. Boom! The divine fist struck down, shattering myriad laws with a single blow, even piercing the void itself. Even the monstrous beast that had undergone 3 transformations was crushed, its bones shattered, falling heavily, without any power to retaliate. Whoosh! Lu Yuan's eyes were indifferent as he waved his hand, summoning spiraling imperial dragon chi, which transformed into roaring golden dragons chasing downwards. No! A shrill cry echoed from the devastated ruins below. However, before it could travel far, it was drowned out by the roar of the golden dragons, never to be heard again. This scene was witnessed by numerous young experts present, chilling them to the bone, a wave of cold washing over them. 2 Nirvana realm elders were easily slaughtered like this, even faster than the defeat of the celestial demon. Is this the power of the forbidden realm? Able to ignore the barriers of great realms and fight against the heavens. In just 1 year, the sacred body has grown to such heights. Who among the younger generation can stand against him? Many faces turned pale, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. After everything was done, Lu Yuan's gaze fell once more on the celestial demon, bound and powerless. The golden battle spear hovered in the air, having unleashed its unmatched brilliance, several times exhausting the latter to the point of fatigue, his magic power depleted, unable to resist any longer. Like a lamb awaiting slaughter or fish on a cutting board, he was at the mercy of others, powerless to fight back. The grand era is about to begin. I was meant to attain enlightenment, yet I fall here. I refuse to accept this. The celestial demon's eyes turned bloodshot, descending into madness, letting out a thunderous roar filled with despair and bitterness. He had lost. The 2 Nirvana realm protectors were dead. There was no way to turn the tide, a situation almost certain to lead to his death. Is this your final words? If so, then let us part ways. Lu Yuan smiled coldly, snapping his fingers, issuing a lethal command to the divine artifact. Whoosh! The battle spear cut through the air like a sharpened blade, penetrating the celestial demon's body, without any obstruction, piercing through his heart. The towering figure was carried back toward the distant mountains, just like last time, nailed to the cliff. Blood flowed down the steep rocks, creating a hauntingly beautiful pattern, a sight that was shocking. The celestial demon is dead. In the distance, many young warriors, upon witnessing this scene, felt their pupils constrict. Once the heart is pierced, death is inevitable. No one can save him. The sacred body Lu Yuan is truly without taboos, a terrifying figure. To boldly kill the young master of the demon god palace, disregarding everything. A commotion erupted among the onlookers. Many felt a chill run down their spine, their expressions shifting dramatically. Everyone knew that the celestial demon was the favorite disciple of the old master of the demon god palace, who had poured his heart into nurturing him. Yet before the arrival of the golden era, he had met his end in a foreign land, nailed to the cliff. It was almost predictable how great a turmoil this news would cause upon returning to the northern domain. Moreover, this was the first saint-level figure to fall before the opening of the Grand Era. It would surely spread throughout the world, becoming a topic of discussion, the uproar so great it could not be suppressed. Immediately afterward, Yuan reached out, summoning the blood-stained golden spear back into his hand. As for the gazes directed at him from all around, he ignored them completely. With a calm demeanor, Yuan gathered a few storage bags from the fallen. He once again activated the secret technique, traversing through the void sealed by numerous inscriptions heading towards the distant land.